Nicos poulantzas. Marxist Theory and Political Strategy. Bob Jessop. Prepared for the Internet by Nader Taleby. June 2013. Preface. The idea for this book first took shape in early 1979 and it has been some 5 years in coming to fruition. I have long been interested in theories of the capitalist state in general and the work of poulantzas in particular. I was able to meet Poulantzas for the first time in April 1979 when he addressed the annual conference of the British Sociological Association at Coventry. There I participated in one of his final interviews, see 1979 I.A., and mentioned that I had been approached to write a book on his life and work. With characteristic modesty, Nicos thought that it was overdoing things to devote a book to such matters, but a month later he wrote saying that he had changed his mind. He declared that no author was completely contemporary with his own intellectual development and that his own work was often hard to understand. Someone who could stand back from it and write a critical interpretation would probably discover hidden aspects and implications and draw out new lines of investigation. Nicos added that he would like to reach a wider audience and hoped that my critique would be less difficult than his own work. Thus encouraged, I corresponded further with Poulantzas and we agreed that I should undertake a study with full critical freedom. This was in no way to be an official or authorized account and no punches were to be pulled. In turn, Poulantzas promised every cooperation and offered to reply to any criticisms in an interview to be included at the end of the book. Some months afterwards, Poulantzas took his own life. The hopes of many that he would continue to make an important contribution to theoretical and political debate on the left were shattered. But his example as a committed intellectual and political comrade still lives on. Although I was unable to proceed with this work as we had planned, I have received much help from Nicos's wife, Annie Leclerc, and his father, Aristides Poulantzas. Many colleagues, friends, and comrades of Poulantzas also gave much support and encouragement. In particular, I would like to thank Christine Bussy-Glucksmann and Konstantin Tsoukalis for their generous help and support. I also gained much from interviews and discussions with Etienne Balibar, Pierre Birnbaum, Isidoro Sharesky, Gergos Dimitrakis, Angelos Elefantis, Emilio de Ipola, Kostas Philonis, Nicos Mouzelis, Theodoros Pangalos, Goran Thurborn, and Henry Weber. Nonetheless, given the significant theoretical and political differences among them as well as the likely divergences between their views and mine, I take full responsibility for the interpretations and arguments presented below. Choosing an approach to a theoretical and political work which is as rich and complex as that of Poulantzas is always difficult. As my studies proceeded, it became increasingly apparent that many interpretations of his work were fundamentally misleading. Accordingly, this book concentrates on presenting as full and accurate an account of Poulantzas's theoretical and political development as possible. No account can really be theoretically and political innocent, of course, and I do write from the viewpoint of one who believes that Poulantzas has made a substantial contribution to post-war Marxist theory and whose own work has clearly been influenced by his various studies. It is for this reason that the substantive chapters first offer a reconstruction of Poulantzas's views and then present my own criticisms of some, if not all, of these same arguments. Hopefully readers can then form their own judgments independently of my commentaries and take the opportunity to disagree with my criticisms. The need to set the record straight explains why I have not dealt at length with the many commentaries and criticisms of Poulantzas's work or the numerous studies which claim to apply it to specific case studies. For the account presented here is often at odds with the received wisdom about Poulantzas's work. It would have extended this book inordinately to have replied to each and every critique, and I have dealt only with criticisms which help to illuminate the present study. This means that I ignored the most famous critique of all. For the debate between Ralph Miliband and Nicos Poulantzas is fundamentally misleading about the theoretical issues and political implications at stake, largely because of the complicity between both protagonists in overstating the structuralist character of Poulantzas's arguments. Hopefully this claim will be justified in my comments on political power and social classes in subsequent chapters. Similar considerations apply to many other commentaries, and I hope that, if the current work puts an end to some lines of criticism, it will. 14. stimulate many others. Poulantzas himself certainly welcomed ideological contestation as a key to theoretical and political progress, and one can only commend this stance. In writing this book I have received much support and advice from my own friends and colleagues as well as those of Poulantzas. For help with the documentation I would particularly like to thank Petros Stamoulis for his unstinting work in translating many articles, journalism, and interviews of Poulantzas from the Greek, and for tracing some of them, George Anagnostopoulos and Grigoris Ananiadis for tracing and translating other pieces by Poulantzas, Annie Leclerc for lending me her archive of Nicos's French articles, journalism, and interviews, Christine Bussy-Glucksmann and Isidoro Sheresky for providing two worthwhile articles at a late stage, and Noël Bergy for chasing references in France when all else seemed to have failed. For help with the argumentation I would particularly like to acknowledge the many comments received from Simon Bromley, who suggested within 1 week both how to start and to end the book, Stephen Kennedy, who made several valuable comments on the penultimate draft and whose editorial patience I hope to have rewarded with the final version, and Ruthie Laniatu, whose questioning sharpened the ideas on strategy in the concluding chapter. I have also gained much from discussions with Grigoris Ananiadis, Kevin Bonnet, Anthony Giddens, Joachim Hirsch, Ekobedo Laka, Tom Ling, Harold Walp, and Tony Woodowis. The students on my courses at the University of Essex probably also heard rather more about Poulantzas than they would always have liked, and gave me the opportunity to try out ideas. For other kindnesses which have helped to sustain me during this study I would like to thank Kevin Bonnet for his friendship and encouragement over many years, Petros and Angeliki Stamoulis for guiding me round Athens, conducting the Greek interviews, and offering my family their parents' hospitality, Grigoris Ananiadis and Blanca Muniz for many conversations about the Greek political conjuncture and much else besides, Noël Bergy for hospitality whilst I was conducting interviews in Paris, and Jean-Yves Podel for sharing her burden, and, last but not least, Suzanne Bailey for helping to see the book to completion at a crucial stage in my life. Finally, I would like to thank New Left Books and New Left Review for permission to quote from the English translations of Poulantzas's books and his critical response to Miliband and Laka, 1976a. 15. Pamela and Julian Jessop helped with the preparation of the final typescript and provide a constant source of inspiration. It is to them that I dedicate this book on the 5th anniversary of Poulantzas's death, and in the hope that they will one day see the better future for which he struggled. Bob Jessop, Cambridge, October 3, 1984. 16 Part I. Life and Early Works. 1. Why Poulantzas? Why devote a lengthy book to a Greek sociologist whose intellectual production, never easy to read, let alone to understand, was limited to a mere 15 years? Was not Poulantzas just one of the many Western Marxists of the post-war world? Was he not someone whose work was not only written in an impenetrable language but was also marred by a structuralist approach that has long been superseded? Was he not someone whose work remained at an abstract theoretical level completely devoid of any real political or strategic significance for the revolutionary movement to which he proclaimed his allegiance? In each case the answer must be no. It is true that Poulantzas always adhered to a Western Marxist approach rather than subscribing to the Eastern Marxism of the Second and Third Internationals, but he also broke with Western Marxism in certain crucial respects. Anderson has suggested that the latter approach has been characterized not only by a concern with philosophical, especially methodological, issues but also with the problems of the superstructure, especially the cultural sphere. He also suggested that it has been divorced from the working class movement and revolutionary practice. But, although Poulantzas was profoundly influenced by two of the leading philosophers of Western Marxism, Sartre and Althusser, he was not primarily a philosopher but a substantive theorist. Moreover, in contrast to other leading figures in Western Marxism, Poulantzas himself was not much interested in the cultural sphere, and certainly not for its own sake. Instead he concentrated on so-called superstructural phenomena much more closely tied to the alleged economic base, law and the state. If his language is difficult, this is because it reflects, at least in part, the complexities of the problems with which he dealt. Moreover, although there were clear structuralist aspects to his work, they became progressively less significant. And it is quite untrue that Poulantzas was unconcerned with concrete conjunctures and problems of political strategy. His theoretical studies of the most abstract determinations of the capitalist state were primarily a prelude to the strategic analysis of its concrete forms in specific regimes and situations. Indeed, his work can only be adequately understood in relation to strategic questions of direct relevance to the Greek and French communist movements with which he so closely identified. It would not be worth writing a book simply to set right a number of misconceptions about the work of Poulantzas. Many writers have been misunderstood, few deserve to have the misunderstandings corrected at book length. If I have devoted a book to Poulantzas, it is for other reasons. For he was almost alone among the post-war Marxist theorists to address and answer the really crucial questions within Marxist politics. These can be seen by considering a recent critique of Western Marxism by one of its leading exponents. Perry Anderson argues that Western Marxism has left unanswered the following key questions. What is the real nature and structure of bourgeois democracy as a type of state system that has become the normal mode of capitalist power in the advanced countries? What type of revolutionary strategy is capable of overthrowing this historical form of state, so distinct from that of Tsarist Russia? What would be the institutional forms of socialist democracy in the West, beyond it? Marxist theory has scarcely touched these three subjects in their interconnection. Anderson, 1976, p. 103. It is certainly true that Western Marxism has scarcely touched these three subjects in their interconnection. But these three subjects in their interconnection are precisely the issues which concerned Poulantzas throughout his tragically brief intellectual career. His first influential book, PPSC, was concerned with the real nature and structure of bourgeois democracy. His next book, FD, was concerned with the nature of fascism and Nazism and the failure of the labor movement to check their rise or to overthrow them. In addition, it was directly concerned with the distinction between the normal mode of capitalist power in the advanced countries and the various exceptional modes of bourgeois political domination. In his third, fourth, and fourth books, CCC and CD, Poulantzas considered the problems of revolutionary strategy in relation to the democratic and exceptional forms of the modern state in both advanced and dependent capitalist countries. And his final book, SBS, was concerned with the threat to bourgeois democracy in normal capitalist societies and the institutional forms of socialist democracy in the West. Not only did Poulantzas tackle each of the three subjects central to Marxist politics, he was also increasingly concerned to discuss them in their interconnection. As if this were not enough, Poulantzas went beyond these concerns to other important issues in Marxist theory. Here again Anderson proves a useful guide. For the latter also mentioned four other failures of contemporary Marxism. It had not tackled the meaning and position of the nation as a social unit and its relationship to nationalism. It had ignored the contemporary laws of motion of capitalism as a mode of production and the forms of crisis specific to these laws. It had neglected the true configuration of imperialism as an international system of economic and political domination. And it had not confronted the nature of the bureaucratic states that arose in those backward countries where socialist revolutions had occurred. It would be too much to expect Poulantzas to have tackled all these complex issues in the same detail and with the same rigor that he devoted to the capitalist state in the West. But he did deal with each of these issues to some extent. In particular, he was concerned with the true configuration of imperialism and with the nature of modern capitalism as a system of political economy. He also touched on the nation and nationalism, bureaucratic socialism, and Stalinism. In short, he was an unusual Western Marxist. His work therefore provides a crucial test case for the strengths as well as weaknesses of the Western Marxist tradition. Indeed, it is no exaggeration to claim that Poulantzas remains the single most important and influential Marxist theorist of the state and politics in the post-war period. This becomes especially clear when we consider his influence outside the Anglophone world in such areas as Latin America and Scandinavia and in countries such as France, Portugal, Spain, and Greece. Poulantzas made major contributions to the analysis of the capitalist state, social classes, power relations, and socialist strategy. He was one of the first Western Marxists to turn away from philosophical and cultural concerns to tackle the big issues of Marxist state theory. Moreover, even where his contributions have 5. been superseded by more recent work, his studies have generally set the terms of debate and influenced other protagonists. If further progress is to be made in the area of state theory, it is best to stand on the shoulders of giants. Poulantzas still towers over other Marxist theorists of the state. We would be well advised to consider his work more closely. Accordingly, in this study I consider Poulantzas's contribution to contemporary Marxist thought, his theoretical and political development, and problems that remain unanswered or unasked in his work. His premature death in 1979 meant that his work was unfinished and, indeed, in some respects, in uneasy transition. In certain areas it is difficult to establish unambiguously what his views on specific topics were at the time of his death. This is an issue that requires detailed consideration below. As a preliminary to a full account of his theoretical and political work, however, I present a brief account of his early life and political activities. The latter are particularly important because of the influence of Greek and French political realities on his changing theoretical and political views. But let us first consider his early life. The early life of Poulantzas. Nicos Poulantzas was born in Athens on September 21, 1936. His father, Aristides Poulantzas, was a professor of forensic graphology and a leading figure in the Greek legal establishment. His mother, Angeliki Karyophili, was a typical Greek matron and devoted herself to the care of her husband and children. From an early age Poulantzas showed a precocious intellect. His secondary schooling was undertaken at an experimental school, the Pyrometikon Gymnasium, attached to the University of Athens, and at the local Institut Français, where he studied for the baccalaureate. He had already acquired fluency in the French tongue through private lessons. He graduated first among Greek students of the BAC in his year and obtained very good in both the general examination and the second, philosophical part. Whilst still a student, Poulantzas undertook amateur journalism for Eleftheria and radio program and obtained a press card for his visit to the Salzburg Festival in 1954. Among his earliest writings are a number of works on intellectuals, the Salzburg Festival, and the 6. Achievements of Vienna in building municipal socialism. These studies not only reveal his enduring penchant for philosophical argument but also demonstrate an early admiration for socialism. After completing his baccalaureate in 1953, Poulantzas entered the School of Law at Athens University. He did so without taking the customary entrance examination. 4. Under the conditions governing the cultural exchange with France, his success in the BAC enabled him to enter directly into the first year of the law school. He went on to obtain an excellent grade in the final examinations of the school in 1957. Paradoxically, having obtained his first degree, Poulantzas was then obliged to take his high school leaving certificate. 4. Without such a qualification, which he had bypassed in studying for the baccalaureate, he would have been ineligible for a career in government or the law. Needless to say, he passed with flying colors. It is worth noting here that the decision to study law was not motivated by a desire to practice law in later life. Instead, Poulantzas read law because this was the only way, within the prestigious University of Athens, to continue his studies in philosophy and the social sciences. It is certainly true that the autonomous Pantheos school offered a 4-year degree in political science, but it also lacked the academic prestige or social cash of the University of Athens. The lowly status of the Pantheos and the prestige of the University of Athens were signs of the continuing underdevelopment and centralization of the Greek higher education system in the 50s and 60s. Coupled with this were the marked authoritarianism and professorial patronage associated with the powerful system of chairs and a concomitant lack of serious indigenous intellectual traditions. Poulantzas himself noted in a contemporary essay the extent to which the youth of his time were disaffected with things Greek and looked abroad to foreign intellectual traditions and cultural movements for their inspiration. For Poulantzas and his peers, France was an important reference point, and he was particularly influenced by existentialism. The significance of this xenophilia for the Greek intelligentsia and the lack of opportunities for postgraduate research are reflected in the widespread Greek intellectual diaspora. Nonetheless, the training that Nicos Poulantzas received in law had an enduring influence on his subsequent work and should not be ignored. During his student years in Greece, Poulantzas was broadly sympathetic to socialism and Marxism, albeit largely on a philosophical 7. level. He was also involved in what would nowadays be called broad left politics. In particular, he belonged to a Greek student organization that was loosely affiliated with the clandestine Greek Communist Party, KKE. He also participated in the activities of the only legal left-wing party existing at the time, namely, the United Democratic Left, EDA. This functioned primarily as a front organization for the KKE. The principal issue around which Poulantzas agitated was the Cyprus question, a nationalist issue with broad popular support rather than a class issue as such, and he was arrested briefly for his participation in a demonstration on this question in 1955. It was difficult for Poulantzas to develop a serious Marxist political orientation during his early years. This has origins in the general situation of Marxist theory at this time, the specific conditions affecting communism in Greece, and factors personal to Poulantzas and his social milieu. Much of the Marxist work undertaken during this period was indelibly marred by the stranglehold of Stalinism. It was only in the aftermath of Khrushchev's speech to the 20th Congress of the CPSU and the Soviet invasion of Hungary in 1956 that the de-Stalinization of Marxist theory began on any significant scale. Even so, the KKE itself remained steadfastly committed to Stalinist views, and this was one reason for its split in 1968. This Stalinism can be partly explained in terms of the official hostility to Marxist influences in Greece and the particularly strong links that existed between the party leadership and the Soviet bloc. This was linked to the conditions of clandestinity and illegality in which the KKE operated following the Civil War. This posed serious difficulties for the party in its political and educational work. More generally, political life in Greece was polarized around the issues of the Civil War, and this inhibited the development of normal party politics. It is only with the accession to power of the PASOK government that the ghost of the Civil War has finally been laid to rest. One indication of this political distortion is that when Poulantzas addressed a conference on Marxism as late as 1966, it was billed under the name of the Second Week of Contemporary Thought rather than being directly identified as concerned with Marxism or communism. Accordingly, Marxist ideas often penetrated Greek intellectual life in the 50s at second hand and through foreign channels. This was particularly clear in the vogue for existentialist approaches to Marxism, to which Poulantzas also subscribed. 8. Besides these general factors influencing the poverty of Marxist theory in Greece, however, one should also add more personal factors. For it must also be admitted that Poulantzas did not give a high priority to political activities during his student years. He had many other commitments to academic, cultural, and romantic pursuits. Upon graduation, Poulantzas entered the Greek Navy for his compulsory military service. Initially, he worked within the translation service in Athens, thereby exploiting his fluency in French, but, following his absence without leave in the midst of romantic entanglements, he was transferred to duties in Crete. A law degree and military service were sufficient conditions for admission to the bar. Accordingly, after 3 years military service, Nicos received his license to practice law and registered with the Lawyers Association of Athens. Although there is still, as of March 1984, a brass plate inscribed with his name and qualifications at his father's office in Athens, Poulantzas never actually practiced law. For he set off almost immediately for Germany to undertake postgraduate work. The first years in France. He had already spent time at Heidelberg on summer courses whilst a student at Athens. This reflected the importance of the German legal tradition in the Greek civil code and procedures and the influence of the Heidelberg school of legal idealism in Greek legal philosophy, legal education, and the legal profession. Now Poulantzas went to Munich to prepare a doctoral thesis. But, within a month of his arrival, in 1960, he wrote to his father that the influence of Nazi ideas was so strong that he could not stay in Germany. On this pretext he departed to study in Paris. Although he was a foreigner and faced fierce competition, he obtained a teaching assistantship, charge d'cours, almost immediately at the University Panthéon-Sorbonne. He continued in this post until 1964, teaching the philosophy of law. During this period Poulantzas prepared his first postgraduate thesis on the rebirth of natural law in Germany after the Second World War. Following the successful defense of this memoir de doctorat in October 1961, he proceeded to complete his doctoral dissertation within 3 years. This was entitled The Nature of Things and Law, an essay on the dialectic of fact and value, and it consolidated a growing intellectual reputation. It represented an 9. Ambitious and original attempt to synthesis existentialist, phenomenological, and Marxist analyses of law and to demonstrate the dialectical unity of fact and value as a basis for developing an axiology of legal values. For more detailed discussion, see below, Chapter 2. These concerns grew out of his interests as an undergraduate, but they were powerfully reinforced through his contacts in Paris. Poulantzas had become fully involved in French, and not just Greek expatriate, intellectual circles and enjoyed particularly close relations with Jean-Paul Sartre, Maurice Merleau-Ponty, Simone de Beauvoir, and others associated with the influential journal, Les Temps Modernes. Indeed, Simone de Beauvoir records in her memoirs how the editorial committee of Les Temps Modernes sought to introduce new blood into the magazine. In the autumn of 1964 a group came together comprising the budding novelists Annie Leclerc and Georges Paris, the poets Velter and Sotero, who wrote in collaboration, a professor of law, Nicos Poulantzas, who was writing important works on political economy, a number of students, particularly some who were studying philosophy. Many of these students, B.J., were disciples of Althusser, de Beauvoir, 1974, p. 135. For the next 2 years Poulantzas contributed regularly to the magazine on topics in the field of law, politics, and philosophy. He also began contributing to the French legal journal, Archives de Philosophie du Droit. Later he served as a deputy editor of the Archives from 1966 to 1969. This was linked with his appointment as an attaché de recherche in the field of law at the Centre National de la Recherche Scientifique from 1966 to 1972. It was also during this period that Poulantzas married the budding novelist, Annie Leclerc. They met for the first time in 1963 and were married on December 6, 1966. Their daughter, Ariane, was born on July 2, 1970. Although his initial training was in law and legal philosophy, Nicos Poulantzas began to reorient his studies towards the capitalist state as a whole and not merely its legal aspects. In developing his approach he drew not only on jurisprudence but also on French philosophy, initially the work of Sartre and Goldman and, later, Althusser, and Italian Marxism, including the Della Volpe school and, most significantly, the work of Gramsci and his post-war interpreters in the communist journal, Critica Marxista. He was also influenced by the work of British Marxists, especially through the journal, New Left Review, and 2 of its editors, Tom Nairn and Perry Anderson. This 10. Transition period is reflected in the diverse publications of Poulantzas between 1965 and 1968. In addition to his studies on the philosophy of law and the juridico-political aspects of the state, Poulantzas also wrote on the structuralist Marxism of Louis Althusser, the Gramscian notion of hegemony, the historicist Marxism of British state theorists such as Anderson and Nairn, and the relevance of Marxist theory to Greece, especially in the light of the Greek coup d'état in 1967. To the extent that Poulantzas had a clear political attitude during his formative years in Greece and France, it was broadly Marxist-Leninist. He emphasized the role of the proletariat and the leading role of the vanguard party, and he also advocated a frontal assault on the state in order to establish a dictatorship of the proletariat. But he always rejected Stalinism, and it is far from certain that he subscribed to Marxism-Leninism in a dogmatic manner. Moreover, as we shall see in subsequent chapters, Poulantzas became increasingly disenchanted with the doctrinaire and dogmatic aspects of Marxism-Leninism and moved progressively towards a left Euro-communist or Austro-Marxist position. Some first hints of his realignment within the ranks of the communist left can be seen in his contributions to the Second Week of Contemporary Thought, held in May, 1966, in Athens. In his two contributions on the state and on social classes, Poulantzas was already developing a critique of orthodox Marxist-Leninist theses on state monopoly capitalism, the nature of the dictatorship of the proletariat, and the character of social classes. Poulantzas's realignment became even more evident in his reflections on the nature of hegemony and the character of popular democratic alliances. For more detailed accounts, see chapters 3 and 6. Politically, the realignment was revealed in Poulantzas's split with the KKE, the orthodox, Stalinist wing of the KKE, which came to be known as the Greek Communist Party of the Exterior because the bulk of its leaders were exiled in Eastern Europe, and his association with the Bureau of the Interior of the Central Committee of the KKE, otherwise known as the Interior Party. This split between the two wings of the Greek Communist Party was formalized in 1968 and reflected their contrasting attitudes on various crucial issues. Most notable were the denunciation of the Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia in 1968 by the Interior Party and its condemnation of the Soviet rapprochement with the Greek military dictatorship in the 11. Interests of Soviet naval policy in the Mediterranean, C.F. McGuinness, 1975, pp 123-4. There were also significant disagreements over alliance policy for domestic struggles. It is within the ranks of the Greek Communist Party of the Interior that Poulantzas developed his own distinctive views on politics until his death in 1979. It is essential for an adequate understanding of his theoretical development that his changing views are related to his involvement in Greek politics. But it must also be noted that his involvement was highly marginal. He was always to the left of a left-wing communist party that had only minority support among communists, let alone the Greek population as a whole, and he intervened in communist party affairs from outside Greece. Nonetheless, Poulantzas was deeply concerned with many issues of Greek politics even from his marginal position. In particular, we may cite the Greek coup d'état in 1967, the split within the KKE, the continuing debate about the character of the military regime in Greece and the appropriate strategy to be adopted towards it, the subsequent collapse of the Greek military dictatorship in 1975, the problems of linking the anti-dictatorial alliance with the anti-imperialist, anti-monopolist struggle for democratic socialism, the reform of higher education in Greece after the collapse of the junta, the nature of PASOK as a social democratic party. Moreover, in the Greek general election of 1977, Poulantzas allowed his name to appear on the list of the Interior Party. Given the limited support for the KKE, and the nature of the list system of proportional representation, there was no chance that Poulantzas would have been elected. In any event, he did not campaign and his candidature is best seen as a formality. But it is significant that he was prepared to lend his name to the party in this way at a time when he had clear disagreements with its political line. I trace the consequences of these political involvements in later chapters, see especially chapter 9. It is difficult to establish exactly when Nicos Poulantzas became a card-carrying member of the Greek Communist Party. He was certainly involved in a pro-communist student organization as early as 1953/4 but was not organized within the KKE as such. One report suggests that he joined the KKE clandestinely on completing his military service in 1960. But the consensus is that he only joined the KKE in his first years in Paris, either later in 1960 or in 1961, and that he was active in party circles in Paris in 1963/4. This occurred under the influence of Greek friends as well as personal conviction. At 12. The same time he was also involved in the EDA until 1966. But the decisive factor in his political mobilization in the Greek communist movement was the military coup d'état in 1967. He was a founding member and consistent activist in the anti-dictatorial committee of Greeks in Paris. Both in his party journalism under the pseudonym of Skirianou and in practical political work, poulantzas attempted to influence the theoretical analysis and strategic orientations of the KKE from the viewpoint of the left. Most accounts suggest that he was active not only in the intellectual sphere but also in the ordinary work of the Paris branch of the KKE. He was at his most active in the years 1967 to 1969, after which he became more involved in French politics. But the collapse of the military dictatorship in 1974 once again stimulated close practical concerns with Greek politics. Indeed, it must be recognized that his personal and professional integration into the French intellectual community and his absence from Greece during the crucial years of the dictatorship meant that his actual political influence within the Greek communist movement was limited. It would not be unfair to say that poulantzas reacted to events in Greece rather than anticipating, let alone precipitating, them. Indeed, given the censorship in Greece under the junta and the importance of direct personal involvement inside Greece, especially when normal party politics were underdeveloped, things could not have been otherwise. Thus poulantzas was surprised by the coup, the failure of the working class movement to overthrow it, the nature of the junta's collapse, and the scale of the KKE's defeat in the 1977 general election. In addition, he tended to react to Greek events with French eyes. This can be seen in his assimilation of the Athens Polytechnic uprising in April 1973 to the events of May 1968 in Paris, or his advocacy of a union de la gauche for Greece as well as France. Hence we should understand the links between his theoretical evolution, political practice, and Greek reality as highly mediated and intelligible only within a broader intellectual and political climate formed by events in France. Poulantzas first received significant recognition as a state theorist with the publication of his work on pouvoir politique et classes sociales. He had already received acclaim as a legal philosopher with the completion of his doctoral dissertation. His text on state theory appeared a few days before the occupation of the Sorbonne in the May events of 1968 and sold several thousand copies to the students. 13. Involved in this struggle against the French state. But his standing in the Anglophone world was only established by the famous Poulantzas-Miliband debate that was initiated in 1969 by Poulantzas's review of Miliband's book on the state in capitalist society. In this critique, Nicos Poulantzas is at his most structuralist, and the resulting debate actually misrepresents the basic thrust of his work. At the same time, he took the opportunity to correct his analysis of the state insofar as it had underestimated the role of ideological state apparatuses, ISAs, and the need for cultural revolution. This rare example of self-criticism reflects the impact of the May events that, together with the Greek coup d'état in the preceding year, had a crucial impact on his intellectual, theoretical, and political development. Intellectually, these events led indirectly to his movement to Vincennes to teach sociology. The University of Paris 8 was established as an experimental university center in the wake of the May events in a bid to decentralize and modernize the university system. He was among the first 2 or 3 people to be invited to take up an appointment in the Department of Sociology, and subsequently played an important role in its intellectual development. In teaching this subject, Poulantzas was able to develop his growing interest in problems of class analysis and class alliances, problems originating in his educational work for the Socialist Trade Union Federation, the CFDT, and his political work within the Greek anti-dictatorial movement. Theoretically, it led to his reappraisal of the structuralist moment in his thought and an increasing appreciation of the role of class struggle and the ISAs. Poulantzas was associated with the Althusserian circle at the École Normale Supérieure in the Rue d'Ulm and helped to popularize the structuralist approach in political analysis. For many years, Poulantzas regularly met and discussed theoretical and political problems with Althusser on a close and personal basis. But he did not belong to the core of the Althusserian group. This consisted largely in Althusser's students, whereas Poulantzas was already an established intellectual figure with a developed theoretical position. Nor was Poulantzas ever fully committed to the Althusserian structuralist position. Instead, he was attracted by its apparent justification for an anti-economist, anti-historicist, anti-humanist analysis of law and the state, as well as its realist Marxist epistemology and methodology. But he drew on other theoretical traditions to develop his substantive. 14. Arguments within the general Althusserian approach. In this sense, it is more appropriate to see Althusserian structuralism as a bridge or staging post in his movement away from existentialist Marxism to his own distinctive version of Marxism. That he had been seeking such a bridge is evident from his earlier and less well-known appreciation of the positions of the positivist Marxist school inspired by Della Volpe in Italy, see Chapter 3. Politically, the May events encouraged a flirtation with Maoist themes and strategic ideas. There were already significant Maoist elements in Althusser's approach to the dialectic, but the May events encouraged greater interest in mass struggle and cultural revolution. More generally, there was a widespread fascination among many diverse political forces with Maoism in the post-May and post-Czechoslovakia conjuncture of the late 60s and early 70s. There are clearly some Maoist themes in fascism and dictatorship and in Poulantzas's critique of the mistaken urban, insurrectionary, and workerist strategy of the KKE in the Greek Civil War, see below, Chapter 9. In subsequent work, Poulantzas would continue to emphasize the importance of the mass line, the development of class alliances to resolve contradictions among the people, and the need to dissolve the distinction between mental and manual labor. But he never deserted the mainstream European communist movement to support the fringe Maoist or spontaneist groups which claimed the membership of many of the original band of Althusserian students. Finally, we should note that Poulantzas was much more actively involved in practical political work after the 1967 coup and the May events. He undertook political work in the anti-dictatorial movement, educational work in the socialist trade union movement, theoretical work in the struggle for left unity in France, and ideological work in the struggle against irrationalism among the French intelligentsia. The concerns of the 70s. These shifts are reflected in his second and third major publications, Fascisme et Dictature, 1970, and Les classes sociales dans le capitalisme aujourd'hui, 1974. His work on fascism is ostensibly concerned with Nazism and Italian fascism as examples of the exceptional state, but it is also much concerned with questions of political strategy towards fascist movements and exceptional regimes. The latter. 15. Concern is clearly connected with his opposition to the Greek military dictatorship, which, along with almost all regimes in Greece since the Metaxas dictatorship established in 1936, had been described as fascist. It is also connected to more general arguments that there was a tendential fascisation of the advanced capitalist state and that the Gaullist state was a particularly clear example of this tendency. Poulantzas rejected these arguments concerning the Greek and French states alike and insisted upon a more differentiated analysis of exceptional regimes and the developmental tendencies of the normal, democratic state. At the same time, he was clearly exercised by questions of political strategy towards exceptional regimes, both to prevent their emergence, something the Comintern had failed to do when faced with Italian and German fascism, and to accelerate their collapse, a burning issue for the Greek left. It is also worth noting that his concern in fascism and dictatorship with the baleful influence of the Comintern, and indirectly the Soviet Union, on the policies of the KPD, German Communist Party, towards Nazism was part of a more general concern with the theory and practice of the Comintern. Thus, around 1971, Poulantzas organized a research group to collate the views of the Comintern on different issues. Indirectly, this involved a critique of the class nature of the Soviet Union and the influence of Stalinism in European communist parties. Eventually only FD and a volume on education, Lindenberg, 1972, were published. The project was abandoned because Poulantzas was convinced by his friends that studying the history of communism was an academic exercise without real impact on the political struggle, Lindenberg, 1983, p. 44. Instead, poulantzas turned to more urgent questions of political practice. For during the early 70s, poulantzas gave much more attention to the question of class alliances and democratic alliances. This was connected with the question of the Greek dictatorship, but equally concerned the more general problem of the anti-monopoly, anti-imperialist struggles of the left. In this context, his work on classes in contemporary capitalism represents a sustained critique of the views of orthodox communist parties, especially the PCF and KKE, and modern sociologists on questions of imperialism and class structure. He was particularly concerned with the impact of internationalization on the bourgeoisie and with the class nature of the petty bourgeoisie. In dealing with the former issue, he was especially 16. Interested in the implications of American hegemony for an anti-imperialist alliance led by French monopoly capital, and, in the latter respect, he was concerned to establish that the petty bourgeoisie rather than the peasantry were the most important allies of the proletariat in struggling for democratic socialism in France. At the same time, this work begins to develop an account of the interventionist state and the economic role of the capitalist state. This represents a significant advance on his understanding of the state in political power and social classes. Poulantzas's work on fascism had an important political impact on the intellectuals who formed a significant section of the KKE, and on Latin American intellectuals and students living in Paris. For both groups, the question of fascism and exceptional regimes was pressing, and so were the questions of internationalization and dependence. During this period, Poulantzas also extended his contacts with the communist movements in Spain and Portugal. It was events in the latter country as well as in his native Greece that precipitated the next major shift in his theoretical and political orientation. In 1974, the Greek junta collapsed and the military dictatorship in Portugal was displaced. The nature of the collapse in Greece was quite contrary to Poulantzas's expectations and led him to change radically his views on political struggle and the state. At the same time, the prospects for a democratic transition to socialism in Portugal based on a broad popular democratic mass movement was exciting considerable interest in France, much more so than parallel developments in Greece or Spain. In a sense, Portugal provided a living laboratory for competing theories of transition and socialist struggle. Certainly, Poulantzas showed great interest in these issues. He extended his contacts with members of the Communist and Socialist parties in all three countries and became involved in the debate over the democratic transition to socialism. It is in this context that we must locate Poulantzas's next major work, La crise des dictatures, 1975, which marks a significant shift in his state theory and approach to political strategy. In particular, he came to see the state as riven by internal contradictions rather than as monolithic. He also argued that revolution need no longer be understood as involving the classical situation of dual power in which a monolithic state was overthrown by a counter-state based on workers' Soviets. Instead, Poulantzas suggested that a transition to socialism could be initiated through struggle within the state to exploit 17. Its internal contradictions combined with struggle at a distance from the state to sustain popular pressure on its activities. This does not obviate the need for a revolutionary political party, or parties, to direct the struggle, nor the need for a radical transformation of the state to consolidate power. But it does involve a significant shift in the party's strategic orientation and its post-revolutionary role. These views are further developed in a postscript, written in 1976, to the second edition of his book on the crisis of the dictatorships. This reflects on the failure of the left to maintain its hegemony over the process of democratization in Portugal and particularly emphasizes the errors involved in the ultra-left attempts to smash the existing state apparatus rather than use it in support of the emerging democratic forms at the grassroots. It also offers some thoughts on the implications of bourgeois hegemony over the democratization process in Spain and Greece. The collapse of the military dictatorship in Greece provided Poulantzas with the opportunity to return to his homeland in 1974. Indeed, he was invited to participate in a 12-member study committee established by the Greek Ministry of Education during the 70 Days government of 1974 to investigate the organization and functioning of advanced education institutes in Greece. It is in this year that poulantzas first made a direct impact on Greek political life through journalism and his participation in the KKEI, at home. Nonetheless, he remained to the left of his party and his influence was still restricted. He also lectured on the theory of the state during 1975–76 as a visiting professor at the Pantheos School in Athens and, in addition, contributed articles and interviews to the popular press. In terms of his intellectual career in Paris, we should also record that poulantzas began teaching at the Postgraduate School of Advanced Studies in the Social Sciences in 1974. He continued to teach at Vincennes and was active in its defense when Vincennes came under attack from the right in 1978–79. It was also during the middle 70s that he began to engage with the work of Michel Foucault, especially after the publication of the latter's Surveiller et Punir, hereafter DP, in 1975, and the arguments of the Nouveaux Philosophes, whose ideas erupted into public life in 1977. Poulantzas himself records that his students at Vincennes were very interested in the relationship between Foucault's approach and more orthodox Marxist analyses, 1979 More generally, of course, Foucault himself was fashionable everywhere in Parisian intellectual circles. Most important for poulantzas. 18. Were Foucault's studies of power and the disciplinary effects of institutions beyond the state. This is reflected in his last major work on state, power, socialism, in which he took up some of Foucault's ideas but also launched a very critical attack on his general position. Poulantzas also reacted strongly against the more general trend among Nouveaux Philosophes to denounce the Soviet Union as one giant totalitarian prison camp whose development is an inevitable product of Marxism. Uncri de Melusine. This does not mean that Poulantzas was uninterested in the question of totalitarianism. On the contrary, it was an issue that troubled him increasingly, especially in the tragic aftermath of the Vietnamese defeat of American forces and the development of the Pol Pot regime in Cambodia. It is for this reason that he came to re-evaluate the importance of political liberties and the critical role of intellectuals in relation to their own political parties in any democratic transition to democratic socialism. His concern with the relation between intellectuals and parties was further reinforced by the role of the PCF in breaking up the Union de la Gauche in the autumn of 1977. He reacted strongly against this and, in association with Regis Debray, tried to secure a reversal of the PCF's peevish and negative stance. However, although he became increasingly agitated by the totalitarian trends in actually existing socialist societies, he also rejected any simple-minded equation of Marx with the Gulag. He argued instead for the continuing vitality of Marxism as the scientific basis of a totalizing, but not in itself omniscient and omnicompetent, perspective on societies. He also stressed the increasing urgency of a democratic transition to democratic socialism before the socialist movement was engulfed by authoritarian statism in the West as well as the East. With the expansion of the French left and the prospects of a left government in France in the late 70s, Poulantzas became active in the struggle for left unity. In particular, he was active in widening the ideological front of socialist struggle within the left as well as against the irrationalism of the Nouveaux Philosophes. At this time there was also some discussion of the nature of the Socialist Party, PASOK, in Greece, and Poulantzas, for one, advocated a rapprochement between socialist and communist parties in Greece. In general, Poulantzas 19. Argued that an alliance between parties should not involve a suspension of ideological disputes on the left. Instead, it should involve a widening of open, democratic confrontation among different ideological positions. The fruits of this stance can be seen in the publication in 1976 of a collective work, itself a rare event in French intellectual life, on la crise de l'État. Herein a wide range of socialist and communist intellectuals presented their various accounts of the crisis of the contemporary capitalist state in France. This volume appeared within the framework of a projected series of Marxist texts for the Presses Universitaires de France under the editorship of Poulantzas and intended to provide an intellectual forum for debate within the French left. A further aspect of this ideological offensive was the obvious concertation of interviews and interventions surrounding the publication of La Crise de l'État in a broad range of left-wing and popular journals. This initiative was followed in 1977 by the formation of a group of 12 French intellectuals of diverse leftist political affiliations and views. Those involved were poulantzas, Claudine Barrett-Kriegel, Pierre Birnbaum, Christine Bussy-Glucksmann, Catherine Clement, Regis Debray, Robert Fossart, Alain Jox, Daniel Lindenberg, Didier Mochain, Jean-Marie Vincent, and Henry Weber. They called their group Melusine, after a mythical French noblewoman who was half woman and half serpent. It may well be more than a coincidence that Un cri de Melusine is a cry of despair and that the mythical Melusine was doomed to wander as a spectre until doomsday. The group itself was formed in an effort to socialize their struggles for left unity in different terrains. It was motivated less by the desire for intellectual hegemony on the left than by the need to exchange ideas, pool information, develop a common perspective, and coordinate struggles on a wide range of political and ideological fronts. Indeed, following the defeat of the left forces in the 1978 elections, it was more defensive than offensive in character. The principal fronts on which poulantzas and Melusine were involved were fivefold. Firstly, they engaged in battle against the irrationalism of the nouveaux philosophes. The latter had made a significant impact in Parisian intellectual life in 1977 and propounded many arguments fundamentally hostile to Marxism. Their major doctrines have been succinctly summarized as follows: that Marxism is in some way responsible for the terror of the Soviet camps, that the state is the central source of social and political 20. Oppression, and that therefore any politics directed towards the seizure of state power is dangerous and vain, that science always operates within and reinforces relations of power or, to raise the stakes a little, that reason is inherently totalitarian, that since any political ideology will eventually be used to justify crimes against humanity, the only safe form of political action is a militant defense of human rights. Dues, 1979, p. 129. The growing influence of these views made an effective reply imperative. Since none of the Melusine group subscribed to the new philosophers' positions, this front was entirely external, example 1976I, 1977F, 1978C, 1979A, 1977I.H, 1978I.G. Secondly, the group was involved in the debates of series, Centre d'études, de recherches, etc. Education Socialists, the Marxist intellectual powerhouse of the Parti Socialiste. These debates concerned the national bourgeoisie and its relation to the hegemony of American capital, the role of self-management and the state in a transition to democratic socialism, the appropriate relationship between political parties and the new social movements, and the centrality of the working class and organization in the workplace. Didier Mochain was a leading member of the series and Melusine's discussions on these issues were particularly lively. In turn, Poulantzas himself also contributed to the discussions and publications of series and the PS, example 1976G, 1977B, 1977I.B, and 1978I.C. Thirdly, they were critical of the debates within the PCF on state monopoly capitalism and the dictatorship of the proletariat. The communist members of Melusine were all to the left of the PCF on these issues, and this front was also conducted outside the group. Poulantzas was also active in the debates and publications of the PCF during this period, example 1976I.C, 1976I.D, 1976I.G, 1977I.C, 1977I.E, and 1977I.I. Fourthly, they got involved in the debates of the PSU, Parti Socialiste Unify, on the potential for the democratization of the state. Alain Jox represented this tendency in the group, and Poulantzas appeared at meetings of the PSU to discuss this issue. Fifthly, they considered the arguments of the extreme left on questions of socialist strategy and the need to replace parliamentarism with council communism. The extreme left was represented in Melusine by Vincent and Weber, both then members of the Ligue Communiste Révolutionnaire, a Trotskyist organization, and colleagues of Poulantzas at Vincennes. Here again Poulantzas intervened to present his own theoretical and strategic positions in order to surmount 21 divisions on the left, example 1977 I.F. However, despite Melusine's open, pluralist politics in its internal affairs, its members failed to reach agreement on the various substantive issues it debated, and it eventually disintegrated. Further evidence of this concern for left unity and the transcendence of its internal divisions can be found in Poulantzas's last major work, L'État, le pouvoir, le socialisme. This is a somewhat eclectic work and bears many marks of a transitional study. It is not at all difficult to discern openings to many of the groups with which Poulantzas had earlier disagreed on his right as well as his left. In certain respects it represents a powerful and ambitious attempt to synthesize his own theoretical positions with those of the PCF and socialist groups as well as with the emergent new social movements. It also represents an opening to those under the intellectual sway of Foucault. As befitted a work of ideological contestation and political front building, this book was greeted with a full and open debate within various leftist journals and papers. After the publication of State, Power, Socialism, Poulantzas continued to campaign for his distinctive views on state theory and the transition to socialism. At the same time he became increasingly interested in the problem of totalitarianism, motivated among other factors by the tragic sight of the boat people fleeing from Vietnam, and in the nature of corporatism and social democracy. He was also active in the continuing struggle for left unity on an international as well as French scale and was turning to the Anglophone world as a sphere of political and ideological intervention. Nicos Poulantzas committed suicide on October 3, 1979, at the age of 43. He left a widow, Annie Leclerc, and a 9-year-old daughter, Ariane. There is little agreement as to the reasons behind his suicide and there is no point in pursuing them here. It is particularly sad to note how the victories of the Socialist Party in France and PASOK in Greece, movements with which Poulantzas had some sympathy and behind which he wished to see the communist movements of France and Greece mobilized in elections and more generally, albeit not unconditionally, occurred so soon after his death. In general Poulantzas believed that social democratic government would not, and, indeed, could not reverse the trends towards authoritarian statism and make a decisive step towards democratic socialism. But he also made an exception for countries where socialist parties had no tradition of being a party of government. Thus it is interesting to 22. Speculate how far Poulantzas would have approved of the changes wrought by the Mitterrand and Papandreou governments. Personally I doubt that they would have shaken his call for a new, left Euro-communist, or, perhaps, Austro-Marxist, political strategy. It is his theoretical and political movement towards this conclusion that concerns us below. An approach to the work of Poulantzas. There are many ways to approach Poulantzas's theoretical and political development. In this book I focus on his principal intellectual sources and his main political involvements. I argue that Poulantzas's contributions to Marxist state theory depended on his location at the confluence of three contrasting theoretical streams. These streams were French philosophy, Italian politics, and Romano-German law. Poulantzas merged them in a unique manner within the overarching framework of Marxist political economy. I also argue that Poulantzas's originality depended on his attempts to understand and influence the course of political events. Of particular importance here, as I have already indicated, were political developments in Greece and France. In the former case his principal concern was to understand the Greek military dictatorship, the conditions leading to its overthrow, the absence of working-class hegemony in the democratization process, and the prospects for moving from an anti-dictatorial alliance to an anti-imperialist, anti-monopoly alliance. Concerning France his interests ranged from the rise of authoritarian statism to the problems of left unity around an anti-monopoly, democratic socialist program. Moreover, by adopting positions in the political class struggle in both countries, he could effect a synthesis among these three theoretical traditions. For it was in working through the problems of class alliances for a democratic socialism that their mutual implications became apparent. At the same time, I argue that his threefold intellectual debt produced significant tensions in poulantzas' work. The three sources identified above were continually adapted and modified under the impact of his participation in political struggle. But they are by no means easy to reconcile, and tensions remain with each successive stage in his theoretical, political, and philosophical development. The most integrated period of his thought occurred when Poulantzas 23 worked within an existentialo-Marxist framework. For he had not yet discovered Italian Marxism and considered its implications for Marxist philosophy or communist politics. Once he flirted with the Della Volpe school and then embraced the Gramscian approach, however, tensions were introduced into his analyses that continued to work themselves out for the rest of his life. The subsequent shift from an Althusserian structuralist philosophy to a more relational, Foucauldian approach was particularly significant in helping Poulantzas to realize the full potential of the three sources. I consider the creative tensions involved throughout the following critique. This creative tension holds as much for the gaps and theoretical problems in Poulantzas' work as for its more positive aspects. For his theoretical innovations are not the only resultant of the complex interaction among French philosophy, Italian politics, and Romano-German law. So are the principal problems in his work. This is most evident in its exaggerated concern for political issues and corresponding neglect of economic determinations and the specificity of the ideological. For there is a potential for politicism in all three of his intellectual sources, and combining them powerfully reinforces the politicist potential of each. This politicism took different forms at different times, but it was always present. We shall see that this holds for other problems as well. Concluding remarks. Having sketched some brief biographical details and outlined one approach to his work, we can now proceed to give a detailed account of his theoretical and political development. The following chapters are neither strictly chronological nor yet strictly thematic in approach. One or other aspect is stressed according to the issues under investigation. In the next chapter I deal with the early Poulantzas in his existentialo-Marxist phase and his brief period of transition to a hybrid Althusserian and Gramscian approach. This phase is relatively self-contained, and Poulantzas himself chose to suppress it as misguided and insignificant for his later development. Although his own assessment as to its misguidedness is largely correct, this early phase is nonetheless significant. For it leaves important residues in his later work in several areas. It is the later work that demands the most attention. Thus chapter 24 3 deals with the basic framework of Poulantzas' regional theory of the political, the next chapter deals with its principal developments, and chapter 5 discusses the movement from a regional theory to a relational theory of politics. Succeeding chapters then deal with his changing views on social classes, class alliances, parties, and social movements. Chapter 6, Ideology and Ideological Class Struggle. Chapter 7, The Nature of Exceptional States and Anti-Dictatorial Struggles in Fascism and Military Dictatorships. Chapters 8 and 9 respectively, and his views on the decline of capitalist democracy and the prospects for democratic socialism. Chapter 10. Having concluded the detailed review of Poulantzas' work, I then return to the three sources of Poulantzas' theoretical and political work and the motive force behind its development. Chapter 11. Finally, I consider his overall contribution to Marxist theory and politics and the problems that remained unresolved at the time of his death. 25. 2. Neither in his undergraduate studies in Greece nor in his postgraduate researches in Germany and France did Poulantzas fully encounter all three sources of his mature work. Even as a student for the baccalaureate, Poulantzas became involved with French philosophy. Both his father's profession and his own first-degree work exposed him to legal questions. But Italian politics was still a shadow on his intellectual horizon and would remain so for some years after he left Athens. In this chapter I examine the background and nature of his early work on the philosophy of law before Poulantzas became acquainted with Gramsci's politics. This occurred around the same time that Poulantzas established contact with the Althusserian circle. The combination of these events marked an important theoretical and epistemological shift in his work. Because it constitutes a relatively self-contained philosophical corpus and displays little continuity with his subsequent analyses, the early work of Poulantzas is almost wholly unknown and, it must be admitted, Poulantzas himself chose to disavow it. But there is no sound reason for us to ignore this work. Indeed, as I hope to show, although he renounced his erstwhile philosophical consciousness, these legal studies exercised a continuing subterranean influence on Poulantzas. French philosophy and Western Marxism. The particular school of French philosophy with which the early Poulantzas engaged was existentialism, and he found its chief proponent in Jean-Paul Sartre. This influence was reinforced by the fact that Sartre himself had been moving since the end of the Second World War towards a rapprochement between existentialism and Marxism. At the same time, there was a more general rediscovery by French social theorists of the works of Marx. This movement and rediscovery were both part of the development of a Western Marxism markedly different from the theoretical traditions of the Second International and the Comintern. Whilst the latter traditions focused on the economic laws of capitalism, the nature of the capitalist state, and problems of revolutionary strategy, the Western Marxists examined man's alienated existence within capitalism, the nature of bourgeois culture, and problems of method and philosophy. C.F. Anderson, 1976. The Western Marxist approach developed from the early 20s onwards under the influence of the defeat of the revolutionary movement in the West. Its most notable early proponents were Ernst Bloch, Karl Korsch, George Lukács, and the Frankfurt School. The influence of Western Marxism remained very weak in France until the end of the Second World War. Here the dominant intellectual traditions were classical rationalism and Bergsonian mysticism, and there was little space within a chauvinist and provincial intellectual culture for foreign influences. Cf. Lichtheim, 1966, pp 81-86. The chief exception was found in the commitment of leading communist cadres to the Eastern Marxism of Lenin and Stalin, but even they were obliged to confront a powerful indigenous rank-and-file revolutionary anarcho-syndicalist tradition. Military defeat in 1940 and liberation in 1944 helped to break down this intellectual xenophobia, and there was an upsurge of interest in other intellectual currents after the Second World War. Along with a growing interest in the work of Hegel, phenomenology, psychoanalysis, and German sociology, there was also a major upsurge of interest in existentialism and Marxism. The interest in existentialism was due largely to the impact of Jean-Paul Sartre, especially his major work on Being and Nothingness, 1943. The interest in Marxism was due to the prestige accruing to the PCF for its role in the French resistance and to the contemporary French fascination with the work of Hegel and its reflection in the philosophical studies of the young Marx. Cf. Descombes, 1982, Kelly, 1982, Lichtheim, 1966, McClellan, 1979, and Poster, 1975. The more or less simultaneous growth of interest in existentialism and Western Marxism in France encouraged a dialogue among their 27 proponents. Moreover, insofar as they shared certain themes that also set them both apart from the orthodoxies of Marxism-Leninism, there was obviously some scope for rapprochement. The common themes of these philosophical traditions are related to their common concern with the human subject as the author of social relations. Thus, whereas Western Marxism was humanist, historicist, and anti-economistic in orientation, existentialism was concerned with the free-willed individual, the historical constitution of societies in and through human action, and the relations between freedom and determinacy. The major driving force in this rapprochement was Sartre himself, and it is through his relation to Sartre that we can best understand the theoretical development of the young Poulantzas. Sartre placed freedom at the center of human existence. Indeed, in Being and Nothingness, he asserted that there is no difference between the being of man and his being free. Sartre, 1943, p. 30. For Sartre, existence precedes essence. It is through the exercise of free will in choosing a personal project to transform the social and material world that man creates himself and thus develops his essential individuality. Given the ontological grounding of freedom, man must choose to be free. Failure to choose freedom is an act of bad faith. It implies that one has adopted inauthentic values. This existentialist humanism was counterposed to the dehumanizing materialism of orthodox Marxism. During the late 40s, indeed, there were acrimonious debates between Sartre and the Eastern Marxists. These still reverberated in French intellectual and political circles in the 1950s. But Sartre himself was now moving towards a synthesis of existentialism and Western Marxism. This led to the publication of The Problem of Method in 1957 and culminated in his critique of dialectical reason in 1960. In The Problem of Method, Sartre discussed some methodological problems in social inquiry. Whilst recognizing the importance of Marxism in locating events in the total historical process, Sartre suggests that it is a priorist and eliminates the particularity of these events. He demands not only a concern for the external context of events but also for their internal specificity. In particular, Sartre argues that existentialism can illuminate the uniqueness of the individual and that sociology can reveal the specificity of different fields within the social whole. The true dialectical method involves demonstrating the joint necessity of the internalization of the external and the externalization of the internal. As an existentialist, Sartre 28 claims this can be achieved by showing how these moments are mediated through individual projects or praxis. Thus, in addition to calling for analyses of the dialectical relations between the internal and external moments of different social structures or social fields, he also calls for a progressive-regressive method which continually moves backwards and forwards to establish the relationship between the objective and subjective, capitalism and workers' experiences. Sartre, 1957-1963, pp 56-7, 66, 82, 96-7, 100, and 26-7, 170-1, and Passim. In the critique, Sartre gave more emphasis to the Marxist pole of his rapprochement. Sartre insisted on the validity of the dialectical method of dialectical reason in the human sciences. He opposed this to a mechanistic materialism that explains the development of phenomena purely in terms of their external causes. In contrast with the analytical reason of such a dialectics of nature that treats social phenomena as if they were phenomena of the physical world, Sartre stresses the importance of studying totalization rather than static totalities and argues that only dialectical reason can comprehend that process. He also argued that the observer had to involve himself in the project of those observed. Value-free knowledge based on analytical reasoning was impossible and the observer had to grasp totalization from within history. These arguments were then applied to Sartre's structural, historical anthropology. The historical moment of this approach was grounded in his earlier existentialist philosophy and emphasized the mediating role of the project, of human creativity, in the totalization of social relations. Sartre discussed the dialectical circularity involved as individuals moved through different stages of organization, from isolation or atomization, seriality, through various forms of coordination, ranging from fusion into groups up to full institutionalization. Within this complex, dialectical movement, however, the series, with its isolation, passivity, and atomization, is treated as the characteristic form of social relation in alienated societies. The structural, or sociological, moment emphasized the complex interrelations among different levels of experience and attributed to each level its own specificity. Among the structures he considered were material production, law, and the state. In conclusion, Sartre insists that the complexities of the social whole mean that it cannot be understood in terms of a mechanical, monistic materialism according to which the base determines the superstructure. Only a concern for the dialectical totalization of history will reveal this. Thus, 29. The dialectical reason advocated by Sartre is anti-economistic, historicist, and humanist in much the same manner as Western Marxism more generally. Poulantzas' Preliminary Studies. Poulantzas's early analyses of law are firmly grounded in the debate between existentialism and Marxism and attempt to take it further. His interest in law is not that of a legal practitioner but that of a philosopher. His philosophical project is to synthesize existentialism and Marxism, and his principal concern is to transcend the dualism between fact and value to provide an axiological basis for political practice. He hoped to develop an axiology of projects, i.e., criteria for choosing among projects according to their contribution to the development of human freedom. This concern is already apparent in a preliminary study on ethics and history, 1961b. This considered the classical dualism of the ethic of intention and the ethic of result as reflected in the work of such Western Marxist theorists as Sartre and Lukács, Merleau-Ponty and Max Adler, Ghirotti and Gortz. It took the form of a resume of a projected critique of the determinist ethics of orthodox Marxism and the development of an existentialist, humanist ethics of political action. Although this project was never completed, it nonetheless anticipated many of the arguments of his doctoral dissertation. In this sense it reveals the extent to which Poulantzas was already critical of orthodox, Stalinist Marxism. For our purposes the main conclusions of ethics and history can be summarized in the following 5 arguments. Firstly, existentialism and Marxism have a common ontological basis insofar as both argue that existence precedes essence. This can be seen in the importance of the project in existentialism and praxis in Marxism. Secondly, despite certain tension and ambiguities over the classical dualism of intention and result, both approaches ultimately adhere to an ethics result. For existentialism, free will is authentically exercised only when it affirms and advances individual liberty, and, for orthodox Marxism, one must do what is historically necessary from the viewpoint of the temporarily ascendant, progressive class. Thirdly, insofar as they share this commitment to an ethics of result, both approaches also pose the issue of the relation between fact and value. 30. Between liberty and necessity, and between these two relations. Poulantzas then criticizes those attempts to establish the unity of fact and value that depend on determinist arguments. These include Max Adler's mechanical ascription of norms to individuals as an automatic reflection of historical necessity, Lukács's derivation of the moral superiority of proletariat from its objective character as the only universal class, i.e., the only class which can act as the bearer of the interests of mankind as a whole, or Gortz's argument that the proletariat is superior because it is necessarily more active than other classes in struggling against alienation. In each case Poulantzas argues that these arguments cannot provide the basis of a Marxist axiology. For they reduce freedom to compliance with an externally given, objective necessity. This means, fifthly, that a non-determinist approach to the unity of fact and value must be adopted. This should provide an internal account of the common genetic origin of fact and value in the practical projects of individual or class subjects. This has already been shown for the individual level by existentialism. It can also be established for the historical level of class action. One should start from the original freedom of the individual and argue that individuals will in the long run freely opt for a fundamental historical project oriented towards an authentic, non-alienating, hence socialist, future. Thus Poulantzas concludes that it is because man is originally free that his history is a project towards his liberty, 1961b, p. 48. These ideas are developed in Poulantzas's doctoral dissertation. This is particularly concerned with the nature of law as a side of the unity of fact and value. Before embarking on his dissertation, however, Poulantzas first wrote a thesis on the rebirth of natural law in Germany after the Second World War, 1962, hereafter RDN. Here he claims that the rebirth of natural law doctrines represented a reaction by German jurists to the extreme positivism of law in the Nazi period, cf. Friedman, 1967, pp 155-6. Poulantzas argues that this insistence on the normative link between law and justice cannot be attributed in any simplistic fashion to the impact of working class demands or to working class struggles. For there was a period of relative quietude in the class struggle after 1945. Moreover, there was a radical reaction throughout society, not just within the working class, against the values of the Third Reich, RDN, pp 3-4, 11, 12-14n. 31. In this context, Poulantzas then considers two approaches to the relationship between fact and value in natural law doctrines. He considers idealist approaches, whether of a neo-Kantian or culturalist kind, and, secondly, realist approaches based on the concept of the Natur der Sache or nature of the thing. In the context of legal theory, this concept refers to the need to translate real, extra-legal, phenomena, which often have their own immanent values, into legal institutions and norms. Thus social changes must be reflected in legal change, cf. Friedman, 1967, pp 203-5. The major part of Poulantzas's memoir comprises a critical review of different jurisprudential theories of natural law, RDN, pp 16-158. It does so within the framework of an account of how theories are restructured through the progressive adaptation of old elements to new exigencies so that old concepts gain new connotations and/or through the survival of old methodologies within a new conceptual scheme. In the latter case, the resulting chevauchement or interweaving of theoretical structures is said to result in internal incoherence. Here Poulantzas cites the uneasy juxtaposition of idealist and realist elements in most of the theories he considers, RDN, pp 7-10, 148-9, and Passim. Poulantzas is particularly critical of the intrusion of idealist elements into the realist approach based on the nature of things and the incoherence that results. But he also argues that this approach can be developed fruitfully and without incoherence if it is combined with the insights of French rather than German existentialism. 4. While the latter is distrustful of all social relations as inauthentic, the former can provide a sociological account of authentic values, RDN, pp 149, 153-5. This conclusion provides the starting point for his dissertation. These two works on ethics and history and the rebirth of natural law in Germany are essentially preliminary studies. Thus we should suspend judgment on them until we have outlined the main arguments of the doctoral thesis itself. But it should already be noted how Poulantzas moves easily within the parameters of Western Marxism and existentialism, and also how he is already critical of orthodox, or Eastern, Marxism for its determinism. In relation to the three sources of his thought, it is also interesting to note that, although the concept of Natur der Sache was applied to law principally in Germany, Poulantzas chooses to interpret it within the framework of French philosophy. Let us see how these preliminary studies are developed. 32. The nature of things. English language commentaries have located Poulantzas's contributions to legal philosophy in the phenomenological tradition, example Friedman, 1967, p. 207, Sinha, 1976, p. 857. But his own writings make it clear that Poulantzas rejects the phenomenological approach in favor of an existentialist Marxist analysis of law inspired by Sartre. The role of existentialism in this analysis is to found an ontology of human action in which there is an implicit unity of fact and value. The role of Marxism is to found a sociology of base superstructure relations and thereby locate the place of law within the social whole. And the role of Sartre is to provide the method of dialectical reason that permits a coherent synthesis of existentialism and Marxism. These themes can be explored through a brief summary of Poulantzas's thesis. In La Nature des Choses, Poulantzas offered an ambitious analysis of law in a novel and original existentialist Marxist framework. This analysis was based on an ontology of man in the world who was always already in association with others, and 2. A sociology grounded in the distinction between infra and superstructure. In this context, it was oriented to the specificity of the different regions within these two main levels and to their interrelations. This attempt was quite self-consciously anthropological or humanist in intent. It was justified in terms of the dialectical unity, or structural totality, of fact and value immanent in the nature of things. Indeed, poulantzas directed his arguments against those philosophies and sociologies of law that start out from the neo-Kantian antinomy of fact and value. To these approaches he counterposed the claim that the unity of fact and value is immanent both in individual action and in collective praxis. This emphasis on the dialectical unity of fact and value as an immanent property of the real world derives in turn from the concept, then current in German and French legal theory, of the Natur der Sache or nature des choses. In developing this concept in a Marxist direction, poulantzas argued that there is naturally an immanent link between the factual and the ideal in human action, that the material side of this immanence is the dialectic of labor and needs, and that, in this dialectical link, labor is primary. For this clarification, see 1964b, pp 249-50. In NDC, poulantzas develops this theme in two ways. First, poulantzas uses this concept in an existentialist Marxist framework intended to capture the social character of man in the 33 world. This approach stands in marked contrast to the more usual phenomenological analysis with its focus on the individual actor or agent seen as isolated rather than as social in character. Secondly, he combines this analysis of the ontological substratum of human action with an account of its sociological and historical overdetermination. This enables poulantzas to break with the eternist, atemporal, ahistorical generalities of phenomenology and, we might add, of the existentialist theories propounded by Sartre before his rapprochement with Marxism. Poulantzas argues that the methodology of a discipline cannot be distinct from a primordial ontological consideration of the very object of this discipline, NDC, p. 175. Accordingly, he begins his account of law with a general ontological investigation of individual action and collective praxis and then applies this to the particular domain of law. The ontological substratum of all levels of action and praxis in a society is said to be the activity of man in the world, not an isolated man but a man in association with others. This allegedly implies the unity of fact and value because man can only exist and act by virtue of values embodied in projects. In turn, these values only exist because man must exist, must look towards an as yet unrealized but valued future. This general ontology has important axiological implications and, in developing these, poulantzas follows Sartre closely. Because man is ontologically free, he must choose liberty as the only authentic expression of his nature, and, because man is always already social, an argument developed within existentialism by Merleau-Ponty and accepted by Sartre, this liberty must be one that takes account of the liberty of others. It might be objected that these axiological principles are just as abstract and general as Kant's categorical imperative and its application to law. For Kant argued that law is the aggregate of the conditions under which the arbitrary will of one individual may be combined with that of another under a general inclusive law of freedom, cited in Friedman, 1967, p. 159. Poulantzas concedes this and argues that his principles acquire concrete and particular meaning through their overdetermination, to use a later, structuralist concept, at the sociological and historical level. This is where poulantzas's approach is particularly distinctive. For he attempts to combine an ontology of law with a coherent sociology of law and to do so within a Marxist perspective. Poulantzas first argues, however, that his general ontology has 34 important implications for legal ontology in two areas, interpersonal relations and the relation of men to things. Thus he argues that legal obligations to others are ontologically rooted in the relation of moi autrui. This refers to the mutual implication of the individual actor and other actors in the world and the mutual presupposition of their liberties and labor. Likewise, he argues that property relations are rooted ontologically in the collective satisfaction of needs through objects that satisfy socially grounded, socially mediated needs for the individual and/or the community. These arguments do not justify an emphasis on individual liberties or the legal necessity of private property. The social and historical fact that bourgeois societies stress individual rather than collective liberties is not necessary on ontological grounds. Nor is the fact that they stress private property rather than public property. Indeed, there is no reason to suppose that these legal institutions and norms must be universal or eternal. Individualism is mediated through the social and historical contextualization of the general ontology. Likewise, private property is only one possible form of relation between men and real objects, NDC, pp 105-52. With these arguments, Poulantzas completes his presentation of the ontological substratum of social relations in general and legal relations in particular. Poulantzas then attempted to transpose these views to the terrain of sociology. This requires a two-pronged approach. It requires a sociological account of society as a structural totality based on the unity of its infra and superstructures, and, within this context, dialectical reason must be applied to the specific mediations and intercalations which endow the juridical system in modern, capitalist societies with its particular form. Here Poulantzas argues that law can only be studied adequately through the notion of structure as the product of the totalizing, structuring activity in and through which men realize both facts and values. Moreover, this structure must be examined in terms of the étagement, stratification, that occurs within the infrastructure and superstructure as well as between them. Poulantzas argues that each level has its own particular properties and reciprocal influence within the social totality. He also notes that the structure of the whole society is determined in the last instance by the economic level. This role falls to the economic level because it is only here that the primary needs of man can be satisfied. Finally, Poulantzas agrees with Sartre and Goldman that social scientific objectivity is only possible insofar as the observer identifies 35. With historically progressive values. It cannot come from giving a purely causal, deterministic account according to the canons of analytical reasoning, NDC, pp 167-85, 212-38. In this way, Poulantzas established the epistemological and methodological foundations of his sociological analysis. This involves a dialectical account of the modern legal system. He identifies the four main features of modern law as abstraction, generality, formalism, and reglementation, i.e., codification and reversibility through a system of rules providing for the legitimate transformation of the law and prohibiting illegitimate change. Poulantzas stresses that these four properties must be understood both as internal attributes of modern law and as an externally determined effect of the economic base. Only through locating them in this dialectical fashion can one avoid a purely internalist norme logique as well as simple economic reductionism. The internalist approach is exemplified par excellence in Kelson's pure theory of law as a deductive science of legal norms derivable from a basic Grundnorm, see below. But Poulantzas is also critical of attempts to explain any given legal rule or juridical principle as the reflection of an immediate infrastructural need. He argues that, although a given law, juridical institution, or legal rule may sometimes correspond immediately to economic imperatives, this always represents a limit case. Even then, it must still be integrated into the legal system as a whole and conform to the specific formal characteristics of the modern legal system, NDC, pp 251-79. These formal characteristics are ultimately determined from the outside through the economic imperative confronting capitalist society, especially in its monopoly stage, of calculation, anticipation, and stability. But between the infrastructure of capitalist society and the specific forms that the legal system takes inside the superstructure there are significant mediations. Here Poulantzas follows Lucien Goldman in focusing on the crucial mediating role of the vision du monde, Weltanschauung or worldview, of the dominant economic class. For this provides the overarching superstructural reflex of the economic activities occurring at the base in a given conjuncture. Such worldviews are said to constitute the foundations for the unity of apparently disparate juridical structures. For their unity derives not only from common formal properties but also from the fact they share a substantive ideological content, NDC, pp 289-94. In this context, Poulantzas claims that the legal structure of modern, capitalist society is unified through its integration into a totalizing worldview. But this worldview finds its particular 36 Juridical expression in general legal principles and in the priority given to the juridical concept of public order. The nature of these principles and the meaning of public order change as capitalism evolves. This can be seen in the contrast between the emphasis on individual liberties and free will associated with the night watchman constitutional state of 19th century France and the étatisme of modern France, in which individual liberties are subordinated to economic planning and state intervention, NDC, pp. 295-342. Finally, Poulantzas applies his general axiological principles to the particular situation of modern, capitalist societies. Here he argues that only those legal values are valuable or authentic which promote socialization and social liberties, i.e., which promote socialism and undermine capitalism. Poulantzas explicitly rejects legal positivism, an order is an order, with all its overtones of the defense at the Nuremberg trials. For he argues that not all legal facts in their unity with values are equally valuable. In other words, whilst continuing to argue that the realm of law reveals a unity of fact and value, Poulantzas denies that all legal institutions and norms are equally valuable from the viewpoint of man's social existence. He argues that the practical liberty of man in and through the practical liberty of others, autrui, is only possible at the level of the human community. This practical liberty would comprise a relation of reciprocal recognition of men qua real subjects. This would occur through the realization and objectivation of their being as they engage in a common endeavor of material and spiritual labors to conquer nature and create a human world. I have also argued that the structure of these societies gives rise to phenomena which constitute in fact the very negation of the axiological indices grounded in the structural totality of fact and value, in human existence and social praxis, NDC, p. 347, my translation. Above all, argues Poulantzas, this is evident in the alienation of man in relation to his labor, in relation to others, etc., in the reification of social relations, in the reduction of being to having rather than doing, and so forth. In turn, this alienation and reification are rooted in the specific organization of the market and division of labor characteristic of capitalism, NDC, pp. 343-52. The axiological implications of this argument are evident. Thus Poulantzas concludes that 37. A juridical universe is valuable, a social and economic system acquires a positive axiological significance for the foundation of juridical values, insofar as it constitutes, historically, a move away from the human struggle against the facts which alienate and refy man towards the creation of a human universe, where man could create his own sense of worth, dignity, and realize his species being. It is valuable to the extent that it reflects directly and immediately the historically given possibilities, at a given moment and in regard to the future of man, of abolishing a universe of alienation and reification. Thus it is valuable to the degree that it constitutes a step in man's conquest, in the light of the circumstances and development entailed in the infrastructure and superstructure, of his own humanity, NDC, p. 348, my translation. In this sense Poulantzas worked within the framework of natural law theory, but he locates it within a new existentialist Marxist framework. This relativizes the meaning of natural law in terms of the long-term evolution of human society. It thereby ensures that his natural law doctrine does not involve an a priori, essentialist historical approach. Natural law is thus related to the nature of things in the social world, i.e., to the fact of the perpetual discovery by man of his own nature in a totalization process that is secured through the practical pursuit of a valued future. Accordingly, Poulantzas concludes that the nature of things can also be understood as a nature of becoming, nature du devenir, NDC, pp. 348-9. Other early philosophical and legal studies. Whilst working on his doctoral dissertation, Poulantzas also published a number of reviews and articles dealing with various epistemological, philosophical, and substantive issues in the field of law. A full list of these studies is given in the bibliography. In his reviews, Poulantzas returns to the problem of the unity of fact and value, the nature of things, and the role of existentialism and Marxism in solving this problem. Example 1962, pp 310-12, 1963b, pp 295-6. He also addressed the problem of the nature of things, 1964b, and the question of juridical ontology, 1964c. Both these articles recapitulate key arguments from his dissertation. Rather than go over familiar ground, we will concentrate on those articles dealing 38. With methodological problems in the Marxist theory of law and the state. In 1963, Poulantzas published some critical notes on phenomenology and existentialism and their implications for legal theory. He notes how phenomenological theorists of law insist on its irreducibility, the a priori character of legal concepts, the phenomenological reality or materiality of legal ideas, etc. Accordingly, they focus on the internal structure of law. But these strengths are also weaknesses. For phenomenology cannot locate law in the social totality, cannot understand the changing content of law, and cannot comprehend the unity of fact and value. A Sartrean existentialism can overcome these problems. It provides the means to study the interdependence of law and other social structures, to relate law to the changing social activity of man in the world, and to found an axiology of law. But even the most advanced existentialist views of law, example those of Mayhofer, run the risk of serontologism, i.e., of treating the generic, species being of man as the sole basis of legal norms rather than as a general substratum beneath the specific social and historical conditions that directly determine legal facts and values. This conclusion points to the need for a rapprochement between existentialism and Marxism, 1963a, Passim. In an important study published at this time, Poulantzas criticized other Marxist approaches to law for their economism and /or voluntarism. Thus he suggests that the work of theorists such as Stuka and Pashukanis simply reduce the legal system to a reflection of the interests of the dominant class and the relations among commodity owners. Conversely, theorists such as Reisner and Wyszynski merely offer a description of legal norms decreed by the state and treat the latter as a sovereign legal subject with its own rationality, 1964a, pp 275-78. To these unsatisfactory approaches, Poulantzas counterposes his interpretation of Marx's own approach. He argues that Marx examined the articulation of base and superstructure and attributed to each level its own internal structuration and reciprocal influence within the dialectical totality formed by a human community, 1964a, pp 278-82. In this context, Poulantzas suggests that the infrastructure has a real, material influence on the social whole, whereas the superstructure has a real, ideal, or axiological normative influence. He claims that Marx analyzed the specificity of the superstructures of law and the state in capitalism in terms of commodity production and 39. Exchange, and that he also examined the correspondence between these economic relations and the laws of property and contract in the modern legal system as it was mediated through the fundamental reality and value, Realitvalor, of an individualistic voluntarism. This value system or worldview, cf. the approach of Goldman, is reflected in the formal, abstract equality and liberty of capitalism and in the reification of social relations. Law has a definite reciprocal role in the structural whole because it provides the framework of calculability and forecasting, prevision, necessary for monopoly capitalism to operate, 1964a, pp 283-90. Poulantzas went on to argue that an adequate development of this analysis must follow the principles of the internal-external dialectical method. It must consider not only the internal logic of the four main principles of modern law, abstraction, generality, formalism, and reglementation, but also examine the external determinations of the system. Internally, it is necessary to investigate how the juridical system reveals a specific axiomatization, hierarchization of powers, and logical coherence such that superior norms validate inferior norms, cf. Engels to Schmidt, 1890, Kelsen, 1945, and Seriatim. Externally, it is necessary to show how this system is related to the exploitation of oppressed classes through the repressive power of the state. Continuing this dialectical method, it is also necessary to show how each juridical norm or institution that is engendered by economic imperatives at the base is then integrated into its distinctive place in the legal universe and thereby overdetermined by the legal order as a whole. 1964a, pp 290-4. In this article, Poulantzas also considers the state in its aspect of public law, i.e., as a juridical order with its own hierarchy of institutions and practices regulated according to their respective competences and the separation of powers. Here again, Poulantzas adopted the internal-external dialectical approach. He suggests that the state must be seen not only in terms of its specific institutional structures and values as mediations of class power in the political region, but also in terms of its class character as determined by the nature of the dominant economic class. From the internal viewpoint, the state presents itself as the axiological normative order of rules and juridical institutions taken as a whole, state organization. From the external viewpoint, the state presents itself as the repressive force which, through the 40 rules and juridical institutions comprising it, aims at class exploitation. State organization as instrument, 1964a, p. 297. This approach has clear implications for political strategy. Thus, Poulantzas argues that the conquest of power by the working class requires the democratization of the state considered internally, so that its internal, formal, but mediated, links with capital can be broken, and it requires its dictatorialization considered externally, i.e., its use as an instrument of power over the bourgeoisie. In this sense, there are two sides of popular democratic struggle that the working class must contest if it is to break out of its subaltern status. It must establish a dictatorship over the bourgeoisie and democratic power vis-a-vis the people. 1964a, p. 299. Finally, having noted above that Poulantzas attempts to synthesis existentialism and Marxism in developing his own distinctive account of the nature of things, it is worth recording that Poulantzas by no means wholly accepted the Sartrean approach to a rapprochement between these schools. For, in the same year that his dissertation was published, Poulantzas presented a short, critical review of Sartre's critique of dialectical reason and its implications for law. He defends Sartre's approach as representing an important advance on other Marxist advocates of a humanist anthropology. For he praises Sartre's twin emphases on the mediations between the individual and the social group and on the ontological connections between the external, material world and human praxis. He also suggests that Sartre's analysis of the statutary group, i.e., a group organized around a pledge and enjoying its own regulated order, grounds the specificity of the juridical level as an axiological normative relation. Thus it does not reduce law to brute force and or force sanctioned in moral or religious terms. 1965a, pp 96-7. Yet Poulantzas is also critical of Sartre. In particular, he attacks him for taking as his point of ontological departure the individual praxis of the solitary man rather than the economico-social structures of society at a given stage of development. This allegedly leads Sartre to link law and the state to certain general ontological coordinates. This is inconsistent with the analyses of the mature Marx. The latter give a key role to new concepts such as mode of production, forces and relations of production, social class, class struggle, base and superstructure, ideology, etc. Lacking such concepts, Sartre merely provides an account of the presuppositions of all possible forms of 41. Law or state. He must treat variations therein as an afterthought rather than as integral elements in the development of societies. He cannot provide an account of a specific, historically determined legal system or state. In the final analysis, therefore, Sartre's approach is ahistorical. 1965a, pp 86-93. Poulantzas argues that this is reflected in a persistent ambiguity in Sartre's work. Thus the state is founded once on a particular economico-social structure at the base and then on a universal, ahistorical, ontologically given mode of sociality, example the opposition between master-slave or between fraternity and terror. Poulantzas concludes that Sartre's approach entails a surontologism, or over-ontologism. For ontological analyses constantly duplicate and overlap, Recovrant, Economico-Social Analyses, 1965a, pp 104-5, 106n. This critique depends on arguments drawn from Louis Althusser. This is especially clear in the importance Poulantzas now attaches to the works of the mature Marx as opposed to the young Marx. But Poulantzas still stakes out the main ground of his critique in terms of his own dialectical, anthropological, ontological method. This critique thus bears all the marks of a transitional piece, and it provides an appropriate bridge to the criticism of Poulantzas's early work. A critique of the early Poulantzas. Within his chosen field of analysis, the early work of Poulantzas in the philosophy and sociology of law marks an important advance. Thus Michel Villey, the doyen of legal philosophy in post-war France and someone who favored an Aristotelian or Thomist solution to the axiological problems addressed by Poulantzas, is happy to acknowledge the originality and significance of his existentialo-Marxist approach to the unity of fact and value. Villey, 1965a, pp 711, and 1965b, pp 169-70. Likewise, Wolfgang Friedmann, the eminent legal theorist and a proponent of sociological jurisprudence rather than Marxist analyses, described Poulantzas's dissertation as probably the most ambitious and comprehensive attempt to make the concept of the nature des choses the link between phenomenological and existentialist approaches to life and law. Friedmann, 1973, p. 356. It is particularly ironic, therefore, that Poulantzas proved to be his 42. own harshest critic. For in later years Poulantzas consigned his dissertation, so to speak, to the gnawing criticism of the mice and refused to countenance its republication. He charged it with historicism and humanism and disowned it in favor of a more structuralist analysis. Accordingly, it could prove interesting to consider not only the merits, if any, of Poulantzas's early work but also to use it to illustrate the criticisms he later makes of historicism and humanism. There is little doubt that Poulantzas made an important, if today largely unrecognized, contribution to legal philosophy. Certainly a number of commentators of varying theoretical persuasion have offered positive assessments of Poulantzas as a phenomenological and/or existential Marxist theorist. His work should be located in relation to two trends in post-war thought. Firstly, it is linked to the revival of natural law doctrines after the Second World War as a reaction to the positivist tradition's failure to provide moral or juridical grounds for disqualifying Nazi law. This revival was particularly marked in German legal theory. Secondly, it is related to the philosophical rapprochement between existentialism and Western Marxism in post-war France. The first trend provided the general problem in legal theory that Poulantzas tackled, the axiological basis for distinguishing between good and bad law. It also provided the phenomenological concept of the nature of things as a particular solution to this problem. But it was the second trend that provided the key to Poulantzas's distinctive attack on the unity of fact and value and its relevance to the field of law. The dualism of fact and value certainly poses problems for legal philosophy. For it either leads to neo-Kantian doctrines of just law founded on pure reason and having minimum content, little historical specificity, and no institutional substance, or else it leads to a positivist or realist approach which deprives law of justice and value, destroying its normative force, and reducing it to its formal and/or substantive qualities in particular contexts. Cf. Villey, 1965b, p. 169. Poulantzas attempts to break through this impasse and provides a plausible, if ultimately unacceptable, axiology of law. Its plausibility stems from his use of Marxism to provide a social dimension to existentialist anthropology as well as his use of legal sociology to round out his legal ontology. Thus Poulantzas does not adopt as his starting point the activities of the isolated individual responding to situations of individual scarcity. Instead he situated existential action, through which man makes 43. himself, in terms of socialized labor and socialized needs. Likewise, his analysis of the nature of things from a phenomenological viewpoint is closely articulated with a concern for the historical development of the legal system and its articulation with other areas of the social whole. This stands in marked contrast with other work in the phenomenological tradition that shares the ahistorical and eternal character of neo-Kantian theories of just law. Thus, within his chosen framework, Poulantzas is able to make various telling criticisms of the dominant approach. In particular, he criticizes it for its asocial, ahistorical nature and its concomitant inability to deal adequately with changes in law and legal systems. But it is also clear that in developing such criticisms, Poulantzas places himself on the terrain of the existentialist and phenomenological traditions. This means that he can only effect theoretical displacements within an approach that remains fundamentally flawed. There are also important advances to be noted in Poulantzas's contribution to the sociology of law. In particular, the use of the so-called internal-external dialectic derived from Sartre appears to produce useful results in analyzing the modern state and modern law. Sartre himself does not explicitly call for the internal-external dialectic employed by Poulantzas, nor does Poulantzas directly refer to the progressive-regressive method recommended by Sartre. This reflects the different concerns of the two theorists. Whereas Sartre was concerned with the complex links between the objective and subjective, collective and individual, moments of a conjuncture, Poulantzas was concerned with the complex links between different structural levels in a social formation. But there is certainly some warrant for Poulantzas's claim to derive his internal-external dialectic from Sartre. In both the problem of method and critique of dialectical reason, Sartre refers to the need to study the internalization of the external and the externalization of the internal as part of an overall dialectical analysis. Sartre, 1957-1963, pp 126-7, 1960-1978, pp 71-6, and Passim. And Poulantzas himself suggests that his new approach applies Sartre's method of dialectical reason in contrast to the formal and a priorist analytical reason of modern jurisprudence, 1966a, pp 154-7. Let us see how this dialectic operates. One of the most pervasive and fascinating influences within modern legal theory has been the neo-Kantian positivism of Hans Kelsen, and the so-called Vienna School, with its concept of a purely 44. Internal Normlogik. This argues that an effective legal order must be hierarchically unified under a fundamental legal norm, Grundnorm, and backed up by effective coercive sanctions. It also declares the state and law to be identical and insists that in any one society only one sovereign, compulsive legal order is possible. Indeed, Kelsen argues that in any real, sociological state there will be many authorities, multitudinous relations of domination, numerous acts of commanding and obeying. Only the unity of the legal order justifies us in considering the state as a single system of domination. For the same reason, Kelsen denies that the state is a subject that exercises power. Its power is simply that of a valid and effective legal order. At best, he is prepared to concede that the machinery of state, the bureaucratic apparatus, is the material personification of the broader, formal legal order within a nation-state. He also suggests that the division between public and private law is ideological and simply serves to dissimulate private law as located beyond politics. Kelsen, 1945, pp 18-22, 45, 110-35, 181-3, 187, 194, 202-5, 255, and Passim. Poulantzas accepts that this formal, logical account of law holds for the modern legal system. He denies that it is valid for all legal systems, see especially, Poulantzas, 1966a, pp 154-7. Thus he attempts to locate this Normlogik historically without denying its effectivity. He is able to explain the development of a legal system with a distinctive, formally rational, rechtsstaatlich character in terms of its correspondence to a distinctive mode of production. At the same time he can give an account of the specific role that the modern legal system with its distinctive juridical logic plays in shaping the operation of law, economy, and civil society. In this way poulantzas is able to break with the unresolved problem of Kelson's pure theory of law, namely, the source of the Grundnorm from which all other principles can be derived through a process of legal reasoning. 4. Whilst recognizing the distinctive internal structure of the modern legal system, he can also produce an external account of its determination. But poulantzas's early analyses of law and the state are still heavily imbued with a normlogist approach. This is most obvious in his account of the four main traits of modern legal systems and his apparent reduction of the modern state to a sphere of public and administrative law. Even when he breaks with existentialism and moves towards structuralism, poulantzas still maintains certain themes from Kelson. Thus PPSC derives the unity of the capitalist. 45. State from the unity of its sovereign legal order. Likewise he denies that the state itself or its bureaucratic apparatus exercises power. Instead poulantzas defines state power in terms of the class in whose interests the effective juridico-political order operates, and he treats the bureaucratic apparatus as the personification, or trigger, of the political order, see chapter 3 below. And in later work poulantzas also argues that the distinction between private and public law is ideological. Only in SBS did poulantzas treat the state as a contradictory unity of legality and illegality and note that the state systematically infringes its own legality, see chapter 5 below. Poulantzas does not restrict his analysis to the formal, internal juridical structure of the state. He also considers its external determinations. But, although the early poulantzas goes beyond a purely normlogist approach, he often resorts to functionalism and/or to idealism to account for the position of law and the state within the capitalist society as a whole. The functionalism is apparent in the concept of the capitalist's needs to calculate the effects of law on his opportunities for profit, besoin de calcul de prévision. This concept is introduced without any real attempt to establish how these needs emerge and are mediated. The idealism is apparent in his resort to the notion of a worldview that informs or pervades the whole social formation and provides its point of ideological unification, example 1962, p. 314, NDC, pp 295-306. In the modern state this worldview is shaped by a juridico-political ideology akin to that described by Engels as the juristic world outlook, Engels, 1886, Passim. This approach provides some mediation between the economic base and the different levels or regions of the superstructure. But it remains problematic. For it implies that the social whole is unified through a world outlook that can be considered apart from specific institutional practices and strategies. A further theoretical problem arises because poulantzas places himself on the terrain of existentialism and phenomenology in developing the concept of the nature of things. 4. As poulantzas himself points out in his critique of Miliband's attempt to develop a Marxist theory of the state through a critique of pluralism, by employing the notions of the adversary to reply to him, one legitimizes them and permits their persistence, 1969a, p. 70. Thus, as poulantzas himself was among the first to note, his early studies are heavily imbued with historicism and humanism, 1967b, p. 160n, cfsbs, p. 86n. Indeed such an approach was the sine qua non of his 46. Attempt to develop a dialectical solution to the unity of fact and value as a basis for a philosophy and sociology of law. Without embracing humanism and historicism it would have been impossible to engage in such an enterprise. Humanism is evident in the fundamental theoretical concept of praxis adopted both by Sartre and poulantzas. Both theorists focus on the individual or collective actions of men that proceed from the exercise of free will and enable men to create themselves and values ex nihilo. Although one may prefer poulantzas's attempt to locate existential action in terms of socialized labor and socialized needs, it does not escape the charge of essentialism that can be leveled against Sartre. 4. Despite Sartre's insistence that existence precedes essence, i.e., that there is no preconstituted, essential human nature which man must realize, and hence that man makes himself through his own, idiosyncratic choice of projects. Both he and poulantzas presuppose an anthropological essence. For both theorists argue that men can make inauthentic choices due to the intervention of their socially conditioned environment and situation. Such choices are inauthentic because they deny men's essence as isolated individuals or socialized members of a community, and thereby express their alienation from a true state of individual or collective liberty. The very idea of inauthenticity casts doubt on the existence/essence distinction and suggests that an essentialist problematic of the subject is at the root of this approach. The idea of inauthenticity also reveals the historicism of poulantzas' early work. For the concept of valeurs valables or authentic values presupposes a rationality or teleology in history which enables one to judge the validity of values from some future reference point which is pregiven. Indeed, poulantzas makes this assumption quite explicit in his account of the preconditions of objectivity in the social, as opposed to natural, sciences, NDC, pp 187-204. Without such teleological, historicist assumptions, of course, poulantzas' approach would result in moral relativism or nihilism, since there would be no grounds for preferring one legal system over another. Cf. Vili, 1965b, p. 174, Sinha, 1976, pp 857-8. Conversely, if the future were absolutely and objectively predetermined and independent of human choice, it would result in an axiological fatalism, since certain values would necessarily surface from the unity of fact and value. Poulantzas, 1961b, cf. Sinha, 1976, pp 857-8. Perhaps it is for this reason that poulantzas adopts only a tendential, probabilistic approach to 47. Teleology and supplements it with a humanistic essentialism, 1961b and NDC. In this context, his teleology is characteristic of Hegelianist, Western Marxism. It relies on an interaction between base and superstructure effected through the role of productive forces as the motor force of history. In turn, these productive forces develop under the power of human praxis oriented to the satisfaction of economic needs. This reveals the close articulation that exists between humanism and historicism in his work, and shows how they form the fundamental presuppositions of the entire theoretical enterprise. The problems with such a humanist, historicist approach were emphasized in poulantzas' own work soon after NDC appeared. He suggested that humanism reduces Marxism to a philosophy of labor in which man makes himself, and reduces social relations, including class relations, to interhuman, intersubjective relations. In turn, historicism adopts a unilinear, teleological account of historical development and sees history as the product of a single, central, explanatory principle. In its most typical Marxist form, it involves an ideological, unscientific anthropology of Homo economicus. It relates the development of the economy as an economic space to material needs, needs which are always evolving but still provide an unchanging epistemological principle for delimiting the economic, and often leads to technological reductionism in the sense that social change is explained in terms of changes in the forces of production which meet these material needs. Moreover, in all its forms, argues poulantzas, historicism leads to the conception of the social whole as a circular totality, in which different levels are engendered through a single, central subject or instance, and which thereby simply express the nature of the subject under various phenomenal forms and appearances. PPSC, p. 237, 240-2, cf. 1967b, pp. 147-9. Concluding remarks. The early works of poulantzas can be considered as falling into two main areas, philosophy and sociology. In the field of philosophy, he pursued the chimera of establishing the dialectical unity of fact and value as a basis for an axiology of legal relations and institutions. Thus he elaborated a complex set of epistemological, ontological, and axiological arguments within the framework of an existentialist Marxist position. This located him firmly within the tradition of post-war 48 French philosophy and, Within these limits, he made a number of interesting theoretical advances. But he subsequently abandoned this particular philosophical approach and moved towards a structuralist position. Nonetheless, as I have already noted, certain themes from Sartrean existentialism are incorporated into his later work, see below and chapter 11. In addition, it should be noted that Poulantzas has always been concerned with questions of methodology and epistemology. He may have abandoned existentialism, but his use of it was certainly premised on an enduring concern with the scientific status of his theories of law and the state. In the field of sociology, Poulantzas developed an interesting account of the modern legal system and the modern state qua Rechtsstaat. He also tried to account both for their specific organizational principles, their overall functioning, and their determination within capitalist societies. In so doing, he drew both on Romano-German law and French philosophy to provide an internal-external account in the manner of Sartre. Thus his account of their internal determinations was inspired by the Vienna school and legal analysis more generally. It is also worth stressing here that Poulantzas's account of their substantive class character and its external determinations was apparently indebted to Sartre. Indeed, one could say that Sartre anticipates many of Poulantzas's key arguments about the state. For Sartre clearly identifies its role in transcending the internal divisions within the dominant classes, emphasizes the links between its institutional unity and its position as the site of sovereign power, notes how this unity depends on the seriality, isolation, mutual separation, of the dominated and dominant classes alike, refers to the heterogeneity, institutional separation, and autonomy of the state in pursuing the national interest, and observes how the state's role in maintaining the established order also serves the interest of the dominant classes. Sartre, 1960-1978, pp 635-42, cf. Poulantzas, 1965a, pp 100-101. These arguments are similar to those later presented in PPSC. This is particularly clear in Poulantzas's views on the state's role in forming a power bloc, the importance of the isolation effect, the relative autonomy and class unity of the state, and the state's role as a factor of cohesion, see Chapter 3. Nonetheless, these early sociological works do not present a detailed regional account of the bourgeois state itself. Poulantzas certainly began to elaborate crucial arguments about the relative autonomy of modern law, the specifically capitalist institutional 49 forms of law and the state, their role in the institutional mediation of political class domination, and the importance of juridico-political ideology in modern societies. But he also focused on the internal-external determinations of law in capitalist societies and dealt only indirectly with their implications for the state. Accordingly, these arguments were not brought to fruition. The decisive break in his work on the state had to await two shifts. Firstly, there was a philosophical shift from existentialism to structuralism. For, although his arguments on law and the state are to some extent independent of his approach to philosophical problems, they could only be fully developed by going beyond existentialism. Poulantzas himself noted the extent to which his early philosophical and legal analyses were marred by their common commitment to humanism and historicism. Only by breaking with these commitments could Poulantzas exploit the normlogis approach, and legal theory more generally, and integrate them with his Marxist sociology of law and the state. But, secondly, there had to be a shift in primary concerns away from philosophy and the law to a primary concern with the political sociology of the state. In these respects, two separate and, indeed, somewhat antagonistic, influences are crucial, the French philosophy of Althusser and the Italian Marxism of Gramsci. For Althusser provided the philosophical means to break with the surontologism of Sartrean existentialism and thus to go beyond a humanist and historicist account of the capitalist state. And Gramsci provided the substantive concepts to locate Poulantzas's emerging ideas about law and the state in the context of capitalist societies. Thus the decisive intellectual origins of PPSC are not found in Poulantzas's early training in law, which remains a constant. More significant by far are the shift in French philosophy and the introduction of Italian Marxism into Poulantzas's work. Endnotes. 1 Gramsci is unique among pre-war Western Marxists can safely be ignored. In this context. 50. Part 2. Theories of the capitalist state. 3. Towards a regional theory of politics. Mark Poster remarks that, just when existential Marxism emerged, there was an abrupt shift in the French intellectual mood towards structuralism, 1975, p. 306. This break occurred largely during 1965–67 and one of its expressions was a structuralist Marxism initiated by Althusser. Poulantzas was an enthusiastic participant in this shift and was obviously influenced, if not fully converted, by the Althusserian school. Indeed, whilst his own existential Marxist doctoral thesis was published in 1965, by 1967 he had completed the preparatory work for PPSC with its structuralist inspiration. But it was not just an epistemological break that Poulantzas underwent during this period. His main field of interest also shifted from the philosophy of law to the political sociology of the capitalist state. In studying the latter he also drew significantly on the work of Gramsci and other Italian Marxists. First thoughts on hegemony and the state. During this crucial transitional period Poulantzas was influenced by developments in Italian political theory and philosophy as well as changes in the French intellectual mood. Indeed Poulantzas himself suggests that contemporary French Marxism was retarded compared with Italy and adds that it was Della Volpe, Seroni, Coletti, and Rossi who laid the foundations for a positive, scientific Marxism, 1969 c. p. 8. His interest in their work was grounded in the emerging theoretical and political crisis of Stalinism and its repercussions within France. Theoretically this crisis was expressed in heated debates concerning humanism, economic determinism, Marxist dialectics, the relationship between Marx and Hegel, the distinction between science and ideology, structures and their genesis, and the fundamental determinants of the capitalist mode of production. Politically it was expressed in a reappraisal of orthodox Marxist-Leninist strategies and their supposed application in the theory of state monopoly capitalism that influenced the French Communist Party. In this context Poulantzas sought to distance himself not only from existentialism but also from Stalinism. In doing so he turned initially to the epistemological approach of the Della Volpian school and to the substantive political insights of Gramsci. This turn is already evident in his 1964 essay on Law and the State, which draws on Della Volpe and Seroni as well as existential Marxism, CPP 00-00 above. It is even clearer in subsequent remarks on hegemony and the capitalist state. Poulantzas begins preliminaries to the study of hegemony in the state by summarizing the orthodox Marxist approach. This is supposed to see the state as an essentially repressive instrument that is manipulable exclusively and at will by a single, economically dominant, unitary class subject, 1965b, pp 863-5. In opposition to this instrumentalist voluntarist approach Poulantzas insists on 2 points. Firstly, he argues that the state must be treated as a specific structural ensemble with its own effects on the reproduction of a society divided into classes. And, secondly, he argues that classes are not endowed with an abstract, unifying consciousness but are actually constituted as political forces through the state itself 1965b 866-9. In presenting his own account of the state Poulantzas adopts an external-internal approach. He considers its external determination by the dominant mode of production and examines the internal determinations grounded in the state's institutional structure. Thus the difference between pre-capitalist and capitalist states derives from their respective relations of production and the latter's contrasting implications for the organization of political conflict. But it is the nature of hegemony as the unique organizing principle of the capitalist state that determines its precise form and function. Pre-capitalist relations of production were mediated through the natural ties of producers to a hierarchist community. Social relations assumed a mixed, economic corporate character and generated mixed, economic corporate conflicts of interest. In pre-capitalist societies, in other words, there was no clear separation between the economic, political, or social spheres. Conversely, 54. Capitalism rests on the individual freedom of producers. This entails an opposition between the particular private interests of individual producers in the economic sphere and their common political interests in an orderly framework for exchange relations. In turn, this is associated with the institutional separation between the private sphere of civil society and the public sphere of the political. These differences are reflected in differences in the structure and functions of the state. Thus Poulantzas argues that pre-capitalist states were based on the monarchical principle or divine right and openly exclude exploited classes from full participation in the political sphere. In contrast, the capitalist state is characterized by popular sovereignty and the secular responsibility of the state to the people. As formally free and equal individuals, the people participate in politics as citizens through universal suffrage rather than in their capacities as producers. In turn, this means that the economic corporate state of slave-holding or feudal societies, or, indeed, bourgeois societies in exceptional times, relied on force to impose the immediate private economic interests of the dominant class. Conversely, the hegemonic bourgeois state must guarantee, at least in a formal and abstract manner, the universal, general interest of all its citizens. It does this by mediating politically among the competing private interests of its citizens and counterposing them to their general, public interest. 1965 BPP 870-6. Thus capitalist societies have a quite specific dynamic. The autonomization of economics from politics means that the former is dominated by surplus value and exchange as the direct aim and motive of production. Conversely, the autonomization of politics from economics permits a distinctive, sui generis mode of political class domination. Under capitalism, the separation of the economic and political institutions involves more than a specialized coercive apparatus set apart from the people. It actually involves excluding extra economic coercion from economic organization. This is crucial because the state can then operate as a universalizing instance outside and above the economic realm. Political struggle thus revolves around control of this universalizing instance and requires the dominant class to portray its specific interests as those of the nation as a whole. Thus politics is constituted as the field of hegemony, 1965b, pp 880-2. This analysis implies that the modern state cannot conform unequivocally to the immediate economic interests of the dominant. 55. Class, es. For the universalizing instance also offers guarantees to the economic corporate interests of the dominated class, es. This contrasts with the situation in the pre-modern state. There the interests of conflicting classes are subject at best to marginal, mechanical compromise and political power is fragmented among different groups. But the capitalist state must have a definite institutional unity and a certain measure of autonomy. Without these properties it could not impose short-term economic sacrifices on the dominant class, es, to secure their long-term political domination, 1965b, 882-4. Intellectuals and ideological class struggle are very important here because all social relations in capitalist societies appear as relations of consent underpinned as necessary by resort to constitutionalized, legitimate violence. More generally, Poulantzas argues that the modern state must be analyzed as a contradictory unity of direction domination, organization coercion, in all areas of social relations, 1965b, 885-93. Poulantzas does not restrict the notion of hegemony to the political relation between dominant and dominated classes. He also applies it to the relations within the dominant classes. He argues that the bourgeoisie is divided into competing fractions with conflicting interests. This means that it cannot secure its general interests simply through a mechanical game of compromise and or purely tactical alliances. Instead, it must be unified through the hegemony of a specific fraction of capital that can advance the particular interests of all fractions. But this analysis raises the problem of how the power block comes to be unified. Poulantzas explicitly rejects two possible explanations. He denies the argument of state monopoly capitalism theories that a relatively unified power block emerges through the imposition of the economic corporate interests of the dominant fraction on other fractions and classes. He also denies that it could be secured through a state that comprised no more than a disparate ensemble of dislocated powers and counterpowers and therefore could not organize and lead a bourgeois power bloc, 1965b, 1048-58. Instead, poulantzas seeks an explanation in the specific institutional structure of the state. For a unified power bloc can only be created where the state possesses its own unity and relative autonomy, and these properties are engendered through the structural organization of the state itself, 1965b, 1061-66. Thus poulantzas argues that the state plays a major role in organizing. 56. Hegemony within the power bloc as well as in mobilizing the active consent of the dominated classes. Italian politics and French philosophy. We have seen that many of the key substantive arguments of Poulantzas's subsequent theory of the capitalist state are presented here before he embraced Althusserian Marxism. Why did Poulantzas later come to develop these arguments within the framework of structuralist Marxism? There are two aspects to an explanation. Firstly, why did he reject the epistemological and political analyses of the Della Volpian school? And, secondly, why did he come to accept a structuralist approach? These aspects are clearly related. Poulantzas himself remarked that he increasingly found the Della Volpians unsatisfactory on various issues involved in the crisis of Stalinism, 1967d, p. 8. Conversely, he found Althusser's answers more convincing. The latter's collection of essays, For Marx, and the collective work on Reading Capital were both published in 1965. In particular, Poulantzas accepted Althusser's claim that the distinction between civil society and the state, which underpinned his own work and was directly borrowed from the Della Volpian school, was unscientific, and he agreed that Gramsci's concept of hegemony was contaminated by historicism. More generally, Poulantzas accepted the epistemological claims of Althusserian structuralism and thus shared in the general shift in the French intellectual mood. This new approach emerges in Poulantzas's work in the 2 years following publication of his first thoughts on hegemony and the state. This work includes a strangely ambivalent appraisal of Althusser's structuralism. On the one hand, Poulantzas argues that Althusser's work provides for a definitive break with Sartre's historicist thematic of praxis as well as with the structuralist approach of Levi-Strauss with its effective denial of any historical development. In particular, he welcomed the concept of structure in dominance as the key to analyzing the complex structure of social formations. Althusser had introduced this concept to differentiate the Marxist account of totality from both Hegelian essentialism, in which each part is an equivalent expression of the same essence, and a crude base superstructure economism, in which non-economic elements are mere epiphenomena of an autonomous economic base. He saw the 57. Social totality as constituted by different levels, each with their own relative autonomy and reciprocal effects within the whole, whose unity is secured by the dominance of one level, not necessarily the economic, over the others, and whose dominant level is determined in the last instance by the overall character of the relations of production. Althusser, 1965, pages 200-17. On the other hand, Poulantzas criticized Althusser for failing to develop the crucial concept of structure in dominance so that the relations between the economic and the political can be analyzed rigorously. As it is, Poulantzas felt that Althusser could well be led into an empiricist pluralism of different levels or else into an a priori privileging of the political moment as the site of all class struggles, 1966c, pages 1960-9 and 1974-81. This criticism is certainly correct. In addition, it is worth noting that Hindus and Hurst have vigorously and rightly contested the overall utility of this key structuralist concept on the grounds that it is really another form of essentialism. Hindus and Hurst, 1975, pages 123-45. Despite these reservations, Poulantzas happily exploited Althusser's critique of humanism and historicism and the concept of structure in dominance in his own work. Thus his contributions to the second week of contemporary thought in Athens took up his earlier discussion of hegemony and recast it in Althusserian terms. They also adumbrate his subsequent discussion of the complex structural determination of social class relations, 1966d, 1966e. Elsewhere Poulantzas criticized Anderson and Nairn for adopting an historicist and subjectivist account of hegemony in their work on the British state. He called instead for a separate, regional theory of ideology, 1967a, see Chapter 7. The same reliance on Althusser's critical method can be found in his comments on the theoretical object of capital and his suggestion that the concept of structure in dominance is the key to understanding Marx's approach to historical and economic analysis, 1968a, pp 236-47. Finally, in an influential article on the Marxist theory of law, Poulantzas criticizes orthodox Marxists for their economism and /or voluntarism. Thus Pashukanis and Stuka are criticized for treating private law as a simple epiphenomenon of the economic base, and Reisner and Vyszynski are slated for interpreting law as the incarnation of the will of the dominant class. Poulantzas prefers to treat law as a specific region within a complex structure in dominance. In other words, without questioning the ultimately determining role of the economic, law should be treated as having its own structural principles and specific. 58. Effects on Social Reproduction, 1967b, pp 145-9 and 159-60, CFPPSC, pp 256-7. Thus we see Poulantzas in transit from an existentialist to a structuralist Marxism. En route he undertook a brief detour through Italian Marxist philosophy but remained committed to the more general, Gramscian approach of Italian politics. Poulantzas used Althusser's arguments in two ways. Firstly, he criticized the dominant Marxist approaches to law, the state, and ideology. Secondly, he invoked Althusser to justify his own attempt to produce regional theories of the political and ideological. But, even if he had wanted to do so, Poulantzas could not draw on Althusser in developing his substantive arguments. Neither Althusser nor his close associates in the Cercle d'Ulm had as yet tried to specify Marx's views on the state and or to present an original account of its relative autonomy and specific functions in capitalism. Thus, although he derived his basic epistemological and theoretical method from Althusserian Marxism, Poulantzas had to turn elsewhere for the sources of his regional theory. Here he engaged in a critical reading of the Marxist classics and also reworked his own, earlier arguments. In particular Gramsci's account of hegemony, now purged of its alleged historicism, provides a crucial theoretical resource. In this way Poulantzas moved towards that creative synthesis of French philosophy, Italian politics, and Romano-German law that is first presented in PPSC. Methodological Foundations for a Regional Theory. In introducing PPSC, Poulantzas clearly locates it within the Althusserian problematic. He refers at once to the basic epistemological propositions of Althusser's approach and develops his ideas on dialectical and historical materialism to justify a separate theory of the capitalist state. Thus PPSC is described as an attempt to produce a complex hierarchy of concepts for analyzing the political superstructure of the state in the CMP, i.e., to produce a regional theory of the state in a particular mode of production. Poulantzas argues that this cannot be achieved through a simple logical derivation of progressively more concrete concepts from the most abstract concepts. Nor can it be achieved through the simple subsumption of more concrete concepts under the most abstract as so many particular instances of the latter. Instead it requires a complex work of theoretical elaboration with due regard for the precise. 59. Location and function of various concepts. Above all, these must be clearly related to the movement from abstract to concrete and to the particular theoretical object, example the political region, on which they bear, PPSC, pp 11, 13, 16-17. Poulantzas suggests that a scientific study of the capitalist type of state requires three interrelated theoretical developments. Firstly, there is the historical materialist general theory of modes of production, class-divided societies, states, and politics, all viewed in isolation from specific modes of production. Secondly, there is the particular theory of the CMP that determines the exact place and function of the state and politics in the overall structural matrix of capitalism. And, thirdly, since the state is institutionally distinct within capitalism, and can therefore constitute a sui generis object of investigation, there is the regional theory of the capitalist state and politics, PPSC, pp 12, 16-18, 142. Unfortunately, poulantzas does not discuss the problems involved in developing and connecting these different concepts. At best we are provided with the answers implied in his own order of exposition. But this is far from complete. For poulantzas merely sketches the general theory of modes of production presented by Althusser et al. In reading Capital, and argues that capital itself provides the particular theory of the CMP and the regional theory of its economic level, PPSC, pp 16, 20-1, 25-33, cf 1968a, pp 243-7. This leaves him free to concentrate on the general theory of the state, social classes, and power, and on the regional theory of the capitalist state. Even here, as befits his rejection of any simple logical unfolding of concepts from some abstract starting point, poulantzas does not systematically construct his concepts. Instead, they are introduced as and when required. The concepts themselves are variously derived. Generally they stem from his reading of the political writings of Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Gramsci, but others are introduced through a critique of more recent Marxist and or pluralist theories. There is nothing intrinsically wrong with this approach, but poulantzas does not always establish how these concepts fit together in his complex hierarchy of determinations. State power and social classes. Poulantzas devotes the first part of PPSC to the general theory of politics, classes, and state power. Because he cannot yet introduce 60 concepts relating to particular modes of production and their corresponding forms of state, this general theory must focus on the fundamental class character and functions of the state and politics. Moreover, since he believes that classes are determined by the overall matrix of economic, political, and ideological structures rather than by economic structures alone, poulantzas deals with the state and politics before discussing classes. He suggests that the state is defined by its general function as the factor of cohesion or unity in a class-divided society. It is not defined by specific institutions. Indeed, the exact place of the state, i.e., its particular form, its institutional structure, and its boundaries, and its particular functions, as overdetermined by the general function, vary according to the mode of production and or society under consideration. Pursuing this class-theoretical approach, poulantzas advances three further general propositions. He suggests that the state reflects and condenses all the contradictions in a class-divided society and thereby constitutes the terrain for the most all-embracing political struggles. He argues that political practices are always class practices. And he claims that state power is always the power of a definite class to whose interests the state corresponds. But none of this means that the state should be seen as a mere tool of the dominant class. Instead, poulantzas is arguing that, insofar as the state successfully performs its general function in managing class contradictions and thereby securing social cohesion, it will maintain the political preconditions for the survival of the dominant mode of production. Moreover, because its general function is to maintain cohesion and manage the equilibrium of compromise among classes in struggle, state power cannot be manipulated by one class or fraction to the exclusion of others. Overall, then, poulantzas treats politics as a distinctive class practice which is concerned to maintain or alter the balance of class forces engaged in struggle on the terrain of a particular form of state, PPSC, pp 37-119. It is in this context that poulantzas develops his regional theory of the political under capitalism. His analysis of the CMP itself is rather cursory and depends on a global contrast between pre-capitalist and capitalist modes of production. He argues that the economic and political regions of the CMP are unique in their relative institutional separation or autonomy. This can occur because extra economic compulsion is excluded from the direct organization of capitalist production and because exchange relations mediate and validate economic organization. The economy is therefore freed from direct 61. Political coercion and operates under the dominance of market forces. Likewise, because extra economic force is no longer directly involved in production or exploitation, the state can monopolize and constitutionalize force and also specialize in its generic political function of maintaining social cohesion. These features of the economic and political regions have crucial implications for any analysis of capitalism. This does not mean that they are completely autonomous. The economic region still has political preconditions and the state still performs economic functions. But their institutional separation and functional specialization do mean that they can be treated as autonomous and distinctive objects of scientific analysis. Indeed, Poulantzas claims that Marx demonstrated this in Capital for the economic region and economic science, and he himself aims to do the same for the political region and political science. He also suggests that the autonomy of the political region justifies the exclusion of other determinations in discussing the capitalist state. Indeed, since the latter represents the global political interests of the power bloc rather than the immediate political interests of its various class, or fractional, elements, one must proceed from sui generis political concepts rather than from the economic categories of capital accumulation, PPSC, pp 17, 21, 29-32, 46, 50-1, 127, 129-31, 143n, 190, 226-7, 282. In developing the particular theory of the capitalist state, Poulantzas necessarily begins with the place of the political within the CMP. But this serves only two limited purposes. It establishes the general articulation between the relations of production and the constitution of economic agents as subjects in the juridico-political sphere, PPSC, pp 124-30. And it establishes the invariant structural limits within which various forms of state and regime can develop as capitalism moves from one stage to the next and/or as the balance of class forces shifts, PPSC, pp 142-5, 147-53, 309-10. Having established these points, Poulantzas focuses on the dynamic role of the class struggle and the specific institutional structures of the state. Thus the rest of PPSC concentrates on the state's relation to class practices, especially political struggle, and on its internal organizational principles. Moreover, within the general limits imposed by the matrix of the CMP and its periodization, primacy is given to the different fields of class struggle and, above all, to the struggle for state power, PPSC, pp 75-7, 135-7, 143, 148-51, 187-8, 309. 62. The isolation effect, class relations, and the state. Poulantzas argues that the structural matrix of the CMP involves an institutional separation of the different fields of class struggle. In turn, this permits their mutual dislocation and thereby poses the problem of how different struggles should be unified and directed. Nonetheless, to the extent that the political superstructure is the overdetermining level of the levels of the structure by concentrating their contradictions and by reflecting their relation, the political class struggle is the overdetermining level of the field of class struggles, the nodal point of the process of transformation, PPSC, pp 76-7, cf 75-77, 83-4, 89-93, 275. Accordingly, Poulantzas concentrates on the political class struggle and pays particular attention to how the state organizes and disorganizes different classes. Poulantzas argues that the juridico-political region has crucial effects on the class struggle. For it constitute the agents of production as individual juridical subjects rather than as members of antagonistic classes. Thus economic agents do not experience capitalist relations as class relations but as relations of competition among mutually isolated individuals and/or fragmented groups of workers and capitalists. This isolation effect extends to the entire field of economic relations in capitalist societies and permeates classes, example the peasantry or petty commodity producers, that belong to other modes of production, PPSC, pp 130-1, 213-4, 275-6, 310. The same effect occurs in the field of political class struggle. For law and juridica political ideology duplicate the fracturing of the private sphere in constituting the public as mutually isolated, individual citizens and/or political categories. But Poulantzas adds that the isolation effect in the private and public spheres is coupled with something we might term the unifying effect of the capitalist state. The latter presents itself as the strictly political, i.e., non-economic, public unity of the people-nation considered as the abstract sum of formally free and equal legal subjects. Thus the capitalist state is related to socio-economic relations as these are refracted through the isolation effect. In other words, class relations are constitutively absent from the organization of the capitalist state and its actions aim to secure cohesion and unity among individuated citizens. The individuals of civil society are formally free and equal, the state is the formally sovereign and 63. Classless embodiment of their unity, PPSC, pp 125, 133-4, 188-9, 213-6, 2234, 276-9, 288, 291, 310, 348-50. But the manner in which this cohesion and unity are realized is necessarily overdetermined by the need to reproduce class domination. Thus Poulantzas argues that the capitalist state has two contrasting but complementary functions to perform. Firstly, it must prevent any political organization of the dominated classes that would threaten to end their economic isolation and/or social fracturing. And, secondly, it must work continually on the dominant class fractions and/or classes to cancel their economic isolation and secure the unity of the power block and its hegemony over the dominated classes, PPSC, pp 136-7, 140-1, 188-9, 284-5, 287-9. This dual political task is achieved through the organization of a unified power block under the leadership of a specific class, fraction, and the successful presentation of its global political interests as those of the people-nation as a whole. In turn, this involves the continual negotiation of interests in an unstable equilibrium of compromise, to quote Gramsci, and requires real, albeit limited, material concessions to the economic corporate interests of subordinate classes, PPSC, pp 137, 190-1. None of this is easy to achieve. Indeed, Poulantzas suggests that the principal contradiction affecting the state revolves around its need to function as a class state at the same time as it excludes the class struggle as such from its center, PPSC, p. 189. This brief summary indicates how Poulantzas has recast his preliminary remarks on hegemony within a structuralist Marxist perspective. He has abandoned the distinction between civil society and the state, and he no longer sees the antagonism among private interests as grounded in the egoism of Homo economicus. But he transposes the former distinction into the juridico-political distinction between private and public, and he interprets individualism as an isolation effect likewise produced through the juridico-political region. Other refinements include the so-called general theory of politics, classes, and the state, and the specification of the particular theory of the structural matrix of capitalism in greater detail, but with less clarity, than the analogous account in the preliminary remarks. But the central argument still revolves around the nature and role of hegemony and its institutional mediation through the capitalist state. To see whether PPSC really adds anything here, we must consider how Poulantzas discusses the state and class struggle. 64. Fundamental characteristics of the capitalist state. Poulantzas is concerned with the theoretically typical capitalist state and not with any state whatsoever in capitalist societies. He argues that the capitalist type of state has quite distinctive administrative and representational structures. In particular, he identifies the centralization of political power implied in state sovereignty, its legitimate monopoly of force, and the dominance of juridico-political ideology in political legitimation. In addition, he refers to the normative institutional ensemble of democracy with its parliamentary representation, political liberties, universal suffrage, popular sovereignty, etc., ppsc. p. 113. It should be noted that all these features involve legal aspects of the state, and this provides further proof of the role of the juridico-political in Poulantzas's analyses. Poulantzas draws on these analyses to consider the absolutist state. This already displayed some typical capitalist features and was therefore clearly distinct from the feudal type of state, ppsc. p. 113. These features included political centralization and state sovereignty, the effective exercise of central power without the extra-political restrictions of juridical, ecclesiastical, or moral order which characterized the feudal state, ppsc. p. 162, the embodiment of national popular unity, raison d'etat, the state's right to reject extra-political limits on its actions insofar as such actions accord with the general interest of the people-nation, the juridical distinction between public and private spheres and their regulation under the rule of law, and the emergence of a modern army and formal, rational legal bureaucracy, ppsc. pp. 163-5. Poulantzas also discusses the role of the absolutist state in three different cases of bourgeois democratic revolution, England, France, and Prussia. Indeed, he concludes that it was precisely the national popular character of the absolutist state that enabled it to act against the feudal nobility. This meant it could promote the interests of the bourgeoisie before a successful bourgeois democratic revolution transformed it into the politically dominant class, ppsc. pp. 166, 168-83. In this discussion, Poulantzas implies a distinction between the historical and formal constitution of the capitalist state. Historical constitution simply involves the development of a transitional state form that consolidates the economic foundations of capitalism. The capitalist type of state is only formally constituted, however, when a fully fledged bourgeois democratic republic is established and 65. Performs the crucial political functions of securing hegemonic class leadership, ppsc. pp. 157-8, 160-1, 166-7, 183. Thus, formal constitution requires the development of specific juridico-political characteristics that Poulantzas regards as the institutional sine qua non of hegemonic class leadership. For it is only through their internal play in relation to political class struggle that a power bloc can emerge and win popular support. Poulantzas discusses the popular democratic republic in terms of its dual function in hegemonic class leadership. He argues that the state's separation from the economic region and its national popular character permit it to make concessions to the economic interests of subordinate classes. Indeed, as long as they do not threaten the overall reproduction of capitalist society, these concessions may even contradict the short-term economic interests of the dominant classes. For the capitalist state does not directly represent the economic interests of the dominant classes but their political interests, ppsc. p. 190. Thus, economic concessions that further the immediate interests of the dominated classes can simultaneously advance the political interests of the dominant classes. This can occur because the forms in which the dominated classes struggle for concessions contribute significantly to their political disorganization. Moreover, to the extent that such concessions are won in the face of resistance from the dominant classes, this confirms the state's claim to represent the general interest. Viewed in this way, state power must be seen in relational terms, i.e., as founded on an unstable equilibrium of compromise among class forces, rather than as the monopoly of one class, fraction, ppsc. pp. 191-3. The internal play of popular democratic institutions also helps in the organization direction of the power block in the face of internal divisions among the dominant classes or fractions. Poulantzas distinguishes a power block from a limited tactical alliance between class forces in one field of struggle. For a power block is a long-term, organic relation that extends across the economic, political, and ideological fields. He also denies that a power block could be based on a mechanical division of power among different classes or fractions or on their simple fusion into an homogeneous and harmonious whole. Instead, Poulantzas insists that rivalries and conflicts persist among the members of the power block and must be managed through the leadership of a specific hegemonic fraction. The latter must unify. 66. The power block by transforming its own economic interests into political interests and advancing the general interest of all dominant classes and fractions, i.e., their interest in continued economic exploitation and political domination, PPSC, p. 239. Poulantzas suggests that the two kinds of hegemony are generally concentrated in the same class or fraction. However, whereas hegemony over the power block depends on the political place occupied by the hegemonic class, fraction, in the circuit of capital, popular hegemony depends on the ideological capacity to define the general interest of the people-nation, PPSC, p. 240. But he also recognizes that these two forms of hegemony can be dislocated or unevenly developed. In all cases, however, it is the general form of the state or regime that is crucial. For the specific ties between classes and parties in particular conjunctures can vary considerably without changing the fundamental political relations within the power block and their determination through the general institutional structures of the state, PPSC, pp. 314-21. This does not mean that Poulantzas neglects more concrete levels of political analysis. Indeed, he introduces several concepts for analyzing the political scene, i.e., the struggle between social forces organized as parties. These include concepts for analyzing class relations as well as the more obvious field of party relations, example block of parties, party entente, electoral alliance. Thus Poulantzas distinguishes between the ruling class and the class in charge of the state at this level of analysis. The ruling class is the class whose political party, or parties, dominate the political scene, PPSC, pp. 246-7, 249. Likewise, the class in charge of the state is the class, or fraction, from which the political, bureaucratic, military, etc., personnel is recruited and which occupies the heights of the state, PPSC, p. 249. Poulantzas emphasizes that the ruling class or class in charge need not be hegemonic and, indeed, may not even participate in the power block or be allied therewith. This is particularly clear in the case of the petty bourgeoisie. At best the latter is an ally of the power block and more typically it serves only as a supporting class. Supporting classes can also include the peasantry and lumpenproletariat. Their support for the power block does not involve real political sacrifice by the power block and its allies but is based instead on ideological illusions. It is often motivated by fear of the working class and is typically expressed in support for the current. 67. Form of state, PPSC, pp. 243-4. In all cases he emphasizes the scope for dislocations among the different levels of political practice, PPSC, pp. 251-2. State unity and relative autonomy. Poulantzas next considers the characteristic unity and relative autonomy of the capitalist state. These aspects have an institutional foundation and are clearly interdependent. Thus the state's unity is based on the specific coherence of an autonomist juridico-political superstructure, PPSC, p. 256. For the normative institutional ensemble of democracy means that state sovereignty is linked to the sovereignty of the people-nation. An open and explicit class bias is thereby excluded from the organization and operation of the state. Thus the state can present itself as securing the general interest against all particular interests. In turn, this means that the state can overrule the dominant classes and fractions when they promote their particular interests. In thus maintaining its relative autonomy, the state prevents the parcelization of state power among different classes and fractions and thereby preserves its institutional unity. But this institutional unity and relative autonomy actually serve the unambiguous, univoque, political power of the dominant classes or fractions, PPSC, p. 279. For it is through this organizational matrix that the state consolidates the power block, advances its general political interests, and secures its hegemony. Only when the state has a certain autonomy from all fractions can it act against the long-term economic interests of one or other fraction of the dominant class and/or arrange compromises vis-a-vis the dominated classes. Without such economic sacrifices and compromises, however, it would not be possible to secure the political class interests of the power bloc, PPSC, pp. 255-7, 275-9, 282-5, 287-9. Relative autonomy often depends on support from the dominated classes. Indeed, poulantzas argues that its political function sometimes requires the state to play them off against the dominant classes. Political games of this kind are facilitated in several ways. These include the institutional separation of economic and political class struggles, the political maneuverability involved in democratic structures, and the ideological opportunities for the state to present itself as the political representative of the dominated classes. Perhaps 68. The most celebrated example of this phenomenon in the Marxist canon is Bonapartism and its role as the official representative of the small-holding conservative peasantry. It is in this context that Poulantzas argues that Bonapartism is a tendential, structural feature of all capitalist states. There is some justice in this controversial claim. For Bonapartism's political and ideological role on behalf of the supporting classes did help to maintain its relative autonomy vis-a-vis the dominant classes. But this grain of truth should not lead one to confuse two very different forms of relative autonomy which Poulantzas himself was always careful to distinguish elsewhere, namely, the relative autonomy typical of the capitalist state and that exceptional form rooted in a purely temporary equilibrium between bourgeoisie and proletariat. Poulantzas later abandoned this attribution of Bonapartist tendencies to all capitalist states, but he continued to insist on the role of the dominated classes in sustaining their relative autonomy, PPSC, pp. 258-62, 279-87, 302. The political unity of the state also involves the connection between its own internal structure and that of the power bloc. Thus Poulantzas suggests that one particular branch or power center within the state generally dominates the other centers and branches. This is the branch or center that crystallizes both the political unity of the people-nation and that of the power bloc. The dominant branch organizes hegemony by subordinating apparatuses representing other classes or fractions and by forcing the hegemonic class, fraction, to make sacrifices to sustain its twofold hegemonic class leadership. Thus Poulantzas denies that the separation of powers characteristic of capitalist states means that power is shared out among different branches and/or class fractions. Instead, the state's institutional unity is maintained through the dominance of one branch. Other branches merely act as resistances to the dominant center of power. In this context, Poulantzas is mainly concerned with the relative weight of the legislative assembly and political executive. But he also considers other power centers such as the administration, army, police, municipalities, political parties, etc. Accordingly, Poulantzas concludes that the specific patterns of domination and subordination among branches and the corresponding patterns of power and resistance among class forces make an essential contribution to the organizing of hegemonic leadership, PPSC, pp. 303-6, 310-1, 313-7. 69. This discussion also serves as a starting point for political periodization. Poulantzas suggests that forms of state can be distinguished in terms of the relative weight of the executive and legislature, as this is overdetermined by economic and political class struggles. Monopoly capitalism, for example, involves a shift to executive dominance. This occurs because monopoly capital finds it difficult to organize its hegemony through the plural party system and parliamentary organs. This shift in dominance away from the legislature is reflected in changes elsewhere. In particular, there are changes in political legitimacy and the functions of parties, pressure groups become more significant, and conflicts among various power centers within the executive become more intense, ppsc, pp 313-6. More concretely, poulantzas distinguishes political regimes in terms of the links between parties and the power bloc. He pays particular attention here to differences between two- and multi-party systems, ppsc, p 317-21. Bureaucracy and bureaucratism. Poulantzas concludes ppsc with some brief remarks on bureaucracy and bureaucratism. He regards the bureaucracy, or state personnel, as a particular social category rather than as a class fraction, or social stratum. Thus the political unity of the bureaucracy and its role in securing political class domination are determined by the nature of the capitalist state whose agent or trigger it is. Neither its institutional unity nor its class function depend on the state personnel having a common class affiliation by virtue of shared social origins. This does not mean that the bureaucracy merely serves the class fraction, in whose interests the capitalist state operates. But any limited independent political role the state personnel might play stems from its institutional position and its correlative powers of resistance rather than from its own class affiliation. Nor does it mean that the social ties of the state personnel have no political repercussions outside the bureaucracy. Indeed, Poulantzas concedes that an overblown administration may transform the class, from which the lower echelons of the bureaucracy are recruited into significant supporting classes of the state and power bloc, ppsc, p 332-40, 344-6, 352-5, 357-9, for a Greek illustration, see 1975 I.D and 1975 I.F. 70. Bureaucratism is defined as the specifically political phenomenon of formal, hierarchical, rational legal administration. Poulantzas regards it as one of the fundamental features of the capitalist type of state. He appears to argue that the distinctive institutional features of bureaucratism combine with juridico-political notions such as popular sovereignty to enable the bureaucracy to play a major role in organizing the hegemonic class leadership within the power bloc as well as over the people nation as a whole. He writes that the bureaucracy itself accurately reflects the political power of the dominant classes and represents their interests in the particular economic, political, and ideological conditions of the class struggle, ppsc, p 354. This does not mean that bureaucratism is purely functional for bourgeois political domination. Indeed, Poulantzas cites the inherent contradiction between the need for bureaucratic secrecy and the juridico-political principle of publicity. Likewise, he cites the conflict between the functioning of parliamentary representation and the operation of the executive branch, ppsc, p 355. And he also notes that the state personnel can sometimes become an independent social force and disrupt the smooth operation of hegemonic class leadership. Nonetheless, even when acting as an authentic social force, the bureaucracy more often supports an exceptional form of the capitalist state rather than a transition to socialism. For it can have no long-term interests or class power of its own and is therefore likely to throw in its lot with capitalism, ppsc, pp 357-9. These thoughts bring ppsc to a somewhat abrupt conclusion. In subsequent work, Poulantzas develops many of its key arguments and extends his analysis in new directions. In doing so, he gradually eliminates the elements drawn from Althusserian structuralism and, at least until SBS, neglects the political role of legal institutions and juridico-political ideology. But he pays correspondingly greater attention to the political dynamic of hegemonic class leadership and gives more emphasis to the class struggle. His later work also develops new themes. Above all, it considers the economic as well as political role of the state, the nature of exceptional regimes as well as the democratic republic, and the implications of imperialism for the modern state. These themes are also increasingly linked to problems of political strategy. 71. Structuralist Marxism and Politicism. We can now offer a provisional critique of Poulantzas's first serious attempt at a regional theory of the political. Poulantzas clearly believed that structural Marxism justifies a distinctive regional theory that stresses the sui generis nature of the state and politics in capitalist societies. He justified a separate regional theory of capitalist ideology in similar terms, see Chapter 7. But Poulantzas actually misinterpreted the implications of the Althusserian problematic and thus provided an inadequate basis for these regional theories. It is one thing to suggest that there is a relative institutional separation of different regions in the CMP. It is quite another thing to claim that each region can be analyzed entirely in its own terms. Poulantzas does not really advance this claim and actually insists on the ultimately determining role of the economic. But, in concentrating on a distinct regional political theory and neglecting the regional economic theory and the particular theory of the CMP as a whole, Poulantzas certainly runs the risk of ignoring the economic and ideological determinants of politics. In turn, this could lead to an overly political, surpoliticist, account of the state. This is particularly ironic because Poulantzas himself drew attention to exactly the same danger in his early critique of structuralist Marxism. He argued that Althusser lacks any clear scientific conception of the economic region, the relations between dominance and determination in the last instance, and the different terrains and targets of economic and political class struggle. In particular, he suggests that Althusser treats economics as the site of unconscious laws rather than economic class struggle and considers politics as the site of class struggle to transform the current moment at all levels of a social formation. Thus Althusser runs the risk of introducing politics as the motor force of economic change. In turn, this would make politics both dominant and determinant, 1966c, pp 1975-9. In PPSC, Poulantzas attempted to avoid this risk. He is careful to distinguish between the economic and political regions, to establish the dominance as well as the determination of the economic region within capitalism, to emphasize that the economic region is the site of economic class struggle as well as economic laws, and to identify the specific terrain of political struggle, PPSC, pp 29, 32, 38, 43, 59, 85-93, 102. Thus much of the first part of PPSC involves an implicit critique of Althusser's initial version of structural Marxism. Yet, 72. Nowhere in PPSC does Poulantzas analyze the connections between the economic and political regions, as opposed to their relative autonomy, and this failure prepares the ground for his own politicism. Indeed, whereas politicism was only a potential danger in Althusser's approach because he did not fully specify his concepts, it becomes a reality for Poulantzas precisely because of the way in which his concepts and their connections are specified. Poulantzas considers the economic as both dominant and determinant in the CMP. This encourages his treatment in PPSC of the economic region as an effectively self-contained, self-reproducing unity. Certainly there is nothing in his admittedly gestural specification of the dominant role of market forces or the ultimately determining role of the law of value to suggest that political factors are essential to the internal operation, as opposed to external environment, of the economic region. This leads him to treat state intervention as the intrusion of the political into the economic and to see it as a response to political rather than economic factors. Moreover, because the ultimately determining role of the law of value is only related to the economic region itself, despite his argument that the CMP should be understood as a complex structure of economic, political, and ideological elements, it is possible for Poulantzas to ignore how economic factors might also affect the internal operation of the political region. Thus he overlooks both the economic constraints on the exercise of political power and the role of financial, as opposed to legal, controls in securing the institutional unity of the state. Because he endowed the state with its own institutional structure and strictly political functions, it might seem that Poulantzas considered the political region to be a self-contained, self-reproducing unity. In many respects this is so. But he also argues that the state is the point of condensation of all the contradictions and conflicts in society and that it performs a global function in managing societal cohesion. In this sense the political region has a more general significance and political class struggle can be presented as the motor force of change throughout society. In short, to the extent that poulantzas presents politics both as a sui generis regional subsystem and as the overdetermining factor in capitalism more generally, his work is bound to exaggerate the autonomy of the political and to overstate its global role in comparison with economic and ideological factors. His use of juridico-political theory and Gramsci's work on 73. Hegemony reinforce this emphasis. Together they enable poulantzas to realize to the full, albeit unintentionally, the politicist potential of Althusser's structural Marxism. Juridico-political institutions and class practices. Juridico-political theory has a major role in PPSC. Indeed, legal concepts are crucial in defining the fundamental characteristics of the capitalist state. Thus poulantzas identifies the political region in terms of the juridico-political instance of the state and even expresses difficulty in distinguishing between the legal order and the state, PPSC, p42n. He then derives its institutional unity from the indivisibility of state sovereignty, its relative autonomy from its incarnation of the general, national popular interest in opposition to particular, private interests, its legitimation from its adherence to the rule of law, constitutionalization of violence, and accountability to public opinion, and its totalitarian potential from the fluidity of the juridical distinction between public and private, PPSC, pp 123, 133-4, 162-4, 219-22. 227,270,276-9, 281-3, 228-9, 291-5, 303-5, 311, 357. He also distinguishes between normal and exceptional states in terms of whether or not they possess the normative institutional ensemble of representative democracy with its institutions such as parliamentary representation, political liberties, universal suffrage, popular sovereignty, etc., PPSC, p. 123. Likewise, different forms of the normal state are distinguished in terms of the relative weight of the legislative and executive branches, and the major forms of normal regime are distinguished in terms of their different systems of party representation, PPSC, pp 308-21. It should also be recalled that the state's organizing role in securing hegemony depends on the juridico-political isolation effect and its associated concept of popular national unity. Indeed, so important does poulantzas consider juridico-political ideology in capitalist societies, that he describes it as the dominant region in the dominant ideology, see Chapter 7. This emphasis on the institutional structures of the state is quite consistent with structural Marxism. For poulantzas argues that the matrix of the dominant mode of production determines the precise place, particular form, institutional structure, and boundaries of the state. He then demonstrates how the matrix of the CMP both 74 facilitates and necessitates a national popular, democratic, constitutional state as its normal form. This argument is reminiscent of his earlier work on law with its methodological criterion of the external-internal dialectic, see Chapter 2. In both cases poulantzas discusses both the external determination of the place of law and the state in capitalist societies and the internal logic of their organization and operation. And in neither case does he adequately integrate these two modes of analysis to produce a complete account. Thus PPSC deals with the place of the state and its internal logic but ignores how economic constraints and forces overdetermine this logic. At the same time, the analysis of institutional structures is also consistent with the emphasis on political class struggle. For poulantzas insists that these institutions must be considered according to their impact in the field of class struggle, since the power concentrated in an institution is a class power, PPSC, p. 115. This does not mean that institutions themselves actually determine class antagonisms, nor does it mean that they actually exercise power. PPSC, p. 115, FD, p. 63, CCC, pp. 25-6. Nonetheless, although social antagonisms are grounded in class relations can be affected by institutions. For institutions can influence the forms in which class antagonisms are manifested as well as the capacities of different classes to pursue their interests. Likewise, even though institutions do not, strictly speaking, have any power, they do constitute centers for the exercise of class power. PPSC, pp. 115-6, 315-6, CCC, pp. 25-6, SBS, pp. 39, 41, 45. Accordingly, poulantzas examines the institutions of representative democracy in terms of their threefold impact on political class relations. He considers how the state shapes the forms of political class struggle, isolation effect, general interest, hegemony, its impact on the political capacities of different classes, organization of the power bloc, disorganization of the popular masses, and its character as a strategic terrain over which class forces struggle for advantage in the exercise of state power. In this sense, institutional analysis provides a crucial mediating link between the abstract structure of the CMP and the concrete field of class struggle. The class struggle itself is analyzed almost exclusively at the political level. Thus, poulantzas ignores the problem of how different fields of class struggle are articulated or dislocated in specific conjunctures. Poulantzas is well aware of the uneven development of class struggle and dislocations across different fields of domination. 75. And hegemony. But he puts so much emphasis on the overdetermining role of political class struggle that he rarely discusses such unevenness and dislocations. In addition, he puts so much weight on class forces that he ignores the issue of how non-class forces intervene in the political class struggle. Thus, apart from referring to the transformation of the bureaucracy into an authentic, independent social force, poulantzas effectively denies the role of non-class forces. It is only in the late 70s that the rise of new social movements forces this problem onto poulantzas' theoretical and political agenda, see chapters 6 and 10. The triple structure of the regional theory. It should be evident that poulantzas drew on three different theoretical traditions that are deployed at different stages in his analysis of the state. This raises crucial questions about the consistency of his regional theory. In particular, it seems to lead to different modes of explanation according to the level on which a given problem is posed. Stuart Hall has argued that poulantzas' attempt in PPSC to combine structural Marxism with an emphasis on the fundamental role of class struggle set up a tension in his work between structure and practice. This means that there is a double framework to every question, each element appearing twice, once as the effect of the structure, once as the effect of the practice. Hall, 1980, p. 62. If anything, Hall understates the problem. In many cases we are confronted not with the duplication of explanations, but with explanations in triplicate. This emerges particularly clearly in poulantzas' various accounts of the characteristic unity and relative autonomy of the capitalist state. Thus poulantzas first offers an account in terms of the structural matrix of the CMP. He argues that the unity of power characteristic of the state, related to its role in the class struggle, is the reflection of its role of unity vis-a-vis the instances, and its relative autonomy vis-a-vis the politically dominant classes or fractions is the reflection of the relative autonomy of the instances of a capitalist formation. PPSC, p. 257. But he also discusses this issue in terms of the juridico-political structures of the state. Thus he suggests that state power constitutes a distinctive unity insofar as its institutions are organized so as to constitute the people's and nation's unity. 76. PPSC, p. 278, modified translation. He adds that this institutional unity is the precondition for the state's relative autonomy vis-a-vis the dominant classes and fractions. PPSC, pp. 277, 282, 288, 289. These arguments are supplemented in turn by explanations at the level of political class struggle. Thus Poulantzas writes that the unity of the capitalist state stems from the fact that it represents the political unity of the people-nation and that it constitutes the unity of the power bloc under the protection of the hegemonic class or fraction, PPSC, p. 303, emphasis added. He also describes how this depends on the politico-ideological practice of the hegemonic class or fraction as it polarizes the specific contradictory interests of the various classes or fractions in the power bloc by making its own economic interests into political interests and by representing the general common interest of the classes or fractions in the power bloc, PPSC, p. 239. However, although these explanations appear in triplicate, there is less tension and inconsistency among them than Hall seems to suggest. For the explanations actually refer to different explainanda. The explanation in terms of the structural matrix of the CMP is concerned with the overall necessity for a particular form of state in capitalist society. It suggests why the capitalist state must be relatively autonomous, in the sense of institutionally differentiated, from the economic region and why it must have a distinctive form of unity as the overall factor of cohesion in a class-divided society. Likewise, the explanation in terms of the real institutional framework of the state is concerned with the general possibility of the political class unity and relative autonomy of the capitalist state. It identifies the particular institutional features of the juridico-political system that enable the dominant class, ES, to secure political hegemony. But it does not guarantee this hegemony. Indeed, it is remarkable how often in this context Poulantzas distinguishes between the institutional unity of the state and its class unity and recognizes that institutional unity is not a sufficient condition of class unity. This is reflected in the way that Poulantzas couches his explanations. Thus he asserts a direct link between the centralized, bureaucratic, and sovereign character of the representative state and its institutional unity. But he recognizes only a tendential, facilitating link between these institutional characteristics and political class unity, example PPSC, pp 188, 230, 239, 262, 277, 282, 289. For a complete account of the class unity and relative autonomy of the capitalist state, therefore, we must move to the level of class. 77. Practice. The explanation in terms of political and ideological class struggle is concerned with the actual realization of the political class unity and relative autonomy of the capitalist state in particular regimes and conjunctures. It is in this context that Poulantzas argues that the unity and relative autonomy peculiar to the capitalist state vis-a-vis the dominant classes and class fractions and their degrees and concrete form can therefore be studied only in this combination of forms of state and forms of regime, and this is so, insofar as they are closely tied to the concrete modalities of party representation, to the form of political organization of the power bloc, PPSC, pp 318-9, cf 1976b, quoted below, pp 00-00. In other words, it is only at the level of concrete conjunctures that relative autonomy and class unity can really be understood. Thus Poulantzas did not work only with the concepts of structure and practice. Such concepts are certainly present in his work and generate severe difficulties in his analysis of social classes, see Chapter 6. But they are much less prominent in his explanation of the political region. The latter involves three basic levels of analysis and different sorts of explanation and explainanda for each level. Thus it would be quite wrong to suggest that Poulantzas combines a rigid structuralist Marxism with a subjectivist account of class struggle. This would certainly involve an insurmountable division between the structuralist notion of involuntary trigger of social relations and the voluntarist notion of free-willed subjects who make their own history. But Poulantzas himself employs an institutional analysis to mediate between abstract structural matrices and concrete class struggles. The concepts of structure and practice are thereby transformed and, at least in principle, made complementary. Further difficulties in the regional theory. We have now reviewed some basic aspects of poulantzas' first extended work on bourgeois political class domination. In general, I have argued that poulantzas manages to integrate his three different theoretical influences with some success. But this argument must be 78. Qualified in several respects. For poulantzas shares, to a greater or less extent in each case, many of the theoretical deviations characteristic of Western Marxism. More idiosyncratic, however, is his politicism. Indeed, poulantzas combines his three sources in a manner that powerfully reinforces the politicist tendencies inherent in any attempt to construct a distinctive regional theory of the political. In introducing PPSC, poulantzas argues that concepts must be located in terms of the movement from abstract to concrete and in terms of their particular theoretical object within this movement, pp 11, 13, 16-7. Poulantzas is usually careful to do this. Thus PPSC moves from the structure of the CMP as the organizing matrix of institutions, PPSC, P115N, through the specific juridico-political ensemble of the capitalist state to the field of political class struggle. But this is a movement from the abstract to the concrete solely along the plane of the political. This leads poulantzas to neglect the linkages between the political and other regions at each level of abstraction. Thus poulantzas tended to ignore the articulation between the economic, political, and ideological regions within the basic structure in dominance of the CMP. He tends to ignore the connections between the institutional ensemble of the state and the various institutions or power centers in the economic and ideological spheres of society. And he tends to ignore the linkages between economic, political, and ideological class struggles in particular conjunctures. In each case, poulantzas provides a one-sided account of the nature of capitalist societies and places an excessive emphasis on the political moment at the expense of other determinations. In later studies, poulantzas attempts to reintegrate the different moments of social relations. Thus later work deals with the displacement of dominance between the economic and political regions of the CMP, the role of the ideological state apparatuses and the nature of the state economic apparatus, and, most concretely, the different fields of class struggle in fascism and military dictatorships. These new concerns are closely related to the threefold structure of the regional theory outlined in PPSC. Subsequent work also breaks with this basic outline and manages to provide a more interesting account of the different moments of the social formation. This is most clear in poulantzas' reformulation of class determination and his more general relational approach to social analysis, see Chapter 6. 79. But neither the modifications to the original regional theory nor the more radical break initiated by his relational approach mean that poulantzas was able to break decisively with his politicist tendencies. This does not exhaust the problems with PPSC or later studies. For poulantzas' work also suffers from formalism, especially in arguments at the abstract level of the structural matrix of the CMP, functionalism, the presupposition that institutions are functional for capital, essentialism, the attribution of an essential class nature to representative democracy as the theoretically typical form of the capitalist state, and class reductionism, the denial or neglect of non-class forces. In addition, there are major difficulties with some of the most fundamental concepts in his overall approach to the state. This holds for such crucial poulantzasian notions as the relative autonomy of the state as well as for more general Marxist concepts as class struggle or hegemony. However, since poulantzas attempts to overcome these problems in his later work, these further difficulties will only be considered when the relevant changes have been outlined below. The next chapter presents the principal refinements and extensions that grow out of the regional theory in PPSC. These changes particularly concern the economic role of the state, the distinction between normal and exceptional states, and the most recent form of normal state. Once these modifications have been discussed, we can offer a more complete and compelling critique of issues such as relative autonomy, class unity, and hegemony. Likewise, the question of class reductionism is best considered after we have presented poulantzas' changing views on the structural determination of social classes and the nature of class forces and social movements, See Chapter 6. Since the charge of formalism has often been leveled against Poulantzas's account of ideology as well as his political analyses, we deal with this issue in connection with his regional theory of ideology and ideological class struggle, Chapter 7. The question of functionalism is similarly reconsidered when we deal with the complementary problem of dysfunctionalism in Poulantzas's analysis of military dictatorships, Chapter 9. Finally, the problem of essentialism is best reviewed in the light of Poulantzas's attempts to resolve the crisis of Marxism through the integration of Foucauldian perspectives, see Chapters 5 and 11. An overall assessment of the remaining problems in the analyses of class unity, relative autonomy, and hegemony is given in Chapter 5. 80. Concluding remarks. In this chapter I have been concerned to present the basic methodological and theoretical arguments in PPSC. I have deliberately ignored refinements and developments in Poulantzas's later work. Instead we have tried to explore some of the implications of Poulantzas's long-term commitment to the development of a distinctive regional theory of the political in societies dominated by the capitalist mode of production. The shifts in theoretical, political, and philosophical position that occurred after PPSC certainly modify the initial arguments in significant ways. But there are also major areas of continuity, not least the enduring politicism of Poulantzas's approach throughout its twists and turns. By way of concluding this chapter, I would like to emphasize four themes. First, it is essential to examine Poulantzas's regional theory in relation to his realist epistemological and methodological commitments. Without an appreciation of the distinction between general, particular, and regional theories and the movement from the most abstract to the most concrete levels of analysis, it is impossible to locate the different assumptions, concepts, and principles of explanation in his work. This is particularly important because Poulantzas was the first post-war theorist to break with the flawed methodologies of the dominant traditions in Marxist state theory. Thus he rejects the subsumptionism of state monopoly capitalism theory and Marxism-Leninism more generally for subsuming real concrete phenomena under the most abstract concepts and simply treating them as so many particular instances of a general principle. He also rejects those attempts at logical derivation, or Abletung, that assume that it is possible to deduce real concrete phenomena from the most abstract concepts. And he is likewise critical of empiricism because it considers facts to be the raw material of thought and fails to locate them within a broader, rigorously defined theoretical framework, PPSC, pp 13, 145-6. It is only by relating Poulantzas's arguments to his own epistemological and methodological approach that the undoubted complexity and originality of his thought can be understood. Second, despite his reputation as an Althusserian Marxist, Poulantzas never subscribed fully to the Althusserian position. It would clearly be wrong to argue that Poulantzas merely flirted with an Althusserian style in the same way that Marx claimed to have. 81. Coquetted with Hegel in writing Capital. But it would also be wrong to argue that PPSC is a fundamentally Althusserian work. I have already noted that Poulantzas was among the first to criticize Althusser's theoretical position, and I have also argued that he tried to avoid the difficulties to which he felt Althusser's position might give rise. In this respect Clark, 1977, is wrong to suggest that Poulantzas went back on his earlier criticisms of Althusser and, in writing PPSC, became an Althusserian structural functionalist tout court. Thus Poulantzas was careful to distinguish between the economic and political regions, to establish the dominance as well as the determination in the last instance of the economic region in the matrix of the CMP, to emphasize that the economic region is the site of economic struggle as well as economic laws, and to identify the special terrain of political struggle. In each case he had earlier criticized Althusser for failing to do so, see above, pp 00-00. In this context it is also worth noting that Althusser refused to publish PPSC in his own editorial series and that it appeared without his imprimatur in another series with the Maspero publishing house. This said, it would clearly be foolish to deny that structural Marxism is one element in Poulantzas's overall theories of the capitalist state and ideology. But it is just one element and not the most important. Third, whilst structural Marxism provides the epistemological justification and the theoretical matrix for poulantzas' regional theory, its principal substantive arguments derive from the careful articulation of juridico-political institutional analysis with the theoretical insights of Marx, Lenin, and Gramsci about political class struggle in capitalist societies. This reflects the influence of the three sources of poulantzas' thought. For it is only through the introduction of Italian politics and Romano-German law that Poulantzas was able to exploit structural Marxist philosophy in developing his state theory. In combining the insights of Gramsci and the lessons of his legal training within a broadly Marxist-Leninist framework, Poulantzas was able to make important advances in the underdeveloped field of Marxist state theory. In so doing, he anticipated later West German analyses of the form of the capitalist state and subsequent analyses of the relational nature of power. Fourth, and last, we should note that PPSC itself had a restricted theoretical focus. For it was concerned only with the general form and the global political functions of the theoretically typical capitalist state. It also took for granted the hegemonic class leadership of the 82. bourgeoisie and the smooth functioning of the state in securing social cohesion. But PPSC did prepare the theoretical ground for later work on exceptional forms, economic functions, and political and ideological crises. Theoretically, this later work grew naturally out of the arguments in PPSC. But new political concerns and involvements also motivated it. It is only by going beyond the general, global arguments of PPSC that Poulantzas was able to specify his new strategic arguments. For this reason, we should treat PPSC as an important but nonetheless flawed work. 83. 4. In many respects, the arguments in PPSC were retained in subsequent work. Thus, the introduction to his final book, SBS, reproduces many themes from his earlier text. But Poulantzas also developed these arguments to different degrees and even abandoned some of them. In this chapter, I consider 5 key areas where his ideas went well beyond those of PPSC. The first area involves the fundamental structural matrix of capitalism and concerns the articulation of the economic and political. Then I consider how Poulantzas relates the changing economic role of the state to the political class struggle. A third area concerns Poulantzas' views on economic and political crises. In turn, this has implications for the juridico-political level. For it is in this context that one must examine the distinction between normal and exceptional states. Finally, proceeding from this distinction, I examine Poulantzas' views on authoritarian statism, economic determination and political dominance. In PPSC, Poulantzas argues that the typical matrix of the CMP involves a distinctive relative autonomy, or institutional separation, of the economic and political regions. He further argues that the economic region of the CMP is not only determinant in the last instance, as it is in all modes of production, but is also dominant. Essentially, this means that extra economic coercion is excluded from the social relations of production, and these are organized instead through the economic imperatives of the law of value. Poulantzas argues that this distinctive matrix emerges with the real subsumption of wage labor under capitalist control. For real subsumption involves not merely a formal wage contract and the capitalist's provision of means of production, but also the actual organization and direction of the labor process by capital rather than wage labor. This decisive step is supposed to occur with the transition from simple cooperation based on manufacturing to large-scale industry based on machinofacture. As well as subsuming wage labor under effective capitalist control, this transition establishes the determining role of productive capital in the overall circuit of capital. This contrasts with the determining role of commercial capital in the manufacturing period and becomes a constant feature of capitalism throughout its successive stages. PPSC, pp 32, 127, 129, 159, CCC, pp 32, 63, 92, 96, 111-2, 125, 134-5, SBS, pp 174-9. Capitalism does, nonetheless, involve stages. 4. Once the typical matrix emerges and productive capital becomes determinant, changes in the latter obviously entail changes elsewhere. The most significant changes in this respect occur with the shift from the dominance of absolute surplus value in capitalist production to that of relative surplus value. 4. Whereas absolute surplus value can only be increased through prolonging the working day and/or intensifying effort, relative surplus value derives from increasing productivity for a given duration and intensity of labor, CCC, pp 63, 111-2, 125, 134-5, SBS, pp 174-9. This distinction enables poulantzas to demarcate two stages of capitalism, competitive, or liberal, and monopoly, or imperialist. He claims that the shift from competitive to monopoly capitalism displaces dominance from the economic to the political, PPSC, pp 55-6, 91, 150, 211, 345, FD, pp 20-1, 74-5, 303, 313, CCC, pp 42, 45, 81, 100-1, 165-8, SBS, pp 166-8. This displacement is associated with major changes in the economic role of the state. Poulantzas argues that the liberal state is principally concerned to secure the so-called general external conditions of capitalist production and exploitation. These comprise such conditions as the appropriate legal and monetary framework for capital accumulation. In his early writings he also argued that the liberal state is typically excluded from organizing the labor process and influencing the immediate conditions of exploitation. Thus the liberal state acts primarily as a night watchman or gendarme, and its economic role is largely one of strict non-intervention. This means that the basic dynamic of accumulation in the competitive stage derives from the economic class struggle over the working day and 85. From the role of market forces in mediating the law of value. It also means that, for the first time in history, there can be purely economic crises, PPSC, pp 32, 55, 129, 153, contrast CCC, pp 99-100, on the irreducibility of the liberal state to a pure night watchman. During monopoly capitalism, intensive exploitation based on relative surplus value becomes important. This is linked with growing socialization of the capitalist system, which means that significant areas of economic activity can no longer be left to the anarchy of the market. At the same time, an increasingly significant role is played by the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, or TRPF. These changes require state intervention to make labor power more productive, to compensate for market failures, and to counteract the TRPF. Thus increasing intervention occurs in education, manpower training, health, housing, public transport, collective services, etc., and also in activities such as scientific research, technological innovation, and industrial restructuring. In some contexts there is also a partial or total socialization of private sector losses. This is achieved by means of state subsidies and/or the nationalization of crucial but unprofitable economic sectors. However, since this typically redistributes profits without altering the total amount of surplus value, it is less beneficial to capital than directly productive activities. Finally, through the state credit system, monetary management, and budgetary policy, the cycle of production is increasingly integrated with the spheres of circulation and collective consumption, FD, p. 303, CCC, p. 100, 116-8, 125, 166-8, SBS, pp. 165-70. The displacement of dominance does not alter the fundamental matrix outlined in the particular theory of the CMP, nor does it challenge the assumption of the general theory that the economic is determinant in the last instance. Thus it does not mean that the economic and political regions have fused nor that the state has become part of the economic base. At most, poulantzas concedes that displacement modifies the form of separation of the economic and political regions of the CMP, and then stresses that the growth of economic intervention still depends on their mutual separation. CCC, p. 168, SBS, pp. 166-7. Indeed, he argues that the state can only intervene as a political force to reproduce labor power and or to mobilize counter tendencies to the TRPF to the extent that it is not directly subject to market forces and the demand for profits. Thus the state must be effectively excluded from direct control over the key sites where, monopoly, capital is allocated and wage labor is 86. Exploited. But he also argues that the state's exclusion from the productive core of capitalism means that it must always react to the symptoms of economic crises rather than act directly on their causes. This places clear limits on the effectiveness of state intervention and implies that the economic is still ultimately determinant. PPSC, pp. 152-3, CCC, pp. 101-2, 105, 161, 167-8, 168n, SBS, pp. 165-70, 191-3. Nonetheless, the displacement of dominance does transfer significant areas of economic activity from the field of private decision-making and market forces into the realm of governmental policy-making and state intervention. This is associated with the displacement of dominance from the legislature to the executive within the state system. In particular, it involves the reorganization, extension, and consolidation of the state's economic apparatus and its emergence as a privileged center of power for the hegemonic fraction of monopoly capital. It is also accompanied by the displacement of dominance from juridico-political to economic and technocratic themes within the ideological region. Finally, poulantzas also argues that the growth of state intervention implies a rearrangement of the state's various functions. In competitive capitalism, the state's economic functions were subordinate to its global political role. But these functions are indispensable to monopoly capitalism and actually come to dominate the state's global role as the factor of social cohesion. PPSC, pp. 55-6, 128, 210-1, 313-5, 345, FD, pp. 20, 98, 302-3, 313, CCC, pp. 42, 62-3, 99-102, 116-8, 165-8, 172n, SBS, pp. 166-8, 173-7, 212. Economic intervention and class struggle. Poulantzas denied that state intervention can be explained purely in terms of an abstract capital logic or universal laws of motion of the CMP, FD, pages 39-42, SBS, p. 52. Not only did he stress the role of economic class struggle, for example, over absolute and relative surplus value, but also the struggle for hegemony. This involves the management of political relations between dominant and dominated classes as well as those within the power bloc. State intervention affects not only specific fractions of capital but also the popular masses. For the state helps to increase the rate of exploitation, reproduce labor power, and promote collective consumption. 87. Poulantzas argued that such economic policies are an integral part of its political strategy. Welfare measures, manpower training, collective consumption, and similar social policies are sooner or later inserted into a pro-capitalist strategy. Thus they are used to reproduce and deepen the social division of labor, including that between mental and manual labor, and to reinforce the disciplinary police political management and control of labor power, SBS, p. 186. In short, even where such measures are more or less directly the result of popular struggles, they can still be made to serve capitalist reproduction through their insertion into a state system whose institutional forms are favorable to bourgeois domination. PPSC, pages 50 to 1, 192 to 4, FD, pages 167, 193 to 6, SBS, pages 185 to 9. The crucial role of economic and political struggles helps to explain the incoherence of economic policies and the impossibility of any rational kernel in capitalist planning. Indeed, the state's economic role has become so vital for accumulation in the imperialist stage that it is trapped in a double-bind situation. If the state intervenes to manage economic crises, it creates new economic difficulties. But, if it attempts to withdraw or refuses to intervene, the economic crises simply assume new forms. Moreover, since economic intervention is overdetermined by political struggles, economic crises are also translated into political and ideological crises, FD, pages 86 to 8, 95, 98, 134 to 5, 167, 191 to 7, 257, 280 to 4, CCC, pages 75, 148, 154 to 5, 163 to 4, 169 to 74, SBS, pages 132 to 7, 143 to 4, 163 to 79, 182 to 9. Thus poulantzas argued that there is a definite rigidity in the economic activities of the interventionist state. It can no longer avoid the adverse economic effects of intervention through refusing to intervene. In itself, this would precipitate economic difficulties because of the resulting failure to secure crucial political preconditions of monopoly accumulation. Thus, economic functions follow a logic of their own which could undermine monopoly capital's need to win political and ideological hegemony. In particular, the subordination of the state's economic functions to the interests of monopoly capital supposedly casts doubt on the state's claims to represent the national popular interest. Likewise, its reliance on ad hoc, discretionary intervention casts doubt on the legitimacy of state actions insofar as these are still justified in terms of their compliance with the rule of law. Poulantzas suggested that these problems can be resolved in part by emphasizing economic, especially technocratic, themes rather than juridico-political values in the dominant ideology. But he still 88. Concluded that the current stage of capitalism entails a generic problem of hegemony within the power bloc and over the popular masses, PPSC, pages 211 to 13, 215, 221, 310 to 14, FD, pages 252, 254, 327, CCC, pages 169 to 74, 238 to 9, CD, pages 120,130, SBS, pages 55, 57, 169 to 79, 191, 205, 213 to 14, 218 to 19, 221 and 245. Finally, we may note that poulantzas also analyzed the limits to state intervention in the economic region. He located these limits in three key areas: first, the institutional separation between the economic and political regions of the CMP, second, the institutional form of the state, and, thirdly, the effects of class struggle. Let us deal with each in turn. The principal limit is found in the general exclusion of the state from the productive core of the capitalist economic, especially where intervention would harm monopoly interests. This means that it cannot deal directly with the real causes of economic crisis. Instead, it is confined to a largely supportive and/or reactive role. Thus, the state is obliged to engage in ineffective a priori forecasting and related attempts to provide conditions favorable to valorization whilst remaining excluded from control over valorization itself and/or to react a posteriori to the repercussions of the circuit of productive capital in such secondary spheres as circulation, distribution, consumption, and monetary flows. This puts clear limits on capitalist planning. The state's exclusion also makes it materially dependent on taxes that fluctuate with the productivity and profitability of capital and whose rate and flow therefore lie beyond its ultimate control. In turn, this makes it difficult to plan state revenues. This is reflected in the recurrence of fiscal crises of the state, CCC, pages 168 to 74, SBS, pages 132 to 3, 140 to 5, 190 to 4. These basic limits are reinforced by the rigidity of the economic state apparatus and the state system more generally. Thus poulantzas related the prodigious incoherence of economic policies to specific features of the state's internal operation. In particular, he referred to administrative inertia, the practice of muddling through, bureaucratic ponderousness, the mutual opposition among different branches and power centers, and the paralysis resulting from the reciprocal use of veto powers, SBS, pages 185 to 9. Finally, in addition to these elements of bureaucratism, the class struggle also has effects. For conflicts within the power block and or between dominant and dominated classes are reproduced within the state system. This can be seen in resistances inside the state itself to the 89. Policies favored by the hegemonic fraction and its privileged power centers. In turn, this means that the policies pursued by the state always reflect the unstable equilibrium of compromise among contending class forces, CCC, pages 168 to 74, SBS, pages 132 to 3, 140 to 5, 190 to 4. Poulantzas was always careful to distinguish between economic and political crises and to recognize their distinctive qualities and dynamic. Indeed, he argued that the institutional separation of different regions under capitalism entails a relative autonomy of different forms of crisis, CDE, p25, CFPPSC, p32. But this does not mean that economic and political crises are totally unrelated. It does require particular attention to their complex articulation, dislocations, and mutual repercussions. Thus, in addition to his comments on economic crisis, Poulantzas also presented a distinctive, regional account of political crisis. This concern emerges clearly in his trenchant criticism of the economistic catastrophism of the Comintern, FD, pages 37 to 52, CFCDE, pages 21 to 2. Here Poulantzas criticized the Comintern's persistent reduction of fascism to an effect of economic crisis and its view that capitalism would inevitably collapse because of the contemporary economic crisis. In contrast, Poulantzas argued that this economic crisis was important only insofar as it circumscribed the conjunctures of the class struggle and contributed to the emergence of the political crises to which fascism corresponds, political crises which are not determined solely by the character of the period, and which may well occur in other periods too, FD, p53. This highlights the problem of defining the distinctive qualities of non-revolutionary political crises and their role in determining specific forms of capitalist state and regime, FD, p59. Poulantzas himself suggested that the essence of a political crisis which can lead to the emergence of an exceptional state lies in particular characteristics of the field of the class struggle, the field of social relations, FD, p63, CFCDE, p28. Political crises must be related first to political class relations and only secondarily to specific political institutions. Poulantzas then suggested that political crisis essentially consists in a crisis of hegemony within the power bloc. This occurs when no class or fraction can impose its leadership on the other. 90. Members of the power bloc, whether by its own political organizations or through the parliamentary democratic state, in turn thus is typically related to a general crisis of hegemony over the whole society, FD, pages 72, 100 to 1, 124 to 5. Crises of hegemony are clearly reflected in the political scene and within the state system. They are linked with the crisis of party representation, that is, a split between the different classes or fractions and their parties, FD, pages 73, 102, 126. In turn, this affects the purposes of representation and the state's own organization and operation, FD, p. 74, CDE, p. 28. For there are attempts to bypass political parties and influence the state directly, and different state apparatuses seek to impose political order independently of decisions coming through the established, formal channels of power, FD, pages 74, 102-3. This can undermine the institutional and class unity of the state even where it continues to function, FD, p. 334. Splits can also occur between top echelons in the state system and lower ranks, FD, p. 334. Likewise, the state can lose its monopoly of violence, FD, p. 335. These features can be illustrated from the institutional crisis that preceded fascism. Its features included the crisis of party representation, the instability of the government, resulting from the instability and lack of hegemony, the duplication of the political parties by parallel power networks, varying from pressure groups to private militia, the resurgence of the role of the executive and the repressive state apparatus, and the increasingly important role of the police, the deterioration of the juridical system, order, and the direct infiltration of the judiciary by fascism, FD, p. 334. The institutional crisis of the state also provokes an ideological crisis that is expressed politically in a legitimation crisis, CDE, p. 30. Political legitimation reflects the way in which the dominant ideology functions in the direction, hegemonic leadership, of the dominated classes and especially in their relation to the state. Poulantzas argues that the dominant ideology contains a particular region which concerns the state's role as the guarantor of national unity, the state-nation relation, the relation between state and liberty, the nature of citizenship, etc. PPSC, pp 123, 195, 216, 224-8, 277, 291, 311-13, FD, p. 302, 1977 I.I, pp 150-2. Thus a legitimation crisis involves, first, a crisis of this region of the 91. Dominant ideology and its implications for the relation between the masses and the state. In addition, the state itself can only function if its structure and activities are articulated to the dominant ideology. Bureaucrats, judges, police, and other functionaries can only perform their specific role towards the masses if the dominant ideology circulates within the state apparatus in a precise manner, justifying their activities in terms of a discourse of public service, general interest, maintenance of national unity, social order, etc. PPSC, pp 348, 353-4, FD, pp 317, 327. Thus a second aspect of a legitimation crisis concerns the state's internal ideological cement. It is reflected in fractures and fissions within the state system, FD, pp 78, 317, 334-5, 1977 I.I, pp 151-2. In turn, this can lead to an increased resort to open violence, surveillance, the withering of law, the redeployment of the judicial and police apparatuses, etc., to provide a new form of legitimation, FD, pp 316-28, SBS, pp 236-7. Finally, because of the crisis of political hegemony, the dominant ideology undergoes crisis too. Not only is it attacked by the popular masses, but it no longer functions as a cement for the power bloc, FD, pp 76-7, 103-7, 127-30. This crisis also affects the state. For the ISAs are closely linked to the dominant ideology and also experience crisis, CDE, p. 29. Poulantzas develops these issues in La Crise de l'État. Here he argued that crises are neither accidental and dysfunctional, nor permanent and catastrophic. The generic elements of crisis are constantly reproduced within capitalist societies, but crises themselves involve the condensation of these elements to form a distinct conjuncture, CDE, pages 21-2. This does not mean that crises break out instantaneously. They develop according to their own distinctive rhythms and can reveal peaks and troughs, CDE, p. 28. Thus the generic elements of political crisis are inherent in the very reproduction of institutionalist political power. But this does not mean that there is a permanent political crisis nor a permanent crisis of the state. Instead, one must examine the genesis of particular crises and their distinctive rhythms in each case, CDE, p. 23. Poulantzas denied that economic crises are automatically expressed in political or state crises. All three types are relatively autonomous, CDE, p. 25. But the economic and political regions are not completely independent and involved in purely external relations. 92. Indeed, their relationship under monopoly capitalism means that economic crisis is now expressed more directly and organically in political crisis, and political interventions can become factors of economic crisis, CDE, p. 34. Nonetheless, even when economic and political crises occur in the same period, there is no necessary correlation between them. The political crisis that produced Nazism, for example, peaked when the economic crisis was waning. Conversely, the May events preceded the French economic crisis. And, in Chile under Allende, political crisis precipitated an economic crisis, CDE, p. 27. Poulantzas reserves a special term for crises that affect all social relations rather than one particular region. These should be called organic or structural crises, CDE, p. 26. Analyses of political crises must focus on political class relations rather than institutions. They affect not only the power bloc but also the popular classes and state personnel. In discussing its impact on the power bloc, Poulantzas repeated many arguments from FD, CDE, pages 41-2. He added that political crisis also affects the supporting classes in particular. Thus classes such as the petty bourgeoisie and rural classes emerge as authentic social forces. Their own political organs assume greater political significance and the state apparatuses that previously represented and regimented them become less effective. They also question the dominant ideology and its role in their own ideological sub-ensembles, CDE, pages 433-44. Political and institutional crises also affect the state personnel. This is reflected in growing politicization and polarization, splits between top echelons and lower ranks, growing demands concerning the economic corporate interests of different branches, and increasing expression of the distinctive ideologies of various apparatuses, CDE, pages 45-7. Overall, these changes open up significant possibilities of new class alliances for the working class. But crisis alone explains little. Whether a political crisis produces this or that type of state or regime depends on class strategies. In this sense, it is important to relate crises to the modalities of class struggle. Thus fascism emerged because a political crisis coincided with an offensive step by the bourgeoisie and a defensive step by the working class, FD, pages 78-82, 107-8, 130-1, 139-47. Thus class struggle is not only relevant in explaining the genesis of political crises. It also determines whether these crises are resolved through the restoration of democracy or the construction of an exceptional state. 93. Normal and exceptional states. In PPSC, Poulantzas discusses absolutism and also offers some incidental remarks on Bismarckism, Bonapartism, Nazism, and totalitarianism. But he is essentially concerned with the normal form of capitalist state, i.e., the bourgeois democratic republic. Moreover, although he sometimes distinguishes between liberal and interventionist states, problems of periodization are generally ignored. Poulantzas continued to argue that democracy is the normal form of bourgeois state. Indeed, SBS repeats the question originally posed in PPSC, namely, why, in order to assert its political domination, does the bourgeoisie dispose of the quite specific state apparatus which is the capitalist state, the modern representative state, the national popular class state, SBS, p. 49. But poulantzas also paid increasing attention to exceptional forms of the capitalist state, particularly fascism and military dictatorship, and to the post-liberal state, the interventionist state and its authoritarian statist successor. These themes are grounded in PPSC, but new elements are also added. Here I deal with poulantzas' general account of normal and exceptional states and postpone discussion of his historical analyses until later chapters. Authoritarian statism is discussed in the next section. For poulantzas, the definitive features of the capitalist type of state are democratic institutions and hegemonic class leadership. This determines his account of the exceptional state. He argues that normal states correspond to conjunctures in which bourgeois hegemony is stable and secure, and that exceptional states emerge in response to a crisis of hegemony. PPSC, p. 293, FD, pp. 11, 57-9, 72, 298, 313, CD, pp. 92-3. Thus, while the moment of consent dominates that of constitutionalized violence in normal states, exceptional states involve increased resort to physical repression and an open war against dominated classes. PPSC, p. 226, FD, pp. 152, 316, 318, 330, CD, pp. 9, 92, 129. This general distinction is reflected in several institutional and operational differences between the two forms of state. First, the normal state has representative democratic institutions with universal suffrage and competing political parties. In contrast, the exceptional state suspends the electoral principle, with the possible exception of plebiscites and /or referenda closely controlled from above, and also eliminates the plural party system. PPSC, pp. 123, 230, FD, pp. 324-7, CD, pp. 42, 91, 114. 94. Second, in the normal state, the transfer of power occurs within constitutional limits and is subject to the rule of law. This means that power is transferred in a stable and predictable manner. In the exceptional state, however, strict legal regulation is suspended. This helps to impose the constitutional and administrative changes that are entailed in the proposed solution to the hegemonic crisis. PPSC, pp. 226-7, 311, FD, pp. 320-4, SBS, pp. 87-92. Third, the ideological state apparatuses in the normal state typically have private legal status. Thus they enjoy a significant degree of autonomy from official government control. In contrast, ISIS in the exceptional state are generally subordinated to the repressive state apparatus and deprived of real independence. This serves to legitimate the increased resort to coercion and helps overcome the ideological crisis that accompanies a crisis of hegemony. FD, pp. 314-8, CD, pp. 113-4. Fourth, coupled with this increased coordination between the ISIS and the RSA, there is a decline in the formal separation of powers within the RSA itself. This occurs through the infiltration of subordinate branches and power centers by the dominant branch and/or through the expansion of parallel power networks and transmission belts cutting across and linking different branches and centers. This results in a greater centralization of political control and multiplies its points of application within the state. In turn, this serves to reorganize hegemony, to counteract internal divisions and short-circuit internal resistances, and to secure flexibility in the face of bureaucratic inertia. FD, pp. 315-6, 327-30, CD, pp. 50, 92, 100-1, SBS, pp 87-92. Poulantzas argues that representative democratic institutions facilitate the organic circulation and reorganization of hegemony because they help to ventilate class and fractional conflicts. In this way, democratic institutions inhibit major ruptures or breaks in social cohesion and, a fortiori, in the system of political class domination. But it is possible for political and ideological crises to develop which cannot be resolved through the normal, democratic play of class forces. Democratic institutions must be suspended or eliminated in such cases and the crises resolved through an open war of maneuver which ignores constitutional niceties. But the very act of abolishing democratic institutions tends to congeal the balance of forces prevailing when the exceptional state is stabilized. In turn, this makes it more difficult to react to fresh crises and contradictions through those routine and gradual policy adjustments that could. 95. Establish a new equilibrium of compromise. Thus Poulantzas concludes that the professed strength of the exceptional state is superficial. For it actually disguises brittle qualities. These make the exceptional state vulnerable to a sudden collapse in the face of growing contradictions and pressures. In contrast, the apparently weak democratic state bends under the strain. It therefore proves more flexible in organizing political class domination, cd. pages 30, 38, 48-50, 90-3, 106, 124. Poulantzas nonetheless distinguished among the different forms of exceptional state in terms of their capacities for political maneuver. He suggested that an exceptional regime can develop a certain flexibility to the extent that it accomplishes three tasks. First, it must build a political apparatus to concentrate and channel mass support. Ideally, this should embrace not only traditional supporting classes, such as the peasantry and petty bourgeoisie, but should also mobilize the working class through a trade union-type apparatus. Second, it must duplicate transmission belts and parallel power networks to infiltrate and interconnect the various branches and power centers in the state system. This should facilitate rapid changes in the distribution of power in response to the behind-the-scenes struggles among competing class and fractional interests and thereby help to form new equilibria of compromise. Third, it must instill an ideology that permeates the dominated class, ES, as well as the dominant class, ES, and thus acts as the cement of the social formation, PPSC, pages 105-6, 128-9, 251-6, 329-31, FD, pages 195-7, 328-30, CD, pages 71, 83-5, 124. If these features typify the most flexible regimes, the least flexible reveal the obverse features. Thus brittle regimes lack any specialized politico-ideological apparatuses to channel and control mass support and are thereby isolated from the masses. They display a rigid apportionment of state power among various distinct political clans entrenched in each apparatus. And they lack an ideology that can forge the necessary institutional unity of the state system and establish an effective national popular cohesion. All this results in a muddle of inconsistent policies towards the masses as the exceptional regime attempts to neutralize their opposition. It also leads to purely mechanical compromises, tactical alliances and settling of accounts among economic corporate interests among the dominant classes and fractions. In turn, this intensifies the internal contradictions of the state apparatus and reduces its flexibility in the face of economic and 96. Or political crises, cd. pp 49-50, 55-7, 79-80, 83-4, 91-4, 112-13, 120-1, 124-6. Whereas fascism illustrates the most flexible type of exceptional regime, the least flexible type is illustrated by military dictatorship. Moreover, although Poulantzas did not discuss it to the same extent, Bonapartism would appear to be halfway between these extremes. Thus Bonapartism not only lacks a mass party comparable to fascism but is actually associated with a decline in the representational role of parties in favor of executive predominance. On the other hand, it does consolidate a mass base through the mobilization of peasant and petty bourgeois support, and it also installs a distinctive ideology articulating this support to the interests of the power bloc. Moreover, although it is not a normal form of state and corresponds both to a crisis of hegemony and a representational crisis, Bonapartism still manifests a marked degree of centralism organized around the unifying role of the bureaucracy, PPSC, pages 79, 107-8, 180, 243-4, 258-61, 282-3, 302, 320, 357-9, FD, pp 87, 113. Poulantzas clearly recognized important differences among exceptional forms of state and appeared particularly impressed by the flexibility and maneuverability of fascism. But he also insisted that no exceptional regime can secure the sort of flexible, organic regulation of social forces and the smooth circulation of hegemony that occur under bourgeois democracies, cd. p. 124. Accordingly, just as the movement from a normal to an exceptional state involves political crises and ruptures rather than following a continuous, linear path, so the transition from an exceptional to a normal form will also involve a series of breaks and crises rather than a simple process of self-transformation. In turn, this places a premium on the political class struggle to achieve hegemony over the process of democratization. Indeed, Poulantzas insisted that the class character of the normal state will vary significantly with the outcome of this struggle, cd. pp 90-7, 124, and passim. Authoritarian statism. In discussing the transition from military dictatorship to a democratic state in Greece, Poulantzas cautioned his party comrades against the naive belief that a liberal parliamentary regime could be established. He argued that this is an outmoded form of democratic 97 government and that the best that could be expected was an authoritarian statist regime with some modicum of accountability. In turn, this meant that some of the illiberal features of the military dictatorship were typical of the current state of capitalism rather than deviations from contemporary democratic norms, 1976 c. In his later work, Poulantzas returned to this problem and tried to develop a systematic account of this new form of state. He identified this new form as authoritarian statism. Its basic developmental tendency is described as intensified state control over every sphere of socio-economic life combined with radical decline of the institutions of political democracy and with draconian and multiform curtailment of so-called formal liberties, SBS, pages 203-4. More specifically, Poulantzas argued that the principal elements of authoritarian statism and its implications for representative democracy comprise, first, a transfer of power from the legislature to the executive and the concentration of power within the latter, second, an accelerated fusion between the three branches of the state, legislature, executive, and judiciary, accompanied by a decline in the rule of law, third, the functional decline of political parties as the leading channels for political dialogue with the administration and as the major forces in organizing hegemony, and finally, the growth of parallel power networks cross-cutting the formal organization of the state and holding a decisive share in its various activities, 1979 IB, p. 132, CDE, pp 55-7, SBS, pages 217-31. These changes are a permanent, structural feature of the modern state. They correspond to a peculiar sharpening of the generic elements of political and state crisis accompanying the long-term economic crisis that is supposedly besetting the entire current phase of the CMP. Among the most important crisis tendencies in this phase Poulantzas cited, the politicization of working-class resistance to capital's attempt to resolve the economic crisis, the politicization of the new petty bourgeoisie because of the deepening of the social division of labor within the ranks of intellectual labor itself, the decomposition of the traditional alliance between the bourgeoisie and the old and new petty bourgeoisie, The ideological crisis accompanying the growth of new social movements on erstwhile secondary fronts, and the sharpening of the contradictions within the power bloc because of the tendential division of labor between the comprador and interior fractions of capital, SBS, pages 210 to 14, 219, 221. 98. Moreover, whether the state disengages or intervenes to moderate one crisis tendency, it aggravates these tendencies elsewhere. Thus the state's ability to moderate the wilder aspects of capitalist crises, as evident in the 1930s, requires it to assume direct responsibility for the purgative effects of crisis. This can threaten its legitimacy and stability. This occurs because it has become much more difficult for the dominant fraction to sacrifice its short-term economic corporate interests in order to promote its long-term political hegemony. Yet failure to act against economic crisis tendencies leaves them free to undermine capital accumulation. Likewise, the growing involvement of the state in hitherto marginal areas of social life has politicized the popular masses, especially as it is difficult nowadays to justify austerity, cuts, recommodification, etc., in the name of social policy. This allegedly produces a legitimation crisis and thereby encourages the masses to confront the state directly. In turn, such anti-statism threatens its stability. But any failure to intervene in these areas would undermine the social reproduction of labor power. The growing role of the state in the internationalization of capital also provokes problems for national unity. This is especially clear in its impact on less developed regions and national minorities, SBS, pages 141 to 2, 154 to 3, 210 to 14, 219, 221, 245 to 6. The permanence of these crisis tendencies means that the authoritarian statist response must be seen as a normal form of the state rather than as exceptional. For poulantzas argued that exceptional regimes are always temporary and occur in response to specific conjunctures. It is true that authoritarian statist tendencies may be enforced by the emergence of crises of, as opposed to in, the state. This phenomenon can be seen, according to poulantzas, in France, Portugal, Greece, Spain and Italy. This does not involve a real break in the development of the state, it merely accentuates normal features of the current stage, SBS, pages 206, 214, 1979 IB, pages 138, 131. Certain exceptional features can nonetheless be found in close association with the dominant normal features of the modern state. In particular, there emerges a reserve repressive parastate apparatus, parallel to the main organs of the state. This serves in a preemptive capacity to police popular struggles and other threats to bourgeois hegemony, CDE, p. 56, SBS, pages 186 to 7, 210, 212, 1979 IB, pages 129 to 30. More generally, the various exceptional elements characteristic of all forms of state are now crystallized and orchestrated. 99. Into a permanent structure running parallel to the official state system. The inspiration for this idea probably stems from the so-called parastate of court and army that ruled Greece for so long behind the facade of formal democratic government, 1974 IV, 1975 B, 1975 IC, 1975 ID, 1975 IE, cf. Tsoukalas, 1969, pages 42, 47, 148 to 52, 170 to 8. But this duplication of the state seems to have become a generic structural feature of authoritarian statism. It involves a constant symbiosis and functional intersecting of the two, normal and exceptional, structures under the control of the commanding heights of the state apparatus and the dominant party, SBS, pages 208, 210, 245, cf. 1979 IB, p. 132. In discussing authoritarian statism, poulantzas focused on the irresistible rise of the state administration. The administration seals itself off from the representational role of parties and legislative assemblies. It also blocks the direct access of elected deputies as advocates of the national interest over against the views of officials. Instead, the administration is increasingly organized as a center for the direct expression of monopoly interests and presents them as the real embodiment of the national interest. This involves a massive politicization of the administration and poses dangers of fragmentation behind a formal facade of bureaucratic hierarchy and unity, SBS, p. 236. Moreover, at the same time as monopoly capital gains privileged access to the state is so organized that popular interests are excluded from its field of perception. But these interests still break through in the form of contradictions inside the administration itself, even though, presumably, they are not recognized as such, SBS, pages 226-9. Poulantzas related this irresistible rise mainly to the state's growing economic role as modified by the political situation. For state intervention means that law can no longer be confined to general, formal, and universal norms whose enactment is the preserve of Parliament as the embodiment of the general will of the people nation. Instead, legal norms are subject to ever more elaborate specification by the administration with respect to particular conjuncture, situations, and interests. Indeed, even the initial formulation of laws has passed almost entirely from Parliament to the administration. Thus the shift from particularistic regulation occurs at the expense of the rule of law, SBS, pages 218-19. This change is not simply the product of economic imperatives calling for detailed intervention. It also reflects the permanent instability of monopoly. 100. Hegemony within the power bloc and over the people. Thus, in addition to its economic effects, the decline of the rule of law also affects the political sphere. This can be seen in the increasing emphasis on preemptive policing of the potentially disloyal and deviant rather than the judicial punishment of clearly defined offenses against the law, SBS, pages 219-20. There is also a strong tendency towards fusion of the legislature, executive, and judiciary, each of which enjoyed at least a formal autonomy in the liberal state, PPSC, pages 303-7, 310-15, CCC, p. 173, CDE, pages 55-6, SBS, pages 222-5, 1979 IB, p. 132. Thus the institution of Parliament has become a mere electoral registration chamber with very limited powers. The state administration, on the other hand, becomes the principal site for elaborating state policy. Indeed, under the aegis of the political executive, the bureaucracy is becoming the leading actor in policy formation. Real power is rapidly becoming concentrated and centralized at the summits of the governmental and administrative system. In fact, real power is increasingly focused in the office of a president or prime minister. Because this office stands at the apex of the various administrative structures, it gives the appearances of a purely personalistic presidential prime ministerial system. But the latter actually condenses many contradictory pressures and operates as a mechanism of adjustment among conflicting class forces, SBS, pages 221-4, 227-8, 233, 238, CFPPSC, pages 311-14. Alongside these administrative changes, there are also important changes in the party system. Here poulantzas focused on the parties in power. These are defined as parties which seek to participate, and do participate, in government according to a pattern of regular alternation that is organically fixed and anticipated by the existing state institutions as a whole, and not just by constitutional rules, SBS, p. 220. He suggested that there is a loosening of the ties of representation between governing parties and power bloc. This occurs because monopoly capital finds it difficult to organize its hegemony through the parties in Parliament and therefore concentrates its attempts at influence on the administration. Their interests are increasingly mediated through the lobby system on a reformist, economic corporative level, PPSC, pages 313, 313-14n, 320, FD, p171, SBS, pages 221-3. Thus the parties no. 101. Longer fulfill their traditional functions in policy making, through compromise and alliances around a common party program, and in political legitimation, through electoral competition for a national popular mandate. Instead they have become little more than transmission belts for official decisions and differ among themselves merely in the aspects of official policy that they choose to popularize, SBS, pages 229-30, 237. In turn political legitimation has been redirected through other channels. These involve plebiscitary and manipulative techniques that rely on the mass media rather than parties, and they are dominated by the executive, SBS, p. 229. Nonetheless, the activities of the state administration continually run up against limits inherent in its own political structure and operation. These limits are particularly clear in the internal divisions between different administrative coteries, clans, and factions, and in the reproduction inside the state system of class conflicts and contradictions. In turn, this poses the problem of how the administration is to be unified and homogenized to ensure its effective operation on behalf of monopoly capital. In exceptional states, this is accomplished through a political apparatus, such as the fascist party, the army, the political police, that is distinct from the administration. In the theoretically normal form of representative democracy, it is achieved through the organic functioning of a plural party system located at a certain distance from the central administrative apparatus, SBS, pages 231, 232-3, CFPPSC, pages 318-20, 335-7, 345-6, 348, 353-5, FD, pages 316-17, 332, 340-1, 353, CD, pages 33, 104-7. But how can this be realized under authoritarian statism? Poulantzas suggested the need for a dominant mass party that can function as a parallel network and thereby ensure the strict political subordination of the entire administration to the summits of the executive. This mass party acts as a political commissar at the heart of the administration and develops a growing material and ideology community of interest with key civil servants, SBS, pages 233-6. At the same time, this party must transmit the state ideology to the popular masses and reinforce the plebiscitary legitimation of authoritarian statism, SBS, pages 236-7. The development of this sort of highly unified and structured mass party is most likely to occur when there is a long period without alternation among the governing parties. But, in the absence of such a mass party, its functions can be satisfied through a single inter-party center dominating the alternating parties of power in a plural party system, SBS, pages 232, 235-6. 102. If this argument seems to contradict Poulantzas's earlier suggestions that political parties have become merely transmission belts for the administration, it is because he did not clearly distinguish between their role in the representation of public opinion and their role in the politics of power. In this respect, it would be better to describe the dominant mass party, SIC, as the dominant state party. This would serve to highlight further the alleged confusion between the party and the state. The irresistible rise of the state administration in metropolitan capitalism cannot prevent a further sharpening of the generic elements of political and state crisis. This can be seen in the increasing politicization and associated leftward polarization of the bureaucracy in opposition to the rightward thrust of the dominant state party. This tendency is most evident among lesser officials by virtue of their close ties to the new petty bourgeoisie and/or their front-line role in confrontations with the popular masses. A second problem derives from the dominant role of the state administration in organizing hegemony. 4. In contrast with the flexible reorganization of class forces possible through an organic plural party system, the administration proves somewhat rigid and jerky in managing the unstable equilibrium of class compromise. Finally, poulantzas referred to the development and impact of mass struggles precipitated by new forms of state intervention. These popular movements are typically located at a distance from the state but are quite capable of provoking major dislocating effects within the state itself. SBS, pages 240-7. Thus the rise of authoritarian statism involves a paradox. It clearly strengthens state power at the expense of liberal representative democracy, but it also involves a definite weakening of its capacities to secure bourgeois hegemony. This provokes demands for an extension of direct, rank-and-file democracy. In turn, this presents both dangers and opportunities to the left in its struggle for a democratic socialism. SBS, pages 241, 263-5, and see Chapter 10. A critique of the regional economic theory. Poulantzas employed a threefold approach in analyzing the economic as well as the political region. He first establishes the basic structural matrix of the CMP, within which a relatively autonomous economic region is both determinant and dominant. In this context, he also considers the changes in this matrix that accompany the transition. 103. To monopoly capitalism. Secondly, he deals with the specific institutional structure of the economic region with special reference to the circuit of capital and changes in the social relations of production. Whereas the specificity of the typical capitalist state derives from its juridico-political organization as a national popular, democratic state, the specificity of the capitalist economy derives from the manifold implications of the value form. Here Poulantzas pays particular attention to the reorganization of the social relations of production involved in the rise of monopoly capitalism, c. CCC, pp 58-65, 109-55. Thirdly, Poulantzas considers the specificity of the economic class struggle over valorization and exploitation. Poulantzas is careful to relate all three levels of the economic region. 4. In presenting his views on dominance, Poulantzas recognizes the danger of mistaking a correlation for an explanation, PPSC, pp 151n, 318. He continually stresses the need to relate changes in economic intervention to the class struggle. This explains the importance he attaches to the changing weight of absolute and relative surplus value in economic exploitation and the changing conflicts among different fractions of capital. But these forms of struggle can only be understood in terms of the specific institutional organization of capitalism. This mediates the analysis of matrix and struggles. Whilst recognizing the distinctiveness of the capitalist economy, Poulantzas does not treat it in an economistic manner. For he also connects the economic and political regions at each level of analysis. Accordingly, he considers the displacement of dominance between the economic and political regions, the mutual implications of state intervention for the valorization of capital and the reproduction of labor power, as well as for the structure of the state system, and the overdetermination of economic class struggle by the struggle for political and ideological domination, PPSC, pp 44-56, CCC, pp 21, 24-5, 27, 32, 81, 97-9, 107, 167-8, SBS, pp 35, 163, 185-9. Thus he refuses to see the economic and political as hermetically sealed regions, and thereby also begins to break with the overly politicist account of the state presented in PPSC. This has clear implications for capital accumulation and the state's economic role. For capital accumulation cannot be studied purely as an economic phenomenon, nor can the state's role be seen as purely technical and class neutral. Both are firmly located within the economic, political, and ideological struggle for class domination and 104. Hegemony. This approach is already evident in PPSC, where Poulantzas argues that both the technico-economic and ideological functions of the state are overdetermined by its global political function as the factor of cohesion in class-divided societies, PPSC, pp 50-1. It is more fully developed in his analyses of the interventionist state, for which the economic function has become increasingly dominant. Initially, Poulantzas drew on structuralist Marxism to describe the economic region of the CMP. This is evident in concepts such as the structural matrix of the CMP, its various regions, the index of dominance, the displacement of dominance, dislocations, non-correspondence, overdetermination, class practices, and trigger. In particular, he drew on Balibar's structuralist Marxist theory of modes of production and the transitions between them. Balibar, 1967, pp 212-47, 273-308. Thus he described the matrix of the CMP in terms of the specific combination of the invariant economic elements and relations that distinguish it from other modes of production, see Chapter 6. But even his early accounts gave greater weight to the economic class struggle than was characteristic of the Althusserian approach. In particular, he rejected the idea that the economic was the site of unconscious economic laws that operated independently of the class struggle or were influenced only from the outside by political and ideological struggles. See the Critique of Althusser in Poulantzas, 1966a, and of Balibar in PPSC, pp 88-9. Even with these qualifications, the structuralist influence generally obscures rather than clarifies Poulantzas's analysis. Indeed, Poulantzas himself admits that he initially treated the economic and political regions as distinct and mutually impermeable, and was consequently unable to grasp the nature and functions of economic intervention by the state. 1976a, p18, CFCCC, pp 167-8, SBS, pp 26-7, 166-7. This is well illustrated in the inconsistencies and ambiguities involved in his discussion of the displacement of dominance. It was only when Poulantzas abandoned a structuralist Marxist approach to the CMP that he really began to understand the state's economic activities. Only then could he begin to develop Capital's arguments about the value form and economic class struggle, as well as the economic implications of Gramsci's views on hegemony, PPSC, pp 25-7, 30-2, CCC, pp 18-9, contrast CCC, pp 62-4, 94-7, 109-27, 132, 210-23, and SBS, pp 166-94. Poulantzas's regional economic theory is unnecessarily complicated because he uses the same words to describe phenomena at 105 different levels of analysis. This applies to such phrases as determination in the last instance and displacement of dominance, and, much more seriously, to the concept of economic. In the general theory of modes of production, this last concept refers to the overall process of production considered in isolation from its political and ideological overdetermination. In this context, economic determination signifies that the index of dominance, or relative weight, of the economic, political, and ideological regions is determined by the relations of production. In the particular theory of the capitalist mode of production, economic refers to the specific organization of production under the dominance of the law of value. Likewise, economic determination now refers to the determinant role of the cycle of productive capital within the circuit of capital as a whole. Thus, the claim that the economic is both determinant and dominant in the CMP applies concepts from the general theory to the particular case of capitalism. All it means is that the overall structure of capitalist production entails its organization under the dominance of the value form, as opposed to the dominance of extra-economic coercion within the economy. This argument is quite commonplace and hardly requires to be expressed in Althusserian language. Indeed, Poulantzas had already presented it in his preliminary remarks on hegemony before he adopted the structuralist Marxist paradigm, 1965 c. More problematic is the frequently advanced claim that the transition to monopoly capitalism displaces dominance from the economic to the political region without, however, changing the basic matrix of the CMP, PPSC, pp 55-6, 91, 150, 211, 345, FD, pp 20-1, 74-5, 303, 313, CCC, pp 42, 45, 81, 100-1, 165-8, SBS, pp 166-8. Economic and political cannot mean the same here as they do in either the general or the particular theory. Poulantzas is clearly not arguing that the growth of monopoly once again grounds economic exploitation in extra economic coercion and therefore replaces capitalism with a new mode of production. Nor can he be arguing that it replaces the law of value as the dynamic of capital accumulation with the organizational role of the state. Thus both words must have further meanings at the institutional level of analysis. Poulantzas himself does not specify these meanings. The most plausible interpretation is that economic refers to the role of market forces in their liberal form of laissez-faire and free competition, and that political refers to the socialization of production and exploitation. 106. Through the agency of the state. Thus the displacement of dominance probably refers to changes in the respective roles of market and political forces in the institutional mediation of the law of value. This interpretation is consistent with the meaning of displacement in structuralist Marxism, namely, a break in the development of a system such that a given set of functions comes to be performed through a qualitatively different set of agents or forces. This discontinuous transformation, involves changes in the elements as well as their relative weight or dominance. Balibar, 1967, pp 243-7. In this sense, the displacement of dominance involves the reorganization of the circuit of capital such that the allocation of investment capital and the exploitation of wage labor are dominated by state involvement rather than laissez-faire, and by state monopoly competition rather than free competition. This involves substantive changes in the economic and political elements alike. Thus new forms of competition affect the sphere of market forces, and the state's activities are now dominated by its economic functions and the economic state apparatus. The resulting transformation is also discontinuous because it does not evolve gradually out of the preceding stage and radically reorganizes the whole social formation. But it can also be presented as a displacement of dominance within the CMP because the fundamental matrix remains unaltered. The state is still excluded from the productive core of the capitalist economy, and the circuit of productive capital still determines the overall dynamic of accumulation. This preserves the ultimately determining role of the economic region and means that state intervention cannot eliminate the contradictions of capitalism. This leaves a problem in accounting for what is often termed simple monopoly capitalism. Although Poulantzas sometimes distinguished between the simple monopoly and state monopoly phases of imperialism, example PPSC, pp 55, 91, 150, 152-3, 155, 193, 211, 345, he stressed the continuity in the state's economic role across these phases in contrast with the discontinuity between the liberal and imperialist stages of capitalism, FD, p. 20. Later he conceded that a fundamental break had occurred but did not then consider the state's role in the simple monopoly phase, SBS, p. 166, CFPPSC, p. 155. However, Poulantzas defined what is conventionally termed simple monopoly capitalism as the phase of transition to monopoly capitalism, FD, p. 21, CCC, pages 45-6. He 107. Also claimed that the state's role in a transitional phase is enlarged compared with its role once a new stage has been consolidated, FD, pp. 21. This means that the state's role in this phase cannot be assimilated to its role in state monopoly capitalism. But it is far from clear what meaning Poulantzas might have attached to economic and political in this context. The problems considered above reflect the predominantly descriptive, impressionistic, or intuitive character of these concepts. Poulantzas failed to transform them into genuine theoretical categories and thereby rendered them ambiguous and inconsistent. In turn, this reflects his reliance on the structuralist metaphysic of instances, cf. Lacan, 1977, pp 72-9. Eventually, Poulantzas abandoned the idea that the economic, political, and ideological were distinct regions of the CMP and treated them instead as analytically distinct moments of the capitalist relations of production. The economic moment concerned valorization and exploitation, the political moment concerned the forms of managerial authority, and the ideological moment concerned the form taken by the mental manual division of labor. This new approach involved a clear rejection of the structuralist analysis of capitalism as a structure in dominance with three separate instances. It thereby provided a more satisfactory matrix for analyzing the state's role in constituting and reproducing capitalist relations of production, SBS, pp 26-7, 54-63. Yet, despite this theoretical shift, Poulantzas still refers to the displacement of dominance from the economic to the political. This perpetuates his ambiguities, confusions, and obscurities on the changing character of the CMP. But this concept is the last significant residue of structuralist Marxism in his economic analysis, and it is clearly, albeit only implicitly, transformed by its insertion into a new theoretical framework. This relational approach also fundamentally alters his analysis of class determination and class position, see Chapter 6, and is associated with changing attitudes towards certain theoretical and political positions of the French Communist Party. Poulantzas and State Monopoly Capitalism Theory. In writing PPSC, Poulantzas had clear political as well as theoretical objectives. He was criticizing the orthodox communist theory of state. 108. Monopoly capitalism, or stomacap, and its implications for the state and political strategy. This critique was sustained in subsequent work and extended to the economic and class theories entailed in stomacap analyses. In general, he argued that these analyses were marred by an economistic view of social relations, an instrumentalist account of the state, and a reformist political strategy, PPSC, pp 273, 273n, FD, pages 83, 97, CCC, pages 48, 82, 102-8, 117, 139-40, 157-164, 169-170, 183, 197-8, 303-4, 1976a, p81, SBS, pages 19, 52, 128, 172-3, 183. The strength of this critique can be illustrated through a brief summary of the main arguments of stomacap theory. It argues that capitalism develops through successive stages that have culminated in a stage of state monopoly capitalism. State intervention has now become a normal and, indeed, dominant element in reproducing capitalism. Indeed, some versions claim that the state has become part of the economic base and that the law of value has been replaced by the primacy of politics in the dynamic of capital accumulation. Moreover, whereas the state once acted as a committee for managing the affairs of the whole bourgeoisie, it now intervenes on behalf of monopoly capital to the total, or near total, exclusion of other fractions of capital. Indeed, the state and monopolies have fused into a single mechanism of economic exploitation and political domination. In turn, this means that the proletariat should be able to mobilize a large anti-monopoly alliance embracing not only other popular classes but also fractions of capital itself. This prepares the ground for a popular, democratic transition to socialism. But it also encourages monopoly capital to preserve its dominance by replacing the old bourgeois democratic republic with more authoritarian government. For an extended review of stomacap theories, see Jessop, 1982, pp 32-77. In opposition to these views, Poulantzas denied that the state is an instrument and/or can be monopolized by particular class fractions. Instead, it is relatively autonomous from the dominant classes and fractions and organizes them into a power block under the hegemony of one fraction. He also denied that the state is part of the economic base, that it can eliminate or regulate capitalist crises, and that the economic is no longer determinant. Likewise, he argued against stomachap views that there is a natural anti-monopoly alliance embracing all the wage-earning classes as well as parts of the bourgeoisie. Instead, he insisted on the continuing differences of class. 109. Interest between the petty bourgeoisie and the proletariat, and vehemently denied that capital could ever belong to a socialist bloc. He also criticized the electoralist illusions and frontist tactics of the communist parties and insisted on a fundamental assault on the state and effective grassroots political mobilization, on class, see Chapter 6, on anti-monopoly strategy, see Chapters 8, 9, and 10. It is somewhat surprising, therefore, to note that Poulantzas later moved towards state monopoly capitalist positions. This is evident in several areas. His most recent work suggests that a qualitatively new stage has emerged in monopoly capitalism and is characterized by massive state intervention. Previously, he had argued that the only decisive break occurred between liberal and monopoly capitalism, and that since then there had merely been a gradual accretion of state economic activities. 1977 IJ, p3, SBS, p166, 1979 IA, p200. He argued that whole areas of the valorization of capital and the reproduction of labor power are now directly inserted into the state, and that this insertion occurs principally to the advantage of monopoly capital. CCC, pages 46, 62, 81, 102, 125, 134, 148 to 150, 155, 158, 168, 172, SBS, pages 136, 191, 225. He also adopted the PCF thesis that the state plays a major role in the devalorization of unprofitable monopoly capital through nationalization and state subsidies, CCC, p167, and SBS, pp 175 to 177. On this thesis, see Jessop, 1982, pp 50 to 3, 68 to 9. In addition, Poulantzas suggested that monopoly capital has subsumed non-monopoly capital under its economic domination and is currently the only member of the power bloc able to establish hegemony. He even claimed that non-monopoly capital can no longer act as an autonomous social force, CCC, pages 148 to 9, 160 n, 160 to 1, 168. In this context, Poulantzas further argued that the dominance of the state's economic functions threatens to undermine monopoly hegemony and so widens the space for compromises between the people and non-monopoly capital, as well as for popular alliances embracing the petty bourgeoisie, CCC, pages 155, 333 to 5, SBS, p 211. In turn, this leads monopoly capital to dismantle traditional democratic forms and to construct authoritarian forms in the attempt to compensate for the permanent, generic crisis of hegemony, SBS, PASM. This remarkable convergence does not mean, of course, that Poulantzas shared the economism, instrumentalism, and reformism of orthodox stomachap theory. For the basic thrust of his work is 110. Antagonistic to these theoretical and strategic deviations. Thus Poulantzas paid increasing attention to the nature of political and ideological hegemony, the relative autonomy of the state as a structural ensemble and strategic terrain, and the importance of revolutionary struggle within, against, and outside the state. The more he distanced himself in these respects from stomachap theories, therefore, the more easily he could embrace certain substantive arguments from stomachap theories. This could have been particularly attractive politically as well as theoretically at a time when Poulantzas was actively involved in the Union de la Gauche. For integrating such arguments with his own views deprives them of their economistic, instrumentalist, and reformist overtones and endows them with new theoretical and strategic implications. The analysis of political regimes. We now turn briefly to Poulantzas's analyses of normal and exceptional regimes and authoritarian statism. The early versions of these analyses presuppose the basic matrix of the CMP and the fundamental characteristics of the capitalist state, see above. Later versions are based on his account of the social division of labor and the institutional materiality of the capitalist state, see Chapter 5. But there are fundamental theoretical difficulties in all versions. First, one cannot help noting the implicit functionalism in Poulantzas's analyses of the normal state and the implicit dysfunctionalism of his account of exceptional regimes. For Poulantzas assumes that the democratic state is functional for capital whereas exceptional regimes are too brittle to survive. Yet the benefits of normal forms of state are merely asserted and proof is then sought in the alleged contraindications of exceptional regimes. This procedure becomes increasingly inadequate as Poulantzas develops his relational approach and thereby throws doubt on the causal principles that allegedly underpin this functionality. In his early work, concepts such as relative autonomy, class unity, and hegemony were so defined that they appeared to offer clear theoretical guarantees that the national popular, representative state would function as a capitalist state. Indeed, in his more extreme structuralist moments, Poulantzas more or less insisted that actually did so. But he usually introduced a certain contingency in 111. This regard through reference to concrete conjunctures of the class struggle. His later work identified contingencies at more abstract levels and thereby called all functionalist guarantees into question. In particular, Poulantzas dissolved the structuralist principles of relative autonomy and state unity into conjunctural phenomena, and he no longer presupposed hegemonic class domination but insisted on a generic crisis of hegemony. Faced with these concessions, one is left wondering whether democratic government is really more functional for bourgeois domination than dictatorship and, if so, how this might be more effectively demonstrated. Poulantzas places particular emphasis throughout on the role of hegemony in securing bourgeois political domination and also distinguishes between normal and exceptional regimes in terms of hegemonic crises. This places a major explanatory burden on the principle of hegemony. But, relative to the weight placed upon it, this principle is seriously underdeveloped. Poulantzas provides some indicators of a crisis of hegemony, but it is still unclear from these contraindications exactly how hegemony is secured and reproduced. Here again we see the problems created by a failure to transform a descriptive, impressionistic, and intuitive concept into a clear theoretical category. Poulantzas provides some indications as to how this might be achieved, but they are never adequately specified or substantiated, see Chapter 5. These difficulties are accentuated in Poulantzas's account of authoritarian statism as the current normal form of state. It actually comprises both normal and exceptional features, but Poulantzas does not demonstrate that these are articulated under the dominance of the normal elements. Poulantzas also insists that authoritarian statism leads to a decline in representative democracy, the allegedly normal form of the bourgeois state, without specifying how it substitutes new forms of democratic participation and so maintains the democratic framework. All the evidence he adduces points to a long-term decline in democracy and not to its internal transformation. This is probably related to his neglect of new forms of political representation, such as liberal corporatism based on function within the division of labor, in favor of an eclectic account of the decline of their traditional, parliamentary form and the growth of authoritarian state control over the people. Likewise, it is probably related to his neglect of the specific forms of ideology, example authoritarian populism, through 112. Which the hegemony of monopoly capital might be reasserted in the face of crises in the liberal and or technocratic ideological matrices of yesteryear, cf. Hall, 1980. Moreover, whilst his own methodological and theoretical principles require Poulantzas to demonstrate how the development of authoritarian statism entails a break or rupture in the political process, since it involves a transition to a new state form, he admits that it results instead from the gradual accentuation of tendencies coeval with monopoly capitalism and hence also characteristic of the interventionist state. The self-same continuity with the preceding phase of capitalism is evident in his explanations of the new state form in terms of the increasing economic role of the state and/or the permanent instability of the hegemony of monopoly capital. In short, even if we accept the basically descriptive account of authoritarian statism as a normal form, it remains unclear how far poulantzas can offer a distinctive explanation for its emergence and future development. Concluding remarks. The principal developments within the regional political theory first outlined in PPSC have now been considered. From a limited concern with the theoretically typical state regardless of its periodization according to different stages of capitalism, poulantzas moved on to consider both its normal and exceptional forms and its economic and political periodization. In addition, he no longer took for granted the stability of hegemony and considered the different forms of political crisis that could characterize the bourgeois state system. In developing these views, poulantzas gave greater weight to institutional factors and to the class struggle. Nonetheless, he still maintained the basic threefold methodological approach outlined earlier. This is evident in his continuing concern with the changing structural matrix of the CMP and his newfound concern for the specificity of the economic region and its associated forms of class struggle. Moreover, although he later abandoned structuralist Marxism in considering the matrix of the CMP, he still prefaced his account of the state with an analysis of the relative autonomy of the economic and political regions in capitalism, SBS, pp 14-20, 25-7. 113. This analysis involved much greater concern with the social relations of production in all their complexity, and it was reflected in a new approach that we now turn to before drawing our final conclusions on poulantzas's various theories of the state. 114. 5. From a regional to a relational theory. In his last book, Poulantzas set himself several theoretical and political objectives. He was clearly concerned with the growth of authoritarian statism in almost all developed countries, including those in the Soviet bloc, and the prospects for democratic socialism as a feasible alternative in some European countries. He described both issues as important and urgent and considered them to be closely related, SBS, pp 7, 39, 206-7, 246-7, 265. Before Poulantzas discussed these crucial issues, however, he presented some basic theoretical guidelines and arguments. Most of these can be found in his earlier work, but some are presented for the first time in SBS. In particular, he now develops his own relational approach to the institutional materiality of the state and also engages in a partial and critical rapprochement with Foucault's work. Accordingly, the present chapter considers the extent to which these new elements are consistent with Poulantzas's earlier regional theory and to what extent they constitute a decisive theoretical break in his work. Unfortunately, much of SBS takes the form of a critique of alternative positions. Thus, rather than being presented in a simple, didactic, and logical manner, Poulantzas's own ideas often emerge only indirectly and through contradistinction. This makes SBS unnecessarily complex and convoluted, but it is also an extraordinarily rich and provoking text. In certain respects, SBS is also a provisional and transitional work. It certainly does not represent the culmination of Poulantzas's life work. Poulantzas modified his views significantly in later articles and interviews and distanced himself even further from orthodox Marxism. Thus, this chapter considers both SBS and subsequent contributions to a relational theory. New methodological considerations. In the introduction to SBS, Poulantzas outlines the general approach that will inform his analysis of the capitalist state. As always, he rejects instrumentalist and voluntarist approaches to state power, but he presents his own approach in a new light. Poulantzas does repeat certain general principles from PPSC and subsequent works, but he presents them differently and links them into a much more explicit relational perspective. In particular, he argues that political class domination is inscribed in the material organization and institutions of the state system, and that this institutional materiality is grounded in its turn in the relations of production and social division of labor in capitalist societies, SBS, p. 14. He then unfolds some implications of this approach. In discussing the relations of production and the social division of labor, Poulantzas draws on his analyses in CCC rather than PPSC. For he focuses on the interpenetration of the economic, political, and ideological moments of the social division of labor rather than the structural matrix constituted by the economic, political, and ideological regions of the capitalist mode of production. Thus he argues that the production process is based on the unity of the labor process and relations of production organized under the dominance of the latter. These relations are not purely economic, let alone merely technical, but also involve specific political and ideological moments. For politics and ideology are not limited to reproducing the general, external conditions in which production occurs, they are also present in the heart of the labor process as constitutive moments of the social relations of production. This means that the relations of production are expressed in specific class powers organically articulated to the more general political and ideological relations that concretize and legitimize them. It also means that the process of production and exploitation reproduces relations of politico-ideological domination and subordination, SBS, pp. 26-7. Clearly, in presenting his new, relational approach, Poulantzas no longer employs Althusserian categories. But he still castigates any assumption that the economy or the state are immutable, trans-historical fields of social relations with unchanging boundaries and functions. For the economic and political regions are from the very beginning constituted by their mutual relation and articulation, a 115. Process that is effected in each mode of production through the determining role of relations of production, SBS, p. 17. This rules out any general theory of economics or the state and indicates the need for particular theoretical analyses of specific types of economy or state. Poulantzas also repeats that the relative institutional separation of the state in the CMP entails a distinct object for analysis. This is now redefined as nothing other than the capitalist form of the presence of the political in the constitution and reproduction of the relations of production, SBS, p. 19. Accordingly, this distinctive presence is the new focus for Poulantzas's regional theory of the capitalist state and its relation to social classes and class struggle, SBS, pp. 14-22, 25-7, CFPPSC, pp. 13, 17-8, 22. One other advance on earlier positions should be noted. Poulantzas had long argued that there could be no general theory of the state. Now he adds that there can be no general theory of the transition from one state form to another, including that from capitalism to socialism. In particular, Poulantzas denies that Marxism can provide an infallible formula, purged of all deviations, to ensure an effective transition to democratic socialism. This denial is based on epistemological considerations concerning the inevitable gap between theory and practice, and it is directed at targets to the left and the right. For Poulantzas seeks to refute both the orthodox Marxist-Leninist demand for a dictatorship of the proletariat and the nouveau philosophy's equation of Marxism with the Gulag, SBS, pp. 22-5. The state, class powers, and struggles. After these brief methodological remarks, Poulantzas considers the general nature of the capitalist state. He emphasizes that it involves more than the exercise of repression and or ideological deception. It does more than negatively delimit and protect the rules of the economic game and or inculcate false consciousness among subordinate classes. For it is actively involved in constituting and maintaining the relations of production and the social division of labor, in organizing hegemonic class unity within the power block, and in managing the material bases of consent among the popular masses. In short, the state's role in reproducing class domination is a positive one and by no means reducible to the simple couplet of repression ideology. 116. Poulantzas continually stresses the state's positivity and ubiquity in constituting and reproducing the relations of production. for it is the factor which concentrates, condenses, materializes, and incarnates politico-ideological relations in a form specific to the given mode of production, SBS, p. 27. This means that the state is everywhere. Indeed, Poulantzas argues that we cannot imagine any social phenomenon, any knowledge, power, language, or writing, as posed in a state prior to the state, for all social reality must stand in relation to the state and to class divisions, p. 39. Thus every social reality must be conceived as maintaining constitutive relations to the state, p. 40. This involves class and non-class relations alike. For the state intervenes in all relations of power and assigns them a class pertinence and enmeshes them in the web of economic, political, and ideological powers of the dominant class, p. 43. In developing these views, Poulantzas has several targets. Most obviously he criticizes Althusser for reducing the state system to the RSA and ISAs and ignoring its positive role. Equally clearly he is confirming Foucault's criticism of more traditional juridico-political approaches to state power for their one-sided emphasis on the negative, prohibitive, and repressive features of the state. But Poulantzas is also criticizing two other influential approaches. He is attacking the nouveau philosophes for their argument that the state is the origin of all power, domination, and oppression and that it is impossible to resist its embrace, example Glucksmann, 1977, and Levy, 1977. And he is criticizing the libertarian views of Clastres, Leffert, and Castoriadis. In their different ways these theorists suggest, according to Poulantzas, that social power is primary and that the state is a mere appendage which reinforces a pre-political domination, example Clastres, 1977, Leffert, 1979, and Castoriadis, 1975. Poulantzas replies to these positions by reasserting some basic postulates of Marxist theory. Thus, in opposition to the nouveau philosophes, he emphasizes that the cornerstone of power in class-divided formations is class power. This is grounded in economic power and the relations of production rather than the state. Moreover, since class relations are relations of struggle, they resist integration into apparatuses and escape institutional control. Conversely, in opposition to libertarian theorists, he insists that the state is directly involved as a constitutive and original feature of class and non-class relations alike. Indeed, notwithstanding the ultimately 117 determining role of the relations of production, political power is primordial. For changes in the character of state power condition every other essential transformation in both class and non-class relations. Moreover, because both class and non-class struggles escape state control, state power is always provisional, fragile, and limited. This makes the struggle for state power the crucial struggle for democratic socialism, SBS, pp. 43-5. The capitalist state and the social division of labor. Poulantzas relates the distinctive form of the capitalist state to its foundations in capitalist relations of production. These must not be understood in the narrow sense of exchange relations, as happens in the case of the Della Volpian school criticized in PPSC and again in SBS, pp. 50, 63, nor in the more general sense of purely economic relations with their own distinctive laws of motion or capital logic, SBS, pp. 51-2. Instead, the social division of labor must be grasped in all its complexity. This means looking at the articulation of production, distribution, and exchange under the dominance of the social relations of production. But it also means looking more generally at the division between mental and manual labor, which extends far beyond the economic region and penetrates the state and ideological region as well. The division between mental and manual labor takes a distinctive form in capitalism owing to the total dispossession of the direct producers from the means of production. Among other things, this results in the separation of intellectual elements from direct labor, reducing it to its capitalist form of manual labor, the separation of science from manual labor at a time when the former becomes a directly productive force in the service of capital, the growing role of scientific technique and technocratism as modes of legitimating the exercise of power, and the development of organic relations between specialized intellectual labor and political class. Domination, SBS, p. 55. Poulantzas argues that the state is directly involved in constituting and reproducing the mental manual division. Indeed, he claims that the state itself is the distinctive material embodiment of intellectual labor in its separation from manual labor, SBS, pp. 55-6. This can be seen in the relation between knowledge and power within the 118. Capitalist state. Thus the state establishes a distinctive national language and forms of writing and is also involved in reproducing the mental manual division through such institutions as education. In general, these links, which occur in the RSA as well as the ISAs, serve to exclude the popular masses from full and effective participation in political power, SBS, p. 56. Particular intellectual skills are required for participation, and official discourse and bureaucratic secrecy obscure the realities of political power. In addition, these links provide the institutional and ideological matrix within which state-enrolled intellectuals and functionaries can unify the power bloc and secure its popular hegemony, SBS, pp. 57-62. Citizenship, law, and nation. Poulantzas also considers three other aspects of the institutional materiality of the capitalist state. These aspects of political class domination concern the individualization of the body politic, the role of law as the mode of organized public violence, and the bourgeois forms of nationhood and the nation-state. Poulantzas argues that the state atomizes the body politic into individual juridico-political citizens whose unity it then represents as a national popular state. His argument here goes well beyond that in PPSC. For Poulantzas accepts that Foucault can add something to his own arguments about the isolation effect. For this is not merely a product of specific juridico-political institutions and ideologies, but also derives from those institutional practices that Foucault defines as disciplines. These are specific mechanisms of social control which operate in multiple, dispersed microsites, involve specific forms of scientific knowledge, establish individual and societal norms, survey and manage the deviations around these norms, and elaborate flexible tactics for social control. Foucault, D.P., pp. 135-230. However, Pace Foucault as well as PPSC, individualization is actually rooted in the relations of production. This can be seen not only in market-oriented competition but also in the capitalist labor process itself. For, although capitalist production is actually public or social in character, it is organized as a system of private labors, PPSC, pp. 130-1, 133, 137, 213, 275, SBS, pp. 65-5. This is particularly clear in the impact of the mass production line and Taylorism, and in the way in which capitalist forms of space and time 119. Reinforce the isolation effect in the economic region and in the state's bureaucratic organization. Thus, although disciplinary normalization is certainly important, it merely confirms the individualization already rooted in capitalist production, SBS, pp. 64-9. In this context, Poulantzas develops his earlier arguments that totalitarianism is an ever-present threat in capitalist states. For the distinction between the private and public is officially constituted in and through juridico-political discourse. Indeed, subject to any resistance from the popular masses, it can be modified by withdrawing private rights, imposing new obligations, and redefining the public sphere, PPSC, pp. 295, FD, pp. 314-5, SBS, pp. 69-75. Thus, far from being an alien or purely accidental phenomenon, totalitarianism is grounded in the basic individualization of capitalist societies. Second, Poulantzas deals with the role of law as the code of organized public violence, SBS, p. 77. Once more he extends and modifies earlier arguments. He had already noted that law sanctions capitalist relations of production and exploitation through their juridical representation as rights attached to private property, organizes the sphere of circulation through contract and commercial law, and regulates the state's economic intervention, PPSC, pp. 53, 163, 214, 228, FD, pp. 320, 324. Likewise, he had discussed the role of law and juridico-political ideology in securing the institutional unity of the state as well as in providing the matrix for the isolation effect and its corresponding unifying effect in the political class struggle, PPSC, pp. 216, 226-7, 332, 247-50, CCC, p. 186, FD, pp. 320-30. And he had also noted that the dominant position of juridico-political ideology, at least in liberal capitalism, legitimate political domination in terms of legality and adherence to the rule of law as well as framing the struggle for ideological hegemony, PPSC, pp. 195, 211-5, 221-3, 310-2, 356-7, FD, pp. 76-8, 143-7, 151, 240-3, 302, 306-9, CCC, pp. 286-9. Most of the arguments are repeated in SBS, but greater weight is now given to constitutionalized violence. Thus poulantzas writes that state monopolized physical violence permanently underlies the techniques of power and mechanisms of consent. It is inscribed in the web of disciplinary and ideological devices, and even when not directly exercised, it shapes the materiality of the social body upon which domination brought to bear. SBS, p. 81. 120. This emphasis serves once again to distinguish Poulantzas's approach from that of Foucault. The latter argues that the modern state is concerned with the management of life through norm-setting disciplinary techniques, and he rejects a repressive view of state power. But Poulantzas stresses that the state is still directly involved in managing death, in institutions ranging from armies to hospitals, and that violence underpins all forms of political power. SBS, pp. 81-2. At the same time, Poulantzas argues that the monopoly of violence modifies the forms of class struggle. This no longer takes the form of a permanent civil war involving periodic and regular armed conflict. Instead, it moves towards syndical, electoral, and other forms of organization against which open violence is less effective. These new organizational forms develop within the isolation effect and thereby serve to reproduce bourgeois political domination. Yet they presuppose the right to contest and resist state power and so also serve to limit bourgeois domination. SBS, p. 82. Thus law should not be seen as pure negativity and repression. It provides the dominated classes with real rights and liberties through which to pursue their economic corporate interests. In this way, it helps to organize consent. SBS, pp. 82-4. Moreover, in setting up abstract, general, formal, and strictly regulated norms of private and public conduct, it also stabilizes social relations, permits forecasting, regulates state power, and dampens political crises. SBS, pp. 90-1. This said, Poulantzas nonetheless insists that the capitalist state should not be seen as a pure Rechtsstaat. For it also performs actions which are not subject to legal sanctions, can change the law subject to limits set by class struggle, and often infringes its own legality in the name of the higher interests of the state. Raison d'etat. SBS, pp. 84-6. Thus the capitalist state employs illegality as well as legality to secure political class domination. SBS, pp. 85-6. Third, and finally, Poulantzas considers the state's role in constituting and reproducing the capitalist forms of nationhood and nationalism. Nationhood is a crucial element in the institutional matrix of the capitalist state. Historically, the latter tends to encompass a single, constant nation, and modern nations have a corresponding tendency to establish their own states, SBS, p. 95. Thus it is important to explore the national modality of the bourgeois state. The state has a key role here, for it establishes a specific spatio-temporal 121 matrix within which the territorial identity and socio-cultural tradition of the nation are crystallized. Although Poulantzas grounds modern notions of time and space in the organization of capitalist production, he also argues that the modern state systematizes these conceptions and extends them to the political field. Thus he discusses the state's role in demarcating frontiers, integrating the national space within these boundaries, unifying the internal market thus constituted, and homogenizing the people living within the national territory. At the same time, Poulantzas notes that, once these frontiers, internal markets, and nations are constituted, they become the nodal points for the transnationalization of production, territorial wars of redivision, and even genocide, SBS, pp 99-107, 117. Poulantzas also refers to the state's role in constituting time and historicity. In particular, he notes how it establishes temporal norms and standards of measurement, tries to master the different temporalities and rhythms of social development, represses the traditions of subordinate nations, monopolizes the national tradition, charts the nation's future, and so forth, SBS, pp 107-15, 119. For both spatial and temporal organization, Poulantzas stresses that the state always modifies the supposedly natural, preg-ivan elements of nationhood. Thus it always integrates elements such as economic unity, territory, language, tradition, etc., into the basic spatio-temporal matrix of capitalism. Indeed, Poulantzas is careful to contrast the spatial and temporal organization of capitalist societies with those in ancient and feudal systems, and to trace its implications for the divisions between nations, between civilized peoples and barbarians, and between believers and infidels respectively. In this respect, he emphasizes that the modern nation is always a product of state intervention and should not be considered as pre-political or primordial, SBS, pp 94, 96-103, 108-110, 113. Poulantzas also stresses that conceptions of time, space, and nationhood are overdetermined by class struggle. There are bourgeois and proletarian variants of the capitalist spatio-temporal matrix and also contrasting class versions of the nation. Thus the modern nation is not the creation of the bourgeoisie alone, but actually reflects a relationship of forces between the modern social classes. It is still preeminently marked, however, by the development of the bourgeoisie. Indeed, even when capitalism is undergoing transnationalization, bourgeois reproduction is still focused on the nation. 122. State. Thus the modern nation, the national state, and the bourgeoisie are intimately connected, and all are constituted on the same terrain of capitalist relations. Poulantzas concludes that the modern nation is written into the state, and it is this national state which organizes the bourgeoisie as the dominant class, SBS, p. 117. Overall, then, Poulantzas extends his argument that the capitalist state functions as a system of political class domination by considering four of its most general features. Whereas PPSC immediately focused on the theoretically typical form of the capitalist state, SBS first considers those institutional features that characterize both its normal and exceptional forms. These features comprise, a. its embodiment of intellectual labor separated from manual labor and its concomitant incarnation of the link between power and knowledge, b. its contribution to individualization as a form of disciplinary control and normalization, and, secondarily, as a matrix for struggles over hegemony, c. its institutional form as a contradictory unity of legality and illegality, based on its constitutionalized monopoly of violence, and, d. its institutional form as a national state. Each of these features is allegedly rooted in capitalist relations of production and/or the social division of labor. For poulantzas is keen to emphasize that the state is directly involved in constituting and reproducing relations of production. Likewise, each feature is said to be overdetermined by the class struggle. For poulantzas is also keen to argue that class struggles have primacy over institutions and always tend to escape their control, SBS, pp 35-120. The state and political class struggle. Poulantzas recognizes that a theory of the capitalist state cannot be developed merely through relating it to the social division of labor and the class struggle in general. For this runs the risk of reducing all its forms to an indifferent dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, SBS, p. 158. Instead, the capitalist state must be considered as a sui generis political phenomenon and related to the specificities of political class struggle in different conjunctures, SBS, pp 123-6. Thus poulantzas next discusses how political class struggle is reproduced and transformed within the state apparatus so that bourgeois political domination is secured. In general terms, poulantzas repeats the arguments first extensively. 123. Developed in PPSC. Thus he defines the principal political roles of the capitalist state as organizing the power block and disorganizing the popular masses. But he goes beyond his initial arguments in both respects and also qualifies his comments on the role of the state personnel. In particular, he now gives greater weight to class conflicts and contradictions and to the particular strategies pursued by different classes, fractions, and categories in the struggle over political class domination. In this sense, poulantzas emphasizes that the state is neither a monolithic block nor simply a sovereign legal subject. It must be understood as a strategic field formed through intersecting power networks that constitutes a favorable terrain for political maneuver by the hegemonic fraction, SBS, pp 136, 138. It is through constituting this terrain that the state helps to organize the power block. The state is also involved in disorganizing the masses. It prevents them from forming a unified front against the state and links them severally to the power block through its management of material concessions. In particular, it mobilizes the petty bourgeoisie and the rural classes in support for the power block, either directly or through their support for the state itself, so that they are not available for alliances with the proletariat. It should be noted here that different fractions in the power block adopt different strategies towards the popular masses. This is reflected in their preference for different state forms with different social bases and or in attempts to mobilize the popular masses behind their own fractional struggles, SBS, pp 140-2. Moreover, even when the popular masses are physically excluded from certain state apparatuses, these are still affected by popular struggles. This occurs in two ways. Popular struggles can be mediated through state personnel, who have different class affiliations at different levels of the state system. This can be seen in the discontent within the police, judiciary, and state administration in contemporary France. Popular struggles can also be effective at a distance from the state. For they have clear political implications for the strategic calculations of fractions within the power block. This is well illustrated by the circumstances surrounding the collapse of the military dictatorships in Greece, Spain, and Portugal, SBS, pp 143-4. Overall, this ensures that popular struggles traverse the state system from top to bottom. This does not mean that the popular masses have their own power centers within the state in exactly the same way as 124. The different fractions of the power block. For this would suggest that there was a permanent situation of dual power within the capitalist state such that it represented the political class power of labor as well as capital. Instead, poulantzas claims that the popular masses merely have centers of resistance within the state. These can be used to oppose the real power of the dominant class but not to advance their own long-term political interests. Lastly, he notes that the popular masses can also pressurize the capitalist state through their activities in establishing movements for rank-and-file democracy, self-management networks, etc., which challenge normal liberal democratic forms of representation, SBS, pp 144-5. Finally, Poulantzas also considers the distinctive role of the state personnel themselves. He notes that the dominant ideology can help to unify the functions of the state system, but he also argues that it cannot eliminate the internal quarrels and divisions that occur within the state owing to the differential class affiliation of the state personnel. Nonetheless, since the state personnel allegedly live their revolt through the dominant ideology, they rarely question the social division of labor between rulers and ruled or between mental and manual labor. Hence they are not inclined to support rank-and-file initiatives and self-management. Instead they would seek to maintain the continuity of the state apparatus during any transition to democratic socialism, not simply to defend their own economic corporate interests but also because of their more general statolatry, views about the national interest, etc. This means that the socialist movement must deal gently with the state personnel during the transitional period when it is necessary to radically reorganize the structures of the state system, SBS, pp 154-58. The state as a strategic terrain. In SBS, Poulantzas emphasizes the extent to which class struggles are reflected in internal divisions, fractures, and contradictions among and within each and every branch of the state system. Its different apparatuses, sections, and levels serve as power centers for different fractions or fractional alliances within the power block or as centers of resistance for different elements among the popular masses. In turn, this is reflected in the prodigious incoherence and 125 chaotic character of state policies when seen from the viewpoint of what Foucault calls the microphysics of power, SBS, pp 132, 135-6, 229, CFFD, pp 329-30, CD, pp 49-50, 84. Nonetheless, Poulantzas argues that the state's organization as a strategic terrain ensures that a general line is imposed on these diversified micro-policies, SBS, pp 135, 136. This general line emerges in a complex fashion from the institutional matrix of the state and the clash of specific strategies and tactics. It is not reducible solely to the effects of an institutional system of structural selectivity, since this is always characterized by class contradictions and conflicts. Nor is it reducible to the more or less successful application of a coherent, global strategy established at the apex of the entire state system, SBS, pp 135-6. Only the interaction of matrix and strategies accounts for the general line. The structural selectivity of the state consists in a complex set of institutional mechanisms and political practices that serve to advance, or obstruct, particular fractional or class interests. Included here are, selective filtering of information, systematic lack of action on certain issues, definition of mutually contradictory priorities and counter-priorities, the uneven implementation of measures originating elsewhere in the state system, and the pursuit of ad hoc and uncoordinated policies concerned with specific conjunctural problems affecting particular branches or sections of the state system, SBS, pp 132-4, cf 1977, p 75, CE, p 40. Thus the state system is characterized by complex, cross-cutting, decentralized, non-hierarchical, and antagonistic relations among the different branches of the state system. Yet Poulantzas also insists that the state does not constitute a mere assembly of detachable parts, it exhibits an apparatus unity which is normally designated by the term centralization or centralism, and which is related to the vociferous unity of state power, SBS, p. 136. This clearly poses problems in explaining the institutional and class unity of the state. We must ask how such microdiversity culminates in the macro necessity of a unified system of bourgeois domination. Unity cannot be explained, as Poulantzas recognizes, in terms of constitutional and administrative law. Even if spheres of competence were strictly delimited and a precise hierarchy of formal authority were defined, this would not affect the real structures of power, SBS, p. 134. Thus Poulantzas turns instead to the latter structures. He explains institutional unity in terms of the dominance of the branch. 126. Or apparatus that represents the interests of the hegemonic fraction. This occurs in two ways. For the hegemonic fraction can establish the dominance of the state apparatus which already crystallizes its interests, and any apparatus which is already dominant can be transformed into a privileged center of its interests, SBS, p. 137. Poulantzas then accounts for the class unity of the state in terms of the political practices that are pursued by the dominant apparatus. It is not due to any formal, juridical unity that might be established through legal codes. It depends instead on the capacity of the dominant apparatus to shift real power around without due regard for constitutional formalities. Thus the dominant apparatus will duplicate subordinate branches, establish its own parallel power networks, penetrate the personnel of other apparatuses, short-circuit decision-making elsewhere in the state system, reorganize the traditional hierarchies of power when appropriate, and switch the relays and circuits of power to suit the global interests of the hegemonic fraction, SBS, p. 137, CFCE, pp. 41-2. This can be accomplished in various ways, and the dominant mass party, SIC, plays a crucial role here in authoritarian statism, SBS, pp. 232-40. But these mechanisms must be examined in relation to state strategies and tactics. Sometimes the state does openly formulate and express, albeit through an opaque and diversified official discourse, the strategies and tactics required for political class domination. But the most appropriate strategy more often emerges only ex post through the collision among mutually contradictory micro-policies and political projects formulated in different parts of the state system. Thus, although the general line of the state's policy is certainly decipherable in terms of strategic calculation, it is often not known in advance within, and by, the state itself, SBS, pp. 136-33. It should not be seen as the rational formulation of a coherent and global project, SBS, p. 136, corrected translation, and, indeed, it is not always susceptible to rational formulation, SBS, p. 33. In this sense Poulantzas resorts, if not to a purely structural causality a la Althusser, then to a strategic causality which explains state policy in terms of a process of strategic calculation without a calculating subject. Thus Poulantzas argues that the unity of political class domination must be explained through the strategic codification of power relations. The state is 127. A strategic field and process of intersecting power networks, traversed by tactics which are often highly explicit at the restricted level of their inscription in the state. They intersect and conflict with one another, finding their targets in some apparatuses or being short-circuited by others, and eventually map out that general line of force, the state's policy, which traverses confrontations within the state, SBS, p. 136. No power can be exercised on this field without a series of aims and objectives. Yet no individual, group, or class subject can be said to have chosen or decided the final outcome of conflicting micro-power plays. Thus political class domination is both intentional and non-subjective. A relational approach to state power. The preceding conclusion is remarkably reminiscent of Foucault's approach to power and strategies, see particularly Foucault, H.S., pages 88-96. Indeed Poulantzas frequently refers to Foucauldian perspectives in developing his analysis in SBS. But he is certainly not unambiguously favorable to Foucault's work and criticizes it in many incidental remarks and in more detailed commentaries. This is particularly clear in his discussion of their respective convergences and divergences in the relational theory of power. Poulantzas agrees with Foucault that power is relational. Indeed he had already emphasized this in PPSC and continues to argue that class power depends on the balance of class forces. Likewise he agrees that power is not a fixed quantum or essence which can only be allocated in a zero-sum manner so that losses and gains cancel each other out. Thus the state is not a subject that acquires power for itself by depriving various classes of power, nor is it an instrumental depository of the power held by a dominant class subject located beyond it. Instead, it is a strategic site of organization of the dominant class in its relationship to the dominated classes, SBS, pp 146-8. But Poulantzas also disagrees with Foucault. In particular, he argues that power has precise bases in economic exploitation, the place of different classes in the various power apparatuses and mechanisms outside the state, and the state system itself. This means that class power is firstly determined by the contrasting positions 128 occupied by different classes in the social division of labor. It is further determined by their different of organization and their respective strategies in the different fields of class struggle, SBS, p. 147, CFPPSC, pp 95, 105-7. Here Poulantzas clearly dissents from Foucault's claim that power is immanent and has no basis beyond the power relation itself. He further argues that Foucault's analyses privilege power over resistance. Power is essentialism and absolutized, resistances are reduced to secondary reactions to power. This means that Foucault cannot explain resistances to power. At best, he understands resistance as the product of a natural, plebeian spirit of resistance that seeks to escape from all power relations but is always reabsorbed as soon as the plebs adopts a specific power strategy. In contrast, Poulantzas insists that the limits to power are inherent in the mechanisms of power themselves. For these always incorporate and condense the struggles of the dominated classes without necessarily fully integrating and absorbing them. Indeed, Poulantzas repeats that the class struggle always has primacy over the institutions' apparatuses of power, SBS, pp 149-52. This relational approach leads to distinctive strategic conclusions. Poulantzas disagrees with Foucault and Deleuze that resistance is doomed to failure because it will always be reabsorbed as soon as it elaborates a general strategy. He also rejects the radical libertarian view that resistance will only be successful to the extent that it remains external to the state and subverts it from outside. For Poulantzas claims that it is impossible to locate oneself outside state power since popular struggles have an effect on the state and other power mechanisms, even when the masses are physically excluded from political participation. He also claims that an abstentionist strategy could well simply clear the path to an enhanced statism. Instead, Poulantzas advocates participation within the mechanisms of power to intensify their internal contradictions and conflicts. This need not result in complete absorption and loss of autonomy. For whether or not the dominated classes are integrated into these mechanisms depends on the specific strategies they pursue rather than on the mere fact of adopting a strategy of involvement. Provided that these strategies are designed to maintain the autonomy of the masses, they will never be fully integrated. But Poulantzas also adds that the masses should also pursue struggles at a distance from the state. They should develop direct, rank-and-file democracy. 129. And introduce self-management networks. In this way, resistances can provide the basis for a democratic transition to democratic socialism, SBS, p. 153. Following this discussion of power, Poulantzas once again emphasizes that political domination is inscribed in the material framework of the state. He concludes that only this approach can clarify the conjointment impact on the state produced, on the one hand, by changes in the relations of production and social division of labor and, on the other hand, by changes in class struggles, especially political struggles, SBS, p. 158. For such a relational perspective enables one to comprehend, a. how each national state system develops in a distinctive way according to the material condensation of the specific political relations which have developed in a given nation-state, and b. how the state changes according to each stage and phase of capitalism, according to normal and exceptional periods, and across diverse forms of regime, SBS, pp 158-60. Poulantzas then discusses the state's economic role in the current phase of monopoly capitalism and the corresponding form of the normal state, namely, authoritarian statism, SBS, pp 163 to 247. He ends SBS with some comments on the democratic transition to democratic socialism. Economic intervention and authoritarian statism have been discussed above, and poulantzas' views on the transition are considered in Chapter 10. Thus we can now present some preliminary conclusions on the regional theory of politics. The most fruitful approach is to consider how key concepts in poulantzas' work have changed during the 10 years that separate PPSC and SBS. Accordingly, I now examine poulantzas' changing analyses of relative autonomy, class unity, and hegemony. We can then assess the extent to which Poulantzas merely modified his original regional theory and to what extent he introduced a new relational theory of the state. A critique of the relative autonomy of the state. Poulantzas is particularly identified with the concept of relative autonomy, but it is not one he helped to clarify. Indeed, it causes much confusion in his own work. In part this occurs because he employs the same phrase to refer to concepts at different levels of abstraction. In the general theory of historical materialism, relative autonomy is 130. Tied to the concept of the structure in dominance. A mode of production comprises economic, political, and ideological regions that have their own structures and effects, i.e., are autonomous, but are organized in a specific hierarchy whose variation is ultimately determined by the economic, i.e., their autonomy is relative. This general concept assumes a specific meaning in the particular theory of the CMP. Here it refers to the distinctive institutional separation of the economic and political regions within the overall matrix of capitalism that is simultaneously facilitated and necessitated by the dominance of the value form in the economic region and the monopoly of coercion enjoyed by the state. Poulantzas adopts an analogous use in SBS where relative autonomy refers to the state's distinctive place in the social division of labor as reflected in its unique embodiment of mental labor. But here I want to discuss the changing meaning of relative autonomy in the regional theory of the capitalist state and its relation to political class struggle. Poulantzas first introduced the idea of relative autonomy to perform a precise function in his regional theory of the capitalist state. It referred to that form and degree of institutional autonomy relative to the dominant classes and fractions that was necessary to organize their unity as a power bloc and to secure their hegemony over the people-nation. He was careful to distinguish the sense of relative autonomy from two other forms discussed in the Marxist classics. The first of these is the relative autonomy that facilitated a revolution from above in the transition from feudalism to capitalism. The second is the relative autonomy due to a general or catastrophic equilibrium among social classes that thereby allows the state to arbitrate among them. These should both be seen as exceptional forms of relative autonomy, and neither is typical of the capitalist state. The former belongs only to transitional situations and is irrelevant to established capitalist societies. The latter is said to be antagonistic to the relative autonomy of the capitalist state in its real, primary meaning, CFPPSC, pp 259-2, 271-3. Initially, Poulantzas explained relative autonomy in this primary sense in terms of the particular place of the political region in the structural matrix of the CMP. He argued that relative autonomy was based on the institutionalized unity of the state as the instance concerned to maintain the unity of the various levels of the CMP. He added that this unity, and, a fortiori, this relative autonomy, is possible only because of the institutional separation of the political. 131. From the economic region and the concomitant separation of political and economic class struggles, PPSC, pp 256-7. Even in PPSC the structuralist argument is complemented by an analysis of the state in terms of its typical juridico-political institutions. Thus Poulantzas frequently refers to legal concepts in defining the fundamental characteristics of the capitalist state, see Chapter 3. At the same time he notes how relative autonomy also depends on the class struggle. This is obviously implied in the antithesis between relative autonomy in its primary, generic sense and that form of relative autonomy that occurs in atypical situations of general or catastrophic equilibrium. but it merits particular emphasis because the precise forms of relative autonomy can only be established by examining how institutional forms are overdetermined in specific conjunctures by the prevailing balance of class forces. Thus, in his second contribution to the Poulantzas-Miliband debate, Poulantzas responds to Miliband's inquiry as to how relative is the relative autonomy of the state in the following terms. I cannot reply to this question, since in this form it is utterly absurd. I could only have answered this question, couched in these general terms, if I really had been guilty of structuralism. I can give no general answer, not, as Miliband believes, because I take no account of concrete individuals or of the role of social classes, but precisely because the term relative in the expression relative autonomy of the state, relative in relation to what or whom, here refers to the relationship between state and dominant classes, i.e., relatively autonomous in relation to the dominant classes. In other words, it refers to the class struggle within each social formation and to its corresponding state forms. True, the very principles of the Marxist theory of the state lay down the general negative limits of this autonomy. The capitalist state, in the long run, can only correspond to the political interests of the dominant class or classes. But I do not think that this can be the reply which Miliband expects of me. For since he is not some incorrigible Fabian, he of course knows this already. Yet, within these limits, the degree, the extent, the forms, etc. How relative, and how is it relative, of the relative autonomy of the state can only be examined, as I constantly underline throughout my book, with reference to a given capitalist state, and to the precise conjuncture of the corresponding class struggle, the specific configuration of the 132 power block, the degree of hegemony within this block, the relations between the bourgeoisie and its different fractions on the one hand and the working classes and supporting classes on the other, etc. I cannot, therefore, answer this question in its general form precisely on account of the conjuncture of the class struggle, 1976a, p. 72. This approach is fundamentally flawed. Poulantzas wants to introduce an element of contingency into his analysis of relative autonomy, but he also wants to argue that the capitalist state can never in the long run do anything but reproduce bourgeois class domination. This dualism can be traced through all his work from PPSC to SBS. In his early writings on the state, Poulantzas emphasized the structuralist moment of this polarity. Accordingly, he effectively treated the class struggle as the vehicle through which the structurally inscribed necessities of social reproduction were realized. The structuralist bias in his early work made it difficult to concede any real influence to the role of class struggle. However, from FD through to SBS, Poulantzas more and more emphasized the primacy of the class struggle in historical development. But to what extent did this shift of emphasis enable him to transcend the antinomy of necessity and contingency in relating institutional forms and the class struggle? In eliminating the Althusserian influences in his work, Poulantzas gradually abandoned the commitment to a structuralist interpretation of structural effects. He no longer treated the structural determination of hegemony or the class unity of the state as reflecting the functional imperatives of the self-reproduction of the social whole. Instead, he substituted an account of structural effects that sees them as specific, form-determined effects of political institutions on the class struggle. From the notion of structural causality as formulated by Althusser, he moves to the idea of structural selectivity as formulated by If. This would have been fruitful if Poulantzas had not followed the early If in interpreting the structural selectivity of the state as an inbuilt guarantee of political class domination. Ever restless, Poulantzas then moves on from the idea of structural selectivity, without ever fully abandoning If's notion, to take up Foucault's ideas on power and strategy. Thus SBS suggests that the long-term political interest of the bourgeoisie emerges as the resultant of a multiplicity of diversified micro-policies reflecting in turn the class struggles and contradictions inscribed in a specific 133 manner, due to its structural selectivity, in the state itself, CCC, pp 161-4, SBS, pp 134-6. This last solution seems to depend on the metaphor of a parallelogram of forces and / or on the structural selectivity inherent in the state itself. Given that poulantzas moved away from an Althusserian position, it is ironical that Althusser provides one of the most effective criticisms of such a position. Althusser criticized Engels's analysis of economic determinism in terms that are directly applicable to Poulantzas's position on relative autonomy. For Engels attempted to resolve the problem of economic determination in the last instance in terms of the final self-assertion of the economic movement amid the endless host of accidents, the encounters of innumerable intersecting forces in an infinite series of parallelograms of forces. Engels to Bloch, 21-22 ND September, 1890. Althusser justifiably criticized Engels for failing to provide a true solution. Engels cannot explain how this macroscopic necessity finally emerges out of such microscopic diversity. Either Engels's solution is void because it cannot move from an infinity of parallelograms to an unambiguous, final resultant, or else it is tautological because he merely postulates the resultant that his theoretical approach itself demands. Althusser, 1968, pp 118-25. Likewise, Poulantzas frequently affirms the incoherent and contradictory nature of the various policies pursued by the state as the material condensate of a relation of forces. But he nonetheless insists that this ultimately corresponds to the requirements of an unambiguous and exclusive political power of the bourgeoisie. And, just as Engels failed to solve his version of this general problem, Poulantzas is also unable to provide a satisfactory proof for the relative autonomy of the state as he idiosyncratically defines it. Cf. Jessop, 1980, p. 121. Indeed, if Poulantzas had been able to show that the relative autonomy of the state really did guarantee bourgeois political domination, it would have had serious consequences for his overall analysis. For it would clearly undermine his argument that crises of hegemony can occur, since hegemony is supposed to be guaranteed by such relative autonomy. Or, if crises of hegemony were conceded, it would entail a teleological account of the emergence of exceptional states as means to reconstitute bourgeois hegemony, example cd. p. 98. The problem with such arguments is that they actually render the concept of relative autonomy theoretically redundant. For the underlying argument that the capitalist state must 134. In the long run have that degree of relative autonomy necessary to secure bourgeois domination would mean that all states have the same effect sub specie aeternates. This position is rejected by Poulantzas himself as absurd. He criticizes such a subsumptionist approach in both PPSC, p. 13, and SBS, p. 158, and also insists on the conjunctural specificity of relative autonomy in his reply to Miliband. But this actually undermines arguments about the long-run macroscopic necessity of bourgeois domination. Nowhere did Poulantzas satisfactorily explain how the state's relative autonomy guarantees bourgeois political domination despite the contingencies of the class struggle. Neither the idea of structural causality nor that of structural selectivity, as interpreted by Poulantzas, helps to resolve this problem. In his last attempt at resolving the difficulty, Poulantzas draws on Foucault's approach to power and strategy. But, even though they proceed from different ends of the micro-macro continuum, neither Foucault nor Poulantzas can bridge the gap between contingency and necessity. This suggests that the concept of relative autonomy is at fault and Poulantzas should have abandoned it along with other Althusserian notions. He rightly insists on the institutional separation of the political and economic regions in capitalist societies. He correctly denies that the state is a simple instrument of class forces that are constituted outside the state and employ it to further their pre-given interests. He notes well the complex, conjunctural relations among the state considered as an institutional ensemble, state personnel, and social classes. But he errs in assuming that somewhere in the state there is something that can somehow guarantee bourgeois class domination. Instead, he should have taken seriously his own idea that the state is a social relation. For this clearly points towards a detailed, conjunctural analysis of the contingent necessity of political class domination, or its absence, as the complex resultant of state forms and class forces, SBS, p. 158. A critique of the class unity of the state. These problems are reproduced in Poulantzas's analysis of the distinctive unity of state power in capitalist societies. In PPSC he considered this in 3 steps. Firstly, it was necessitated by the 135. Structurally determined role of the state as the factor of unity in a capitalist society. Secondly, it was facilitated by the institutional framework of political democracy that allows a sovereign state to present itself as the representative of the general, national popular interest. And, thirdly, it was realized through specific class practices that secure the coincidence of the hegemonic fraction in the power block and over the people and place this fraction in charge of the dominant branch of the RSA, see Chapter 3. But subsequent studies render this notion of class unity more and more problematic. First, Poulantzas introduced the concept of a plurality of relatively independent ideological state apparatuses alongside a single RSA with a vigorous internal unity, 1969a, p. 77, FD, pp. 305-8. This problematized the institutional unity of the state and thereby its class unity. For Poulantzas argues that different class fractions and/or classes can deploy ISAs as centers of power in the class struggle and also suggests that centralized control over ISAs is difficult because of their private character. Second, Poulantzas concedes that contradictions within branches of the RSA itself and/or within different ISAs could play a principal rather than merely secondary role in the state's functioning. Presumably this would undermine the internal unity of the state that is allegedly based on the dominance of whatever branch of the RSA is the privileged center of the hegemonic fraction, FD, pp. 328-30, 334, CCC, pp. 163-4, 187, CD, pp. 33, 49-50, 82-7, 94, 97, 103-4, 112-3, 124-5. Third, having redefined its relative autonomy, Poulantzas is obliged to redefine the unity of the capitalist state. Relative autonomy became the sum of relative autonomies commanded by different branches, apparatuses, or networks vis-a-vis others of their kind. In turn, the institutional unity of the state becomes the sum of the unities of different branches, apparatuses, or networks viewed in terms of the diverse organizations and diverse policies of these different components. This problematizes its substantive institutional unity as opposed to its merely formal unity as a specific rational legal institutional ensemble. In turn, this either calls its class unity into question or reduces it to a particular, institutionally mediated pattern of incoherence among multiple, diversified, and mutually contradictory micro-policies, CD, p. 75, SBS, pp. 135-9. Moreover, once the class unity of the state system is questioned, the state managers can no longer be viewed merely as political representatives of the hegemonic. 136. Class, fraction. Pursuing such issues would have brought Poulantzas closer to much recent work on the state, state managers, and state autonomy, example Bloch, 1980, Skok-Paul, 1978. Finally, Poulantzas abandons the argument that only the dominant classes can enjoy privileged seats of power in the state apparatus. Initially, Poulantzas had argued that the dominated classes could at best have centers of resistance within the state. But later he argues, as an essential plank in his left Euro-communist political strategy, that the dominated classes can eventually secure real centers of power within the capitalist state itself, example SBS, pp. 258-89. This conceptual slippage reflects Poulantzas's progressive abandonment of structuralist formalism in the analysis of class practices. But he still resorts to a formal insistence on the relative autonomy of the state apparatuses as a whole and on the class unity of state power exercised in and through these apparatuses. This insistence is formal because it is relegated to the celebrated last instance, the long run, the conclusion of the process, etc., and, as has often been remarked, the lonely hour of the last instance never comes, the long run is merely the aggregate of a series of short runs, and the process is never concluded but ever renewed. But Poulantzas continues to insist on these principles in order to distance himself from instrumentalism and/or those approaches that propose a gradual, non-ruptural, piecemeal conquest of state power. However, while the twin principles of relative autonomy and class unity were necessary for a structuralist critique of such positions, the latter are more effectively attacked from a different vantage point. The structuralist residues in Poulantzas's analyses undermine rather than strengthen such attacks. They also contradict the premises of his own revolutionary strategy with its stress on the primacy of class struggle over any structures. The double determination of hegemony. Poulantzas never managed to break completely with functionalism or class reductionism in dealing with the state's relative autonomy or class unity. Thus he never fully exploited his later insight that the state is a social relation. But his discussion of hegemony does begin to develop some implications of this insight. This is not surprising. For the concept of hegemony does not belong to the most abstract level of 137. Poulantzas's threefold analytical approach to the state. This is indicated in its derivation from Italian Marxism rather than Althusserian structuralism. Instead, hegemony is located at the levels of juridico-political institutions and class struggle. In principle, this should make it much easier to integrate into a relational approach to state power as the material condensation of the class struggle. It remains to see whether Poulantzas achieved this integration. Poulantzas seems to have operated with two different meanings of hegemony. This reflects the dual reference of the concept to state apparatuses and class practices, institutional materiality and class struggle. Thus sometimes he emphasizes what one might call the structural determination of hegemony inscribed in a particular form of the capitalist state. But on other occasions he seems to be working with the notion of hegemony as a class position, i.e., a stance adopted in the class struggle. This treats hegemony as a position of class leadership won in and through political and ideological class struggle. The structural determination of hegemony is grounded in the particular form of political class domination existing in a given state system. This should be understood in terms of the specific configuration of state branches, apparatuses, and institutions, their specific powers and prerogatives of action, their specific relative autonomies and institutional unities, their specific patterns of domination and subordination, and the resulting system of structural and strategic selectivity. Thus a given state form and/or regime involves a structural privilege for a specific fraction of capital in the contest for bourgeois hegemony. It does not guarantee hegemony. There remains some scope within these structural limits for some marginal variation in long-run hegemony and greater variation in the short run. Thus, in relation to the modern interventionist state and its authoritarian statist form, Poulantzas would argue that it underwrites the hegemony of monopoly capital. But it would be quite possible for either banking or industrial, interior, or comprador, US-oriented or EEC-oriented fractions of monopoly capital to enjoy long-term hegemony. Conversely, it would be impossible for non-monopoly capital to establish its hegemony in the long run within the state form. In the short run, however, there is more scope for variation. There could be periods of unstable hegemony, dissociations between hegemony within the power block and hegemony over 138. The people-nation, crises of hegemony, etc. Which fraction of capital, if any, enjoys hegemony will depend on the outcome of the political and ideological class struggle. This dual approach to hegemony is clearly implied in the claim that state power is a form-determined condensation of the balance of forces. It is nowhere clearly explicated. But viewing hegemony in this way does help to explain a number of apparent difficulties in Poulantzas's work. First, it would explain why he can talk of the organic circulation of hegemony within democratic regimes. For, in addition to the more abstract level of structural determination, more concrete struggles must also be taken into account. These struggles are aimed at polarizing class positions around particular strategies or hegemonic projects. Second, It would also explain the structural resistance, relative autonomy, that the state offers to the successful pursuit of strategies promoted by structurally disprivileged fractions or classes. This is illustrated by the failure of the working class to establish or maintain its hegemony over the democratization of the political systems of the erstwhile military dictatorships of Spain, Portugal, and Greece, CDPP 136, 141-4, 157-8. Third, it would explain why poulantzas can talk of working class hegemony in the democratization process or the transition to socialism and still insist that the working class cannot win hegemony before the conquest of state power with its attendant smashing of the capitalist state. The working class could establish its hegemony over the popular masses at the level of class positions or exacerbate any disunity among the fractions of the power block on the terrain of the capitalist state. But it cannot secure hegemony at the level of structural determination until it has consolidated a new form of state that corresponds to its own long-run, global political interests. This twin-pronged approach to hegemony is original and merits careful consideration. It is all the more unfortunate, therefore, that poulantzas nowhere made it explicit. This leads to serious problems in his analysis of both structural determination and class leadership. It also makes it difficult to see how the shift from a regional to a relational theory modifies his analysis of hegemony. In considering the moment of structural determination or institutional materiality, poulantzas often seems to conflate hegemony and domination. He correctly rejects the Marxist-Leninist tendency to reduce the state to political domination, if not to political. 139. Repression tout court, and insists instead on the specificity of the political class struggle for hegemony in capitalist societies. But this means that he shared for a long time the neo-Gramscian tendency to focus on hegemony at the expense of constitutionalized violence or extra-legal resort to direct force. This is really remedied only with SPS. Moreover, even in the latter text, he still did not adequately distinguish between the structural determination of de facto political class domination and the structural determination of hegemonic class leadership. Thus structural determination seems to encompass, a. the dull compulsion of political class domination secured through an institutionally inscribed structural selectivity, b. the state's capacity to invoke raison d'etat or the structurally privileged resort to violence in the absence of hegemonic class leadership, and c. form-determined privileges favoring the exercise of hegemonic leadership by a particular class, fraction. In turn, this makes it difficult to conceptualize structural crises of the state. For these could refer either to a crisis in the structural determination of hegemony or to a generalized inability to maintain the state as a system of political domination armored by coercion. Yet the alternative interpretations of this concept would have very different implications for political strategy in revolutionary conjunctures and crises. It is even more difficult to reconstruct poulantzas's views on hegemony considered as political, intellectual, and moral class leadership. In PPSC, poulantzas certainly discusses the ideological terrain, constituted by the isolation effect, on which struggles for hegemony occur. Otherwise he offers little more than a general definition of hegemony in terms of the successful coupling of the particular economic corporate interests of subordinate fractions and classes to the long-term, allegedly national popular interests of the hegemonic fraction. In part this weakness must be explained in terms of his systematic neglect of the political and ideological forces, such as parties, social movements, ideological watchdogs, etc., that would be involved in a struggle for hegemony. In part it must be explained in terms of his systematic neglect of the specific mechanisms involved in the discursive articulation of different ideological elements into a class-relevant ideological ensemble. In turn these problems reflect his enduring politicism with its one-sided concern with the state system and his marked tendency towards class reductionism in ideological analysis. The clearest account of hegemonic class leadership can be found in 140. FD. Indeed it is significant that poulantzas claims that fascism secured the hegemony of monopoly capital and did not simply suggest that it secured the political domination of this fraction. Thus he considers how the fascist parties and/or states established the structural preconditions for the hegemony of big capital, and he also indicates how fascist ideology helped to secure its political, intellectual, and moral leadership, see Chapter 8 below. But poulantzas does not really explain how specific programs and policies consolidated support and neutralized resistance during the various stages of the fascist period. Yet an account of the different micro-policies pursued by the fascist parties and regimes is essential to any explanation of the complex links among fascist ideology, the fascist state, and the hegemony of monopoly capital. Nothing that poulantzas wrote later concerning actual or past practices goes beyond the account of the hegemonic class leadership of monopoly capital presented in FD. 4. Under the influence of his emerging relational approach, poulantzas seemed to shift his focus from hegemonic class leadership towards two other topics. On the one hand, he emphasized the prodigious incoherence of the micro-policies pursued by the state, and, on the other hand, he considered how these policies are strategically codified through the structure of the state system itself. He also argued that there is typically no rationally formulated, global political strategy and that the general line of political class domination, or hegemony, more often emerges post hoc. This seems to call the concept of hegemonic class leadership into doubt and to dissolve it in favor of a more Foucauldian than Gramscian perspective. In this sense, his earlier neglect of the precise modalities of hegemonic class leadership in favor of its more general structural determination might signal some lingering doubts about the historicist and voluntarist implications of the concept of hegemony. But, having adopted a relational approach, poulantzas still failed to develop a coherent account of the strategic moment of class hegemony and/or domination and continued to emphasize how they were determined in and through specific state structures. Macro-necessity and micro-contingency. Similar problems occur in poulantzas's more general account of state. 141. Power. In describing how class contradictions are reproduced within the state apparatus and depicting the various mechanisms of its structural selectivity, poulantzas often noted the prodigious incoherence and chaotic character of state policies. This poses the question, as we have seen, of how such microdiversity culminates in the macro-necessity of bourgeois domination. His solution is to treat the state as a strategic field and process of intersecting power networks, traversed by tactics which are often highly explicit at the restricted level of their inscription in the state. They intersect and conflict with one another, finding their targets in some apparatuses or being short-circuited by others, and eventually map out that general line of force, the state's policy, which traverses confrontations within the state, SBS, p. 136. This general line of force does not result from the successful application of a coherent global project formulated at the apex of the state but rather results from the collision of different micro-policies and tactics, SBS, pp 33, 135-7. Thus poulantzas resorts to what I earlier called a strategic causality that explains state policy in terms of a process of strategic calculation without a calculating subject. In turn, this is strongly reminiscent, as noted above, of Foucault's approach to the same problem. Both theorists emphasize tactics, strategies, and strategic calculations, but neither elaborates this conceptual field and their arguments remain at the level of metaphor. This would seem more serious in Foucault's case because he lacks any other means of interpreting class domination. 4. Having insisted on the multiplicity of power relations and rejected their structural determination in favor of the pure immanence of power, the poverty of his account of global strategies leaves him with no means to explain hegemonic effects. However, in contrast with Foucault's assumption of the inherent neutrality of the techniques of power, poulantzas argues that class domination is inscribed in the materiality of the social division of labor and the structural selectivity of the state apparatus. It is only in this context that he then analyzes the micro-policies and class strategies involved in capital accumulation and bourgeois hegemony. But poulantzas's apparent superiority in this respect is vitiated by his failure to establish that the structural selectivity of the state. 142. is a class selectivity and to develop the notions of strategy and tactics beyond the general intimations of Lenin, Gramsci, and Mao. Instead, poulantzas merely insists on the macro necessity of class domination and tends to see the diversity of micro-policies as the cunning means whereby the predestined logic of this domination is realized. Thus, despite his frequent criticism of economism and historicism and his insistence on the primacy of class struggle over institutions and apparatuses, he often relapses into a sophisticated but instrumentalist position and/or a teleological view of the selectivity of state structures. No sooner has he described the incoherence of micro-policies than he suggests that the strategic organization of the state destines it to function under the hegemony of a class or fraction located within it, SBS, p. 137. And he then proceeds to ascribe to this class or fraction the ability to establish as dominant the apparatus that already crystallizes its interests, ibid. This is yet another illustration of his ambiguities and inconsistencies concerning hegemony and shows once again his reluctance to accept hegemony as contingent in anything but the short term. He may have prioritized the role of the macro policy of the state in opposition to Foucault's emphasis on the primacy of micro policies, but he remains unable to explain the necessity of the global strategy of capital. For a more detailed analysis of the relations between Foucault and poulantzas, see Chapter 11 and, for a more detailed analysis of the relations between Foucault and poulantzas, Jessop 1984. Concluding remarks. I have now reviewed three crucial theoretical principles in Poulantzas's initial regional theory of politics and have also considered how he later deals with the interface between the microphysics of power and its alleged macro necessity. The concepts of relative autonomy and class unity were initially formulated in the framework of Althusserian structuralism. I argued earlier that these have a threefold meaning according to whether Poulantzas considers them at the level of structural matrix, juridico-political institutional ensemble, or political class struggle. But there is a constant slippage from the more concrete, conjunctural level of analysis where relative autonomy and class unity are contingent phenomena to the more 143 abstract, determinist level of the structural matrix. This slippage is most extreme in the case of relative autonomy, a concept that is most closely linked to the Althusserian matrix, hence Poulantzas's differentiation from the relative independence characteristic of Bonapartism. It also holds to a lesser extent for class unity. In dealing with hegemony, however, Poulantzas is already closer to the level of class struggle. But even here he tends to focus on the juridico-political institutions that mediate the struggle for hegemony rather than on the specific modalities of the struggle for hegemonic leadership. In his final text, the role of hegemony seems less prominent and more attention is given to the character of the state as a strategic terrain and its codification of micro-policies to produce a global pattern of domination. Whether this is appropriately characterized as hegemony, let alone hegemonic class leadership, is doubtful. We have seen that Poulantzas considerably changed his theoretical approach between his preliminary remarks on hegemony and the state, 1965b, and his final remarks on the institutional materiality of the capitalist state considered as a social relation, SBS. At first his ideas about the state were developed outside the Althusserian framework. Next he focused on the regional theory of the political within an Althusserian framework but always adopted a threefold account of state power which encompassed its juridico-political institutions and political class struggles as well as the more abstract determinations entailed in the structural matrix of the CMP, and then he gradually moved away from Althusserian structuralism to adopt a relational approach to the social division of labor, the nature of the state apparatus, and the dynamic of state power. This shift is clearly stated in a debate on SBS when Poulantzas said that it takes a distance from a certain conception which I had earlier, i.e., the relative autonomy of the state, which considered social reality in terms of instances or levels. This was, in sum, the Althusserian conception. Here I offer a series of criticisms, because it was a conception which did not succeed in exactly situating the specificity of the state, which did not succeed in grasping the relations between state, society, economy, in a sufficiently precise fashion. For example, It is true that for some time, I tended to consider the state, even in its broad sense, including ideological apparatuses, as the 144 almost exclusive side of the institutions of power. This was an error. There are a whole series of other power centers that are extremely important in society. In this book I have tried both to break with a conception which considers the state as the totality of power and another conception which neglects entirely, or almost entirely, the state's role, that of Foucault or, ultimately, that of the Revue Libre, SC edited by Castoriadis, Leffert, and Gauchet, 1978 IC, pp 27-8. This new approach is clearly the relational approach. It must be admitted that his discussions of this approach are elliptical, but its implications are reasonably clear. Certainly they are different both theoretically and strategically from the earlier regional approach. This will become even more evident when I have outlined poulantzas' views on social classes, class interests, and class powers in the next chapter and return to the general question of a relational approach in the concluding chapter. Meanwhile I end these 3 chapters on poulantzas' theoretical approach to the state with some brief comments on its limitations. Although Poulantzas gradually moved away from Althusserian structuralism, he never realized the full implications of his new relational approach. In part this reflects the continued use of structuralist concepts to serve new relational purposes and the resulting survival of structuralist residues in his new approach. In part it reflects Poulantzas' continued reluctance to abandon what he believed were the essential principles of historical materialism, namely, economic determination in the last instance and the primacy of class struggle. This was associated with continued commitments to the essential class character of the state in capitalist society and the ultimately determining role of the relations of production in the dynamic of state power. But these commitments meant that Poulantzas could never fully accept the contingency of class power and its dependence on the complex modalities of class struggle as well as the strategic terrain constituted by the state. Thus Poulantzas never managed to resolve the problem posed by Foucault as well as himself concerning the relation between macro-necessity and micro-contingency. Whether it is possible to do so must be considered in the concluding chapter of this work. 145. Part 3. Social class, ideology and class struggle. 6. This chapter deals with Poulantzas' views on social classes, class alliances, and the political representation of class interests. It is difficult to disentangle these issues from the question of the state apparatuses and state power, but the effort is worthwhile because of widespread misunderstanding of his approach to class determination and class position. This is best corrected by considering Poulantzas' changing theoretical and strategic concerns. The principal shifts in his theoretical views on class are marked by 3 key texts, PPSC, FD, and CCC. Their political dynamic is provided by his concern with the question of class alliances. At stake in the case of France are the anti-monopoly, anti-imperialist alliance and its implications for the Union de la Gauche. In Greece the problem concerns the appropriate relation between the anti-dictatorial alliance and the anti-monopoly, anti-imperialist alliance. Although his basic views on social classes remain more or less the same after CCC, Poulantzas does re-evaluate the character of social movements. Having initially dismissed the new social movements as irredeemably petty bourgeois, Poulantzas later saw them as valid forms of struggle independent of class struggle. This raises new problems concerning alliance politics and produced a further shift in his approach. Early views on class. Poulantzas hardly touches on questions of class determination in his existential Marxist phase. To the extent that he does, he subscribes to an economist-historicist problematic of the class subject. This defines classes solely in terms of their economic position in the relations of production without regard for their insertion into political and ideological relations. Moreover, at least in the anthropological or humanist version adopted by Poulantzas under the influence of existentialism, it considers economic relations themselves in terms of a world of needs, alienation, scarcity, and so forth. In its historicist moment it also considers classes as the genetic principle of historical change. Each class is treated as a unitary class subject with its own class consciousness or worldview reflecting its economic role in society, and historical transformation is explained in terms of the succession of dominant economic classes imposing their distinctive worldview as the unifying and totalizing principle of a given social order. Some of the most effective criticism of this approach can be found in Poulantzas' subsequent work, although, characteristically for Poulantzas, it is criticism directed at others. L966e, Passim, L967a, pp 60-67, L967b, pp 145-50, ppsc, pp 60-3, 76, 124, 138-9, 195-201. The transition from an economist-historicist problematic is realized in 3 articles as Poulantzas moved from existential Marxism to his more structural Marxist phase. In his preliminary remarks on hegemony and the capitalist state, L965c, he assessed the implications of the institutional separation of the economic and political in the CMP for the analysis of political class domination. This article still operates with the distinction between civil society and state and its anthropological conception of the needs and interests of Homo economicus. But Poulantzas now criticizes historicism and adopts an alternative approach to ideological class domination and the unification of societies divided into classes. He also stresses that class struggle in capitalist societies is never dichotomous but always involves problems of class alliances and class strategies. 1965c, Passim, for a detailed summary, see Chapter 3. In his contribution to the second week of contemporary thought in Athens in L966, Poulantzas adumbrates most of the key elements in PPSC. He sets himself firmly against both economist and idealist interpretations of class, citing Koski and Lukács respectively, and describes social classes as the effects of the economic, political, and ideological levels of the social formation. He also argues against historicism and voluntarism by insisting that the analysis of social classes must proceed from the analysis of a social formation constituted by specific structures rather than from individuals and their alleged needs or ideas. In turn, individuals should be seen as 150. Totalities of social relations, i.e., as intersection or assembly points of objective structures of objective structures. Individuals are the trigger of social structures and there are various, historically conditioned forms of individuality. Finally, he discusses political class struggle in terms of class alliances, hegemony, and the archon syngrotima, or power block. In particular, he criticizes crude workerist conceptions of revolutionary strategy and argues for working class alliances similar to those in which the hegemonic bourgeoisie is involved. 1966e, pp 330-45. Finally, in his critique of Marxist political theory in Great Britain, Poulantzas develops a sustained attack on the alleged historicism and subjectivism of the work of Nairn and Anderson. 1967, Passim. For a more detailed summary, see Chapter 7. In all 3 articles, Poulantzas develops his critique of economism, with its exclusive emphasis on the relations of production in defining classes, his critique of historicism, and his insistence on the political character of class domination and the significance of struggles for hegemony. He also emphasizes the need to relate class analysis to the structural specificity of the CMP and bourgeois societies rather than expatiate on classes in general. Social classes and class struggle have a central role in PPSC. Indeed, the state's general function is established immediately in class theoretical terms as maintaining the unity of a society divided into classes. In applying this argument to the particular theory of the CMP, Poulantzas then specifies the precise field and application of some key concepts in class analysis. These include institutions, structures, articulation of structures, classes, class relations, levels of class practice, levels of class organization, forms of class organization, the nature and levels of class domination, and the dissociation and displacements possible among these various levels. Poulantzas thereby provides important conceptual tools for abstract and conjunctural analyses alike and offers an incisive and original analysis of class relations and struggles. In particular, he provides a novel set of concepts for political class analysis based on a careful symptomatic reading of Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Gramsci within a basically Marxist-Leninist approach to issues of class organization. 151. Thus Poulantzas often emphasizes the role of the vanguard party in raising class consciousness and directing the political struggle of the working class and its allies. There are both negative and positive reference points in PPSC. Negatively, Poulantzas still opposes economism and historicism in all their manifold forms. There is no need to rehearse these criticisms again. Positively, he takes the work of Althusser and Gramsci as major sources of theoretical inspiration. From Althusser he takes the notion of the pure CMP as a specific combination of economic, political, and ideological structures determined in the last instance by the economic, and, from Gramsci, he draws the notion of hegemony as the distinctive form of political class struggle in capitalist societies. I consider the structuralist moment first. Poulantzas argues that everything happens as if social classes were the result of an ensemble of structures and of their relations, firstly at the economic level, secondly at the political level, and thirdly at the ideological level, PPSC, p63, CFPP 67-9. This argument rests on the distinction between the field of structures, such as relations of production, the state, and law, and ideological institutions, and the field of class relations or class practices. Thus Poulantzas writes that relations of production are not the same as the economic class struggle, since these relations are not classes, just as the juridico-political state superstructure and the ideological structures are not the same as the political or ideological class struggle, since the state apparatus or ideological language are no more classes than are relations of production, PPSC, p87. However, whilst the field of structures and the field of class relations are distinct, they are also closely connected. Their point of intersection is located in the agents of production. For these are both the trigger of the social relations of production and the active forces in the field of class practices or struggles. By treating agents as trigger, Poulantzas hopes to avoid the problematic of the subject, in which men are seen as the genetic origins or creators of the relations of production. By treating them as active forces in the class struggle, he presumably hopes to show that men nonetheless make their own history but not in circumstances, such as the relations of production, of their own choosing. Poulantzas implies that agents are first allocated to existing relations. 152. Of production and then act as trigger in reproducing these relations and/or engage in class struggle to transform them. I first clarify some misunderstandings and then deal with the disadvantages of this approach. Some points of clarification. First, what is involved in the claim that social classes are the result of structures? This must be interpreted in terms of a synchronic, structural causality rather than a chronological, genetic causation. For Poulantzas argues that what is involved is the existence of the determination of structures in social classes, PPSC, p68n. Thus one cannot reduce class relations to interpersonal relations because they are determined in the first instance by the social relations of production. The structural matrix of the CMP not only defines the places that individuals will occupy but also establishes the forms of their interaction. Individuals are distributed into classes according to the specific place, they occupy in the overall matrix of the CMP, and they interact within the particular framework of categories such as capital, wage labor, profit, citizenship, universal suffrage, popular sovereignty, etc., implied in this matrix. This approach is most significant for avoiding a voluntaristic, historicist account of class struggle. Second, although Poulantzas argues that classes are the result of structures, he denies that the field of class relations and struggles is exhaustively determined by the matrix of the CMP. Indeed, he suggests that class interests and class power can only be analyzed in relation to class practices. They cannot be derived from the determination of classes by the relations of production. In this way poulantzas avoids a whole series of problems raised by such distinctions as objective and subjective classes, latent and manifest interests, etc., and can also introduce strategic concepts into the heart of his analysis. This is worth emphasizing because many critics of poulantzas's later distinction between structural determination and class position wrongly attribute to him the false argument that the structural determination of class relations entails the objective determination of pre-given class interests from which positions actually adopted in class struggle may diverge. They also suggest that poulantzas believes that forms of representation do not modify 153 interests and that false consciousness is due to simple misrecognition of these pre-given interests, example Cutler et al., 1979. Yet poulantzas opposes such views quite explicitly. He writes that attempts to locate class interests in the structures are incompatible with the scientific conception because they are rooted in the economist-historicist problematic. This sees in the economic structure the economic interests, or situation, of the class in itself that then becomes a class for itself to the extent that its class consciousness and actions correspond to these pre-given interests, PPSC, pp 60-2, 110-2. In contrast, poulantzas locates class interests in the field of class practices. They are defined in terms of the horizon of action of a given class, i.e., the maximum feasible advances which can be secured against opposing classes in particular conjunctures. These conjunctures depend not only on the structural constraints entailed in the matrix of the CMP but also on the prevailing balance of forces associated with specific forms of class representation and organization. Thus, although the structural matrix is an important element in determining class interests, it is still only one element and must always be related to class practices. Of course, this does not mean that class forces never miscalculate their interests. But it does imply a relational, conjunctural view of interests and an emphasis on strategic calculation rather than simple recognition of pre-given facts. A third clarification concerns the clear-cut relational character of this analysis. Poulantzas insists that class practices must be understood in relation to the practices of other classes. For class practices are objectively interconnected through the complex field of class relations. More precisely, they must be considered in terms of their double determination by structures and by the relation of forces. Structures and their articulation set definite structural limits to class practices and class powers, but these limits are themselves overdetermined by the relation of forces. Thus poulantzas defines power as the capacity of a social class to realize its specific objective interests, in opposition to the capacity and interests of other classes, PPSC, p. 105. Fourth, in adopting this approach, poulantzas rejects a zero-sum conception of power. This is a conception in which the loss or gain of power by one class is exactly counterbalanced by the gain or loss of its opposing class, e.s. Poulantzas deploys four arguments against this view. He insists that power is only exercised within limits established. 154. By structures so that a loss of power by one class may not involve a corresponding increase in power by its opponent, s. He also suggests that the zero-sum conception assumes a dichotomous or polarist class situation. This ignores power relations within the two main classes, example among fractions in the power block, as well as the impact of alliances or support involving classes other than capital or labor. Likewise, poulantzas suggests that the zero-sum conception ignores the decentration and or dislocation of power relations across different fields of class struggle. A loss in one field need not produce equivalent losses elsewhere and could even be counteracted by displacing the locus of the dominant form of power. Lastly, poulantzas argues that this conception ignores the distinctive unity of class power in the capitalist state. That means that state power cannot be parceled out among different class forces. Thus, losing control over one apparatus or institution need not entail any serious decline in the state's overall function as a system of political class domination, PPSC, pp 117-9. Fifth, Apparatuses must be seen as institutional sites for the exercise of power, i.e., as power centers, rather than as possessing power in their own right. Various institutional centers exist and form a specific hierarchy of power depending on the articulation of different regions and the prevailing balance of forces. Moreover, given the institutional separation and possible dislocation of the economic, political, and ideological regions peculiar to capitalism, the dominant class can be identified as the class that is dominant in the dominant region of capitalist society, PPSC, pp 114, 116, 313-4, 316. This is particularly significant for understanding the role of the absolutist state in the transition from feudalism to capitalism and for identifying the dominant class, fraction, in the monopoly as opposed to liberal stages of capitalism, PPSC, pp 164-83, 314-5. Sixth, Poulantzas argues that power cannot be exercised by a class that is not specifically present as such at the appropriate level of class practice. He tackles this issue in two ways according to whether he is dealing with the two main classes or classes associated with subordinate modes of production. The presence of the bourgeoisie as a specific political force depends on the state's organizational role as the party of the bourgeoisie. This allegedly corresponds to the role of the vanguard party in securing the presence of the working class. The presence of a subordinate class as a social force, as opposed to its role as a trigger of social relations of production, however, depends only 155 on its having so-called pertinent effects at the economic, political, or ideological levels. These pertinent effects do not require the actual organization of the class in question, since they can also be achieved through modifications in relations of power and/or structures of action that would not otherwise occur. An obvious example of such pertinent effects occurred in Bonapartism. This particular exceptional regime could not have developed without the specific presence of the small-holding peasantry as a social force, even though the peasants lacked their own political organization and ideology. It was the impact of universal suffrage and Bonapartist ideology that turned the peasantry into a distinct social force with a major supporting role in the Bonapartist state. The small peasants in Bismarck's Prussia never functioned as a social force, however, because the feudal structures of the Bismarckist state were less conducive to this than the capitalist type of state in France, PPSC, pp 79-81. Similar considerations apply to the presence of class fractions and social categories as social forces and to the often significant political repercussions of the economic or ideological organization of a class that is not also politically organized, PPSC, pp 81-5. Although such pertinent effects or political repercussions mark the emergence of a class, fraction, to the threshold of class power relations, this does not mean that it has acquired the capacity to engage in a full and open struggle for political power. This always depends on particular conditions of political organization, normally associated with the development of a distinct and autonomous party, and the priority given to the political struggle over economic struggle, PPSC, pp 91-2, 97-8, 107-8. 2 points of criticism. It is not difficult to find fault with Poulantzas's approach to these issues, especially its excessive formalism. But I want to focus here on two fundamental theoretical errors that deform his general discussion of class determination and the relations between the field of structures and the field of class relations. These errors do not seriously undermine his contributions to the relational analysis of power and are largely corrected in subsequent work. Nonetheless, they are sufficiently troublesome to warrant extended discussion. 156. First, Poulantzas adopts a structural Marxist framework that prevents him deciphering the articulation of technical and class relations in the economic region. He recognizes that the relations of production are not reducible to purely technical relations associated with an allegedly class-neutral process of material production. for the claim that the CMP is a complex structure in dominance comprising a specific combination of economic, political, and ideological structures leads him to argue that class relations cannot be reduced to the purely technico-economic level of the distribution of the economic powers of possession and ownership. But the related view that these regions are structurally differentiated leads him to argue that class relations are determined by the position of agents in the juridico-political superstructure of the state and the structures of the ideological region as well as in the economy. Poulantzas tries to justify this claim by suggesting that Marx subscribed to it, distinguishing between production relations and social production relations, and maintaining that the economic level is ultimately determinant in the field of class practices as well as in the structural matrix of modes of production, PPSC, pp 57, 62-3, 63n, 65-8, 69, 72, 75. The first suggestion is implausible and actually implies a totalizing view of capital as a social relation that Poulantzas would be the first to reject in another context. Likewise, the claim that the economic region is determinant in the last instance involves serious problems that Poulantzas later rejected, as we shall see, in favor of a relational theory of production. Poulantzas's second theoretical error also stems from his commitment to structural Marxism. He accepts reading Capital's argument that individuals are merely the trigger, porteurs, supports, of capitalist relations of production. Yet this argument leaves no theoretical space for economic class struggle other than as the means whereby capital realizes the conditions for its self-reproduction and, perhaps, its ultimate self-destruction. It also implies that any short-run deviations from this preordained path result from the intrusion of political and/or ideological class struggles into the working of these natural economic laws. Poulantzas's early critique of Althusser, 1966b, would suggest that he rejects these implications, but in discussing class relations he appears to accept them. For he distinguishes two distinct orders of phenomena, an ensemble of structures in which individuals act as the trigger of capitalist reproduction and a field of social relations in which they engage in struggle as members of 157 classes. This leaves it unclear how economic class struggle relates to economic laws and encourages Poulantzas to escape this difficulty by treating political practice as the overdetermining level of class struggle, PPSC, pp 66, 68-9, 76-7, 87-8, 92, 101-2. This does not mean that Poulantzas is wrong to insist that structures and class relations are distinct types of phenomenon, PPSC, p87. It does mean that he fails to establish any meaningful link between structures and class struggles other than the determining role of the CMP structural matrix in defining the position of social classes and the dominant role of political class struggle in maintaining or transforming this matrix. In all other respects there is a yawning gap between these two fields of analysis. In turn this leads Poulantzas to treat structures as synchronic and static, social relations as diachronic and dynamic. The problem here derives from the structural Marxists' misinterpretation of the theoretical role of the concept of THIRD in capital. Althusser et al. Seem to believe that individual capitalists and wage laborers really do act merely as trigger of the capital relation in the real world. For Marx this concept was not intended to describe concrete patterns of conduct but to permit an account of the abstract dynamic of capital in general. Capitalism's laws of economic motion express the average movement and regularities of capital accumulation considered apart from historical peculiarities. Thus Marx abstracts entirely from the existence of individual capitals to examine capital in general, and he assumes that they act capitalistically, i.e., as trigger, in examining competition. More concrete studies would need to consider the differential interpellation and modes of calculation of particular capitals and assess their impact on the realization of the abstract laws of motion and on the incidence of competitive forces on different capitals. Likewise, Marx abstracts from the role of wage labor in discussing both capital in general and capitalist competition. Instead, he focuses on crisis tendencies, such as the TRPF, which can be analyzed at the level of capital in general, and/or on wage labor as variable capital exploited more or less efficiently by individual capitals relative to the socially necessary labor time established through competition. More concrete studies would need to consider the specific form and content of working class struggles and examine how the general crisis tendencies are overdetermined by specific failures on the part of capital to maintain its domination over wage labor. In thus, as Marx moved from the 158 abstract to the concrete, the concept of trigger became increasingly irrelevant and redundant. Cf. Jessop, 1982, pp 134-5. Poulantzas confronts neither problem directly in PPSC, but the germs of solutions can be discerned. Thus he considers how the juridico-political and ideological regions intervene in the economic to produce the isolation effect as an essential factor in securing economic class domination. This anticipates his argument that production relations have economic, political, and ideological dimensions rather than involving the articulation of distinct economic, political, and ideological structures. PPSC, pp 130-2, 143, 213-4, 275, SBS, pp 26-7. Adopting this new argument enables Poulantzas to abandon the forlorn attempt to define class membership in terms of the coincidence of places in three different structures and to substitute a discussion of the political and ideological preconditions of economic class domination and the repercussions of economic class relations in the political and ideological spheres. In PPSC, Poulantzas also emphasizes that the economic, political, and ideological power of classes in conflict depends on their level of class organization in unions, parties, etc., and adds that this cannot be directly derived from the structural determination of class position. PPSC, pp 59, 78, 83-4, 91-2, 97-8, 107-9. This argument underpins his analysis of the organizational role of the state for the power bloc and of the vanguard party for the working class and its allies. Poulantzas also refers here to opposing class strategies and their interaction in determining power relations. PPSC, p. 109. By pursuing these organizational and strategic issues, Poulantzas could develop an account of reproduction, not in the abstract and unsatisfactory terms of structural causality and trigger, but in terms of the concrete conjunctures involved in particular patterns of structural constraints and class forces. This approach is already evident in Poulantzas's discussion of power in PPSC, and it is developed more fully in later work. Social classes and relations of production. PPSC was completed too soon after the 1967 coup in Greece to consider its implications for political and class analysis. And, along with so much other theoretical and political work of its time, it failed to anticipate the events of May 1968 that erupted within days of its 159 publication. As if to make amends for these failures, FD and CCC intervene deliberately in the analysis of social classes and political strategies. For Poulantzas considers two new issues: firstly, the periodization of the bourgeoisie, including the impact of internationalization, and petty bourgeoisie, especially the internal differentiation of the new middle class, and, secondly, the role of the petty bourgeoisie and the interior bourgeoisie as potential allies of the working class in anti-dictatorial struggles, anti-imperialist and anti-monopoly alliances, and the transition to socialism. FD focuses on the petty bourgeoisie, but CCC also considers the bourgeoisie. Before considering his analyses of specific social classes and class fractions, however, we should review Poulantzas's more general approach to class analysis. The central text here is CCC. This takes up and extends the analyses of PPSC and FD and also offers some rectifications and adjustments. CCC, p. 11. The major theoretical innovations concern, firstly, the expanded reproduction of social classes through the agency of the RSA and ISAs, especially the family and education systems, as essential adjuncts to the role of capital accumulation and the wage and salary forms associated with the labor market. Secondly, the analysis of the internationalization of production under the hegemony of U.S. capital and its repercussions on the comprador and national bourgeois fractions outside the USA, and, thirdly, an extended analysis of the class determination of the new petty bourgeoisie. In addition, poulantzas begins to develop his notion of the state as a social relation and to emphasize the importance of the division between mental and manual labor. But here we consider his account of class relations and class struggle. Poulantzas suggests that classes comprise groupings of social agents defined principally, but not exclusively, by their objective place in the process of production. We explore below how political and ideological relations outside the economic sphere can play a secondary role in defining the class membership of agents in social categories such as the bureaucracy, but, for the moment, we concentrate on the determining role of an agent's place in production. The latter is said to comprise the unity of the labor process, the productive forces, and the relations of production, CCC, p. 20. In turn, the relations of production are considered to have three analytically distinct but organically interrelated moments: economic, political, and ideological. However, although Poulantzas generally considers all three moments in defining class membership, he gives 160. More weight to the economic in dealing with capital and labor and more weight to the political and ideological in dealing with the petty bourgeoisie. In purely economic terms, Poulantzas discusses three aspects of the relations of production: ownership, possession, and exploitation. Real economic ownership, or control, should not be confused with legal ownership in the juridical form of property. Instead, it involves the power to assign the means of production and to allocate resources and profits to this or that usage. In contrast, economic possession involves a series of powers concerning the particular direction and internal organization of the labor process, or process of real appropriation, in a given economic apparatus, CCC, pp. 18, 58, 116, 122, 225-6, CFPPSC, pp. 26-7. Finally, economic exploitation involves the power of the owners of the means of production to appropriate the surplus labor performed by the direct producers in the production process. Strictly speaking, this is an aspect of economic ownership, and Poulantzas himself tends to subsume it entirely under this rubric in PPSC. This invites the charge of technicism and or neo-Ricardianism, i.e., the accusation that he sees production as a purely technical and class-neutral process and or restricts economic exploitation to the sphere of distribution and forms of revenue. For a spirited critique along these lines, see Clark, 1977, pp. 7-17. But even in PPSC, Poulantzas recognizes that the precise form of economic exploitation always depends on how the powers of economic ownership and possession are combined in a given mode of production. Moreover, subsequent work explores this argument more fully to show how the form of economic exploitation directly shapes the organization of the labor process under capitalism, PPSC, pp. 26-32, CCC, pp. 18-21, 62-4, 107, 111-3, 116-27, 134-5, 300-27, SBS, pp. 173-9. Thus, although economic exploitation is clearly one aspect of economic ownership, it can only be examined through its articulation with economic possession. It should also be recognized that economic exploitation is only one aspect of ownership and possession, and that these powers also concern the relations between capitals as well as the relation between capital and labor. In this context, Poulantzas devotes a considerable part of CCC to an account of how different powers of ownership and possession are dispersed, concentrated, and centralized in different stages of the CMP, CCC, pp. 42-69, 80-4, 109-30, 144-51, 166-7, 300-27. 161. These concepts can be used to compare capital and labor. Poulantzas argues that capital not only owns the means of production but also enjoys economic possession. It uses these interrelated economic powers to exploit the surplus value of wage labor and to pursue particular accumulation strategies. Different stages of the CMP involve different combinations of economic ownership and possession within the circuit of capital, and specific contradictions can emerge when these powers become too disjointed. The proletariat seems powerless in comparison. It enjoys the juridical ownership of its labor power but must sell real control to capital. It is also excluded from and subordinated to the economic powers of possession concentrated in the hands of management in each economic apparatus. CCC, pp 19, 32, 116, 225-6. This specific class location is the basis of its economic exploitation under the dominance of the value form, but it also provides the material basis for working class resistance to exploitation. The proletariat is also subject to the political power of capital over the production process as expressed in factory despotism backed up by state coercion, and to its ideological power as revealed in the exclusion of direct producers from knowledge about the organization and direction of production and/or about the powers of economic ownership. CCC, pp 21, 32-2, 180-1, 224-42, 248-9, 271-3, CFSBS, pp 26-7, 35-6, 55, 80-2, 183. Poulantzas does not restrict himself to the economic powers of ownership and possession when he defines class places and objective class membership. He also considers the political and ideological powers that are exercised within the relations of production. This is essential in differentiating the various non-owning classes because Poulantzas denies that all non-owners are ipso facto members of the working class. In some cases this is obvious. Thus non-owners whose surplus labor does not take the form of surplus value and/or who are paid from revenue rather than from variable capital do not belong to the working class. But problems arise for some engineers or technicians. It could be argued that engineers or technicians form part of the collective laborer insofar as they contribute to the material form of capitalist commodities as use values, and not just to their form as exchange values. But they may also exercise economic, political, and ideological powers over the proletariat. Not only do engineers and technicians sometimes directly exercise delegated 162 powers of economic possession or political surveillance and control in the system of factory despotism, but they can also help to subordinate wage labor through designing processes and technologies of production which restrict labor's chances of resisting exploitation. They are also involved in the domination of mental over manual labor and participate in its associated ideological rituals. Thus the political and ideological aspects of their place in the relations of production put these engineers and technicians in the camp of the petty bourgeoisie rather than proletariat. Nonetheless, their class determination is still defined by their place in the production process and not by their political and ideological orientations in the field of class struggle as a whole. CCC, pp 224-50. The role of class struggle in class determination. Although Poulantzas defines class membership in terms of objective places in the relations of production, he also suggests that class contradictions and class struggle are essential elements of classes. He justifies this claim on the grounds that, a. the structural determination of classes directly engenders contradictions and, b. class practices embody the mutual opposition between classes by virtue of the structural determination present in classes. Thus Poulantzas concludes that classes exist only in the class struggle, CCC, p. 14. Unfortunately, this thesis is often repeated but never really explicated. It is most plausibly interpreted along lines proposed by Anders Skotnes in a critique of the structuralist theory of classes. Skotnes suggests that the structurally determined role of capital in reproducing the CMP requires it to exercise its various economic, political, and ideological powers in order to secure the continuing exploitation and oppression of the working class. Conversely, The structurally determined role of the proletariat as a trigger of the capital relation requires passive subordination to these powers. But the class position of the proletariat nonetheless engenders resistance to this domination. Indeed, one could argue that the expanded reproduction of the CMP actually requires the proletariat to resist capitalist exploitation within the limits of market rationality as a spur to innovation and/or competition. In any event, without the continuing struggle of capital to control the working class and extract surplus value, valorization and accumulation would not occur and the capital relation would cease to exist. In short, without class 163. Struggle, classes would not exist. Skotnes, 1979, pp 39-41, 49, and 51. Poulantzas himself concedes that his thesis is problematic and must be approached with many precautions, 1973b, p 370. But this does not stop him conflating classes as ensembles of agents with classes as social forces. For, although he admits that PPSC tended to separate structures and class practices and claims to have rectified this in later work, he still insists that classes cannot be defined solely in terms of class struggle and their involvement in specific social movements. Instead, it is essential to distinguish between class determination and class positions in struggle. Thus he concludes that classes exist in class struggle, it is in struggle that they assume their forms of existence, but there is an objective class situation which is more important in defining them than any concrete conjuncture of struggle, 1973b, p 371, own translation. This argument rests on conceptual confusion. For, whereas the class determination of economic agents can and must be defined by their objective place in the relations of production, classes as social forces can only be defined through specific conjunctures of class struggle and the particular class orientations and/or pertinent effects that are evident therein. Where Poulantzas goes wrong is in leaping from the notion of structurally determined antagonisms and objectively given necessities for class struggle to the conclusion that class forces will empirically polarize around these antagonisms and necessities, which he then rejects as absurd. In comparison with his own account of this thesis, that offered by Skotnes seems more coherent and also more consistent with his principal lines of argument. Class determination and class position. Poulantzas argues that, although the structural determination of classes is evident in their class positions, these are nonetheless distinct phenomenal fields. Thus structural determination and class position could well diverge in particular conjunctures as illustrated by the labor aristocracy. In general, this divergence occurs when a class does not take up class positions that reflect its interests as defined by the class determination that fixes the horizon of the class's struggle, CCC, p. 15. This horizon of action consists in the maximum feasible advances that can be realized in a given conjuncture as determined by the structural limits and the balance of 164 forces. Within this horizon it is the class struggle that is the driving force of history, CCC, pp 23, 27, CFFD, p 40. Given his concern with class struggle, especially in the political field, and his recognition that positions adopted therein can diverge from the structural determination of class places, it is worth asking why Poulantzas considers class determination through the relations of production at all. At best, economic determination would seem to explain certain aspects of capital accumulation, example the effects of an expansion of unproductive labor on the circuit of industrial capital, and/or to provide criteria for examining the pertinent effects of struggle between class-relevant forces. But Poulantzas clearly still subscribes to the economically determined role of the proletariat as the essential, pre-given revolutionary subject and to the correlative assumption that the revolution will occur through the political struggles of an effective class alliance under the hegemony of the vanguard Communist Party, example 1977b, pp 114-6. Thus he must unambiguously delineate the boundaries of the proletariat and establish the structurally inscribed potential for long-term alliances with other classes or class fractions. The latter is all the more important because he argues that the interests of potential allies are determined in part by their objective places in the circuit of capital and/or the overall articulation of modes of production. This means that the program for an effective class alliance must take due account of these structural factors, CFCCC, pp 334-6, 1977b, Passim. Poulantzas also distinguishes between social categories and social classes. Whereas classes are defined principally, but not exclusively, by their place in the relations of production, social categories are defined principally by their place in political and/or ideological relations beyond the realm of production. Thus the state bureaucracy is defined by its relation to the state apparatus, and intellectuals are defined by their place in elaborating and deploying ideology. Social categories may become autonomous social forces with their own organization and ideologies or, at least, pertinent effects in a given conjuncture. But they always have a specific class belonging that depends on the particular role of the apparatus with which they are 165 associated and their place within it. Thus the heads of the state apparatus belong to the bourgeois class by virtue of their directing and coordinating function within the capitalist state. In contrast, the intermediate groups in the state belong to the new petty bourgeoisie, CCC, pp 183-9. It is important for Poulantzas to allow for a secondary determination of class membership through the class-relevant effects of political and ideological practices as elements in a system of class domination. Otherwise he could only ascribe all agents a class belonging in terms of revenue or distributional categories, example the receipt of wages. The latter approach involves the allegedly unscientific and social democratic conception of the wage-earning classes embracing both the proletariat and the new middle classes. It would also mean that the heads of the state apparatus as well as its intermediate strata belong to the salariat. Nonetheless, Poulantzas's preferred approach is not without its own difficulties. In particular, it presupposes the class unity, and not merely the institutional unity, of the state apparatus. Without such class unity, the class membership of the heads of the state apparatus would vary with the net consequences of state policies. Even this assumption breaks down for intellectuals. For Poulantzas himself admits that the ISAs are pluralistic and lack any rigorous class unity. The expanded reproduction of social classes. Poulantzas also considers two aspects of the relationship between classes and apparatuses. These concern, a. the role of repressive and ideological state apparatuses in reproducing the economic determination of classes and, b. the role of economic, political, and ideological apparatuses in securing class domination in the different regions of capitalist societies. He now argues that the RSA and ISAs are implicated in the relations of production through their role in reproducing the conditions of existence of the three different moments of these relations, the economic powers of capital, the private political system of factory despotism, and the ideological domination of mental over manual labor in the economic sphere. Thus the reproduction of classes as ensembles of economic agents cannot be reduced to purely economic factors, let alone to the supposedly self-regulating automatism of market forces. 4. In addition to the political and 166. Ideological as well as economic powers deployed by capital within the labor process, the RSA and ISAs play an essential role in reproducing the background conditions of all three moments of economic class domination. Thus Poulantzas concludes that reproduction, being understood as the extended reproduction of social classes, immediately means reproduction of the political and ideological relations of class determination, CCC, p. 27, more generally, CCC, pp 21, 24-5, 27-8, 110-1, cf. SBS, pp 25-7, 38, 55-6, 69, 80-1, 167-9, 181, 183-9. Poulantzas then considers the role played by various apparatuses in constituting and reproducing different forms of domination. He argues that they materialize and condense class relations but do not themselves directly engender class relations or class antagonisms. Thus classes as ensembles of economic agents must first be defined at more abstract levels of analysis than the institutional structures and practices of specific economic apparatuses. Likewise, the ISAs do not produce class ideologies ex nihilo, but instead they elaborate and transform already existing ideological elements. Nor, pace theorists such as Dahrendorf, are classes and class conflict grounded in the structure of political authority. Naturally, these arguments do not mean that apparatuses are class neutral and or derive their class character from their accidental or circumstantial utilization by pre-existing class subjects. Indeed, Poulantzas insists that the specific institutional forms of the apparatuses materialize and condense class relations in distinctive patterns of domination and subordination. However, because classes actually originate outside and beyond any specific apparatuses, the class struggle cannot be fully controlled or restrained by the activities of apparatuses. It always escapes such control and actually restricts their own operation. Thus, class domination is always determined by the interaction between institutional forms and class forces. We have already encountered this argument in Poulantzas's approach to state power as a form-determined condensation of opposing class forces. Here it is generalized to all forms of class power. There is nothing particularly controversial in this latter argument, and it largely serves to differentiate Poulantzas's position from institutionalist and functionalist arguments in fields such as educational sociology or conflict theory, CCC, pp 29-33, cf 1972a, pp 12-16. Finally, Poulantzas notes that the reproduction and allocation of social agents is a secondary and subordinate aspect of the reproduction. 167. Of classes. What is primary is the reproduction of class places, and this is determined in the last instance by the reproduction of the capital relation. The reproduction of social agents depends on the ISAs and or the RSA, and their subsequent allocation to different class places depends on the operation of the labor market, CCC, pp 34-5. There is little new or controversial here, but Poulantzas did criticize the work of Baudelet and Esteblet on the French educational system and its role in reproducing the working class and petty bourgeoisie. These authors suggested that there are two educational systems in France reproducing either agents of the upper classes or agents of the lower classes. Poulantzas argued that the bipolar institutional structure of French education should not be confused with its role in class reproduction, for despite the twofold division of primary/vocational and secondary/higher education, there is a specifically petty bourgeois form of education. Whereas students destined for proletarian occupations are typically instructed in discipline, respect for authority, and the veneration of mental labor, students going into the new middle class are trained in mental labor and its rituals within the school system itself. Poulantzas also criticized Baudelet and Esteblet for arguing that the educational apparatus is the dominant ISA in capitalism concerned with reproducing, distributing, and training agents. He suggested instead that the dominance of an apparatus in this respect depends on the class struggle and can even vary within a given society according to which class is being considered. Thus, even if the school is the dominant ISA for the petty bourgeoisie in France, it is not so for the working class in France or elsewhere, CCC, pp 32-5, 259-70, cf 1972a, pages 8-15, Baudelet and Esteblet, 1971, Passim. Overall, these arguments involve a general attempt to theorize the nature of classes and class struggle. Poulantzas has advanced beyond the more structuralist perspectives of PPSC in breaking with the claim that classes must be defined in terms of their objective places in the economy, state system, and ideological region considered as separate structures. He now focuses on the economic, political, and ideological moments of the relations of production. It is only when dealing with the class membership of social categories such as bureaucrats and intellectuals that he still refers directly to the role of political and ideological structures in class determination. Poulantzas has also tried to eliminate the rupture between structures. 168. And practices that characterized PPSC by defining classes in terms of class struggle, if not at the level of their structural determination, then at least in terms of their form of existence. But this attempt causes serious problems in analyzing the relationship between class determination and class position. These problems can be illustrated by considering his analyses of the petty bourgeoisie, the rural classes, and the interior bourgeoisie of modern capitalism. From structuralist Marxism to political strategy. In F.D. Poulantzas is already moving away from the structuralist Marxism of PPSC. In discussing capital and labor, he now defines class determination purely in terms of the relations of production and ignores their positions in the juridico-political and ideological structures. But he also discusses economic class domination as depending on the changing modalities of political and ideological struggles as well as purely economic struggles. In addition, political and ideological class domination are considered to be relatively autonomous from economic class domination, see Chapter 8. In distinguishing between class determination and the different fields of class domination, Poulantzas rejected his earlier argument that the structural determination of a class must be related to its position in all three structural levels. This new approach provides a useful framework for defining the structural determination of other classes and its implications for the class struggle and alliance strategies. But how successfully does Poulantzas follow it up? The petty bourgeoisie. Poulantzas remarks that the definition of the class nature of the petty bourgeoisie is the focal point of the Marxist theory of social classes, FD, p. 237. He justifies this extraordinary claim by arguing that this issue reveals that classes cannot be defined solely in economic terms. They must also be considered in terms of their determination by political and ideological factors. Thus, if the petty bourgeoisie is viewed only in economic terms, we find two main sets of agents who have nothing positive in common. The traditional petty bourgeoisie has its economic basis in small-scale production and or small-scale ownership but is not directly involved in exploiting wage. 169. Labor. In contrast, the new petty bourgeoisie comprises non-productive salaried employees. The latter are not direct producers of capitalist commodities, but they are involved in reproducing the conditions of surplus value production in their capacities as circulation workers, engineers, civil servants, teachers, etc. FD, pp. 237-9. However, although these two class fractions occupy contrasting economic positions, they are both equally excluded from the bourgeoisie and proletariat. Poulantzas argues that this shared negative position typically produces similar effects at the political and ideological levels. Politically, the petty bourgeoisie cannot have any long-term interests of its own since it is not a fundamental class in the CMP. Thus it has an unstable and vacillating character and has difficulty in organizing its own class party. In turn, this means that it is often represented indirectly, through parties whose primary allegiance is to other classes and or through specific branches of the state, FD, pp. 242-4. Ideologically, the petty bourgeoisie shares three traits: status quo anti-capitalism, belief in the myth of the ladder of upward mobility, and a statolatrous trust in the state's benevolence and inherent class neutrality, FD, pp. 240-2. Because these common political and ideological effects allegedly stem from their shared negative position, Poulantzas concludes that the traditional and the new petty bourgeoisie actually belong to the same class. Poulantzas would have been outraged if such arguments had been used to suggest that the labor aristocracy was actually a fraction of capital because it sometimes takes up bourgeois class positions and or that the inclusion of the national bourgeoisie within the people in an anti-imperialist struggle meant that it had lost its class determination. In both cases he would have insisted that it is the objective position of a stratum, such as the labor aristocracy, or a class fraction, such as the national bourgeoisie, in the relations of production that defines its class character. He would certainly have denied that its class character could be established through the stance it happened to adopt in economic, political, or ideological struggles, CFFD, pp. 150-1, 181n, 189, cc, pp 15-6, 23-4. Yet his discussion of the petty bourgeoisie seems to revert to the old structuralist approach. Poulantzas tries to establish its class determination in terms of all three regions. But he now does so in terms of their objective position in the relations of production and their subjective position in the political and ideological regions. A similar methodological procedure is adopted for the rural classes. 170. The rural classes. In discussing rural classes, Poulantzas operates in two stages. He first establishes the basic class divisions in terms of their differential economic determinations, allocating different sets of economic agents to an exploiting class of non-laborers or an exploited class of direct producers, and then subdivides these classes into fractions according to the specific political and ideological effects produced by variations in the precise form and size of the agricultural enterprise. Thus he writes that ideological and political relationships play a crucial role in dividing the peasantry into classes, not only in dividing them into different fractions, but as a factor around which the classes themselves regroup and polarize, locating and defining them, FD, p. 275. This leads him to propose a six-fold division among the rural classes, viz. a. Great landowners with different fractions, according to the different political and ideological positions they adopt, b. Rich and upper-middle peasantry, with different political and ideological effects according to the type of economic ownership, c. Middle peasantry, d. Poor and lower-middle peasantry, e. Agricultural laborers proper, and f. Individuals and groups situated on the fringes of these classes, fd. pp 276-7. Not only does Poulantzas operate here with economic determinations and political and ideological orientations, but he also resorts to an empiricist procedure in which the size of enterprise, FD, p. 278, and conjunctural effects are involved in ascribing class membership. This is far removed from his earlier claim that classes should be determined in terms of one perfectly defined criterion rather than a plurality of criteria, ppsc. p70n. The interior bourgeoisie. Similar problems occur in analyzing the interior or domestic bourgeoisie. Poulantzas suggests that the internationalization of capital under the hegemony of U.S. monopoly capital has transformed the relations among different fractions of capital. In particular, he argues that the distinction between comprador and national bourgeoisies is now relevant only to the imperialist metropolitan peripheral relationship, and that intermetropolitan relations are developing in a 171 novel direction. Here a new fraction is becoming tendentially differentiated from the comprador and national bourgeois fractions. This interior bourgeoisie is neither totally dependent on foreign capital, as is the comprador bourgeoisie, which lacks its own base of accumulation and is economically, politically, and ideologically subordinated. Nor is the interior bourgeoisie sufficiently independent to play a leading role in any genuine anti-imperialist struggle, as is the national bourgeoisie. This intermediate position does not mean that the interior bourgeoisie lacks all measure of independence. For it does have its own economic foundation and bases of accumulation at home and abroad, and it still exhibits its own specific, national political and ideological orientations in opposition to American capital, cc. pp 71-72. All this is significant because it underpins the growing contradictions between U.S. capital and the interior bourgeoisies in other advanced capitalist economies. Indeed, Poulantzas tries to show that the interior bourgeoisie cannot be a leading force in the struggle against American imperialism because it is not a genuine national bourgeoisie. Its economic links with U.S. capital mean that it is also politically and ideologically aligned therewith. This also means that the growing crisis of American hegemony within post-war imperialism cannot be restricted to U.S. capital. If this were so, other national capitals might feel encouraged to lead popular struggles against U.S. imperialism to advance their own interests in the inter-imperialist conflict. But Poulantzas argues that there is a general crisis of imperialism and not one restricted to U.S. hegemony over an otherwise stable system. Thus he concludes that the principal contradiction in Europe is not one between specific national economies and American domination, but rather involves the popular masses against their own bourgeoisies and their own states, cc. pp. 86-8. It is also in this context that he defines the principal enemy in European nations as monopoly capital as a whole rather than U.S. capital, and thus emphasizes an alliance with non-monopoly capital rather than national capital, example ccc. pp. 87-88, 155, 1974d. In this case, then, Poulantzas works forwards from the changing international relations of production to argue that an emergent interior bourgeoisie cannot play the political and ideological role of a national bourgeoisie. In the case of the so-called interior bourgeoisies in the dependent economies of the erstwhile military dictatorships of Southern Europe, however, he works backwards from political and 172 ideological class positions to argue that they form a distinct economic fraction. In both cases Poulantzas refers to the political and ideological overdetermination of fractions of capital in order to validate his own strategic calculations, to deny the role of the interior bourgeoisie as an ally in anti-imperialist struggles and to affirm its role in anti-dictatorial struggles. In the first case the political and ideological positions are derived from the structural economic determination. In the latter case they are deployed to prove the economic distinctiveness of the interior fraction. The primacy of the political? In four separate examples, therefore, those of the petty bourgeoisie, the rural classes, and the two types of interior bourgeoisies, Poulantzas conflates structural determination and class position in different ways in defiance of his own methodological strictures. This probably stems from the attempt to break with structuralist Marxism and give greater weight to the class struggle in analyzing class relations. This causes few problems when dealing with the economic class determination of the bourgeoisie and proletariat or with the role of political and ideological class struggle in securing their domination, or dictatorships. It is less clear how this approach applies to classes whose structural determination involves no necessary antagonism with capital or wage labor and whose constitution as class forces is therefore relatively underdetermined at this level. This problem was already evident in Poulantzas's discussion of pertinent effects in PPSC, see above. It becomes more urgent when Poulantzas considers the role of the non-fundamental classes in anti-dictatorial and anti-monopoly alliances. Their economic underdetermination as class forces in the crucial field of political struggle leads Poulantzas to consider other factors. Since he operates on a class reductionist analysis of political forces, however, these factors must establish the class belonging of potential or actual political allies. But it is no longer appropriate to focus on the juridico-political and ideological structures of the CMP, and he must therefore look at political and ideological orientations. This explains why he conflates structural determination and class position. This is very clear in all four cases considered above. Thus political and ideological effects are invoked to establish the real unity of 173 economically disparate fractions of the petty bourgeoisie as a potential class ally, whether for the bourgeoisie or proletariat. In the case of the rural classes, Poulantzas employs different political and ideological orientations to establish the fractioning of economically similar groups, notably within the peasantry, so that only some can be polarized towards one or other fundamental class. In the case of the metropolitan European interior bourgeois fractions, he derives specific political and ideological class positions from their specific economic interrelations with U.S. monopoly capital and argues that they cannot be reliable allies in anti-imperialist struggles. And, in the case of the peripheral European interior bourgeois fractions, he infers the existence of a specific or at least tendential economic fraction from the temporary emergence of an anti-dictatorial alliance with the popular masses and a more permanent strategic orientation towards the EEC. None of these arguments can be understood from a structuralist Marxist position or from his rectified position on the triple determination of class situation through the social division of labor. They can be understood as effects of the priority Poulantzas gives to strategic calculation in considering classes and class struggle. Of course, This does not mean that these arguments are justified simply because they are politically convenient. But it does help us to understand them. Thus it is his strategic concerns coupled with his class reductionist account of social forces and potential allies that produces this unsatisfactory account of intermediate classes. This interpretation is confirmed in cc. This signals Poulantzas' final break with a structuralist Marxist account of class determination in terms of three regional instances. Here he establishes a threefold structural determination of the class location of the new petty bourgeoisie in radically new terms. He now considers its class location in terms of its capitalistically unproductive economic role, its political work of supervision and control, and its ideological role of mental labor, all considered as moments within the social relations of production. He still emphasizes political and ideological factors in defining its class character, so that engineers and other groups forming part of the collective laborer can still be allocated to the new petty bourgeoisie rather than the proletariat. In dealing with the structural determination of the traditional petty bourgeoisie, however, Poulantzas admits that the mental manual distinction in its capitalist form is irrelevant. He therefore gives more weight to its economic location. But, regardless of which moments are stressed in this 174 new approach, they are all equally concerned with structural determination through the relations of production and not with the class position adopted from time to time in class struggles. Given that Poulantzas eventually found a way to consider the threefold determination of class membership without raising the specter of structuralism, there was surely no need to resort to political and ideological effects in establishing the class character of the petty bourgeoisie. Indeed, his new analysis shows even more clearly that the traditional petty bourgeoisie and the new middle class are economically heterogeneous. Yet Poulantzas still resorts to the allegedly common political and ideological effects of these disparate economic class situations in order to establish the shared class identity of the old and new middle classes. This argument is essentially redundant and is not required by his basic theoretical analysis. It is required by his approach to class alliances. The internationalization of capital. Following our detour through the vagaries of Poulantzas' account of the non-fundamental classes, we can return to more basic issues of class analysis. Despite the primacy he gives to the working class as the essentially revolutionary class whose hegemony will be secured through the allegedly vanguard role of the Communist Party, Poulantzas actually pays limited attention to the class determination and class position of the proletariat. At most we find an historical account of the relationships among different parties in pre-fascist Italy and Weimar Germany and the strategic errors committed in the anti-fascist struggle, see Chapter 8. This general neglect reflects his concern with the correct choice of class allies if the proletariat is to realize its particular strategic objectives in a given conjuncture. It is for the same reason that Poulantzas focuses on the different fractions of the bourgeoisie, both to know one's enemy and to assess whether any fraction, S, could be drawn into alliance with the working class. In particular, he is concerned with the contradictions between monopoly and non-monopoly capital, the national bourgeoisie and foreign capital, and industrial and banking capital. These concerns are especially clear in CC and associated interviews. Poulantzas argues that the periodization of imperialism cannot be reduced to that of the pure CMP and must refer to a number of 175 additional criteria. The fundamental and determinant tendency of imperialism is said to be the export of capital rather than the export of commodities, and Poulantzas relates this to the growing significance of the TRPF. In this context, he also considers how the export of capital affects the articulation of capitalist and pre-capitalist relations of production, especially regarding the conservation or dissolution of the latter relations, and the changing relations between metropolitan and peripheral regions in the imperialist chain. He identifies the transition to imperialism as occurring from the 1870s to 1920s. Likewise, its consolidation is dated in the 1930s and associated with the dominance of monopoly capital, the final shift to dominance of the political over the economic, the dominance of the export of capital over that of commodities, and the continued conservation of pre-capitalist relations in the periphery. The current phase is located since 1945. The current phase of imperialism is characterized above all by the increasing penetration of U.S. capital into the European and Japanese metropoles and their integration into the political and ideological orbit of American capital's expanded reproduction in the face of the TRPF, CC, pp 42, 44-7, 50-4, 65, 69, 123-5. It is also characterized by new forms of socialization. Thus, whereas earlier phases were associated with international cartels and or financial holding companies or, at most, with one capital controlling the activities of separate production units in different countries, the current phase witnesses integrated production among several multinational production units subject to a single center of economic ownership, cc. pp 58-9. The nation-state also plays a crucial role in the current phase of internationalization. Indeed, the political situation is highly complex. For the current phase of imperialism neither suppresses nor bypasses the system of nation-states. It is associated neither with the peaceful integration of capitals above the level of the nation-state in a harmonious super-imperialism nor with the gradual supersession of individual nation-states through the emergence of a global American superstate. At the same time, poulantzas argues that these states themselves take charge of the interest of the dominant imperialist capital in its development within the national social formation, cc. p. 73. This does not mean that foreign capital necessarily participates directly in national power blocks as an autonomous social force. Instead, its presence in the power block and the state is mediated through fractions of the interior. 176. Bourgeoisie linked with one or another foreign capital and or through the structural constraints associated with the penetration of foreign capitals into the domestic circuit of capital, cc. p. 75. The links of different capital fractions in a national formation to different foreign capitals and or their own activities abroad fragments and disarticulates the domestic bourgeoisie. In turn, this means that it cannot present a concerted resistance to the penetration and hegemony of U.S. capital. The new means available to American multinationals to put pressure on recalcitrant nation-states, example tax evasion, monetary speculation, transfer pricing, misuse of customs barriers, etc., are essentially secondary factors in the inability of European states to resist American hegemony. The primary obstacles are found in the internal political weakness of the domestic bourgeoisie, cc. p. 75, CFCD, p. 44. Despite these changes, the state still maintains its character as a nation-state. For its primary function is still to maintain the unity and cohesion of the social formation as a whole, and the national dimension remains important because of the other class forces within each formation. Thus the peasant classes and petty bourgeoisie remain committed to nationalism, the social categories involved in the state continue to derive privileges from the nation-state system, and even the working class, which is undergoing a significant internationalization due to the development of worldwide relations of production, is still mainly oriented to the national dimension of politics, cc. pp. 78-9. Although the state retains its national character, however, it also acquires new international functions and or sees the partial internationalization of its traditional functions. In both cases, international functions are always shot through with national state issues and are far from being just technical and neutral in character, cc. pp. 79-81. Thus the struggle for socialism must still be organized around the conquest of state power at the level of the nation-state. Likewise, it is essential to organize an anti-imperialist alliance among the people around national popular issues. This means that the interior bourgeoisie cannot be a leading force in the anti-imperialist struggle, let alone in the anti-monopoly struggle. Hence the leading role must fall to the working class organized under the hegemony of the vanguard party. But this is not an exclusive role and must be articulated with the struggles of the petty bourgeoisie and, where relevant, non-monopoly capital, cc. pp. 82-7. 177. Social classes and political parties. In many of his analyses, Poulantzas insists on the leading role of the working class and the vanguard party. We can now consider his views on class and party in more detail. His initial position was strongly class reductionist and always related parties to the class struggle. Nonetheless, he did consider them at different levels of abstraction and from several different angles. Among the issues examined are, the role of the capitalist state as the principal party of the bourgeoisie, the functions of the party system considered as a whole in ideological inculcation and mass integration, the more or less complex representational ties that can link specific political parties and classes or class fractions, and the various strategies and tactics pursued by particular parties in crucial political conjunctures. Poulantzas argued that only the two main classes of capitalist societies can have their own long-term political interests and class ideologies. This is reflected in the organization and operation of the party system. In general terms, he suggests that the bourgeoisie is incapable of organizing its own political and ideological hegemony through the party system alone and must depend on the state as a whole to act as its organizational motor force. The party system can certainly help to circulate power within the power block, but it is not the only means available to represent fractional interests in the state. Moreover, with the exception of the vanguard party, mass parties are essentially concerned with political integration and ideological inculcation. This implies that the working class cannot win political class power within the framework of the capitalist state and must develop a counter-state form of organization, i.e., a Leninist vanguard party, to smash the bourgeois state. 1966e, p. 347, 1967b, pp. 72-3, ppsc, pp. 108, 275, 287, 299, 300n, fd, pp. 308-9, 325n, ccc, pp. 26, 98, cd, p. 102. The precise operation of the party system must be related to the form of the state, especially the relative weight of the executive and legislative, and the nature of the power block. Often there is a divorce between class relations in the power block and their representation on the political scene. Thus one cannot infer the balance of forces within the former from the relations among parties. This is why Poulantzas distinguishes between the hegemonic class, fraction, in the power block and the ruling class, fraction, whose party is dominant within the party system, see Chapter 3. More generally, he emphasizes that the 178 relative autonomy of the state in organizing the power block is usually greater where the executive branch is dominant, there is a multi-party system, and individual parties have weak internal discipline. Parties are also less significant during a representational crisis, which is often associated with the proliferation of more direct forms of political representation, such as employers' associations, pressure groups, parallel power networks, and private militias. Thus it is crucial not to reduce class practices to party practices, ppsc, pp 154, 235, 248-52, 286, 300n, 315, 317-21, fd, pp 73-5, 144, 249-51. At the same time, Poulantzas rejects the view that one can ascribe an essential class belonging to parties or a pre-given party belonging to specific social classes. Even if the party system, excluding the vanguard party, must perform ideological and mass integrative functions, it does not follow that the specific role of particular parties will always be the same. Thus Poulantzas argues in FD that all normal capitalist states need a social democratic type of party, and that, if a party no longer fulfills this role, if it is discredited, another will necessarily take its place. FD, p. 151, for a subsequent qualification, CFD, p. 196. More generally, and more convincingly, he denies that each class, or fraction, carries a party label on its back in the same way that each pupil has his own desk at school, 1970b. Thus Poulantzas argues that establishing a one-to-one correlation between classes and parties would be to completely mistake the nature of political representation, especially as it affects the non-fundamental classes. Only the bourgeoisie through the state, and the working class through the vanguard party, can organize politically to advance their political class power in open and declared action. In contrast, the peasantry and petty bourgeoisie can have no long-term political interests of their own, because of their objective class position, and so cannot have a political party which represents such interests. Furthermore, whilst the dominant class fractions can advance their interests through various parties and or outside the party form of organization, the proletariat often supports social democratic type parties and or bourgeois parties with a working class clientele. In contrast, the non-fundamental classes are often present as political forces only through their pertinent effects, such as in Bonapartism, and or through their representation via state apparatuses or political parties that advance the real interests of other classes. In all cases, Poulantzas emphasizes that the specific class bases and appeals of parties have definite effects on their 179. Structure, operation, and insertion into the party system as a whole, PPSC, pp 79-81, 97, 247, FD, pp 104, 124, 151-2, 240, 247-51. Political parties and political representation. This approach raises a general problem about the meaning of political representation. Poulantzas distinguishes two types. Political representation can refer either to a party's role in advancing the real interests of a class and or to its organizational and ideological ties to a class whose real interests it ignores in favor of another class, 1970b, CFFD, p. 249. Thus he notes that, although fascist parties managed to develop effective organizational and ideological ties to the petty bourgeoisie, in contrast with the bourgeois parties which traditionally received their electoral support, they only promoted its real, short-term, interests during the first step of the rise of fascism, and thereafter they only represented the real interests of the bourgeoisie, FD, pp 247-51, 261-4, 266-7. This distinction clearly has significant implications for political calculation about class alliances and electoral pacts. Poulantzas employs this distinction to criticize the frontist strategies adopted by the Comintern after 1935 against fascism and to formulate an alternative strategy against the military dictatorship in post-war Greece. 4. Once one rejects crude class reductionist views about the necessary party identities of particular classes and fractions and recognize that there are different types of political representation, one cannot claim to know at every moment which party represents a given class or fraction and thus with which party to form class alliances. After the Comintern adopted its Popular and United Front policies, there was a marked tendency for communist parties simply to enter into electoral cartels with bourgeois parties. They did so in the mistaken belief that the organizational, ideological, and electoral ties of such parties to different classes or fractions among the popular masses involved genuine ties of political representation such that party ententes from above would be a sufficient condition of effective class alliances at the base. This ignored the need to approach potential class allies at the base, independently of their party organizations, and to attempt to win over branches or sections of the bourgeois parties to the communist movement, 1970b, see also Chapter 9. 180. The Greek Communist Party made the opposite mistake before the 1967 coup. 4. Incorrectly denying that bourgeois parties, such as the Centre Party, represented the real interests of the popular masses, it drew the false conclusion that there were no representational ties at all with these forces. Thus the KKE set up new parties to advance the real interests of different classes and fractions and then entered alliances with them. Such counterfeiting of class parties with no mass support meant that the KKE, as also the EDA, was really allying with itself and ensured that the Greek communists remained isolated from the popular masses. In this respect they repeated the errors of the Bourdieuist tendency of the PCI and of the KPD before the rise of Italian fascism and Nazism. Only when one recognizes the different forms that political representation takes can an adequate alliance strategy be developed. 1970b, CFFD, pp 156-65, 180-8, 209-13. The strategy recommended by poulantzas is twofold. It is clearly necessary to enter alliances with parties that have organizational and ideological ties to the popular masses and / or to anti-imperialist and anti-monopoly elements among the dominant class fractions. A boycott of bourgeois parties or unions would be appropriate only where they lacked mass involvement, example because they were the artificial creations of the dictatorship. But it was also necessary to make direct contact with the popular masses at the base and through organizations without an immediate party character in order to build real representational ties to the dominated classes. Indeed, during political crises that politicize the intermediate classes, it is particularly absurd to rely on party ententes from above. For such crises tend to involve a breaking of representational ties and the disintegration of the traditional bourgeois parties. This creates opportunities for an effective class alliance strategy at the base and the recomposition of the balance of class forces in favor of the left. Poulantzas emphasizes throughout these analyses the importance of pursuing the mass line, 1967c, 1970b, FD, pp 18-19, 40, 213-6, 223, 228-33, see also Chapter 9. Poulantzas also applies these ideas to left unity and the common program in France and to the relations between PASOK and the renovating left in Greece. Thus, despite his initial distrust of the social democratic and catch-all tendencies of Mitterrand and the allegedly anarcho-syndicalist tendencies of the autogestionnaire currents in the PSU, CFDT, and CGT, Poulantzas nonetheless supported the Programme Commune as the most realistic route to democratic socialism in France. On his distrust, c. 1974 I.E., pp. 181. 29, 31-2, 35-6. He is particularly critical of the Trotskyist beliefs that the revolutionary left in France could rapidly displace the traditional left, especially the PCF, in a revolutionary crisis, and that it could also create and centralize a system of dual power before the forces of the state could launch a counterattack. 1977 I.K., pp 10-11. Instead, Poulantzas chooses to rely on the dynamic of attempts to introduce the common program and to further radicalize sections of the state apparatus to produce a rupture within the state system itself. The key to this strategy is the growing radicalization of the new petty bourgeoisie, together with the declining political significance of the conservative small-holding peasantry, and their increasing support for the Socialist Party under Mitterrand or even the PCF under Marx. 1974 I.F., pp 25, 28-32, 37, ccc, pp 332-6 and passim. In turn, this points to the possibilities for an effective class alliance provided that systematic account is taken of the differential class determination of the working class and the new petty bourgeoisie and appropriate modifications made in the program of the PCF to consolidate this alliance. It would also be necessary, of course, to cement the electoral pact among the left parties through mass work at the base, FD, pp 164-5, ccc, pp 334-6, 1974 I.K., pp 5-12. A similar mass line is adopted in Poulantzas's approach to the relations between PASOK and the renovating left in Greece, see Chapter 9. A constant theme in these discussions is the argument that the hegemonic force in any transition to socialism will be the working class and that it must be led in turn by the Communist Party. This commitment is never justified theoretically and, at best, we find gestural references to Lenin-ism, as a political justification. It is a curious commitment in many ways because much of the theoretical argument and much of the historical evidence deployed by Poulantzas about classes, parties, fascism, military dictatorships, and the Soviet Union, would seem to contradict the assumptions that the proletariat is essentially revolutionary by class nature and that communist parties are the most appropriate organs for formulating correct revolutionary strategy and tactics. The commitment is reflected in his remarkable failure to discuss the nature of the working class in contrast with the detailed consideration given to the petty bourgeoisie and the internal divisions and contradictions of capital. It is also reflected in his long-held dismissive attitude towards new social movements as potential forces for revolutionary change. Thus it is intriguing to note that poulantzas eventually came to argue for a 182. Pluriclassist and pluripartiste transition to democratic socialism, see Chapter 10. Social classes and social movements. In CCC, poulantzas insisted that the only significant political forces were class forces. They alone were agencies of political transformation. Indeed, poulantzas claims that it is a fundamental and constitutive principle of Marxist theory that there can be no social groupings alongside, marginal to, or above classes, in other words external to them, CCC, p. 198, CFP 201. This does not mean that there cannot be individual agents who experience transitory or contradictory class memberships in the course of their training, formation as class subjects, and distribution to class places, or, indeed, who even undergo an effective déclassing. But a sum of déclassed agents can never amount to a pertinent social grouping in the field of class struggle, CCC, p. 203. In short, the only relevant forces in a class-divided society are class forces. This means that so-called social movements can have no role outside and independent of the class struggle. Cf. Poulantzas's Critique of Turenn's Positions on Social Movements, 1973b. Such arguments amply confirm Poulantzas's class reductionism. This pervades almost all his work, from the preliminary studies for PPSC to his political testament in SBS. But he was not always as dismissive towards social movements. For, whilst he ignored them before May 1968, marginalized them in his account of fascism, treated them as irrelevant to a Marxist analysis of class determination and or ascribed them an implicitly petty bourgeois character in the field of class struggle in describing classes in contemporary capitalism, he later came to see new social movements as new forms of class struggle which corresponded to the expanding sphere of state intervention and involved more or less direct confrontation with the state itself. 1974 I.E. pp 19-20, 34, cd, pp 71-3, SBS, pp 178, 183-8, 211, 213. Moreover, although he recognizes that these new forms of struggle and movement often involve privileged economic agents, example the labor aristocracy at the lip watch factory or the new petty bourgeoisie, he no longer dismisses them as diversionary, reactionary, or inherently petty bourgeois. Indeed, SBS argues that the new social movements, such as the 183 student movement, women's liberation, and the ecological movement, are engaged in class struggle on fronts that can no longer be regarded as secondary. Thus they are no longer diversionary. Moreover, the politicization of the petty bourgeoisie in and through such struggles and movements is breaking the classical alliance between the bourgeoisie and the middle classes and thereby expanding the objective scope of popular alliances, SBS, p. 211. Thus they are no longer reactionary. And, although they are still considered primarily as class forces, they are certainly not just petty bourgeois. Indeed, as we shall see in Chapter 10, they have a crucial role to play in a transition to democratic socialism. Some unresolved difficulties. Poulantzas's views on class changed considerably, but certain problems were left unresolved. Poulantzas remains committed to a class reductionist approach to political analysis and a politicist approach to class analysis. His work on political strategies revolves around problems of class struggle, and these problems determine his account of class boundaries and positions. For a long time, Poulantzas was concerned with the relation between class determination and class position. But he never satisfactorily defined this relation. This can be seen in such crucial areas as the presence of the structural determination of class places in class practices, the role of apparatuses in class reproduction, the modalities of class struggle, the identification of class and class-relevant forces, the concept of class interests, and his understanding of class strategies. Before concluding this chapter, I want to review some outstanding problems with his approach. The issue of structural determination and class practices could have been clarified if poulantzas had considered more carefully the particular forms of the capital relation. 4. In focusing on the objective places of capital and labor at the most general level of theoretical abstraction, i.e., economic ownership and exploitation, he misses more concrete forms of the presence of structure in class relations. He did not analyze the value form, money form, wage form, commodity form, price form, tax form, etc., and the way in which these various forms condition the interaction between classes. 184. Yet these comprise different moments in the structural determination of class relations and are also clearly reflected in the class practices of capital and labor. This point is linked to the more general question of the role of apparatuses in the expanded reproduction of classes. In insisting that apparatuses are not the cause of classes or class conflict, poulantzas establishes class determination at a very high level of theoretical abstraction. Thus capital and labor are defined in terms of economic ownership and exploitation without referring to specific forms of economic enterprise. But, if classes cannot be reduced to interpersonal relations and really are determined in and through structures, it is surely relevant to consider how particular institutional forms overdetermine classes and class conflicts. Phenomena such as machinofacture, banking capital, state credit, and mass integration necessarily involve specific forms of apparatus, and it is absurd to exclude them from the structural determination of classes at more concrete levels of analysis simply to avoid the charge of institutionalism. Without referring to specific forms and apparatuses, any discussion of class relations or class practices in particular conjunctures would be underdetermined and gestural. The more concrete the level of class analysis, the more attention must be paid to the role of apparatuses and specific forms of class relation. Poulantzas acknowledges this implicitly in his account of the proletarianization of the new petty bourgeoisie and his incidental recognition that a state capitalist fraction can develop independent capitalist societies. But he did not confront the theoretical implications of these insights in his more general discussion of the relationship between classes and apparatuses. Third, for all his emphasis on the class struggle, Poulantzas was remarkably silent on many key aspects. He hardly considered economic class struggle. Indeed, in starting from the typical separation of economic and political class struggles associated with the relative autonomy of the different instances of the CMP, he was encouraged to look at the political level as primordial and overdetermining. At best, Poulantzas refers to the different forms of economic relations associated with absolute and relative surplus value, the TRPF, the mobilization of counter-tendencies, and contradictions among fractions of capital. He also discusses the role of trade unions. But surplus value is typically considered from the viewpoint of capital. 185. Rather than the working class. And, despite their importance in economic and political struggle, trade unions are typically dismissed as ISAs. Likewise, in characterizing political class struggle, Poulantzas certainly introduced a wide range of concepts. These range from abstract concepts such as power block and people at the level of the state or regime to more concrete concepts for the analysis of the so-called political scene at the level of specific political organizations. But Poulantzas never says how the power block and people can be specified empirically, nor how they can be linked with more concrete phenomena in the political scene. Moreover, just as his analyses of the economic struggles of the dominated classes are confined to the trade union apparatus, Poulantzas focused almost exclusively on political parties in dealing with the political scene. This means that he neglected other means of political struggle such as pressure groups, functional associations, social movements, and so forth. These gaps reflect an excessive concern with the structural determinations of the state system to the detriment of the political system more generally. There are similar problems in his account of ideological struggle, see Chapter 7. These problems are aggravated because poulantzas does not explain how the class character of political or ideological forces can be established. This is all the more surprising because he says that class is not a constitutive principle of the typical capitalist state and that the isolation effect ensures that classes are individuated, fragmented, and disorganized. This means that class struggle is unlikely to be present in pure form in the political arena. Poulantzas recognizes this in three areas. Firstly, he distinguishes between the two forms of political representation. Secondly, he distinguishes between class organization as a condition of open class action and pertinent effects as a consequence of the structural selectivity of the state and/or of the political calculations of other class forces, and, thirdly, he notes how the state assigns a class pertinence to non-class social relations and forces. In their different ways, each of these distinctions raises crucial issues about the criteria for assessing the class nature of social forces. Poulantzas himself does not confront such issues. These issues are necessarily related to the concept of class interests. This also poses problems. For Poulantzas is keen to reject the historicist problematic of the inevitable movement of the class in itself to the class for itself and proposes instead to relate interests. 186. To the horizon of action in a given conjuncture. But he did not fully realize that this can only be established in terms of particular conceptions of strategy as well as in terms of structural constraints and forms of class organization. Thus his own account of the horizon of action of the working class in Greece would have varied according to his changing strategic perspectives. It would clearly have differed according to whether he currently favored a frontal assault, a protracted people's war, a Gramscian war of position, or a left Euro-communist reformist position. And at one time or another he advocated each of these approaches. Given this variation, it is clearly impossible to establish the objective interests of the proletariat. Similar considerations apply to the calculation of the interests of any other class or class fraction. One can only ever assess interests in relation to particular conceptions of strategy. This does not make the interests any the less objective since there are still specific material conditions of existence for the realization of specific strategic objectives. But adopting such an approach does mean that class interests can no longer be seen as permanently and exclusively inscribed in the relations of production and thus as absolute and unconditional. Here it is worth recalling the difficulties that Poulantzas encounters in establishing the boundaries of the petty bourgeoisie, the rural classes, and the interior bourgeoisie. These illustrate his class reductionism. For the attempt to define the boundaries of different classes is based on the assumptions that it is classes alone which can make the transition to socialism, that the working class alone is inherently revolutionary, that other classes will be mobilized if their specific interests are recognized in the alliance strategy of the working class, and that relatively stable class positions provide some indication of underlying class determination. But once he recognizes that social movements have an autonomous role in democratic socialism, that no class is inherently revolutionary, that class interests are not determined exclusively at the level of class determination but are conjuncturally and strategically overdetermined, and that there is no necessary correlation between class positions, not even those that last for many years, and class determination, the whole effort seems far less relevant to the issues of strategic calculation. This does not mean that the identification of class boundaries in terms of economic ownership, possession, and exploitation is irrelevant to other theoretical problems, example the dynamic of 187. Accumulation. It does not mean that class boundaries tell us nothing in themselves about the prospects for revolution. These depend on economic, political, and ideological struggles that must take account of the circuit of capital but are more directly determined by specific strategies and forms of organization. A way forward? If one rejects both the eventual identity and the permanent separation of class determination and class practice, is there a third way? Any solution must reject the basic premise underlying such questions. For they presuppose that class determination and class practice refer to different aspects of the same phenomenon. This makes it seem implausible that these aspects could be permanently separated, but it provides no guarantee that they will eventually coincide. Surely the best solution is to specify two sets of concepts. One set would deal with objective class location, the other would deal with social forces regardless of whether they are identified and organized as class-conscious forces. One could then establish the contingently necessary links between these phenomena in terms of the class relevance of social forces. Concepts of class location would concern the social relations of production and such distinctions as productive and unproductive labor or different moments in the circuit of capital. Class relevance would then be calculated with reference to the reproduction of the social relations of production and patterns of class domination, cf. Jessop, 1982, pp 242-3. Such calculation depends on many factors. In particular, there is a central role for concepts of strategy to articulate class determination and class position, see Chapter 12. It is just such an approach that Poulantzas alludes to in CCC when he suggests that the articulation of the structural determination of classes and of class positions within a social formation requires particular concepts. I shall call these concepts of strategy, embracing in particular such phenomena as class polarization and class alliance, CCC, p. 24. In other words, Poulantzas treats the articulation between class determination and class practice as contingent and conjunctural. He suggests that it is class strategies as crystallized in class alliances that determine class positions in the class struggle and how far the interests of different classes in a given conjuncture are realized. This solution leaves unanswered 188 questions. Firstly, it provides no answer to the problem of whether class struggles, alliances, positions, interests, etc., are to be understood in terms of class relevance or open, direct class consciousness. Nor does it establish that the principal contradiction in a given conjuncture is necessarily a class contradiction. In both cases, Poulantzas lapses into class reductionism. He ascribes a class belonging to social forces and assumes that non-class contradictions are only significant by virtue of acquiring a class pertinence. We cannot follow Poulantzas along this road. Instead, we need to develop the relational account of class interests and struggle which Poulantzas himself never fully explicated. In linking class interests to the horizon of action of a class, he made an important theoretical innovation. But he did not see that the horizon of action of a class itself depended on specific conceptions of political strategy. Building on this insight is one way to move forward, see Chapter 12. Matters became even more complicated when Poulantzas eventually recognized the autonomous role of social movements in the struggle for democratic socialism. Sometimes these are seen as class movements, sometimes as non-class movements, sometimes as having a class pertinence. This problem is relatively easy to solve once one draws a distinction between class-conscious and class-relevant forces and allows for variation in relevance according to changing perceptions of strategy. But, although Poulantzas occasionally hints at the former distinction, he never faced up to the contingency of strategic calculation. Concluding remarks. In reviewing his successive remarks on the determination of social classes, we find that Poulantzas moves from an economist-historicist perspective through structuralist Marxism to an analysis of the social division of labor. In tandem with this theoretical evolution, we find a changing appreciation of the nature of class consciousness and of class struggle and strategies. Despite his changing views on class relations, Poulantzas left many issues unresolved. Among the reasons for this are his limited concern with economic analysis, his enduring class reductionism, and his overriding concern for problems of class alliances at the expense of rigorous analysis of class determination. It 189 is particularly interesting to note here that the field of class analysis was the last area where Poulantzas began to question the theoretical and political assumptions with which he had been operating during the 70s. Poulantzas himself certainly believed he was making a significant intervention into class analysis, example prioritizing the alliance between proletariat and new petty bourgeoisie at the expense of the traditional communist commitment to the proletarian-peasant alliance, or reassessing the role of the national bourgeoisie in anti-imperialist struggles, or arguing that the storm center of world revolution was in Europe rather than the Third World. But his contributions here were somewhat unoriginal and had little impact. Even where poulantzas did establish new orientations in class analysis, example his relational approach to class power, his conjunctural and strategic account of interests, and his specification of concepts peculiar to political class struggle, he failed to draw out all their implications and remained trapped within a class reductionist approach. Only during the few months preceding his death did poulantzas begin to break with class reductionism and prepare the ground for a further theoretical and strategic break. 190. 7. Ideology, the state, and ideological confrontation. The analysis of ideology and ideological struggles is the Achilles heel of Poulantzas's contribution to Marxist political theory and practice. Concepts such as the isolation effect, hegemony, generalist ideological crisis, and ideological state apparatus are central to his interpretation of the state and class struggle. Yet his overall account of ideology is sadly deficient. This is true not only of his early writings but also his subsequent studies from PPSC through to SBS. This does not mean that his views on ideology survived unchanged. There were certainly important shifts throughout his intellectual and political career. But these shifts generally operated within a continuing politicist bias. This is especially clear in FD and CCC, but significant politicist residues also occur in later work. To the extent that Poulantzas breaks with this approach, it was probably because he wanted to develop a more effective mode of ideological intervention in political struggle. Indeed, it is primarily through his reappraisal of the political role of intellectuals and their work on the ideological front that he moved towards a more open account of ideology and ideological class domination. From Weltanschauungen to hegemonia. In tackling the ideological terrain in his earliest work, Poulantzas was much attached to the approaches of Lucien Goldman and George Lukács. In particular, he drew on Goldman's account of different visions du monde, worldviews or Weltanschauungen, corresponding to different classes, and on Lukács' subjectivist problematic of class consciousness, cf. Goldman, 1969, especially pp 102-32, and Lukács, 1971, especially pp XXIIXXV and 46-222. 191. This emerges most obviously in the crucial mediating role that Poulantzas assigns to the changing bourgeois worldview in his analysis of the sociology of law. In this context, he argues that the ensemble of needs and economic activities of a particular class gives rise to a specific global attitude to the world. It is the worldview of the dominant class that constitutes the dominant worldview in a class-divided society. In the legal field, the influence of this worldview is mediated through general legal values or principles and through general ideological conceptions such as the requirements of public order at a given level of social development, NDC, pp 288-9, 313-27, and Passim, cf. Goldman, 1969, pp 95-6. Such an approach was essential for Poulantzas at a time when he was attempting to establish the unity of fact and value from an allegedly Marxist stance. Later he rejected this approach as contaminated with historicism and humanism and developed an alternative account drawing on the work of Louis Althusser and Antonio Gramsci. This shift in approach is signaled in his preliminary remarks on the state and hegemony, 1965b, and his critique of Marxist political theory in Great Britain, 1967a. In both articles, Poulantzas criticizes perspectives that treat state power as the immediate expression of the class consciousness of the politically dominant class qua subject of history. In particular, he claims that these perspectives deny any intrinsic autonomy to the political superstructure as a specific level of the social formation, cf. PPSC, pp 42, 199-200. Likewise, he rejects conceptions of the unity of a social formation that reduce it to an effect of the imposition of the distinctive worldview of a hegemonic class subject, 1965b, pp 864, 868, 870-1, 1967a, p. 64. Poulantzas suggests that these errors derive in part from the lack of any systematic Marxist account of social classes at the level of social formations. He argues that current Marxist theory could not go beyond abstract relations of production in the pure MP to the articulation of modes of production and/or to the political and ideological overdetermination of class struggle. Accordingly, Marxists tended to decipher relations of class domination from a superficial and historicist account of the ruling ideology and its production by a unitary ruling class, 1967a, pp 62-3. In countering the first error, Poulantzas emphasizes the significance of the power block as a contradictory unity of various classes and fractions. In countering the second, he stresses the crucial institutional and organizational mediations that are involved in 192. Securing the cohesion and hegemony of this bloc au pouvoir. He also emphasizes the possibilities of disjunctions among different forms of class domination, economic, political, and ideological, and/or between the apparent class content of the dominant ideology and its objective role in realizing ideological class domination, 1967a, p. 65, cf. pp. 41, 89-91, 155, 171, 203. Disjunction and correspondence among different levels must alike be related to their articulation in a complex structure in dominance as analyzed by Althusser and to the role of the dominant ideology in cementing together the social formation as indicated by Gramsci. Although he moved from an emphasis on worldviews and class consciousness to a concern with hegemony, Poulantzas still retains a certain distance from Gramsci. He argued that Gramsci's political analyses are often tainted by the historicism of Croce and Labriola and need to be handled with care, ppsc, pp 39, 138-9, 194, 197, 200-1, cf 1967a, p 68. He also criticized Gramsci for failing to locate the specificity of the various regions of capitalist society in terms of its particular institutional matrix. Instead of establishing the distinctive articulation of the economic, political, and ideological regions in capitalism, Gramsci operated with a simple contrast between the hybrid character of politics grafted onto economics in feudal societies and the separation of civil society and state under capitalism, ppsc, pp 139-40. This criticism is somewhat barefaced since Poulantzas adopted the same position in his own initial comments on hegemony and the state, ppsc, p 139. Here Poulantzas argued that the modern state can be hegemonic insofar as it is able to represent the universal, general interest as opposed to particular, private interests rooted in civil society. He contrasted this possibility with the preponderant use of force by the pre-capitalist state to impose the immediate economic corporate interests of the dominant class, 1965b, pages 87-3, cf. pages 139-40. In PPSC, Poulantzas moved beyond an Eshangist view of civil society. He explained the atomization of civil society and the mutual opposition of private interests in terms of the isolation effect secured within the matrix of the CMP, PPSC, pp 127-8, 130-7, 188, 213-4, 275-6. Thus he claims that the real problems in this area are concerned with the specific autonomy of the instances of the 193. CMP, with the effect of isolation in the socio-economic relations of this mode, and with the way in which the state and the political practices of the dominant classes are related to this isolation, PPSC, p. 140. It is in this revised framework that Poulantzas proposed to develop the concept of hegemony towards a regional theory of ideology. In place of a historicist and subjectivist approach, Poulantzas tries to develop a regional theory of ideology. This should be understood in a double sense. Firstly, poulantzas suggests that the ideological region in capitalist societies is characterized by a specific autonomy from the political region. Thus the dominant ideology in capitalist societies has an apolitical, in the sense of politically class-neutral, and/or scientific veneer which distinguishes it from the directly political and/or sacred character of pre-capitalist ideologies, 1965b, pages 871-3, CFPPSC, pages 139-40. Yet this separation of the ideological region from the political makes it possible for the dominant ideology to play an intensely political role insofar as it provides the ideological framework within which the dominant class, fraction, can establish its political hegemony. Indeed, poulantzas claimed that the peculiar relation between ideology and reality in capitalist formations and the extremely mediated presence of any political class connotations are the precondition for the tremendous political efficacy of the ideological domain under capitalism, 1965b, pp 888-9, CFPPSC, pages 215-16. In short, in capitalism there is a necessary over-politicization of ideologies which expresses itself on the surface through their depoliticized character, 1965b, p. 889. Second, poulantzas argued that the ideological permeates the other levels of the formation and is itself characterized by various regional sub-ensembles corresponding to different fields of social activity. The specific articulation of a given social formation is reflected not only in the specific mode of ideological affectivity in other regions but also in the particular regional sub-ensemble which dominates the ideological region viewed as a whole, PPSC, pages 210-15, 220-1. In feudal societies the dominant sub-ensemble is the religious and in capitalist societies it tends to be the juridico-political region, 1965b, pages 874-5, CFPPSC, pages 15, 163, 210-15, 220-1. In both cases, it is essential to relate the nature of the dominant ideology and its 194. Dominant ideological sub-ensemble to the overall articulation of the social formation. Poulantzas constructed his regional theory of the ideological in several stages. He began by considering the nature and function of ideology in general, next reviewed the specific characteristics required of the dominant ideology, then discussed how these characteristics will vary according to the dominant mode of production, and, finally, considered how the ideological region is overdetermined by the class struggle. Poulantzas claimed to follow Marx in proposing that ideologies constitute a specific objective level of the social formation with their own reality and materiality. They are said to comprise a relatively coherent ensemble of concepts, representations, values, etc., whose function is to provide men with an imaginary relation to their real conditions of existence. They concern the world in which men live, their relations to nature, to society, to other men and to their own activity including their own economic and political activity, 1965b, pp 886-7, ppsc, pp 206-7, 1969b, p 45. In this sense ideology clearly permeates every level of the social structure. Its function is to mold agents' understanding of their real relations so that they experience them in a way that is obvious but false. These representations are obvious in the sense that it includes elements of knowledge that enable agents to engage in political activities but false in the sense that it hides the real contradictions in their situation, ppsc, p 207, 1969b, p 45. This relation of adequation and adequation to the real world distinguishes ideology from science and is essential to its function of enabling men to experience the world as coherent and unified regardless of its real contradictions, 1965b, pp 886-7, ppsc, pp 207. In this sense, poulantzas suggests that men are the unconscious or unwitting trigger of the real practical social function of ideologies and cannot be considered as alienated or falsely conscious human subjects. PPSC, p. 207. Poulantzas then moves from the social imaginary relation in general to the dominant ideology in particular. He argues that this must insert men into the objective system of social relations in such a way that they live these relations in terms that are compatible with continued class domination. 1965b, pp 886-7, ppsc, pp 206-7. He argues that neither a theory of representation nor a theory of alienation reification can adequately grasp the content of the dominant ideology. For ideologies do not involve correct interpretations. 195. Of social reality differentiated according to the angle from which particular classes perceive it. Nor are they so many forms of false consciousness produced by each class in isolation according to its distinct place in production and history. 1965b, pp 886-7, ppsc, pp 195-7, 207. But this does not mean that the relationship between the dominant ideology and the nature of a given society is purely arbitrary. For poulantzas suggests that this will vary with the precise forms of adequation and adequation needed to secure social reproduction in particular types of class-divided society. This can be seen in the dominant ideologies of pre-capitalist as opposed to capitalist societies. In the former, the dominant ideology simply serves to justify their self-evident class inequalities. But in capitalist societies it must deny such inequalities and emphasize the juridico-political equality and freedom of individual citizens. 1965b, pp 887-8, ppsc, pp 195-7, 207. The objective function of the dominant ideology is to act as the cement of a social formation with various structural levels. This does not mean that it is the ideological level itself that constitutes the unity of a structure in dominance. PPSC, pp 207-9, 213, cf 1965b, p 888, 1967a, p 67. For the dominant ideology both reflects and distorts the overall unity of the social formation. It acts as a cement by permeating the different levels of the social formation, including the economic and political, and imposing upon them the imaginary coherence that corresponds to the particular type of unity characteristic of its structure in dominance. In turn, this means that the dominant ideology itself must have a certain unity or coherence so that it can express the unity of the social formation viewed as a whole. 1967a, pp 66-7. This particular argument is abstruse as well as abstract. Fortunately, poulantzas illustrated it by periodicing the dominant ideology in capitalist societies. He argued that the coherence of the politically dominant ideology in competitive capitalism is secured through the dominance of the juridico-political region of the ideological sphere. In this stage, juridico-political themes permeate all levels of ideological discourse, moral, religious, philosophical, etc., and provide them with organizing principles and reference points for their own processes of signification. PPSC, pp 211-3, 1969b, pp 48-9. This permeation also extends to the apparently non-ideological field of science. For, although poulantzas distinguished between ideology and science, he also maintained that the dominant ideology 196 is always present in the field of science and especially in social sciences. This can be seen in the definition of the various specific objects of science, their epistemological presuppositions, their methods and concepts, and, finally, their results. 1969b, pp 48-9. By way of illustration, poulantzas argues that the main characteristics of juridico-political ideology, viz., humanism, individualism, personalism, and historicism, are expressed in the speculative and empiricist character of bourgeois social science. 1969b, pp 49-53. Nor are these influences confined to the dominant classes. They also affect the ways in which dominated classes resist oppression. For they spontaneously live their revolt against the power block through notions such as equality, democracy, and justice drawn from the juridico-political region of the dominant ideology, PPSC, pp 212-3, 223. More generally, poulantzas argues that the dominance of juridico-political ideology in competitive capitalism serves a dual purpose. It masks the dominance, as well as ultimately determining role, of the economic region at this stage in the CMP, and it also provides an ideological matrix for securing political hegemony through the construction and representation of the so-called general interest, 1965b, pp 888-9, PPSC, pp 211, 213-5. Conversely, with the rise of state monopoly capitalism, the dominant ideological region is displaced from the political to the economic, with special emphasis on technocratic themes and values. This shift in the articulating principle of the dominant ideology disguises the newfound dominance of the political level within the CMP and also provides a new terrain for struggles over hegemony, PPSC, p. 211. We have already seen that poulantzas considers hegemony as the distinctive form of politics in capitalist societies, and that he explains its scope and effectivity in terms of the equally distinctive articulation of the CMP. He also argues that the matrix of the CMP and the centrality of hegemony have major implications for the ideological region itself. In particular, the hegemonic capacities of the dominant ideology depend on its contribution to social cohesion. This cohesion must always be related to the field of class struggle as a whole and not just to the dominant class viewed in isolation, PPSC, p. 205. It is for this reason that poulantzas argues that the dominant ideology cannot be directly identified with the political will of a class subject, as if ideologies were political number plates that social classes wore on their backs, 1967a, p. 67, cf. PPSC, p. 202. Instead, he emphasizes that the dominant ideology will reflect the 197 balance of class forces in a society. Thus it will integrate ideological elements corresponding to other classes and fractions. This means that the internal unity of the dominant ideology does not derive from its purity as an expression of one class consciousness or one global worldview, but rather comes from its expression of the unity, at the political level, the various conflicting classes, 1967a, pp 67-8, 70, cf. PPSC, pp 201-3. Poulantzas cites several examples of this permeation of the dominant ideology by elements stemming from the way of life of classes or fractions other than the dominant class or fraction. These examples include Jacobinism and its successor radicalism in France, absorption of petit bourgeois elements in a normal state, bourgeois socialism such as Saint-Simonism or social democracy, bourgeois permeation of working class ideology, the aristocratic political culture of Britain, pervaded by ideological elements from a feudal class which later became a landed fraction of capital, the feudal imperialism of Wilhelmine Germany, due to the articulation of Junker and monopoly. Capital ideological elements, and fascism, a product of the dominance of petit bourgeois ideological elements in a period of political and ideological crisis, PPSC, pp 181-4, 203-4, cf 1967a, pp 66-70, fd, pp 103-5. Since a dominant ideology can incorporate elements from the way of life of other classes or fractions, it is particularly important not to read off the nature of the politically dominant class, fraction, from the superficial content of the dominant ideology. Instead, one must consider its specific effects in a particular conjuncture and establish its class character in terms of its objective role in reproducing political class domination, 1967a, pp 62-3, 65, 67-8, PPSC, p. 203. Corollary to the permeation of the dominant ideology by ideological elements from other classes and fractions is the penetration of elements from the dominant ideology into the way of life of dominated classes. In particular, Poulantzas notes the permanent possibility of the contamination of working class ideology by the absorption of elements from the dominant and/or petit bourgeois ideologies. This can be seen in the fact that the spontaneous ideology of the working class often finds expression in anarcho-syndicalism, trade unionism and political reformism, PPSC, pp 205-6. Indeed, elsewhere Poulantzas attempts to relate the specific deformations of working class struggle in particular societies to the particular forms of their national bourgeois revolutions. Thus for the British labour movement, the danger is trade unionism, for the French working 198 class it is Jacobinism, and, for the German working class, it is Lassalletism. This last deviation is defined as a belief that the state is a third party which mediates between the classes in conflict and whose hand can be forced to introduce a socialist revolution from above, PPSC, pp 183-4. Likewise, Poulantzas claims that the dominated classes spontaneously live their revolt against the bourgeoisie in terms of categories and values drawn from the dominant ideology, PPSC, pp 183-4, 195, 213, 310-12, 356-7, CFFD, pp 144-7. Indeed, if the dominant class is to win hegemonic leadership by presenting itself as the political representative of the general interest of the people-nation, such contamination is just as essential as the absorption of themes and demands emerging from the dominated classes. Conversely, if the working class is to elaborate a revolutionary ideology and constitute a revolutionary bloc under its own hegemonic leadership, it must counteract these tendencies. In particular, it must engage in a permanent critique of its spontaneous ideology and develop a political organization that can link the specific interests of other dominated classes to those of the proletariat itself, PPSC, p. 206, 1967a, pp 72-3. Likewise, Poulantzas insists elsewhere that adopting the cause of the proletariat is not a sufficient condition for producing science. For proletarian consciousness does not automatically include science. This was why Lenin had correctly emphasized that science and revolutionary consciousness had to be brought to the proletariat from the exterior, 1969b, p. 54. Finally, Poulantzas refuses any attempt to reduce bourgeois hegemony to an effect of the ideological level on its own. He stresses that hegemony is overdetermined through specific institutional and organizational forms at the political level, 1965b, pp 872-7, 879-80, 893-6, 1967a, pp 69-70. The hegemonic capacities of the dominant ideology certainly depend on its inclusion of subordinate ideological elements and its penetration into the ideological sub-ensembles of subordinate classes. But they also depend on appropriate forms of political and economic organization. Thus Poulantzas argues that hegemony designates the objective structuration of the specific interests of a class of fraction as representative of a general political interest of the classes or fractions in power. Despite their deep contradictions, the dominant ideology is therefore only one 199 aspect of this organization of the hegemonic class or fraction, 1967a, p. 70. Similar considerations apply to the hegemony of the proletariat in a revolutionary bloc, 1967a, pp 71-3. It is here that a regional theory of the ideological must be articulated with a regional theory of the political with special reference to the issues of state form and political organization. The ideological state apparatus. This regional theory of the ideological undergoes two significant modifications in subsequent work. For Poulantzas later gives much greater weight, firstly, to the ideological class struggle and, secondly, to the materialization of ideological domination in specific apparatuses. Neither development involves a major break with his earlier work on ideology. We have already seen that Poulantzas insists on relating the dominant ideology to the field of class struggle. In addition, he had already noted the crucial role of so-called private organizations alongside that of the institutions of government in maintaining the hegemony of the dominant class. Thus, whereas the state operates on all levels through its resort to constitutionalist violence, private organizations exercise political power through an intellectual and moral leadership backed by the formal and de facto powers of coercion available to the hegemonic class. In this sense, Poulantzas insists that political power in capitalist societies must be seen as a contradictory unity of coercion and hegemonic leadership mediated through private organizations as well as the official apparatuses of government itself. 1965b, pp 893-6. CFPPSC, pp 225-6. Here and in his emphasis on the ideological class struggle he is clearly influenced by Gramsci. However, although he continues to emphasize the role of ideological class struggle in developing his regional theory in PPSC, the significant role of private organizations in securing hegemony disappears from view. It is only with the shock of May 1968 that Poulantzas is encouraged to return to this issue. Discussion of private organizations resurfaces in his initial contribution to the debate with Miliband. For the first time, Poulantzas identifies them as ideological state apparatuses and now treats them in terms that owe as much to Althusser as to Gramsci. 200. He defines the ISAs in terms of their principal function, ideological inculcation and transmission as opposed to repression, and insists that they should be viewed as part of the state system. This is because they contribute to the maintenance of social cohesion, which is the generic function of the state, and because their operation depends on the indirect support of the RSA. At the same time, he concedes that the ISAs have a greater degree of autonomy from each other and from the RSA than do the different branches of the RSA itself. Even so, every important modification of the form of the state has repercussions not only on the RSA but also on the relations among the ISAs and between the ISAs and the RSA. Among other things, this means that the advent of socialism depends on breaking the power of the ISAs as well as that of the RSA and thus on the pursuit of a cultural revolution. But it does not mean that specific ISAs, such as the university system, can be effectively smashed without the prior destruction of the RSA that maintains their operational milieu. In short, although breaking the RSA remains the prime objective, the ISAs must also be radically transformed. 1969a, pp 76-9, CFFD, pp 301-2, 304-5. These themes are developed at greater length in Poulantzas's account of fascism. In particular, he argues that the concept of ISA must be rigorously related to class struggle if it is not to lead to what Poulantzas describes somewhat enigmatically as certain confusions. FD, p. 300. This argument marks a shift from PPSC. For there, Poulantzas argued that the general role of ideology in maintaining social cohesion is overdetermined by class struggle. In FD he advances his stronger claim that ideology cannot be neutral because the only ideologies are class ideologies, pp 206-10. In developing this argument, Poulantzas is criticizing Althusser's approach to ISAs. This is said to be both abstract and formal. Thus Althusser derives the unity of the ISAs from their alleged permeation with the ruling ideology produced by the class that holds state power. This approach is inadequate because it equates the ruling ideology with the mechanism of ideology in general. Hence it ignores the intense ideological contradictions within the ISAs that stem from the struggle among ideological spokesmen of different classes. FD, pp 300-1n, 304, 305n. Poulantzas also suggests that Althusser cannot establish the relative autonomy of the ISAs, either one from another or from the RSA. For this is directly founded in the ideological class struggle which pervades them. FD 201. p. 304. He further criticizes Althusser's analysis of the ISAs because it takes no account of potential dislocations in state power between the RSA and the ISAs. FD, p. 305n. Here poulantzas refers to the possibility that the failure of the working class to conquer the ISIS as well as the RSA could permit the bourgeoisie to reconstitute itself as the dominant class through bastions among the ISIS. This is supposed to have happened, for example, in the Soviet Union, FD, pp 230-3. More generally, poulantzas argues that ISIS often constitute the favored refuges and favored spoils of non-hegemonic fractions and classes and can provide not only the last ramparts of power for declining fractions or classes but also the first strongholds for fractions or classes on the ascendant, FD, pp 230-1, 308. Finally, he notes that the struggles of the popular masses are reflected in the ISIS and have a particularly marked influence upon those, such as trade unions and social democratic type parties, concerned with mass integration, FD, p. 309. In short, once due account is taken of the class struggle and the resulting game of class power played out between the RSA and the ISIS, one can neither postulate a mechanism of ideology in general to explain the operation of ISIS nor assume that unity exists among the state apparatuses. Poulantzas takes this criticism further in SBS. However, although Althusser is still his stalking horse and the attack is also extended to the nouveau philosophes, there is now a large measure of unacknowledged self-criticism in his arguments. In particular, he claims that Althusser's conception of the state as comprising the RSAs and ISIS rests on the idea of a state that acts and functions through repression and ideological inculcation, and nothing else, SBS, p. 30. This implies that the state's economic role is purely negative, i.e., that it prevents any encroachment on the economy through its use of repression and ideology. This ignores the state's crucial positive role in constituting the relations of production and regulating, however ineffectively, the economic process. It also implies an idealist, police conception of power, according to which the state dominates the masses either through police terror or internalist repression, it matters little which, or else through trickery and illusion. This ignores the state's crucial role in consolidating mass support through material concessions, SBS, pp 30-1. It further implies that there are only repressive and ideological state apparatuses within the state system. This diminishes the specificity of the economic state apparatuses, something whose 202 existence poulantzas had earlier denied, FD, 304 and 304n, CCC, p. 99, 2, and thereby conceals the state network in and through which the hegemony of monopoly capital finds its most concentrated expression, SBS, p. 33, poulantzas first referred to an economic state apparatus in CD, p. 123. Finally, poulantzas suggests that the RSA/ISA couplet is oblivious to the way in which particular apparatuses can slide from a mainly repressive to mainly ideological function and or take on new functions additional to, or in exchange for, old ones. This means that the criterion used to differentiate the RSA and the ISIS, whether their function is mainly repressive or ideological, is too vague to be useful, and thus any distinction between them must be seen as purely descriptive, SBS, pp 33-4. Ideological sub-ensembles and ideological class struggle. Even if the RSA/ISA concept is rejected as descriptive, it is still necessary to examine how political and ideological class domination is mediated through specific forms of organization and struggle. Poulantzas certainly offers a more detailed account of ideological class struggle in his later work. He also introduces a more abstract and sophisticated discussion of ideological domination in terms of the division between mental and manual labor found in all apparatuses. We consider this account below and meanwhile review his views on ideological class struggle. The key texts in this respect are FD and CCC. Poulantzas argues that the only real class ideologies in a capitalist social formation are those of the two basic classes in irreconcilable opposition, the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, FD, p. 240, CFCCC, p. 287. This means that only the bourgeoisie and the working class can elaborate ideologies with a coherent, relatively systematic structure. Thus only these classes can provide the dominant ideological cement in capitalist or socialist societies. 0. Their classes have no long-term political interests of their own which could form the basis of class domination. At most their specific class situation engenders certain disparate ideological elements that cannot be developed into a coherent ideological system, FD, pp 240, 243, ccc, pp 287, 297, 334. Nonetheless, poulantzas does concede that such classes can develop particular sub-ensembles. These would comprise 203. Relatively distinct ideological systems formed through the combination of their sui generis ideological elements with elements drawn from bourgeois and proletarian ideologies but adapted to their specific class aspirations, FD, pp 76, 240, 251-2, ccc, pp 287-90. It is in this context that Poulantzas examines the ideological sub-ensemble of the petty bourgeoisie. The ideological elements peculiar to the class situation of the two fractions of the petty bourgeoisie include such themes as status quo anti-capitalism, the myth of the ladder of upward social mobility, the statolatrous belief in the inherent neutrality of the state as an arbitrating force among conflicting social classes, and individualism. Poulantzas also notes that the new petty bourgeoisie demands participation in economic and political decision-making and that the traditional petty bourgeoisie is strongly attached to traditional family forms, FD, pp 240-3, ccc, pp 290-7, cfppsc, pp 339, 355. These elements can be articulated with themes from the dominant bourgeois ideology and / or from working class ideology to form a specific sub-ensemble. The ambiguous position of the petty bourgeoisie between the bourgeoisie and the working class is reflected in the shifting and unstable nature of petit bourgeois ideology. Thus Poulantzas concluded that the conjunctural position of the petty bourgeoisie determines the form in which these contradictory factors combine, i.e., the role and forms of influence of bourgeois ideology, the role of the ideological elements peculiar to the petty bourgeoisie, and the forms and role of the borrowings from the ideology linked to the working class, FD, p240, cfccc, pp 297-8. In some cases its ideological sub-ensemble will be polarist towards the dominant ideology and in other cases its borrowings from the working class will be more important. In exceptional cases it is even possible for the distinctively petit bourgeois elements to become the articulating principle as occurred with French radicalism and the ideologies of Italian fascism and National Socialism, 1970b, CFFD, pp 251-6, ccc, p 333. This analysis has quite definite implications for the class struggle. Poulantzas argues that the petty bourgeois ideological sub-ensemble is a terrain of struggle and a particular battlefield between bourgeois ideology and working class ideology, though with the specific 204 intervention of peculiarly petty bourgeois elements, ccc, p 289. We have already noted that Poulantzas claims that bourgeois hegemony depends on penetrating the ideologies of the dominated classes and articulating their aspirations to a vision of the general interest that serves the power bloc. He also argues that the proletariat's revolutionary organizations must penetrate petty bourgeois ideology and encourage whole sections of this class to adopt working class positions and even to place themselves on the actual terrain of working class ideology, ccc, pp 289, 334-5, cf 1967a, pp 72-3, fd, pp 158, 163-4, 185. In this sense Poulantzas treats petit bourgeois ideology as the field par excellence of ideological class struggle. Thus the prospects for a democratic transition to democratic socialism depend on the outcome of this struggle, ccc, pp 334-5. This approach clearly depends on a quite specific interpretation of class ideologies. It denies that ideological ensembles are simple epiphenomena of objective class positions or that there are coherent, hermetically sealed and mutually exclusive ideologies produced by each class in isolation. Instead, poulantzas argues that the various ideologies and ideological subensembles are only constituted in the course of an ideological class struggle and must therefore be chiefly considered not as constituted conceptual ensembles, but rather as they are materialist in class practices, CCC, p. 289. This means that ideologies are not pre-constituted ensembles which subsequently act externally on other ideologies. In fact, ideological struggle is present as such in the actual formation of every class ideology and in the interaction between them, CCC, p. 290. In this sense, poulantzas considers every ideological ensemble or sub-ensemble as involving a complex articulation and co-presence of bourgeois, petit bourgeois, and working class elements. They are distinguished in terms of their particular mix of elements and their effects on the reproduction of political and ideological class domination, 1967a, Passim, CCC, pp. 286-90. These arguments are supplemented with additional remarks on the ideologies peculiar to various branches of the RSA and to different ISAs. Poulantzas first drew attention to this problem in PPSC, where he considered the distinctive effects of the dominant bourgeois ideology with its juridico-political thematic on the operation of the capitalist state itself. In this context, he refers to the politico-ideological phenomenon of bureaucratism with its penchant for 205. Secrecy, hierarchical authority, power fetishism, etc. PPSC, pp. 332-3, 347-50, 355, 358. This argument is taken further in FD and CD. For poulantzas now argues that the state apparatuses in all forms of state secrete their own internal ideology, and adds that this is often perceptibly different from the dominant ideology. Thus the state bureaucracy, the armed forces, the church, and the educational system all have an internal ideology of their own. In exceptional forms of state, this can even lead to the dominance of such an internal ideology over the whole society due to the dominance of the branch or SA in question. Thus one observes the militarization of society when the army is dominant, its bureaucratization when the administration is dominant, and its clericalization when the church is the dominant apparatus, FD, pp. 317, 327-8, 342-3, CFCD, pp. 113-7, 119, 120-1, 123. This has significant effects on the mediation of the economic and political interests of the power bloc and dominated classes, and also influences the way in which the particular economic corporate interests of the state personnel are represented in and through the state. Thus poulantzas notes how the domestic bourgeoisie was able to win the support of the armed forces in the military dictatorships by appealing to their sense of nationalism against U.S. influence and Atlanticism. Conversely, the army's commitment to the continuity of the state and to national unity put a brake on radical change once the process of democratization had begun, CD, pp. 114-7. Similar openings were possible through the developing aggiornamento in the Catholic Church in Portugal and Spain, and through the distaste for inefficiency and corruption found among administrators committed to technocratic values, CD, pp. 118-9, 120-2. Critique and counter-critique. Poulantzas draws on these arguments about ideological class struggle to criticize alternative accounts of the popular impact of fascism inspired by psychoanalysis and discourse theory. He abruptly dismisses the psychoanalytic reductionism that suggests that the masses somehow desired fascism at an unconscious level and were therefore receptive to its popular appeal, 1976 c. p. 90. He also criticizes phase analysis in languages totalitaires on the grounds that 206. It privileges the language employed by fascism in addressing the masses. This approach allegedly revives the old claim that ideas make history. It thereby excludes consideration of fascism's popular impact in terms of diverse classes and their ideological sub-ensembles, 1976 c. p. 91, cf. 1973a, pp. 74-5. Poulantzas argues that this approach implies that ideology can be treated as a series of words uttered by one or more subjects and transmitted indiscriminately to other individual subjects who respond in an undifferentiated manner as pure receivers of such words' ideas. In focusing on how fascism was recounted to the masses, Fay illegitimately presupposes that this explains why it was heard and successfully subjugated the masses, 1976 c. pp. 91-2. This ignores the problem of the conditions under which one ideological ensemble can influence another and the concomitant issue of its differential impact on specific classes, fractions, and categories. Indeed, Poulantzas claims that Fay reduces these conditions to the interpersonal relations among the advocates of different discourses at the same time as these advocates are seen as free-floating intellectuals without class belonging. Fay thereby ignores the role of petty bourgeois ideology as a relay or sounding box for the influence of working class ideology on bourgeois ideology and vice versa, and also fails to locate fascist intellectuals in terms of the ideological class struggle, 1973a, pp. 77-8. In opposition to these approaches, Poulantzas insists that the working class and the great mass of poor peasants remained unresponsive to fascism. Conversely, the new and traditional petty bourgeoisie were overrepresented in fascism. Poulantzas adds that certain social categories, most notably women and youth, were also more receptive because of the role of the family and education in their ideological formation. He also observes that the support for fascism must be periodist insofar as it had clear peaks and troughs associated with the changing fortunes of economic and military policies, 1976 c. pp. 96-7. Finally, he suggests that impact is too vague a term to designate the appeal of fascism because it ranged from active adhesion through contingent support to passive resignation, 1976 c. p. 97. In explaining the differential popular appeal of fascism, Poulantzas emphasizes three factors. Firstly, he notes its ability to absorb unemployment, protect and sometimes improve the purchasing power of certain sections of the popular masses, introduce social legislation, etc. He refers to its ability to present itself as the 207 champion of national unity. And, thirdly, he notes that fascism was able to articulate a series of deep popular aspirations to its institutional structure. In particular, he refers to the crucial role of fascist ESAs addressed to specific classes and categories, such as fascist unions, youth organizations, and women's groupings, in providing grounds for hope that fascism would advance their specific economic corporate interests, 1976 c. pp. 98-103, CFFD, pp. 165-7, 191-5, 220-2, and SBS, p. 31. This analysis prompted a reply from Jean-Pierre Fay. He addresses himself only to the first of Poulantzas's two critiques, but much of his counter-critique applies to all of Poulantzas's work on the ideological. Fay argues that there is no real choice between analyzing fascism in terms of social classes and class struggle and in terms of language and resets. For there is a clear link between the theory of narrative systems and that of class struggle. Indeed, Fay insists that class struggle is mediated through a war of statements, opinions, and doctrines. It is essential to study the materiality of language, not, pace Poulantzas, words, in terms of its various modes of production, circulation, and reception. Fay, 1973a, pp. 22-3, 30-4, 1973b, 66-7. In this context he mentions three examples: a. The decisive role of Carl Schmitt in establishing the totalitarian state by introducing a specific juridical discourse making no distinction between law and morality and thereby preparing the ground for a juncture of traditional conservative discourse, defense of the state, and the new language of fascism. b. The crucial contribution of the Comintern doctrine of social fascism as it interacted with fascist discourse in helping real fascism to power, and c. the fundamental role of Helmholtz in developing economic doctrines that could make the unorthodox financing of work creation acceptable to business and so aid fascism in mobilizing popular support through the reduction of unemployment. 1973 c. pp 116-7, 120-7, cf 1973a, pp 36-7, more generally, cf. 1972, especially pp 637-83. None of these effects can be understood without close examination of particular discourses and their interaction with the discourses of those groups to which they were addressed. In this context, Fay is particularly critical of Poulantzas's definition of ideology as a specific regional instance of a mode of production or social formation. He suggests that Poulantzas's formal classification of dominant ideologies, dominant ideological regions, and dominant modes of production reveals a neo-Aristotelian 208 concern with taxonomy that is unable to capture the relations between history and language. Thus Fay asks whether the absurd account elaborated by Rosenberg in The Myth of the 20th Century is really a specific instance of the CMP as described by Marx in Capital. In place of this paleostructuralism, Fay proposes an approach in terms of articulation as a relation that ties together different modes and registers of discourse. Fay treats articulation as an effectively unlimited process in which different meanings are produced according to the specific surface linkages established among various discursive formations. In contrast, having defined ideology as a relatively coherent ensemble of representations, values, and beliefs, Poulantzas supposedly has no way of explaining the complex and indeterminate process whereby meaning is produced. Fay, 1973 c. pp 118-20, 127-9. In particular, Fay argues that Poulantzas finds it difficult to understand the ideological class struggle because both its form and effects depend on the non-fixity of meaning. It is not a relatively coherent ensemble but a fluid nexus of meanings that defines ideology. Thus Fay notes that fascism in Germany was made more acceptable by exploiting the ambiguities in the concepts of Volk, Volkisch, and Volksstaat to effect a shift from a popular democratic republic to a people state in which the Führer embodies the will of the people. Likewise, whilst the extreme poles of left and right represented by the communists in the Internationale Rothhilfe and the ultra-conservatives in the Herrenklub respectively are permanently and totally separated, significant oscillations and displacements can occur within these polar limits. The mediation of discourses is crucial here. Examples include such phenomena as the Schrödinger line and national communism on the left and national Bolshevism on the right. Finally, Fay recalls that it was through language as a generator of meanings that specific connotations were attached to the enigmatic word Jewish, which made it acceptable to exterminate 1.8 million children less than 14 years old. Fay, 1973a, pp 138-42. Similar ideas are proposed by Ecobedo Lacan in his critique of FD's account of ideological class struggle. In particular, he claims that the validity of this account depends on two fundamental components of Poulantzas's argument, namely, his approaches to ideology and to the petty bourgeoisie. Lacan criticizes both components. The conception of ideology is said to be taxonomic insofar as it involves considering ideology in terms of the class belonging of its elements. 209. Whether shared or exclusive in character, and postulating pure, necessary, paradigmatic ideologies peculiar to each class. This means that Poulantzas views concrete historical ideologies as amalgams of heterogeneous elements, each with its own class belonging. In turn, this implies that the transformation of a given class ideology occurs through the incorporation or articulation of elements from other class ideologies without any fundamental change in its original, essential class nature. But Poulantzas finds it difficult to establish the class belonging of specific ideological elements and often resorts to an empiricist procedure which provides more or less plausible accounts of the objective class determination of themes which predominate in one or another class. Lacan, 1977, pp 92-7. To this admixture of taxonomic formalism and empiricism, Lacan counterposes the claim that Ideological elements taken in isolation have no necessary class connotation, and that this connotation is only the result of the articulation of those elements in a concrete ideological discourse. This means that the precondition for analyzing the class nature of an ideology is to conduct the inquiry through that which constitutes the distinctive unity of an ideological discourse. Lacan, 1977, pp 97-8. He concludes that poulantzas cannot provide an adequate account of such unity because he lacks any developed theoretical account of their articulating principles in the face of the fundamental heterogeneity of their basic constituents. Lacan, 1977, p. 99. Lacan's own solution draws on Althusser's analysis of the mechanism of ideology in general, i.e., the mechanism of interpellation. Thus he suggests that the unifying principle of any ideological discourse is the specific mode of address, or interpellation, to particular social subjects that serves as the means through which they are mobilized as its supports. This mode of address defines one particular social identity as the point of condensation or multiple connotation of other social positions so that many areas of activity are integrated discursively into a relatively coherent ideological ensemble. Lacan also argues that ideological class struggle is concerned above all to articulate interpellations of a non-class character into a discourse with clear class relevance. In this context he identifies the field of popular democratic interpellations focused. 210. Around the contradiction between power block and people as the principal site of ideological conflict. For every class strives to give coherence to its ideological discourse by presenting its class objectives as the consummation of popular objectives. Lacan, 1977, p. 109. Lacan adds that the separation of the traditional and new petty bourgeois class fractions from the dominant relations of production makes them peculiarly susceptible to mobilization in terms of popular democratic interpellations. This means that the middle classes or intermediate sectors are the natural arena for democratic struggle and, a fortiori, provide the field par excellence for the political and ideological class struggle. Lacan, 1977, pp 111-15. He concludes that Poulantzas's class reductionism prevented him from grasping these fundamental points. For Poulantzas supposedly ignores the autonomous domain of the popular democratic struggle in favor of attributing a necessary class belonging to every ideological element. In addition, despite the quite distinct economic places occupied by its two supposed fractions, he ascribes a spurious class unity to the petty bourgeoisie. It follows, according to Lacan, that Poulantzas's account of fascist ideology is flawed by its class reductionism as well as its inability to explain the source of unity in fascist, or any other, ideological ensemble. Lacan, 1977, pp 100-24 and passim. A different set of criticisms has been formulated by John Clark et al. Whereas Fay and Lacan both concentrate on Poulantzas's analysis of fascist ideology, Clark et al. Focus on his more general regional theory. They argue that he distinguishes lived experience and ideology only to conflate them later. Thus it is unclear whether ideology molds a partially autonomous experience originating elsewhere or actually constitutes lived experience. Secondly, Poulantzas's attempt to introduce the distinction between ideology and science in terms of their imaginary and knowledge functions respectively involves an empiricist problematic of truth and falsity which oversimplifies real relations and hence the nature of the imaginary relation to the real. Clark et al., 1977, pp 113-4. Third, they claim there is a tension between the theoretical weight attached to the notion of structural causality and the important role that class struggle is accorded. Clark et al., 1977, p. 114. This is allegedly reflected in the doubling of explanations in terms of ascribing the same effect, example the dominance of 211. A particular ideological system is both structural and class conflictual causes. These and other difficulties are said to result from the mistaken attempt to develop general, formal propositions about the nature of ideology at the most abstract level, hence the treatment of ideology in terms of the functional imperatives of social reproduction, which is theoretically incompatible with the concrete understanding of the forms and conditions under which ideology operates. It is just such an understanding that Poulantzas attempts to advance when he considers the nature, mediations, and effects of ideological class struggle. But Clark et al. Note that he is unable to accomplish any theoretical unity between these two forms of analysis precisely because the sets of concepts are generated at different levels of abstraction, 1977, p. 15. Nonetheless, they suggest that Poulantzas's most fruitful contribution is in the analysis of ideological class struggle. In defense of Poulantzas, these critiques certainly highlight important flaws in Poulantzas's work on ideology and class struggle. But the position is not as bad as these critics suggest. Let us see how one might defend the regional theory of ideology in PPSC and the account of ideological struggle in FD. Clark et al. Correctly identify two contrasting approaches in Poulantzas's analysis. The same problem occurs in his early work on the state. Here Poulantzas moves from a functionalist, class reductionist account of the state as the factor of cohesion in a class-divided society to a form-determined, capital theoretical account of the typical bourgeois state and its normal mode of political struggle. A similar theoretical movement seems to operate in Poulantzas's approach to ideology. But this movement is less successful because he cannot adequately describe the functions and forms of ideology at any level of abstraction. Thus Poulantzas resorts to functionalism in describing ideology in general. He suggests that ideology inserts the agents or trigger of social action into social relations and endows them with an appropriate social consciousness. Given his initial commitment to an Althusserian model of ideology, which sees it as surviving the abolition of class divisions, this general, functionalist account cannot 212 have a class-theoretical basis. This contrasts with his analysis of the general function of the state. Nonetheless, Poulantzas does note immediately that the general function of ideology is overdetermined by class relations. He also implies that the relative balance of ideology and science will tilt towards the latter after the proletarian revolution, PPSC, p. 206. The next step must be to move from the function of ideology in general to an account of the particular role of ideology in the CMP, not yet in society as a whole. There are two possible paths here, capital and class theoretical. In capital theoretical terms, it is necessary to analyze the correspondence between the theoretically typical ideological region and the overall matrix of the CMP. It is in this context that Poulantzas points to the dominance of the juridico-political region in the ideological sphere and clearly links this with the bourgeois type of legitimacy that corresponds to political domination with hegemonic class leadership, PPSC, p. 224. He also notes that particular societies and states can be characterized by the coexistence of different ideologies and/or types of legitimacy, and that displacements can occur between the apparent class content of the dominant ideology and its actual class function, PPSC, pp 203-4, 222, 224, cf 1967a, Passim. It is worth noting that Poulantzas does provide an answer to Lacan's question concerning the nature of the unifying principle of a dominant ideology. For he suggests that the theoretically typical ideology of capitalist societies is unified through the dominance of juridico-political ideology and its permeation of other ideological regions. In class-theoretical terms, Poulantzas argues that there are two fundamental classes in the CMP, bourgeoisie and proletariat, and that two basic ideological ensembles correspond to these classes. In abstract terms, these are identified as the dominant ideology of the pure CMP and the revolutionary ideology of the working class, as purified by the permanent critique of Marxist science as mediated through the Vanguard Party, PPSC, p. 206. But these pure ideologies are never realized in practice because the ideological class struggle always intervenes. This modifies them through the reciprocal, albeit symmetrical, absorption and integration of elements from the opposing discourse. Moreover, once we move to the social formation from the pure CMP, we find other classes and their ideological subensembles. Only at the level of society as a whole can one provide an account of 213. The concrete content and effects of particular ideological ensembles and subensembles. Moreover, Pace-Fay and Lacan alike, who both suggest that poulantzas ignores the role of articulation in the development of ideologies, he does allude to this process in discussing ideological class struggle at the most concrete level of analysis. This is particularly clear in his analysis of the popular appeal of fascism. Finally, as poulantzas moves from the most abstract level of ideology in general through the theoretically typical form of bourgeois ideology in the pure CMP to the more concrete levels of ideological class struggle, he also begins to emphasize the possibilities of dislocations, crises, and exceptional forms and to introduce concepts relevant to these issues, FD, pp 76-8, 251-3, and passim. In short, unless one relates poulantzas' theoretical and empirical work on ideology to his typical methodological movement from abstract to concrete, it is easy to misinterpret his arguments and to assume that they all have the same relevance to the empirical. This does not mean that poulantzas' regional theory and his interpretation of ideological class struggle are wholly adequate to the tasks he himself sets. At the most abstract level, the distinction between ideology and science unnecessarily complicates his analysis of the ideological construction of the social imaginary. At the level of the pure CMP, his analysis of the juridico-political region is just as reductionist as his argument that the liberal democratic republic is essentially and irredeemably bourgeois in character. This essentialism is matched by his unquestioning faith, at least initially, in Marxist science and, later, the mass line, PPSC, pp 206, 211-7. This is not to deny the importance of juridico-political ideology in capitalist societies along the lines indicated by poulantzas. It is to argue for taking rights, democracy, social justice, etc., seriously and linking juridico-political discourse to democratic socialism, CFSBS. At the level of societies, poulantzas resorts to a class reductionist taxonomy of ideological elements. In fact, it would have been sufficient to observe that, at any given moment, there is an uneven distribution of ideological elements across classes, fractions, categories, etc. Ideological class struggle would then consist in the selective articulation of these elements into particular class-biased ideological ensembles or the disarticulation of ensembles that favor the interests of opposing classes. Indeed, poulantzas himself subsequently argues that ideological struggle is present as such in the actual formation of every class ideology, in its very midst, ccc. 214. p. 290. This formula is better and points to the solution indicated. Class reductionism is unnecessary and unhelpful. It derives from poulantzas' persistent confusion over the nature and effectivity of class struggle. Thus sometimes poulantzas establishes the bourgeois nature of the dominant ideology in terms of its organization under the dominance of elements with an essentially bourgeois rather than petty bourgeois or proletarian class belonging. On other occasions he does so in terms of its effects in a particular conjuncture. The latter approach underpins his claim that the class content and class effects of an ideology can be divorced, example 1967a, passim, ppsc, pp 203-4, 207, 209, fd, pp 76-7, 103-4, 127-8, 251-3, 316-7. We have already argued that only the calculation of effects is appropriate, but we would also agree with poulantzas against his critics that this cannot be confined to ideological elements. It also depends on the institutionalization of ideologies in the ISAs and ideologically relevant apparatuses, the relative importance or weight of these apparatuses within the state system or on the political scene, and the nature of the strategies pursued in the ideological class struggle. These factors must be considered when explaining the production, circulation, and reception of ideologies. Moreover, as poulantzas later came to see, they should also be linked to the division between mental and manual labor, see below. Poulantzas is also right to emphasize the problem of adequation-inadequation even if his interpretation is contaminated by the ideology-science couplet. The latter couplet is particularly problematic in the social sciences because the social is itself reproduced in and through discourse. But the conceptual couplet of adequation-inadequation is useful provided that it is interpreted relationally. Both terms refer to the degree of correspondence between discursive and extra-discursive practices and properties, i.e., the extent to which particular discourses are compatible with the reproduction of particular social relations, institutions, apparatuses. 3. It is essential to specify, in adequation in relation to particular discourses and extra-discursive practices and properties. For the same discourse may be 215. More or less, in adequate according to which extra-discursive practice serves as a reference point. This argument holds for discourses from individual orientations through the forms of calculation adopted by firms, parties, etc., to macro-level accumulation strategies, hegemonic projects, etc. The adequation-inadequation couplet serves to distinguish between arbitrary, rationalistic, and willed ideologies and those organic ideologies which can serve as the ideological cement of an historical bloc. Building on Gramsci, we can define an historical bloc as a contingently complementary, relatively unified ensemble of economic, political, and ideological elements that is capable of long-term reproduction, cf. Gramsci, 1971, pp 137, 168, 366, 376-7. To reject such an approach suggests that the relation between the dominant ideology and a given social formation is purely arbitrary. Indeed, as Faye's misdirected jibe about Rosenberg's fantasies implies, such a suggestion would make nonsense of concepts such as hegemony, historical bloc, and ideological crisis. Turning now to Faye and Lacan, their critiques appear only partially justified. Thus, although poulantzas certainly misrepresents Faye's work on language's totalitaires as being merely a history of words and neglectful of the class struggle, he is right to argue that Faye reduces the problem of ideological impact to what could be termed the intersection of the interpersonal and the interdiscursive. On the interdiscursive, see Peschier, 1975. Faye's emphasis on individual narrative communication through the medium of an unstable, oscillating set of overlapping languages or discursive systems clearly underplays the significance of the material and organizational conditions of ideological production, circulation, and reception and the role of class traditions and instincts in molding the differential impact of particular discourses. It is nonetheless worth noting that poulantzas moves some way towards Faye's emphasis on the role of ideological articulation in class struggle in his later work on class alliances and ideological fronts. Lacan's critique is problematic for different reasons. For he assumes that ideological ensembles are unified and then reduces this unity to the effect of interpellation as the mechanism of ideology in general. Yet poulantzas argues that fascist ideology cannot constitute a field of research in the same way as the ideological ensembles essentially tied to the bourgeoisie. 216. And the working class, it is rather an amalgam of contradictory elements, whose articulation can ultimately be grasped only when they are embodied in the practices and apparatuses, sc. of specific fascist regimes, FD, p. 253, italics in original. There are also good grounds for questioning the unity of bourgeois and proletarian ideologies and hence for examining their internal contradictions as well. Moreover, to the extent that ideologies can be differentiated from each other and treated as relatively stable and unified, this surely cannot be attributed solely to the connotative power of one dominant interpellation. Such an approach smacks of idealism. It also neglects the role of specific apparatuses and practices in confining the play of an ideology's internal contradictions within the limits necessary to ensure its continuing role as the social cement. Nonetheless, Lacan has identified problems in Poulantzas' initial attempt to relate ideology and fascism. Lacan is particularly incisive on the bias to class reductionism, the neglect of the popular democratic, and the problematic status of the petty bourgeoisie. But Poulantzas himself seems to anticipate at least the first two criticisms in subsequent work. Thus, in discussing the popular impact of fascism, he pays special attention to social categories as well as classes and also emphasizes the ideological appeal of the National Popular, 1976 c. Passim. He also appears to reject an essentialist approach to class ideologies, whether bourgeois, working class, or petty bourgeois, in discussing class struggle for the support of the petty bourgeoisie, CCC, pp 289-99. Intellectuals, parties, and ideological contestation. In pursuing his concern with ideological class struggle, Poulantzas became increasingly interested in the role of intellectuals and their relation to political parties and/or the state. On a practical level, this can be seen in his own involvement with the CFDT, the anti-dictatorial resistance of the Greek intellectual diaspora, the campaign for left unity around the Programme Commune in France, and his criticism of the irrationalism of the nouveaux philosophes. It is also reflected in several articles for the French and Greek press. Here Poulantzas examines the different types of intellectual, their political temptations, and their proper role in political and ideological affairs. 217. Poulantzas distinguishes two traditional types of intellectual in Greece, party intellectuals and university intellectuals. The former adhere to a party line and are involved in political and/or cultural fronts, and the latter are a conservative intelligentsia who consider themselves outside and above parties and politics and remain aloof from the public sphere beyond the universities. Although they constitute mutually exclusive intellectual circles, they nonetheless share two characteristics. They both subscribe to the same notion of a truth, whether embodied in the party and Marxism-Leninism or in the eternal human spirit of classical idealism, whose support and disclosure is the special role of the intellectual. They also share a special relation of subordination and dependence on authority, the party leadership as the ultimate arbiters of truth or an enlightened intellectual elite approved by the government, 1978 I.K. Since the collapse of the military dictatorship, a new intellectual role is emerging comparable to that developing elsewhere in the West. This sees intellectual production as critique, recognizes that ideology and science are interlinked, concedes that ideological elements exist inside every system of scientific truth, and acknowledges that every system of power or authority secretes its own ideology or knowledge. This new role requires party intellectuals to find the criteria of truth in more general social and political practices and to produce and communicate their idea outside as well as within party channels. Likewise, university teachers must move beyond pedagogy to take a critical role in public life outside the cloisters of academe. In particular, dons must get involved as specific rather than universal intellectuals, i.e., as experts in particular disciplines relevant to specific areas of social life rather than as dilettantes whose influence depends on their general literary or intellectual position. In both cases, the new role requires intellectuals to present scientific analyses to a broad public without engaging in vulgarization. The party intellectuals should not limit themselves to writing for the party press, and the university intellectuals should no longer scorn all forms of journalism. In this sense, intellectuals should aim to develop an organic relationship with the popular masses and relate their intellectual work to the problems of everyday life, ibid. Poulantzas thought the prospects for such involvement in the late 70s were good in Greece and France alike. Throughout the West there had been a growing movement towards ideological contestation and involvement due to changes affecting both the intellectual. 218. Establishment and the left intelligentsia. 4. Whilst the Cold War, the end of ideology, and technocratic consumerism no longer ossified the intellectual establishment, the decline of Stalinism and social democracy had weakened left-wing intellectuals' traditional suspicion of the popular masses and rank-and-file democracy. In this new intellectual climate there had been a growth of contestation. Workers confronted employers, Young people questioned the family and education systems, scientists criticized established traditions, artists protested against commercialism and the fetishization of culture, L977I.G. This general shift was reinforced by factors peculiar to the two countries that interested poulantzas. In Greece, education was historically significant in the upward mobility of the peasantry and petty bourgeoisie. This meant that the popular masses were especially open to high culture and less prone to anti-intellectualism. The collapse of the dictatorship had also been accompanied by a hemorrhage of bourgeois and petty bourgeois intellectuals to the side of the masses. Thus poulantzas felt that conditions were particularly favorable for a dialogue between the people and progressive intellectuals, 1978 I.G. Poulantzas also argued that the union of the left in France had opened a space for an organic relation between intellectuals and masses. But his optimism was qualified by the growth of irrationalism evident in the influence of the nouveaux philosophes and in the emergence of a complacent, generalist dissidence on the part of many left intellectuals following the breakup of the Union and electoral defeat. There was a danger that the media could transform the dissident left into traditional intellectuals lending their support to the state, and that those who remained loyal to their parties could lose their influence by adopting a siege mentality. However, provided that dissident intellectuals took the initiative in seeking a rapprochement with the institutional left, the prospects for a progressive intellectual hegemony still seemed bright, 1977 f. 1978 g. Poulantzas also discussed more general problems and dangers in the current political role of intellectuals. He notes three traps to be avoided. Since real, democratic socialism was on the agenda, involvement was crucial. Thus the first danger is abstentionism, the pretense that intellectuals are above politics. The second danger is being incorporated into government. This could result from simple arrivism or from a thirst for power and domination based on 219. 1. Specialized knowledge. The third danger is that of being used by left-wing parties to express fanatical support for their policies or to suppress criticism. These last two dangers do not mean that it is best for progressive intellectuals to seek an unmediated, direct relationship to the masses, 1977 I.H. Instead, Poulantzas argues that, with minor exceptions such as street theater or art, intellectuals should be active in political parties, 1980 I.A., pp 44-53, see also 1977 I.G. But their membership of a political party must be conditional on freedom and liberties. Indeed, because their own activity rests on freedom of thought, intellectuals can appreciate the value of freedom and should be aware of its abuse and oppression. Thus it is essential for intellectuals to criticize oppression everywhere it occurs and not just selectively. Poulantzas actually claims that no intellectual who connives in the silence of another can ever be truly free, 1977 I.H. Poulantzas argues that the nouveaux philosophes run a different risk, plebeian populism. This occurs because they argue that all knowledge, all resistance, and all organization nourish domination over the people, or plebs. These arguments operate to demobilize the masses and turn the new philosophers themselves into elitist spokesmen in behalf of the plebs, 1977 f. Elsewhere, Poulantzas suggests that the left sometimes shares the mistaken practices of contestation that characterize the nouveau philosophy's irrationalism and blanket hostility to organization or resistance. The total rejection of established culture always engenders theoretical and practical difficulties. Thus the total rejection of Marxism as a closed dogma or as the direct cause of the Gulag also implies the rejection of socialism. The total rejection of motherhood by some feminists implies that motherhood is only realizable through the natural compulsion of the traditional family form and thereby blocks off alternative patterns of child-rearing. And the total rejection by left-wing forces of the reactionary nationalism of the bourgeoisie implies that the proletariat has no fatherland and thus makes it impossible to articulate a socialist, proletarian nationhood. In short, if one engages in total rejection of the kind practiced by the nouveau philosophes and others, then traditional concepts remain as fixed, unchanging points of reference. In turn, this promotes their continued materialization in institutions and practices. In contrast, poulantzas calls for a different form of theoretical and ideological contestation. This should be directed against any systematization. 220. Of discourse or science as a means of domination and repression. He argues that every discourse can be used as a means of oppression by those who monopolize it, and this can only be avoided by continual criticism from the base. In this sense, the use of Marxism as a dictatorial language and justification for repression in the Eastern Bloc is not be dismissed as a mere disfigurement of an otherwise healthy discourse. Nor can the use of psychoanalysis as the official language of legitimization of new, authoritarian forms of control and normalization in the West be lightly written off as accidental. The risk of such abuse is inherent in all forms of knowledge and must always be resisted. But poulantzas also argues that some discourses have a greater liberatory potential than others, so that a blanket rejection of all knowledge as a source of domination is mistaken. Likewise, one should adopt a critical stance towards all forms of socio-political institutionalization, including left-wing parties, without engaging in total rejection of all forms of organization. It is just as wrong to believe that every party is naturally bureaucratic and repressive as it is to see every communist party as inherently revolutionary and incorruptible, anti-bureaucratic and emancipatory. But Stalinism is a potential deformation in every party, and the masses must always contest such developments and press for democracy at the base. Poulantzas argues that contestation should not be restricted to questions of class relations and class parties, but must be extended to new fronts in the cultural and ideological struggle. Movements such as feminism, the students' movement, and ecology are no longer secondary to the class struggle and must be approached in the same spirit of contestation. Finally, poulantzas warns that the proper role of intellectuals in criticism and defense of freedom could be blocked by misunderstanding about the nature of ideological fronts. For political alliances and compromises should not be translated into the ideological sphere. Otherwise, political alliance could result in eclecticism and restrict intellectuals' critical freedom. 1977 I.F. See also 1980 I.A. The division between mental and manual labor. In discussing the proper political role of intellectuals, poulantzas implies that specialization in certain forms of mental labor can be 221. Justified. But elsewhere he develops an uncompromising critique of the division between mental and manual labor and argues strongly for its transcendence in the transition to democratic socialism. This critique first appears in his discussion of the petty bourgeoisie, but it is fully developed only in his last book. In CCC, Poulantzas notes that the Marxist classics always emphasized the decisive role of the division between mental and manual labor in the emergence of class divisions, and also argued that the abolition of these divisions required the suppression of the mental-manual division itself. In this context, Poulantzas himself claims that this division is not simply a technical division of labor, but actually forms, in every mode of production divided into classes, the concentrated expression of the relationship between political and ideological relations, in their articulation to the relations of production, both within the production process itself and, beyond this, in the social formation as a whole. CCC, pp 233-4. Technological applications of science inside the capitalist labor process, for example, are encased within rituals of knowledge, etc., with the result that manual labor cannot control them. Likewise, managerial functions are legitimate as neutral, technical, and scientific in character. CCC, pp 235-40. More generally, Poulantzas notes that bureaucratization is the essential materialization, in the social division of labor, of a mental labor separate, in the capitalist manner, from manual labor. CCC, p. 275. This obviously extends beyond the production process itself to the state system and the social formation as a whole. Indeed, Poulantzas emphasizes that the very separation of the bourgeois state as a particular institutional ensemble rests on the specific separation of mental and manual labor. The latter was founded on the encasement of knowledge in the dominant legal political ideology in the form of science. In turn, the state has a key role in reproducing the division between mental and manual labor through the educational system and other ISAs, CCC, pp 30-4, 259-70. These arguments are developed in SBS. Here poulantzas argues that the prodigious reorganization of the social division of labor effected through the CMP is the precondition of the modern state. This implies a fundamental break between the capitalist state and its 222 precursors such as the Asiatic, slave, and feudal types of state. In this context, the most important aspect of the social division of labor is that between mental and manual labor and, in all its apparatuses, economic and repressive as well as ideological, the state is the site par excellence for intellectual labor divorced from manual labor. Its various apparatuses are the consummate expression of the organic relationship that connects intellectual labor and political domination, knowledge, and power, SBS, pp 54-6. Indeed, the very nature of official discourse serves to exclude the popular masses from participation in the exercise of state power. For it makes up in its notorious opacity and elaborate codes for the exoteric and uniform character of the national language installed by the nation-state, SBS, pp 58-60. Poulantzas also suggests that official discourse and the accumulation of documentary records constitute the internal cement of state functionaries qua intellectuals. And he notes how the capitalist state organizes intellectual labor elsewhere by establishing a whole series of circuits and networks through which intellectuals function and by influencing the scientific agenda in both the human and natural sciences. Thus, intellectuals in universities, institutes, and learned societies have been transformed into state functionaries through the same mechanisms that have transformed state functionaries into intellectuals, SBS, pp 57-59. Finally, Poulantzas emphasizes that the state is not only based on the mental manual division of labor in the CMP but is also intimately and actively involved in reproducing that division. It does this through its role in the training and qualification of labor power and its more general role in reproducing the organic connections between knowledge and power, SBS, pp 59-60. Although he stresses the links between savoir and pouvoir and treats the state as the quintessential site of mental labor, Poulantzas is careful to avoid suggesting that this alone explains the class character and or effects of the capitalist state. Indeed, he notes that the states in the countries of actually existing socialism are also affected by this relationship, SBS, p. 60. This means that the relationship between the state and the mental/manual division of labor is only one step in the process whereby the capitalist state is brought into relation with classes and the class struggle under capitalism. One must also consider how the bourgeoisie is constituted into the politically dominant class through the specific institutional forms of the state and the political and ideological practices concerned with hegemony, SBS, pp 61, 123-6, and passim. 223. Concluding remarks on ideological class domination. We have seen above how Poulantzas moves progressively from an historicist account of ideologies as the creation of the dominant class subject through a structuralist analysis of the ideological as a specific region of the social formation to an understanding of ideological class struggle based on concepts such as articulation, contestation, and savoir-pouvoir. This movement is symptomatic of the more general influence of three contrasting schools of French philosophy, Goldman, Althusser, Foucault, but it also exemplifies the increasing concern with problems of political, and ideological, strategy. Nonetheless, Poulantzas's contributions to the analysis of ideological class domination are less systematic and substantial than his analyses of political class domination. At no point did Poulantzas really consider the ideological as such at any length. He was much more interested in its articulation with the political region and political class struggle than with its own internal mechanisms and efficacy. This is reflected in his neglect of the potential contributions of discourse theory to the analysis of ideology and ideological class struggle and his lack of sympathy for Fay's work on totalitarian languages or Althusser's account of the general mechanism of interpellation. Instead, what interests Poulantzas is the political pertinence of ideology. Poulantzas's arguments in this respect must be related to his general methodological stance. This involves a movement from abstract to concrete and the development of concepts appropriate to each stage in this movement. But it is particularly clear in his analyses of ideology that Poulantzas encounters real difficulty in effecting this movement. At the most abstract level of analysis there can be little objection to an account of ideology in terms of the constitution of the social imaginary or lived experience as long as this is not grounded in essentialism, at least in the guise of the alienation reification of an essential human subject, or empiricism, hence his insistence on the adequation of lived experience. There are many ways in which this general approach to ideology could be developed, however. Witness the differences between Althusser, Castoriadis, Derrida, Fay, Foucault, Hirst, Lacan, Peschier, and others. Yet Poulantzas makes no attempt to specify what mechanisms might be involved. Even if one rejects the idea of a mechanism of ideology in general, such as 224. Interpellation, one must surely still specify its most important, albeit pluralistic, mechanisms. Instead he leaves us with the abstract regional theory of ideology in PPSC, the metaphorical notion of ideology as a cement, various forms of class reductionism, and occasional references to the role of intellectuals and ideological watchdogs. Only when he discusses the mental manual division and connects it to the pouvoir-savoir relation does Poulantzas really begin to tackle these problems. In SBS Poulantzas appears to distinguish two levels of ideological production, a primary level of ideological production in and through disciplinary mechanisms or material practices and a secondary level of ideological struggles which work on the results of this first set of mechanisms. Thus he refers to the effects of individualization secured through the state in the following terms. It is not therefore so much a question of the ideology constituted, systematized, and formulated by the organic intellectuals of the bourgeoisie, which is always a second-order ideology, as it is of the primary and spontaneous forms of ideology that are secreted by the social division of labor and directly embodied in the state apparatuses and practices of power, SBS, p. 66. Thus Poulantzas now treats the social imaginary or lived experience as created through various disciplinary mechanisms, each with its own specific modus operandi. This occurs within the general framework of the social division of labor, especially the mental manual division and all its implications for the differential production and diffusion of knowledges. It also provides the raw material or ideological elements that are articulated by organic intellectuals and ideological watchdogs into class ideologies of one kind or another. This approach remains embryonic and needs much more work. Nonetheless, Poulantzas's analysis of ideological domination has moved closer to his work on political hegemony. The latter considers both the structural determination of hegemony through specific state forms and the specific ideological and political practices that aim to polarize class positions around particular strategies or hegemonic projects. In discussing ideological class domination, Poulantzas seems to distinguish between its structural determination through 225. The mental manual division of labor, in which the state has a central place, and specific disciplinary mechanisms. But these mechanisms do not fully determine the specific patterns of ideological domination and subordination. This depends on the outcome of specific struggles to articulate specific ideological elements into an ideological ensemble, or sub-ensemble, that serves the interests of a given class or class fraction. Finally, just as the struggle for hegemony can aim to reorganize the state system as a structural determinant of potential hegemonic positions, so ideological struggles can aim to transform the mental manual division and the disciplinary mechanisms which generate the primary and spontaneous forms of ideology which are the raw material of second-order ideological struggles. These are merely indications in Poulantzas's latest work. They would need considerable elaboration before they could be said to resolve the fundamental problems evident in his earlier treatment of ideology and ideological struggles. Since Poulantzas recognized the state's technical and economic functions, he cannot be accused of restricting its function to the repressive and ideological, CFPPSC, pp 50-4, CCC, p 99. But he refutes the idea of a specific economic state apparatus on the grounds that the state's economic activities are never neutral but are always linked to political class domination and mainly serve either repressive or ideological functions, CFCCC, p 99. Thus Poulantzas falls foul of his third and fourth criticisms of the RSA/ISA couplet, even though his work generally escapes the first and second criticisms levelled against Althusser's account of the state. 3. The concept of the extra-discursive troubles many discourse theorists. Here it designates the emergent, structural, properties and other constraints on action entailed in a particular ensemble of practices when viewed from the perspective of one or more social agents or forces in a given conjuncture, cf. Jessop, 1982, pp 199-202, 252-6. 226. Part 4. Problem of Political Strategy. 228. 8. Poulantzas deserves to be better known for his analyses of fascism and military dictatorship. For his theoretical and political development can only really be understood by examining how it was influenced by the historical example of fascism and the contemporary reality of military dictatorship. Unfortunately, his reputation as a structuralist theoretician has hindered recognition of the direct relationship between his concern with concrete historical analysis and his interest in problems of political strategy. Indeed, his contributions to historical debate are generally discussed as examples of applied structuralism rather than instances of strategically oriented political inquiries. Thus it is worth bending the stick in the other direction by considering Poulantzas's accounts of exceptional states in terms of their strategic interest rather than as examples of history for history's sake. We discuss fascism in the present chapter and military dictatorships in chapter 7. The context of fascism. In Fascism and Dictatorship, Poulantzas examines the causes and effects of fascism, the nature of the fascist state, and the failures of the labor movement to check the rise of fascism. Although FD contains much factual material, essentially it is a theoretical and strategic work rather than a detailed historiographic account of fascism. For he argues that the major crisis of imperialism and the intensification of class struggles unfolding in the late 60s and early 70s once again place both revolution and fascism on the political agenda. In order to assess whether fascism is about to rise again, or has already begun to do so, one must know what fascism and the exceptional state really involve, as well as examining the present conjuncture in different societies. Moreover, since one cannot discuss fascism without discussing the failures of the working class to prevent it, it is equally necessary to consider the question of anti-fascist strategy. Here Poulantzas concentrates on the politics of the Comintern and the principles that informed its approach to fascism. This focus is justified as giving a good insight into the Comintern itself and also as showing how far these principles still contaminate the labor movement. Thus, although Poulantzas deals explicitly with fascism in Italy and Germany in the interwar period, contemporary politics and strategic problems provide both the motive and the leitmotif of his analysis, FD, pp 11-12, 357-9. Poulantzas begins by considering the general historical period to which fascism belongs. This he identifies as the decisive start of the transition to the dominance of monopoly capitalism or imperialism and the accompanying rise of the interventionist state. Thus the fascist period is characterized by the contradictions of imperialism and monopoly capitalism together with the contradictions peculiar to a phase of transition, FD, pp 17, 20-21, 29, 52-3. Several economic crises occurred during this period, especially those of 1919-21 and 1929-31. But economic crises are not in themselves sufficient to produce fascism, FD, pp 34, 53-4. Instead it is specific conjunctures of class struggle that determine the development of fascism. These conjunctures must be considered in terms of the complex interaction between the so-called imperialist chain and factors internal to each society. Poulantzas argues that fascism occurred in the two weakest links in the imperialist chain following the break associated with the Russian Revolution. These links were Italy and Germany. In this context, weakness is not reducible to economic backwardness but involves the cumulative effect of economic, political, and ideological contradictions at home and inter-imperialist struggles for hegemony abroad. FD, pp 22-24, 53-4. Among the factors common to the two societies, Poulantzas notes late industrialization, lack of foreign markets, a strong development of finance capital, splits between industry and agriculture, absence of agrarian reform and resulting uneven development, contraction of the internal market, foreign indebtedness, a marked lack of national unity, seen in federalism, decentralization, and provincialism, the absence of a hegemonic bourgeoisie able to preside over the process of nation building and state formation, and a state whose general interventionist role prevents it from performing a specific role on behalf of 230. Monopoly capital. In addition to these common features, Poulantzas notes various elements specific to each case, FD, pp 25-34. In summarizing these diverse causes, the primary emphasis nonetheless falls on the weakness of the two countries in the inter-imperialist struggle involves an attempt to smash the organizational basis of the labor movement and to roll back its economic and political gains when the working class had already suffered decisive defeats in an open war of manœuvre. In this sense, fascism corresponds to a defensive step by the working class and an offensive step by the bourgeoisie. Hence it is quite inappropriate to interpret fascism in terms of general or catastrophic crises of equilibrium, FD, pp 78-82, 59-61, 62-3, 84-5, 86, 107. Instead, Poulantzas argues that fascism develops in response to other forms of crisis, a dual crisis of hegemony and a generalist ideological crisis, FD, pp 72-3, 76-8. The power block and the crisis of hegemony. The intense political class struggle during the rise of fascism results from a crisis of hegemony within the power block linked with the crisis of hegemony over the society as a whole. After a period of unstable hegemony, in which medium and monopoly capital contend for leadership of the power block and the support of the masses, there comes a moment when no dominant class or fraction is able to impose its leadership within the existing political order. The period of 231. Unstable hegemony saw a profound political disorientation of the power bloc. It was associated with a representational crisis in the parliamentary sphere, ministerial instability, the proliferation of pressure groups and paramilitary cells, the displacement of real power from formal constitutional channels to informal power networks, growing incoherence in government policies, and other signs of institutional crisis in the state system, FD, pp 71-2, 74-5, 100-103, 124-7, 334. Together with the aggravation of contradictions inside the power bloc, this institutional crisis meant that no fraction of capital could establish its hegemony even for a brief period. New forms of political organization were necessary to resolve the crisis of hegemony and to conduct the bourgeois offensive against the labor movement. In this context, Poulantzas suggests that the political crisis could only be resolved by establishing the hegemony of monopoly capital to match its growing economic domination. This would seem to be all the more important because, as Poulantzas noted in PPSC, the dominant class in any society is the class which is dominant at the dominant level of the social formation. Economic domination alone is therefore particularly inadequate in monopoly capitalism because the latter involves a displacement of dominance to the political region. In Germany and Italy, this involved action on three fronts. For monopoly capital had to establish a new state form and a new ideological cement, as well as pursue an economic strategy that advances monopoly interests and permits increased exploitation of the working class, FD, pp 72, 74, 86, 102-3, 126, 142, 153-4, 155, 156, 172. We shall see below how far, according to poulantzas, this was achieved in the fascist regimes. The dual crisis of hegemony is associated with an ideological crisis affecting both the power bloc and the popular masses. Not only does the dominant ideology come under attack from the masses, it also ceases to provide a convincing ideological cement for the power bloc itself. FD, pp 76-8. Poulantzas argues that the dominant ideology in Germany comprised a specific combination of feudal and imperialist elements. This was then subject to internal dissolution with the emergence of reactionary feudal romanticism and a medieval corporatism on the one hand and a more technocratic imperialist ideology of organized capitalism on the other hand. But it was also subject to an external challenge from the liberal pretensions of medium capital, FD, pp 103-5. The situation in Italy differed. 232. Somewhat. Here there was a deep crisis in the dominant liberal nationalist ideology. This was evident in a growing divergence between liberal themes favored by medium capital and nationalist elements articulated to imperialist objectives by monopoly capital. In addition, there were increasing attacks on both ideological currents in Italy from feudal socialist, futurist, corporativist, and other circles that had close links to the power bloc, FD, pp 127-30, 267. In both Italy and Germany, this crisis in the dominant ideology was reflected in the attitudes of the organic intellectuals attached to the power bloc. For they showed increasing disaffection and hostility towards traditional bourgeois ideology and traditional bourgeois parties, FD, pp 77-8, 106-7, 129-30, 317. Ideological apparatuses such as the universities, student movements, patriotic groups, the church, intellectual clubs, the press, and the new mass media of radio and cinema, acquired a decisive political role during this period. They contributed significantly to the ideological ferment in which fascism could become respectable, FD, pp 105-6, 130. The growing internal ideological disarray of the power bloc at this time also had major repercussions on the popular masses and was associated with a parallel, albeit independent, crisis in Marxism-Leninism. This prevented an effective politico-ideological response to the accumulating contradictions in Italy and Germany, FD, pp 143-7. In this respect, poulantzas argues that these weak links were subject not just to a crisis in the dominant ideology but rather to a generalist ideological crisis, FD, p. 76. The successive steps of fascism. It is in this context that poulantzas locates the role of fascism in reorganizing hegemony and increasing exploitation on behalf of big capital. He rejects any blanket generalizations about the fascist role in the class struggle and insists on a careful periodization according to the successive steps of a complex war of position and maneuver. During the step of working class offensive, the fascist movement primarily consisted in armed bands that were financed by big capital, large landowners, and rich peasants to wage their counterattack. During the phase of relative stabilization, the fascist bands were abandoned by the power bloc and fascism attempted to transform itself into a mass party. Starting with the launch of the 233 bourgeois offensive, the fascist movement increasingly takes on the character of a mass party and is once more openly maintained by big capitalist circles, FD, pp 86-8, 108, 131. Initially, the fascist party genuinely represented the short-term political interests of the petty bourgeoisie and established organizational and ideological ties with this class at all levels from voters to higher party cadres, FD, pp 249-50, 261-2, 266. Subsequently, fascism gains the support of monopoly capital as a whole and attempts to build organizational ties with other elements in the dominant classes, FD, pp 86-7, 108-111. Poulantzas identifies this crucial step in the rise of fascism as the point of no return, i.e., that points in its growth after which it is difficult to turn it back, FD, p. 66. He also emphasizes that the rise of fascism as a mass movement and its development of effective organizational ties with monopoly capital and the rest of the power bloc should be seen as a coincidence linked by a particular conjuncture in the class struggle. He implies that the power bloc increasingly turned to fascism as it became a mass movement at the same time, as fascism was seeking to moderate its anti-capitalist and petty bourgeois aspects in order to secure support from the power bloc and parts of the state apparatus, FD, pp 108-9. After the point of no return, this results in an effective alliance between monopoly capital and the petty bourgeoisie. This alliance is mediated through the fascist party and survives uneasily until fascism is installed in office. During this period, fascism also makes concessions to other elements of the power bloc and provides a framework within which the contradictions among its different fractions and classes can be neutralized, FD, pp 87, 110-111, 132. When fascism comes to power, there is an initial period of instability. This occurs because fascism pursues policies favorable to monopoly capital whilst seeking to consolidate support from the popular masses and other elements of the power bloc. Thus, even though the left wing of the fascist party is subjected to a massive purge and various organizations and cadres representing the masses are liquidated, certain material concessions are made to the people against the will of the power bloc. During this initial period, the petty bourgeoisie becomes the ruling class by virtue of the dominant position occupied by the fascist party on the political scene. It also becomes the class in charge of the state through its veritable invasion of the state apparatus, FD, pp 87, 111-2, 1323-4, 250-1, 263, 267. 234. Finally, there is the period of fascist stabilization. This arrives when the fascist party is subordinated to the state apparatus. The petty bourgeois members of the state apparatus break their representational ties with their class of origin, and monopoly capital combines the position of hegemonic fraction and ruling class, FD, pp 87-8, 112-3, 134, 262, 340, 353. This period sees the revival of contradictions within the power bloc as well as attempts by the fascist state to regulate the process of monopoly domination in the interests of social cohesion, FD, pp 96-7, 98, 1134, 135, 258, 283, 290, 296. Fascism and the petty bourgeoisie. Although he argues that fascism secures the fundamental long-term interests of monopoly capital, Poulantzas also stresses that these interests face real threats. Thus he notes that the continuing importance of the petty bourgeoisie as class in charge of the state and the peculiar character of fascist ideology mean that fascist policy in the end comes to antagonize big capital, FD, pp 88, 113, 250-1. In particular, he indicates that the organization of the war economy is a significant site of contradictions between monopoly capital and the fascist party state, FD, pp 88, 96, 113, 135. More generally, Poulantzas insists that it is quite wrong, even during the period of fascist stabilization, to regard fascism as a simple agent of monopoly capital. Poulantzas is careful to establish the nuances and contradictions of the relationship between the petty bourgeoisie and fascism. He argues that the old and new petty bourgeoisie can have no long-term political interests of their own, find it difficult to organize politically into a specific petty bourgeois party, and normally act as a peaceful pillar of the democratic republican order. But he also notes that they have a politically unstable nature and can sometimes play an independent political role as an authentic social force, FD, pp 243-4. It is just such a role that the petty bourgeoisie plays in the fascist period. This role reflects specific elements in the conjuncture. At the economic level, the rise of fascism corresponds to a crisis for the entire petty bourgeoisie. This is due not only to specific conjunctural factors, example 1919-21 and 1929-31 in Italy and Germany respectively, but also to the general structural impact of the growing dominance of monopoly capital, FD, pp 247, 259, 265. On the political level, the representational crisis among bourgeois parties and 235. Their degeneration into ineffective parliamentary cliques meant that they could no longer play their traditional role in promoting the short-term interests of the petty bourgeoisie. In addition, those elements of the new petty bourgeoisie that had inclined towards social democracy became disillusioned with its failure to defend their specific interests. In this context, the petty bourgeoisie turned to fascism and acquired a significant measure of autonomy as a social force through its close links with the fascist party. The organizational, representational, and ideological ties that developed between fascism and petty bourgeoisie, particularly during the first stage of the rise of fascism, meant that the petty bourgeoisie no longer trailed passively behind the bourgeoisie. Instead, it could intervene relatively autonomously within the alliance between the monopoly capital and itself. Even when the stabilization of the fascist state meant the petty bourgeoisie was dislodged from its position as a ruling class, it continued to have an independent role through its position as the class in charge of the state and through the petty bourgeois aspects of fascist ideology, FD, pp 247-51, 260, 265-6. On the ideological level, the crisis in the dominant ideology had two major repercussions on the ideological sub-ensemble of the petty bourgeoisie. It allowed the specifically petty bourgeois elements to be accentuated at the expense of orthodox bourgeois themes. It also encouraged a more extensive and significant appropriation of working-class ideological elements. One result of this is that the anti-capitalist elements of petty bourgeois ideology become dominant in the first period of the rise of fascism. In turn, this means that these elements had to be neutralized before fascism could properly serve the interests of monopoly capital, FD, p. 251. When fascism came to power, the formerly dominant, crisis-ridden bourgeois ideology was displaced by petty bourgeois ideology. This provided a fresh means of cementing the social formation. But it was not cemented together under the domination of the petty bourgeoisie itself. For there are certain affinities between the ideology of the petty bourgeoisie in revolt and the imperialist ideology of monopoly capital. Thus, the dominance of petty bourgeois ideology actually serves to bring about the indirect domination of big capital. Among these affinities, poulantzas identifies power fetishism, statolatry, aggressive nationalism, anti-parliamentarism, corporatism, the cult of the leader, and authoritarianism. Moreover, in relation to the new petty bourgeoisie, he also notes a rapprochement. 236. With imperialism on such technocratic themes as the cult of efficiency and the alleged neutrality of technology. In this sense, he argues that fascist ideology is marked by a specific adaptation of imperialist ideology to petty bourgeois aspirations. He concludes that the internal contradictions of fascist ideology stem from the contradictions between the interests of monopoly capital and those of the petty bourgeoisie, FD, pp 252-3, 254-6. Fascism in the countryside. Poulantzas also offers a brief discussion of the relation between fascism and the class struggle in the countryside. He argues that the rise of fascism corresponds to an economic crisis in the countryside. This is due to the general agricultural crisis and to the transition to monopoly domination in agriculture as well as industry. At the same time, there was a deep crisis in the political field. This occurred because of the contradictions in the power block between agriculture and industry, and because the poor peasantry and agricultural laborers had been betrayed by the Social Democrats after the Great War. The latter problem was aggravated by the failure of the maximalist tendency of the PSI to seek a class alliance with the peasantry in Italy and the parallel error of the KPD as a whole to seek such an alliance in Germany. In addition, the generalist ideological crisis provided fertile ground for the demagogic appeals of fascism to ties of blood and soil, land distribution, the community of soil, and colonization, FD, pp 278-80, 285-7, 291-4. Poulantzas argues that fascism was able to disguise the basic contradiction between landed property and the popular rural classes through rallying their support against the capitalization of agriculture as a whole. This was facilitated by the fact that the ressentiment of the rural petty bourgeoisie was directed against urban capital rather than landed interests. Thus, throughout the rise of fascism, the ties between fascism and big property were closer in the countryside than in the towns. In this sense, Poulantzas sees rural fascism as a military and ideological movement with direct ties to large landowners and rich peasants. Thus, one should not see it mainly as a movement of the rural petty bourgeoisie that served landed interests, if at all, only indirectly. Nonetheless, Poulantzas denies that rural fascism on its own could not have provided the basis for reorganizing hegemony and 237. Securing the domination of monopoly capital. Instead, he argues that the success of the fascist party was due primarily to its support from the urban classes and to the complicity of the state apparatus, FD, pp 281-2. Fascism and the working class. In discussing the complex relations between fascism and the working class, Poulantzas is particularly concerned with problems of anti-fascist strategy. He states that the rise of fascism corresponds to a significant crisis in the revolutionary organizations of the working class as well as to the more general impact of economic crises, the crisis of hegemony, and the generalist ideological crisis. This crisis in the vanguard organizations, SIC, was already visible in the significant series of defeats suffered in the period of working class offensive in conditions when state power could have been seized, 1918-19 in Germany and Italy, or when decisive long-term political gains short of revolution could have been won, 1920 in Italy, 1923 in Germany. It was also evident in the failure of the working class to achieve the new, more limited objective of checking fascism during the initial period of bourgeois offensive before it reached the point of no return, FD, pp 139-47, 169-71, 198-9. In presenting the relation between fascism and the working class in these terms, Poulantzas clearly implies that fascism received little support from the industrial proletariat. Indeed, he emphasizes that the mass of the working class remained loyal to their own unions and political parties in Italy and Germany alike. He correctly notes that fascist recruitment was basically confined to salaried staff, workers of recent peasant background in newly established factories, the unemployed, particularly among the young, and déclassé lumpen elements, such as veteran soldiers, FD, pp 144, 188-90, 219-20. This largely non-existent working class support for fascism offers no difficulty for Poulantzas. Given the class nature of the proletariat, it is only to be expected. Moreover, to the extent that working class support did exist, Poulantzas explains it away. He suggests that it is due to the contamination of the working class with petty bourgeois ideological elements. These elements include anarcho-syndicalism, spontaneism, and the putschist cult of violence and stand in clear opposition to the allegedly essential working class ideology of 238. Marxism-Leninism, FD, pp 145-6, 176-7, 203-4. According to Poulantzas, the real problem is located elsewhere. It concerns the need to explain how fascism managed to secure the neutralization and passivity of the mass of the working class in the face of a mounting bourgeois offensive against its organizational bases and political gains. In part, Poulantzas attributes this to a judicious combination of specific ideological appeals addressed to the working class, most notably in terms of nationalism and corporatism, and organized physical repression, typically conducted for its ideological effects, FD, pp 165-6, 190-1, 222. but the principal responsibility for the failure to check fascism is placed elsewhere. For Poulantzas attributes the neutralization of the working class largely to the nature of its economic and political organizations. Thus he refers to the objective class nature and role of social democracy in misleading and demobilizing the masses, and to the theoretical deviations and strategic errors of the vanguard organizations themselves. When he wrote F.D. Poulantzas regarded political parties of the social democratic type as an ideological state apparatus whose role is to inculcate bourgeois ideology into the working class and to conduct a policy of class collaboration. During the rise of fascism, the influence of social democracy on the working class was maintained and even extended. F.D. pp. 147, 151-3, 174-5, 176, 177-8. Poulantzas advanced various reasons for this. In particular, he argues that a defensive step in the struggles of the working class is always accompanied by an upturn for social democracy. This is especially significant when such a step coincides, as it did in Italy and Germany, with a shift to the primacy of economic over political class struggle. F.D. pp. 156, 142-3, 154. Poulantzas also notes that the social democratic policy of class collaboration was supported by medium capital. 4. Threatened by the growing domination of monopoly capital, it was attempting to broaden its base to include the working class. F.D. pp. 93-4, 101, 124, 131, 154-5, 156, 172. Thus significant material concessions could be won through social democratic unions and parties. In turn, this helped to consolidate working class support and to confirm the mass integrative role of social democracy. F.D. pp. 141, 152, 172-3, 180. Nonetheless, as the offensive of monopoly capital gained momentum and the point of no return was reached, the social democratic policy of class collaboration resulted in a gradual capitulation to the fascist movement. This capitulation occurred in two different ways. 239. On the one hand, there was a steady rightward drift as parties of the social democratic type pursued class compromise. In Germany, this led to open support for bourgeois party governments as a lesser evil. In Italy, it led to the movement of Giolidi's liberals, whom Poulantzas typifies as social democratic, towards monopoly capital. F.D. pp. 107, 124-5, 126-7, 178-9. On the other hand, there was a legalistic, wait-and-see attitude. This studiously avoided the use of direct strike, paramilitary, or mass action for fear that this would provoke the authorities and/or the fascists into retaliation. This can be seen in the SPD's refusal to mobilize its armed workers' militia or to support a general political strike in Germany. In Italy, it is seen in two areas. First, there was a pact between the socialists and fascists, and, second, the maximalist wing of the PSI suffered from the illusion that it could rely on the political neutrality of the state personnel to check the fascist movement or, in the last resort, could topple fascism themselves through a general strike. F.D. pp. 179, 205-6, 207-8. Finally, Poulantzas notes that the Social Democrats in both countries were internally divided and thereby less able to check the rise of fascism. F.D. pp. 180, 205. He concludes that, although there was no direct collusion between fascism and social democracy still bore great responsibility for the fascist conquest of power. This responsibility was all the more grave because the mass influence of social democracy was so great. F.D. pp. 156, 180, 207. As regards the communist movement, Poulantzas is particularly damning about its theoretical and strategic mistakes in the fascist period. Above all, he criticizes its economism, lack of a mass line, and neglect of class alliances. FD, pp 18, 39-40, 44-5, 46-51, 80-81, 157-65. He also notes that the German and Italian communist parties cut themselves off from the masses and suffered from deep internal divisions throughout the rise of fascism, FD, pp 144, 174, 175-6. In particular, the PCI fell under the influence of the ultra-left Bordagist tendency and ignored the basically correct Comintern mass line laid down in 1919-21. Instead, the PCI pursued an abstentionist, sectarian, and Blanquist line. At best, this confined the PCI to an economic united front, and at worst it involved the refusal of parliamentary and electoral activities, savage attacks on the PSI, and a minoritarian, insurrectionary view of the party, FD, pp 209-13. In contrast, the KPD adhered faithfully to the Comintern line. But this had meanwhile been marred by a fallacious view of the fascist period as one of working-class offensive and a new approach to 240. Alliance strategy based on the theory of social fascism. Accordingly, the KPD treated social democracy as the main enemy and concentrated all of its activities on attacking the SPD and social democratic trade unions to the detriment of the struggle against fascism. Moreover, lacking a mass line, even the struggle against social democracy was conducted as a conflict between organizations rather than a political contest for rank and file support. In addition to its neglect of mass struggle within the proletariat, the KPD also systematically ignored the poor and middle peasantry and the petty bourgeoisie as potential allies. Finally, despite the clear dangers of a fascist victory, the KPD kept its paramilitary organization out of the fighting from 1931 onwards and totally neglected to build up an underground apparatus for use once the fascists took power. Its attempts to resist the Nazi regime in the first months were therefore doomed to failure, FD, pp 180-7. Overall, although he does not fully absolve the PCI from blame for the rise of Italian fascism, since it did, after all, adopt an inadequate anti-fascist strategy, Poulantzas concludes that the KPD's manifold errors meant that it bore a much heavier responsibility for the victory of National Socialism. The rise of fascism in retrospect. In summarizing Poulantzas's views on the rise of fascism, we have tried to bring out the complexities of his periodization of the class struggle in Italy and Germany. Several points are worth stressing. Fascism comes to power in weak links of the imperialist chain during the transition to dominance of monopoly capital. It serves the interests of the latter in the inter-imperialist struggle for hegemony as well as in the reorganization of the domestic balance of forces. It acquires this role because normal means for the circulation of hegemony are blocked by complex political and ideological crises, and because alternative exceptional means, such as military dictatorship or Bonapartism, are ruled out by the balance of forces. Example on the impossibility of military dictatorship, CFD, pp 72, 102-3, 110-11, 126, 337. Given the specific conjuncture, fascism is far from a simple tool of the power bloc, let alone monopoly capital in isolation. Indeed, it enjoys a marked degree of autonomy. This derives above all from its strong representational, organizational, and ideological ties with the 241. Petty bourgeoisie in revolt. For these ties transform the petty bourgeoisie into an authentic social force. As such, it can enter an effective alliance with monopoly capital and act, at least initially, as an equal partner, FD, pp 244, 249-51. Subsequently, the fascist party is subordinated to the state apparatus and the petty bourgeoisie is reduced to a supporting class of monopoly capital. But both party and class continue to have significant effects on the political dynamics of the fascist state. For there is an obvious contradiction in the fact that a movement that ultimately serves the interests of monopoly capital has a mass base in the petty bourgeoisie intervening as a genuine social force. Poulantzas also investigates the link between fascism and other fractions and classes. he argues that fascism managed to neutralize the resistance and or win the active support of other elements in the power bloc. It did so through a series of economic and political compromises in the development of its program before and after the seizure of power, FD, pp 85, 87-8, 91-5, 96, 110-111, 126-7, 133. In addition, he notes that fascism also gained support from rich and middle peasants, large landowners, and certain sections of the working class, FD, pp 188-90, 219, 280-3, 287-9, 293-4, cf 1976 pp 93-4. Moreover, the special role of the family and educational ISAs in Italy and Germany meant that women and young people in all classes were particularly susceptible to fascist appeals, FD, pp 255-6, cf 1976 pp 94-5. More generally, Poulantzas notes that the generalist ideological crisis and the influence of petty bourgeois ideological elements in other dominated classes enabled fascism to neutralize and inactivate the working class and rural lower classes so that they were at least passive bystanders, if not active adherents. In particular, he refers to the anti-capitalist side of fascist ideology, especially as articulated by the left wing of fascism, and what he sees as the ideologically motivated tactic of fascist involvement in the economic struggles of the working class, FD, pp 145-6, 165-6, 190-1, 2034. The nationalist appeals of fascism were also resonant because of the fractured national unity and weak international position of Italy and Germany, FD, pp 185, 255, 266, 337, cf. 1976 pp 98-100. Nonetheless, Poulantzas regards these ties as less important and argues elsewhere that the relation fascism/masses is ultimately reducible to the relation fascism/petty bourgeoisie, 1976 p. 94. Finally, we should note that Poulantzas is well aware how